General Canning. It's a little too...
The Circle by W. Somerset Maugham. Produced by Val Gielgud. With Stephen Murray, Carlton Hobbs, and Griselda Harvey. The Circle has been chosen by Val Gielgud, for many years head of BBC radio drama, for a production to mark his 70th birthday. The Circle. The play's action takes place in the early 1920s at Aston Adey, the beautiful period home of Arnold Champion Cheney, MP. Imagine a stately drawing room with fine pictures on the walls and period furniture. It is a place rather than a house.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Mrs. Cheney, and ask her if she'd be good enough to come here.
Very good, sir.
Who is supposed to look after this room?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I wish when they dust, they'd take care to replace the things exactly as they were before.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. Elizabeth! Oh, Anna, do you know where Elizabeth is?
Oh, isn't she playing tennis, Arnold?
No. Something very tiresome has happened.
Oh?
I wonder where the deuce she is.
Oh, when do you expect Lord Porteous and Lady Kitty?
They're motoring down in time for luncheon.
Are you sure you want me to be here?
Oh, yeah.
It's not too late yet, you know. I can have my things packed and catch a train for somewhere or other.
No, of course we want you. It'll make it so much easier if there are people here. It was exceedingly kind of you to come.
Oh, nonsense.
And I think it was a good thing to have Teddy Luton down.
He's so, breezy, isn't he?
Yes, that's his great asset. I don't know that he's very intelligent, but, you know, there are occasions when you want a bull in a china shop. Oh, my dear Elizabeth, I've been hunting for you everywhere. What have you been doing?
Nothing. I've been standing on my head.
My father's here.
Where?
At the cottage. He arrived last night.
Damn.
I wish you wouldn't say that, Elizabeth.
If you're not going to say damn when a thing's damnable, when are you going to say damn?
Well, I should have thought you could say, oh, bother, or something like that.
But that wouldn't express my sentiments. Besides, at that speech day when you were giving away the prizes, you said there were no synonyms in the English language.
I'm always willing to stand by anything I've said. There are no synonyms in the English language.
In that case, I shall be regretfully forced to continue to say damn whenever I feel like it.
I say, what about this tennis?
Come in, Teddy. Husband and wife are having a scene.
How splendid. What about?
The English language.
I wish you'd be serious, Elizabeth. The situation is none too pleasant.
I think Teddy and I had better make ourselves scarce, Arnold.
Nonsense. You're both in it. If there's going to be any unpleasantness, we want your moral support. That's why we asked you to come.
Is anything up?
Arnold's father arrived last night.
Did he, by Jove? I thought he was in Paris.
So did we all. He told me he'd be there for the next month.
Have you seen him?
No. He rang me up. It's a mercy I had a telephone put in the cottage. Would have been a pretty kettle of fish if he'd just walked in.
Did you tell him Lady Catherine was coming?
Of course not. I was flabbergasted to know he was here. And then I thought we'd better talk it over first.
Is he coming along here?
Yes. He suggested it. I couldn't think of any excuse to prevent him.
Couldn't you put the other people off?
Well, they're coming by car. They may be here any moment. It's too late to do that.
Besides, it'd be beastly.
I knew it was silly to have them here. Elizabeth insisted.
After all, she is your mother, Arnold.
That meant precious little to her when she went away. You can't imagine it means very much to me now.
It's 30 years ago. Seems so absurd to bear malice after all that time.
I do not bear malice. But the fact remains that she did me the most irreparable harm. I can find no excuse for her.
Have you ever tried
Oh,
to?
my dear Elizabeth, it's no good going over all that again. The facts are lamentably simple. She had a husband who adored her, a wonderful position, all the money she could want, and a child of 5. And she ran away with a married man.
Perhaps your mother couldn't help herself if she was in love.
And had no sense of honor, duty, or decency? Oh, yes, under those circumstances, you can explain a great deal.
That's not a very pretty way to speak of your mother.
Well, I can't think of her as my mother.
What you can't get over is that she didn't think of you. It gives me a little thrill when I think that she loved that man so much. She's sacrificed her name, her position, and her child to him.
I wonder if you realize what it was to grow up under the shadow of that horrible scandal. Everywhere at school and at Oxford and afterwards in London, I was always the son of Lady Kitty Cheney.
Yes, I know, Arnold. It was beastly for you.
Would have been bad enough if it had been an ordinary case. But the position of the people made it 10 times worse. My father was in the House then, and Porteous was Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and very much in the public eye.
My father always used to say he was the ablest man in the party. Everyone was expecting him to be Prime Minister.
You can imagine what a boon it was to the British public. They hadn't had such a treat for a generation. The most popular song of the day was about my mother. Did you ever hear it? Naughty Lady Kitty thought it such a pity.
Oh, Arnold, don't.
And they never let people forget them. If they'd lived quietly in Florence and not made a fuss, the scandal would have died down. But those constant actions between Lord and Lady Porteous kept on reminding everyone.
What were they having actions about?
Well, of course, my father divorced his wife, but Lady Porteous refused to divorce Porteous. They were constantly wrangling in the law courts.
Oh, I think it was monstrous of Lady Porteous.
No, she knew he wanted to marry my mother, and she hated my mother. You can't blame her.
Oh, it must have been very difficult for them.
That's why they lived in Florence. Porteous has money, and they found people there who were willing to accept the situation.
This is the first time they've ever come to England.
My father will have to be told, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Has he ever spoken to you about Lady Kitty, Elizabeth?
Never.
I don't think her name has passed his lips since she ran away from this house 30 years ago.
Oh, they lived here?
Oh, naturally. There was a house party, and one evening neither Porteous nor my mother came down to dinner. The rest of them waited. They couldn't make it out. My father sent up to my mother's room, and a note was found on the pincushion.
That's what they did in the Dark Ages.
I think he took a dislike to this house from that horrible night. He never lived here again, and when I married, he handed the place over to me. He just has a cottage now on the estate that he comes down to when he feels inclined.
It's been very nice for us.
I owe everything to my father. I don't think he'll ever forgive me for asking these people to come here.
I'm going to take all the blame on myself, Arnold.
The situation was embarrassing enough anyhow. I don't know how I ought to treat them.
Don't you think that it'll settle itself when you see them?
After all, they're my guests. I shall try and behave like a gentleman.
I wouldn't. We haven't got central heating.
Will she expect me to kiss her?
Surely.
Oh, it always makes me uncomfortable when people are effusive.
I can't understand why we never saw her before.
I believe she tried to see me when I was little, but my father thought it better she shouldn't.
Yes, but when you were grown up.
She was always in Italy. I never went to Italy.
It seems to me so pathetic that if you saw one another in the street, you wouldn't recognize each other.
Well, is it my fault?
You've promised to be very gentle with her and very kind.
The mistake was asking Porteous to come too. Looks as though we condone the whole thing. And how am I to treat him? Am I to shake him by the hand and slap him on the back? He absolutely ruined my father's life.
I think it's very lucky that Anna and Teddy are here. I don't foresee a very successful party.
I'm going to do my best. I gave you my promise, and I shall keep it. But I can't answer for my father.
Here is your father.
May I come in through the window, or shall I have myself announced by a supercilious flunky?
Come in. We've been expecting you.
Impatiently, I hope, my dear child.
We thought you'd be in Paris for another month.
I always reserve to myself the privilege of changing my mind. It's the only one elderly gentlemen share with pretty women.
You know Anna.
Of course I do. How very nice to see you here. Are you staying long?
As long as I'm welcome.
And this is Mr. Luton.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
And you, are you going to stay long, Father?
To luncheon, if you'll have me.
That'll be jolly.
I didn't mean that. Of course you're going to stay for luncheon. I meant, how long are you going to stay down here?
A week.
I think we'd better chuck our tennis.
Yes. I want my father-in-law to tell me what they're wearing in Paris this week.
I'll go and put the rackets away.
Elizabeth, it's nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know it was so late.
Arnold, I wonder if I can persuade you to take a turn in the garden before luncheon.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, I'd love it. Father, I want you to look at this chair I've just got. I think it's rather good.
Charming.
Yeah, about 1750, I should say. Good design, isn't it? It hasn't been restored or anything.
Very pretty.
Yes. I think it was a good buy, don't you?
Oh, my dear boy, you know I'm entirely ignorant about these things.
It's exactly my period. Well, I shall see you at luncheon, then.
Who is that young man, Elizabeth?
Mr. Luton. Oh, he's the manager of a rubber estate in the FMS.
And what are the FMS when they're at home?
The Federated Malay States. He's just going back there.
And why have we been left alone in this very marked manner?
Have we? I didn't notice it.
I suppose it's difficult for the young to realize that one may be old without being a fool.
I never thought you that. Everyone knows you're very intelligent.
They certainly ought to by now. I've told them often enough. Are you a little nervous?
Oh, let me feel my pulse. No, it's perfectly regular.
When I suggested staying to luncheon, Arnold looked exactly like a dose of castor oil.
I wish you'd sit down.
You have evidently something very disagreeable to say to me.
You won't be cross with me.
How old are you?
25.
I'm never cross with a woman under 30.
Then I've got 10 years.
Mathematics?
No, paint.
Well?
Lady Catherine's coming here.
Who's Lady Catherine?
You're Arnold's mother.
Is she?
You mustn't blame Arnold. It's my fault. I insisted. He was against it. I nagged him till he gave way, and then I wrote and asked her to come.
I didn't know you knew her.
I don't. But I heard she was in London, and it seemed so heartless not to take the smallest notice of her.
When is she coming?
We're expecting her in time for luncheon.
As soon as that. I understand the embarrassment.
You see, we never expected you to be here. You said you'd be in Paris for another month.
Oh, my dear child, this is your house. There's no reason why you shouldn't ask whom you please to stay with you.
After all, whatever her faults, she's Arnold's mother. It seemed so unnatural that they should never see one another. My heart ached for that poor, lonely woman.
Yeah, I never heard that she was lonely, and she certainly isn't poor.
And there's something else.
Yes?
I couldn't ask her by herself. It would have been so insulting. I asked Lord Porteous, too.
I see.
I dare say you'd rather not meet them.
I dare say they'd rather not meet me. I shall have a capital luncheon at my cottage.
No one's ever talked to me about Lady Kitty. Won't you tell me what she was like?
She was very like you, Elizabeth, only she had dark hair instead of red.
Poor dear. It must be quite white now.
I dare say. She was a pretty little thing.
But she was one of the great beauties of her day. They say she was lovely.
She had the most adorable little nose, like yours.
Do you like my nose?
And she was very dainty, with a beautiful little figure, very light on her feet. She was like a marquise in an old French comedy. Yes, she was lovely.
And I'm sure she's lovely still.
She's no chicken, you know.
You can't expect me to look on it as you and Arnold do. When you've loved as she's loved, you may grow old, but you grow old beautifully.
You're very romantic.
If everyone hadn't made such a mystery of it, I dare say I shouldn't feel as I do. Oh, I know she did a great wrong to you and a great wrong to Arnold. I'm willing to acknowledge that.
I'm sure it's very kind of you.
But she loved and she dared. Romance is such an elusive thing. You read of it in books, but you seldom see it face to face. I can't help it if it thrills me.
I'm painfully aware that the husband in these cases is not a romantic object.
She had the world at her feet. You were rich, she was a figure in society, and she gave up everything for love.
I'm beginning to suspect it wasn't only for her sake and for Arnold's that you asked her to come here.
I seem to know her already. I think her face is a little sad, for a love like that doesn't leave you gay. It leaves you grave. But I think her pale face is unlined. It's like a child's.
My dear, how you let your imagination run away with you.
I imagine her slight and frail.
Frail, certainly.
With beautiful thin hands and white hair. Well, you see, I never knew my mother. She died when I was a baby. I want Arnold's mother to be a mother to me. I've got so much to say to her.
Are you happy with Arnold?
Why shouldn't I be?
I wonder what Hughie's like now.
Lord Porteous?
He wore his clothes better than any man in London. You know, he'd have been Prime Minister if he'd remained in politics.
What was he like, then?
He was a nice-looking fellow, fine horseman. I suppose there was something very fascinating about him. Yellow hair and blue eyes, you know. He had a very good figure. I liked him. I was his parliamentary secretary. He was Arnold's godfather.
I know.
I wonder if he ever regrets.
I wouldn't.
Well, I must be strolling back to my cottage.
You're not angry with me?
Oh, not a bit. Goodbye.
I saw your blighter go.
Oh, come in, Teddy.
Everything all right?
Oh, quiet as far as he's concerned. He's going to keep out of the way.
Was it beastly?
No, he made it very easy for me. He's a nice old thing.
You were rather scared.
A little. I am still. I don't know why.
I guessed you were. I thought I'd come and give you a little moral support. Ah, it's grand here, isn't it?
It is rather nice.
It'll be jolly to think of it when I'm back in the FMS.
Aren't you homesick sometimes?
Oh, everyone is now and then, you know.
You could have got a job in England if you'd wanted to, couldn't you?
Oh, but I love it out there.
I imagine that frills are not much worn in the FMS. Must be a comfort.
It's not much good being pretentious, where everyone knows exactly who you are and what your income is.
What do you do with yourself all the time?
Oh, one works like blazes. You have to be a pretty hefty fellow to be a planter. And then there's grand bathing. You know, it's lovely with palm trees all along the beach. And there's shooting. And now and then we have a little dance to a gramophone.
I think you've got a young woman out there, Teddy.
I haven't.
But you'll have to marry and settle down one of these days, you know.
I want to, but it's not a thing you can do lightly.
I don't know why there more than elsewhere.
Well, in England, if people don't get on, they go their own ways and jog along after a fashion. In a place like that, you're thrown a great deal on your own resources.
Of course.
Lots of girls come out because they think they're going to have a good time. But if they're empty-headed, then they're just faced with their own emptiness, and they're done.
It's not a very alluring prospect.
But if the woman's the right sort, she wouldn't exchange it for any life in the world.
What sort is the right sort?
A woman of courage and endurance and sincerity. Of course, it's hopeless unless she's in love with her husband. My house stands on the side of a hill, and the coconut trees wind down to the shore. Azaleas grow in my garden, and camellias, and all sorts of flowers. And in front of me is the winding coastline, and then the blue sea. Do you know that I'm awfully in love with you?
I wasn't quite sure. I wondered.
And you?
Yes.
I've never kissed you.
I don't want you to.
Elizabeth, they're coming.
Well, who?
Well, my dear, my mother, of course. The car's just coming up the drive.
Oh, would you like me to clear
No,
out?
no, for goodness sake, stay.
Oh, well, we'd better go and meet them, Arnold.
No, I think they'd much better be shown in. I feel simply sick with nervousness.
Your guests have arrived.
Yes, I know, Anna.
I've given orders that luncheon should be served at once.
Well, why? It's not 1:30 already, is it?
Well, I thought it would help. When you don't know exactly what to say, you can always eat.
Lady Catherine Champion Cheney, Lord Porteous.
Elizabeth. Oh, what an adorable creature. Hughie, isn't she adorable?
How do you do?
Damnable roads you've got down here.
My boy, I should have known you anywhere.
That's not Arnold. Arnold's over there.
The image of his father. I should have known him anywhere. My boy. Tell me, Arnold, would you have known me again? Have I changed?
Well, I was only 5, you know, when
I remember as if it were yesterday. I went up into your room. By the way, I always thought that nurse drank. Did you ever find out if she really did?
How the devil can you expect him to know that, Kitty?
You've never had a child, Hughie. How can you tell what they know and what they don't?
This is Arnold, Lord Porteous.
How do you do? And you, your father?
Yes.
Alive still?
Yes?
You must be getting on. Is he well?
Very.
Takes care of himself, I suppose. I'm not at all well. This damn climate doesn't agree with me.
This is Mrs. Chesterton, Lady Kitty.
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Luton. I hope you don't mind a very small party.
Oh, no, I shall enjoy it. I used to give enormous parties here. Political, you know. Oh, how nice you've made this room.
Oh, that's Arnold.
Do you like this chair? I've just bought it. It's exactly my period.
It's a fake.
What? I don't think it is for a minute.
Leg's not right.
Well, I don't know how you can say that. If there's anything right about it, it's the
Oh,
leg.
I'm sure they're right.
You know nothing whatever about it, Kitty.
Well, that's what you think. I think it's a beautiful chair. Applewhite.
No, Sheraton.
Oh, I know. The school for scandal.
Sheraton, my dear. Sheraton.
Yes, that's what I say. Do you act, Elizabeth?
Oh, I couldn't. I should be too nervous.
I'm never nervous. I'm a born actress. Of course, if I had my time over again, I'd go on the stage. Hughie, do you think Arnold takes after me or after his father? Because I think he's the very image of me. What is the matter, Hughie?
These new teeth of mine are so damned uncomfortable.
Men are extraordinary. They can't stand the smallest discomfort. Why, a woman's life is uncomfortable from the moment she gets up in the morning till the moment she goes to bed at night.
They don't seem to hold up properly.
Well, that's not the fault of your teeth. That's the fault of your gums.
Them rotten dentists, that's what's the matter.
I thought he was a very nice dentist. Told me my teeth would last till I was 50.
Luncheon is served, sir.
Would you like to see your rooms?
We see our rooms after luncheon.
I must powder my nose, Hughie.
Go right down here.
I never saw anyone so inconsiderate.
Keep us all waiting half an hour. I know you.
Oh, well, peace at any price, as Lord Beaconsfield said.
He said a lot of damn silly things, Kitty, but he never said that.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, my lipstick.
Can't you find it?
Well, I had it in the car, Hughie. You remember that I had it in the car.
Oh, I don't remember anything about
Well,
it.
for heaven's sake, send someone to look for it.
I'll ring.
No, I'm absolutely lost without my lipstick. Lend me yours, darling, will you?
I'm afraid I haven't one.
Has anyone here lost a diminutive utensil containing, unless I'm mistaken, a favorite preparation for the toilet?
Oh, my lipstick.
I found it in the drive and ventured to bring it in.
Clive.
You didn't recognize me, Kitty. It's many years since we met.
My poor Clive, your hair's gone quite white.
I hope you had a pleasant journey down from London, Kitty.
You may kiss me, Clive.
You don't mind, Hughie?
No.
And how are you, my dear Hughie?
Damned romantic, if you want to know. Filthy climate you have in this country.
Oh, aren't you going to shake hands with me?
You have no objection to shaking hands with you?
You've aged, my poor Hughie.
Someone was asking me how old you were the other day.
Were they surprised when you told them?
Surprised? They wondered you weren't dead.
Did you ring, sir?
No? Oh, yes. Well, it doesn't matter now.
One moment. My dear Elizabeth, I've come to throw myself on your mercy. My servants are busy with their own affairs. There's not a thing for me to eat in my cottage.
Oh, but we shall be delighted if you lunch with us.
It either means that or my immediate death from starvation. You don't mind, Arnold?
My dear father.
Mr. Cheney will lunch here, George.
And for God's sake, let's go in and eat it.
When will Arnold be back, Elizabeth?
Soon, I think. He said after dinner.
Is he addressing a meeting?
No, it's only a conference with his agent and one or two constituents.
How anyone can be expected to play bridge when people are shouting at the top of their voices all round them, I, for one, cannot understand.
I'm so sorry.
I can see your hand, Lord Porteous.
It may help you.
I've told you over and over again, Hughie, to hold your cards up. It ruins one's game when one can't help seeing one's opponent's hand.
One isn't obliged to look.
Elizabeth, what was Arnold's majority at the last election?
Oh, 700 and something.
He'll have to fight for it if he wants to keep his seat next time.
Are we playing bridge or talking politics?
I never find that conversation interferes with my game.
You certainly play no worse when you talk than when you hold your tongue.
I think that's a very offensive thing to say, Hughie. Just because I don't play the same game as you think I can't play.
I'm glad you acknowledge it's not the same game as I play. Why in God's name do you call it bridge?
I agree with Kitty. I hate people who play bridge as though they were at a funeral and knew their feet were getting
Oh,
wet.
of course, you take Kitty's part.
That's the least he can do.
I have a naturally cheerful disposition.
You've never had anything to sour it.
I don't know what you mean by that, Huey.
Must you trump my ace?
Oh, was that your ace, darling?
Yes, it was my ace.
Oh, well, it was the only trump I had. I shouldn't have made it anyway.
You needn't have told them that. Now she knows exactly what I've got.
She knew before.
How could she know?
She said she'd seen your hand.
Oh, I didn't. I said I could see it.
Well, I naturally supposed that if she could see it, she did.
Really, Kitty, you had the most extraordinary idea.
Not at all. If anyone's such a fool as to show me his hand, of course I look at it.
If you study the etiquette of bridge, you'll discover that onlookers are expected not to interfere with the game.
My dear Huey, this is a matter of ethics, not of bridge.
Anyhow, I get the game and rubber.
I claim a revoke.
Who revoked?
You did.
Nonsense. Never revoked in my life.
I'll show you. Now, you threw a club on the third heart trick, and you had another heart.
I never had more than 2 hearts.
Oh, yes, you had. Look here. That's the card you played on the last trick but one.
There's no doubt about it, Huey. You revoked.
I tell you, I did not revoke. I never revoke.
You did, Huey? I wondered what on earth you were doing.
I don't know how anyone can be expected not to revoke when there's this confounded chatter going on all the time. I'm going to play patience.
Well, I'm going to take a book and lie down in the hammock till it's time to dress.
Would you like to come for a little stroll, Huey?
Red Queen, What for?
Exercise.
I hate exercise.
7 goes on the 8, Huey.
The 7 goes on the 8.
I don't choose to put the 7 on the 8.
And that knave goes on the queen.
I'm not blind, thank you.
The 3 goes on the 4.
All these go over.
Am I playing this patience or are you playing it? Go away, both of you. You irritate me.
We're only trying to help you, Huey.
I don't want to be helped. I want to do it by myself.
I think your manners are perfectly deplorable, Huey.
Simply maddening when you play patience and people won't leave you alone.
We won't say another word.
That 3 goes. I believe it's coming out. If I'd been such a fool as to put that 7 up, I shouldn't have been able to bring these down.
The 4 goes on the 5.
Damn you, why don't you leave me alone? It's intolerable.
It was coming out, my dear
I
fellow.
know it was coming out. Confound you.
A pity you are, Huey.
Pity me damned. I've told you over and over again I will not be interfered with when I'm playing patience.
Don't talk to me like that,
I
Huey.
shall talk to you as I please.
Oh, you brute. You brute. You brute.
Oh, damn. Now she's gonna cry.
Upon my soul, they might be married, they frip so much.
You promised to keep away. Why did you come back the moment they arrived?
Curiosity, my dear child. A surely pardonable curiosity.
And since then, you've been here all the time. You don't generally favor us with so much of your company when you're down at your cottage.
I've been excessively amused.
It struck me that whenever they start fripping, you took a malicious pleasure in goading them on.
I don't think there's much love lost between them now, do you?
I think, if you don't mind,
Oh, no, don't go, Teddy.
No, please don't. I'm only staying a minute. We were talking about Lady Kitty just before she arrived. Do you remember the pale, frail lady in black satin and old lace?
Did you expect her to be like this, poor dear?
My dear child, I haven't the vaguest idea. You were asking me the other day what she was like when she ran away. I didn't tell you half. She was so gay and so natural. Who would have thought that animation would turn into such frivolity and that charming impulsiveness lead to such a ridiculous affectation?
It rather sets my nerves on edge to hear the way you talk of her.
It's the truth that sets your nerves on edge, not I.
You loved her once. Have you no feeling for her at all?
No, why should I?
She's the mother of your son.
My dear child, you have a charming nature. As simple, frank, and artless as hers was. Don't let pure humbug obscure your common sense.
We have no right to judge. She's only been here 2 days. We know nothing about her.
My dear, her soul is as thickly rouged as her face. She hasn't an emotion that's sincere. She's tinsel. You think I'm a cruel, cynical old man. Why, when I think of what she was, if I didn't laugh at what she has become, I should cry.
How do you know she wouldn't be just the same now if she'd remained your wife? Do you think your influence would have had such a salutary effect on her?
I like you when you're bitter and rather insolent.
Do you like me enough to answer my question?
She was only 27 when she went away. She might have become anything. She might have become the woman you expected her to be. We are the creatures of our environment. She's a silly, worthless woman because she's led a silly, worthless life.
You're horrible today.
I don't say it's I who could have prevented her from becoming this ridiculous caricature of a pretty woman grown old. But life could. Here she would have had the friends fit to her station and a decent activity and worthy interests. There is no more lamentable pursuit than a life of pleasure.
At all events, she loved, and she loved greatly. I have only pity and affection for her.
And if she loved, what do you think she felt when she saw that she had ruined Hughie? Look at him. He was tight last night after dinner and tight the night before.
I know.
And she took it as a matter of course. How long do you suppose he's been getting tight every night? Do you think he was like that 30 years ago? Can you imagine that was a brilliant young man whom everyone expected to be Prime Minister? Look at him now. A grumpy, sodden old fellow with false teeth.
You have false teeth, too.
Yes, but damn it all, they fit. She's ruined him, and she knows she's ruined him.
Why are you saying all this to me?
Am I hurting your feelings?
I think I've had enough for the present.
I'll go and have a look at the goldfish. I want to see Arnold when he comes in. Oh, I'm afraid we've been boring, Mr. Luton.
Not at all.
When are you going back to the FMS?
In about a month.
I see.
I wonder what he has at the back of his head.
Do you think he was talking at you?
He's as clever as a bag full of monkeys.
It seems very difficult to get a few minutes alone with you. I wonder if you've been making it difficult.
I wanted to think.
I've made up my mind to go away tomorrow.
Why?
I want you all together or not at all.
You're so arbitrary.
You said you cared for me.
I do.
Do you mind if we talk it over now?
No.
It makes me feel rather shy and awkward. I've repeated to myself over and over again exactly what I want to say to you, and now all I'd prepared seems rather footling.
I'm so afraid I'm going to cry.
I feel it's all so tremendously serious, and I think we ought to keep emotion out of it. You're rather emotional, aren't you?
So are you, for the matter of that.
That's why I wanted to have everything I meant to say to you cut and dried. I think it would be awfully unfair if I made love to you and all that sort of thing, and you were carried away. I wrote it all down and thought I'd send it to you as a letter.
Why didn't you?
A letter seems so cold. You see, I love you so awfully.
For goodness sake, don't say that.
No, you mustn't cry. Please don't, or I shall go all to pieces.
I'm sorry. It doesn't mean anything, really. It's only tears running out of my eyes.
Our only chance is to be awfully matter-of-fact.
What's the matter?
I've got a sort of lump in my throat. It's idiotic. I think I'll have a cigarette. You see, I've never been in love with anyone before. Not really. It's knocked me endways. I don't know how I can live without you now. Oh. Does that old fool know I'm in love with you?
I think so.
When he was talking about Lady Kitty smashing up Lord Portier's career, I thought there was something at the back of it.
I think he was trying to persuade me not to smash up yours.
Well, I'm sure that's very considerate of him, but I don't happen to have one to smash. I wish I had. It's the only time in my life I've wished I were a hell of a swell, so that I could chuck it all and show you how much more you are to me than anything else in the world.
You're a dear old thing, Teddy.
You see, I'm not at all romantic and that sort of thing. I'm just a common or garden businessman. All this is so dreadfully serious, and I think we ought to be sensible.
You owl.
No, Elizabeth, don't say things like that to me. I want you to consider all the pros and cons, and my heart's thumping against my chest, and you know I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, my precious.
No, don't be idiotic, Elizabeth. I'm not going to tell you that I can't live without you in a lot of muck like that. You know that you mean everything in the world to me. Oh, my God.
Do you think there's anything you can say to me that I don't know already?
But I haven't said a single thing I wanted to. I'm a businessman, and I want to put it all in a business way, if you understand what I mean.
I don't believe you're a very good businessman.
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a first-class businessman, but somehow this is different. What I want to say is perfectly simple. I'm a very ordinary businessman.
You've said that before.
Shut up. I haven't got a bob besides what I earn. I've got no position. I'm nothing. You're rich and you've got everything that anyone can want. But after all, there's only one thing that really matters in the world, and that's love. I love you. Oh, chuck all this, Elizabeth, and come to me.
Are you cross with me?
Furious.
Darling.
If you don't want me, tell me so at once and let me get out quickly.
Teddy, nothing in the world matters anything to me but you. I'll go wherever you take me. I love you.
Oh, my God.
Does it mean as much to you as that? Oh, Teddy.
Don't be a fool, Elizabeth.
It's you, the fool. You're making me cry.
You're so damned emotional.
You're damned emotional yourself. I'm sure you're a rotten businessman.
I don't care what you think. Oh, you've made me so awfully happy. I say, what a lark life's going to be.
Oh, Teddy, you are an angel.
Let's get out quick. It's no good wasting time. Elizabeth.
What?
Nothing. I just like to say Elizabeth.
You fool.
I say, can you shoot?
No.
I'll teach you. You don't know how grand it is to start out from your camp at dawn and travel through the jungle, and you're so tired at night, and the sky's all starry.
Isn't it fun being in love with someone who's in love with you?
I say, I think I'd better clear out at once, don't you? Seems rather rotten to stay on in this house.
You can't go tonight. There's no train.
I'll go tomorrow. I'll wait in London till you're ready to join me.
I'm not going to leave a note on the pincushion like Lady Kitty, you know. I'm going to tell Arnold.
Are you? Don't you think there'll be an awful bother?
I must face it. I should hate to be sly and deceitful.
Well, then let's face it together.
No, I'll talk to Arnold by myself.
You won't let anyone influence you?
No. There's the car. Arnold's come back. I must go and bathe my eyes. I don't want them to see I've been crying.
All right. Elizabeth.
What?
Bless you.
Idiot.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Oh, Arnold, I saw you come in. Well, we don't seem to have had 5 minutes by ourselves. I want to make your acquaintance, you know.
I should like you to know that it's not by my wish that my father is here.
Oh, but I'm so interested to see him.
Oh, I was afraid that you and Lord Porteous must find it embarrassing.
Oh, no. Hughie was his greatest friend. They were at Eton and Oxford together. I think your father's improved so much since I saw him last. Wasn't good looking as a young man, but now he's quite handsome.
Thank you.
Life is really very quaint. Sad, of course, but oh, so quaint. Often I lie in bed at night and have a good laugh to myself as I think how quaint life is.
I'm afraid I'm a very serious person.
How old are you now, Arnold?
35.
Are you really? Oh, of course, I was a child when I married your father.
Really? You always told me you were 22.
Oh, what nonsense. Well, I was married out of the nursery. I put my hair up for the first time on my wedding day.
Where is Lord Porteous?
Oh, my dear, it sounds too absurd to hear you call him Lord Porteous. Why don't you call him Uncle Hughie?
He doesn't happen to be my uncle.
No, but he's your godfather. You know, I'm sure you'll like him when you know him better. I simply adore Elizabeth. She's too beautiful.
Her hair is very pretty.
It's not touched up, is it?
Oh, no.
Well, I just wondered. It's a rather coincidence that her hair should be the same colour as mine. I suppose it shows that your father and you are attracted by just the same thing. So interesting heredity, isn't it?
Very. Oh, here is my father.
Do I intrude?
No, come in, Clive. Arnold and I have been having such a wonderful heart-to-heart talk.
Very nice.
Father, I've been looking at this chair again. Since Lord Porteous said the legs weren't right, I've been very uneasy.
Oh, you only said that because he was in a bad temper.
His temper seems to be very short these days, Kitty.
Oh, it is.
You feel he knows what he's talking about. I gave £75 for that chair. I'm very seldom taken in. I always think that if a thing's right, you feel it.
Well, don't let it disturb your night's rest.
But, my dear father, that's just what it does. I had a most horrible dream about it last night.
Oh, here he is, Huey.
I'm going to fetch a book I have on old English furniture. There's an illustration of a chair which is almost identical with this one.
Quite a family gathering, by George.
I was thinking just now we'd make a very pleasing picture of a typical English home.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. There's something I want to show you, Lord Porteous.
Would you like to play piquet with me, Huey?
Not particularly.
You were never much of a piquet player, were you?
I dear Clive, you people don't know what piquet is in England.
Let's have a game, then. You may make money.
Let me tell you, Clive, I don't like your manner.
I'm sorry for that. I'm afraid I can't offer to change it at my age.
I don't know what you want to be hanging around here for.
A natural attachment to my home.
If you'd had an attack, you'd have kept out of the way while we're here.
My dear Huey, I don't understand your attitude at all. If I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, why should you object?
Damn it all, they're not bygones.
After all, I'm the injured party.
How the devil are you the injured party?
Well, you did run away with my wife, didn't you?
Now, don't let's go into ancient history. I can't see why we shouldn't all be friends.
I beg you not to interfere, Kitty.
I'm very fond of Clive.
You never cared two straws for Clive. You only say that to irritate me.
Not at all. I don't see why he shouldn't come and stay with us.
Oh, I'd love to. I think Florence in springtime is delightful. Have you central heating?
I never liked you. I don't like you now. And I never shall like you.
How very unfortunate, because I liked you. I like you now, and I shall continue to like you.
There's something very nice about you, Clive.
If you think that, why the devil did you leave him?
Are you going to reproach me because I love you? How utterly detestable you are.
No, don't quarrel with one another.
Oh, it's all his fault. I'm the easiest person in the world to live with. But really, he tried the patience of a saint.
Come, don't get upset, Kitty. When two people live together, there must be a certain amount of give and take.
Would you have the very great kindness to mind your own business?
Oh, it is his business. He naturally wants me to be happy.
I have the very greatest affection for Kitty.
Then why the devil didn't you look after her properly?
My dear Huey, you were my greatest friend. I trusted you. It may have been rash.
It was inexcusable.
I don't know what you mean by that, Huey.
Don't try to bully me, Kitty.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Then why the devil did you say you didn't?
Well, when I think that I've sacrificed everything for that man, and for 30 years I've had to live in a filthy marble palace with no sanitary conveniences.
Do you mean to say that you haven't got a bathroom?
I've had to wash in a tub.
Oh, my poor Kitty, how you've suffered.
Really, Kitty, I'm sick of hearing of the sacrifice you've made. I suppose you think I sacrificed nothing. I should have been Prime Minister by now if it hadn't been for you.
Nonsense.
What do you mean by that? Everyone said I should be Prime Minister. Shouldn't I have been Prime Minister, Clive?
It was certainly the general expectation.
I was the most promising young man of my time. I was bound to get a seat in the cabinet at the next election.
Well, they'd have found you out just as I found you out. I'm sick of hearing that I ruined your career. You never had a career to ruin. Prime Minister. You haven't the brain. You haven't the character.
Cheek, push, and a gift of the gab will serve very well instead, you know.
Besides, in politics, it's not the men that matter. It's the women at the back of them. I could have made Clive a cabinet minister if I'd wanted to.
Clive?
With my beauty, my charm, my force of character, my wit, I could have done anything.
Clive was nothing but my political secretary. When I was Prime Minister, I might have made him governor of some colony or other. Western Australia, say. Out of pure kindness.
You think I would have buried myself in Western Australia with my beauty and my charm?
Or Barbados, perhaps?
Barbados can go to Barbados.
That's all you've got.
Nonsense. I'd have had India.
I'd never have given you India.
You would have given me India.
I tell you I wouldn't.
The king would have given me India. The nation would have insisted on my having India. I would have been in vice reign or nothing.
I tell you that as long as the interests of the British Empire... Damn it, all my teeth are coming out.
Oh, it's too much. I can't bear it anymore. I put up with him for 30 years, and now I'm at the end of my tether.
Calm yourself,
my
dear
dear word.
Kitty.
No, I've quite made up my mind. It's finished. When I saw that you didn't marry again, I couldn't help thinking that you still loved me.
I'm one of the few men I know who is able to profit by experience.
Clive, I'm willing to return to you.
My dear Kitty, I couldn't take advantage of your momentary vexation with Hughie to let you take a step which I know you would bitterly regret.
You've waited for me a long time, Clive. For Arnold's sake.
Do you think we really need bother about Arnold? In the last 30 years, he's had time to grow used to the situation.
Explain yourself, Clive.
When you ran away from me, Kitty, I was sore and angry and miserable. But above all, I felt a fool.
Men are so vain.
But I was a student of history, and presently I reflected that I shared my misfortune with very nearly all the greatest men.
I'm a great reader myself. It's always struck me as peculiar.
The explanation is very simple. Women dislike intelligence. And when they find it in their husbands, they revenge themselves on them in the only way they can, by making them, well, what you made me.
It's ingenious, Clive. It may be true.
The House of Commons had always bored me excessively, and the scandal of our divorce gave me an opportunity to resign my seat. I've been relieved to find that the country got on perfectly well without me.
But has love never entered your life?
Tell me frankly, Kitty, don't you think people make a lot of unnecessary fuss about love?
Oh, it's the most wonderful thing in the world.
You're incorrigible. Do you really think it was worth sacrificing so much for?
My dear Clive, I don't mind telling you, if I had my time over again, I should be unfaithful to you, but I should not leave you.
For some years, I was notoriously the prey of a secret sorrow.
And since then?
Since then, I've allowed myself the luxury of assisting financially a succession of dear little things in a somewhat humble sphere between the ages of 20 and 25.
I cannot understand the infatuation of men for young girls. I think they're so dull.
It's a matter of taste. I love old wine, old friends, and old books. But I like young women. On their 25th birthday, I give them a diamond ring and tell them they must no longer waste their youth and beauty on an old fogey like me. Then I start all over again.
You're a wicked old man, Clive.
But by George, I'm a happy one.
There's only one course open to me now.
What is that?
To go and dress for dinner.
Capital. I'll follow your example.
Where's Arnold?
He's on the terrace. I'll call him.
Oh, don't bother.
I was just strolling along to my cottage to put on a dinner jacket. Arnold!
Hello? Oh, Elizabeth, I found an illustration here of a chair which is almost identical with mine. It's dated 1750. Look.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. I can't think why you don't take the pride that I do in this house. After all, it's one of the show places in the county.
I'm afraid you find me very unsatisfactory.
I don't know about that, but my two subjects are politics and decoration. I should be a perfect fool if I didn't see that you don't care two straws about either.
We haven't very much in common, Arnold, have we?
I don't think you can blame me for that.
I don't. I blame you for nothing. I have no fault to find with you.
Good gracious me. What's the meaning of all this?
Well, I don't think there's any object in beating about the bush. I want you to let me go.
Go? Where?
Away. For always.
My dear child, what are you talking about?
I want to be free.
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous, darling. I dare say you're run down. You want to change. I'll run you over to Paris for the weekend if you want me to.
I shouldn't have spoken to you if I hadn't quite made up my mind. We've been married for 3 years, and I don't think it's been a great success.
Well, if you would allow me to say so, the fault is yours.
I'm quite willing to allow that the fault is mine. How does that make it any better? I'm only 25. If I've made a mistake, I've time to correct it.
I can't bring myself to take you very seriously.
You see, I don't love you.
Oh. Well, I'm awfully sorry, but you weren't obliged to marry me.
I've quite made up my mind to leave you, Arnold.
Oh, come, Elizabeth. You must be sensible. You haven't any reason to leave me.
Why should you wish to keep a woman tied to you who wants to be free?
I happen to be in love with you.
You might have said that before.
I thought you'd take it for granted. You can't expect a man to go on making love to his wife after 3 years. I'm very busy. After all, a man marries to have a home, but also because he doesn't want to be bothered with sex and all that sort of thing. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, and I've been in love with you ever since.
I'm sorry, but if you're not in love with a man, his love doesn't mean very much to you.
It's so ungrateful. I've done everything in the world for you.
You've been very kind to me. But now you must let me go.
Oh, nonsense. I'm a good deal older than you are, and I think I have a little more sense. In your interest as well as mine, I'm not going to do anything of the sort.
How can you prevent me? You can't keep me under lock and key.
Oh, please don't talk to me as if I were a foolish child. Now, what is it precisely that you suggest?
Well, I want you to let me divorce you.
Me? Thank you very much. Are you under the impression that I'm going to sacrifice my career for a whim of yours?
How will it do that?
My majority's small enough as it is. Do you think I'd be able to hold it if I were in a divorce case?
It's rather hard on a woman to be divorced.
What do you mean by that? Are you in love with someone?
Yes.
Who?
Teddy Luton.
Ted? My poor child. Oh, how can you be so ridiculous? Well, he hasn't a bob. He's a perfectly commonplace young man.
I've fallen desperately in love with him, Arnold.
Well, you better fall desperately out.
He wants to marry me.
I dare say he does. He can go to hell.
It's no good taking it like that.
Is he your lover?
Certainly not.
Well, it shows he's a mean skunk to take advantage of my hospitality to make love to you.
It's because I wanted to do nothing shabby that I told you straight out how things were.
How long have you been thinking of this?
I've been in love with Teddy ever since I knew him.
You never thought of me at all, I suppose.
Oh, yes, I did. I was miserable. But I can't help myself. I wish I loved you, but I don't.
I recommend you to think very carefully before you do anything foolish.
I have thought very carefully.
I don't know why I don't give you a sound hiding. I'm not sure that it wouldn't be the best thing to bring you to your senses.
Oh, Arnold, don't take it like that.
Well, how do you expect me to take it? You come to me quite calmly and say, I've had enough of you. We've been married 3 years, and I think I'd like to marry somebody else now. Shall I break up your home? What a bore for you. Do you mind my divorcing you? It'll smash up your career, will it? What a pity. Oh, no, my dear, I may be a fool, but I'm not a damn fool.
Teddy is leaving here by the first train tomorrow. I warn you that I mean to join him as soon as he can make the necessary arrangements.
Where is he?
I don't know. I suppose he's in his room.
George! George!
Yes, sir.
Tell Mr. Luton to come here at once.
Ask Mr. Luton if he wouldn't mind coming here for a moment.
Very good, madam.
What are you going to say to him?
That's my business.
I wouldn't make a scene if I were you.
I am not going to make a scene. Why did you insist on my mother coming here?
It seemed really rather absurd to take up the attitude that I should be contaminated by her when...
When you were proposing to do exactly the same thing. Well, now you've seen her. What do you think of her, Do you think it's been a success? Is that the sort of woman a man would like his mother to be?
I've been ashamed. I've been so sorry. It all seemed dreadful and horrible. Well, this morning I happened to notice a rose in the garden. It looked all overblown and bedraggled. It was like a painted old woman. And I remembered that I'd looked at it a day or two ago. It was lovely then, fresh and blooming and fragrant. Well, it may be hideous now, but that doesn't take away from the beauty it had once. That was real.
Poetry, by God, as if this were the moment for poetry.
Did you want me, Elizabeth?
I sent for you. When will it be convenient for you to leave this house?
I was proposing to go tomorrow morning, but I can very well go at once if you like.
I do like.
Very well. Is there anything else you wish to say to me?
Do you think it was very honorable to come down here and make love to my wife?
No, I don't. I haven't been very happy about it. That's why I wanted to go away.
Upon my word, you're cool.
I'm afraid it's no good saying I'm sorry and that sort of thing. You know what the situation is.
Is it true that you want to marry Elizabeth?
Yes. I should like to marry her as soon as ever I can.
Have you thought of me at all? Has it struck you that you're destroying my home and breaking up my happiness?
I don't see how there could be much happiness for you if Elizabeth doesn't care for you.
Well, let me tell you that I refuse to have my home broken up by a tuppenny-halfpenny adventurer who takes advantage of a foolish woman. I refuse to allow myself to be divorced. I can't prevent my wife from going off with you if she's determined to make a damn fool of herself. But this I tell you, nothing will induce me to divorce her.
Arnold, that would be monstrous.
We could force you.
How?
If we went away together openly, you'd have to bring an action.
24 hours after you leave this house, I shall go down to Brighton with a chorus girl. And neither you nor I will be able to get a divorce. We've had enough divorces in our family. And now get out! Get out! Get out!
I think if you'll follow my advice to the letter, Arnold, you'll probably work the trick.
I don't like it, you know. It's against all my principles.
My dear Arnold, we all hope that you have before you a distinguished political career. You can't learn too soon that the most useful thing about a principle is that it can always be sacrificed to expediency.
Supposing it doesn't come off.
A woman will always sacrifice herself if you give her the opportunity. It's her favorite form of self-indulgence.
I never know whether you're a humorist or a cynic, Father.
I'm neither, my dear boy. I'm merely a very truthful man. But people are so unused to the truth that they're apt to mistake it for a joke or a sneer.
It seems so unfair that this should happen to me.
Keep your head, my boy, and do what I tell you. Oh, here they are.
Where's Lord Porteous?
He's on the terrace. He's smoking a cigar. Hughie?
Yes? Where's Mrs. Chesterton?
Oh, she had a headache. She's gone to bed.
Arnold and I have just been down to my cottage.
I've wondered where you'd gone.
I came across an old photograph album this afternoon. I meant to bring it along before dinner, but I forgot, so we went and fetched it.
Oh, do let me see it. I love old photographs. Aren't their clothes funny?
That's Mrs. Langtry.
She has a lovely nose.
Oh, she was the most wonderful thing you ever saw. Dowagers used to jump on chairs in order to get a good look at her when she came into a drawing room.
And who's that?
Oh, Lady Lonsdale. That's Lady Dudley.
This is an actress, isn't it?
It is indeed. Ellen Terry. By George, how I loved that woman.
Dear Ellen Terry.
There's Lady Randolph.
I think it's too sweet. I love their absurd bustles and those tight sleeves.
What figures they had. In those days, a woman wasn't supposed to be as thin as a rail and as fat as a pancake.
Oh, what a lovely little thing. Who on earth's that?
That?
She looks so fragile, like a piece of exquisite china. All those furs and her face up against her mouth and the snow falling.
Yes, there was quite a rage at that time for being taken in an artificial snowstorm.
What a sweet smile. So roguish and frank and debonair. I wish I looked like that. Do tell me who it is.
Don't you know?
No?
Why, it's Kitty.
Lady Kitty? Oh, my dear, do look. It's too ravishing. Why didn't you tell me you looked like that? Everybody must have been in love with you. My dear, what's the matter? What have I done? I'm so sorry.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. It's stupid of me.
Come out on the terrace, Elizabeth.
Did you do that on purpose?
Kitty. I'm afraid I was very rude to you before dinner, Kitty.
It doesn't matter, Hughie. I'm sure I was very exasperated.
I didn't mean what I said, you know.
No, neither did I.
Of course, I know. I never have been Prime Minister.
How can you talk such nonsense, Hughie? No one would have had a chance if you'd remained in politics.
No, I haven't the character.
You've more character than anyone I've ever met.
Besides, I don't know that I much wanted to be Prime Minister.
Oh, but I should have been so proud of you. And of course you'd have been Prime Minister.
I'd have given you India, you know. I think it'd have been a very popular appointment.
I don't care tuppence about India. I'd been quite content with Western Australia.
My dear, you don't think I'd let you bury yourself in Western Australia?
Or Barbados.
Never. Kept you in London. Hello. Photograph?
No. Don't look.
Oh, don't be silly.
Isn't it hateful to grow old?
You know, you haven't changed much.
Oh, Hughie. Oh, how can you talk such nonsense?
Of course, you're a little more mature, but that's all. A woman's all the better for being rather mature.
Do you really think that?
For my soul,
You're
I
not
do.
just saying it to please me.
No.
Let me look at the photograph again. Well, the fact is, if your bones are good, age doesn't really matter. You'll always be beautiful.
Silly of you to cry.
It hasn't made my eyelashes run, has it?
Not a bit.
It's very good stuff I have now. They don't stick together either.
Look here, Kitty. How much longer do you want to stay here?
Oh, I'm quite ready to go whenever you want.
Clive gets on my nerves. I don't like the way he keeps hanging about you all.
Hughie, you don't mean to say you're jealous of poor Clive?
Of course I'm not jealous of him. He does look at you in a way that I can't help thinking rather objectionable.
Hughie, you may throw me downstairs like Amy Robson. You may drag me about the floor by the hair of my head. I don't care. You're jealous. I shall never grow old.
Damn it all, the man was your husband.
My dear Hughie, you never had your style. By the moment you come into a room, everyone looks and says, who the devil's that?
What? You think that, do you? Well, there's something in what you say. These damn radicals can say what they like, but by God, Kitty, when a man's a gentleman... Well, damn it all, you know what I mean.
I think Clive's degenerated dreadfully since we left him.
What do you say to making a beeline for Italy and going to San Michele?
Oh, Hughie! But it's years since we were there.
Wouldn't you like to see it again? Just once more?
Oh, do you remember the first time we went? It was the most heavenly place I'd ever seen. We only left England a month, but I said I'd like to spend all my life there.
Of course, I remember. And in a fortnight, it was yours. Lock, stock, and barrel.
We were very happy there, Hughie.
Let's go back once more.
No, I daren't. It must be all peopled with the ghosts of our past. One should never go again to a place where one's been happy. It would break my heart.
You remember how we used to sit on the terrace of the old castle and look at the sea? We might have been the only people in the world, you and I, Kitty.
And we thought our love would last forever.
Clive! Is there any chance of bridge this evening?
I don't think we can make up a four.
What a nuisance that boy went away like that. He wasn't a bad player.
Teddy Luton.
It was very funny, his going without saying goodbye to anyone.
The young men of the present day are very casual.
I thought there was no train this evening.
There isn't. The last train leaves at 5:45.
Why did you go, Clive?
I have something very grave to say to you. Elizabeth wants to leave Arnold.
Clive? What on earth for?
She's in love with Teddy Luton. That's why he went.
Oh.
The men of my family are really very unfortunate.
My dear. Well, what's to be done?
I think you can do a great deal.
I? What?
Tell her. Tell her what it means.
Oh, no. No.
She's a child, not for Arnold's sake, for her sake. You must.
You don't know what you're asking, Clive.
Yes, I do.
Hughie, what shall I do?
Oh, do what you like. I shall never blame you for anything.
Yes, George? What is it?
I was looking for Mrs. Champion Cheney, sir.
She's not here. Is that a letter?
Yes, sir. It's just been sent up from the Champion Arms.
Leave it. I'll give it to Mrs. Cheney.
Very good, sir.
Is the Champion Arms a local pub?
It's by way of being a hotel, but I never heard of anyone staying there.
If there was no train, I suppose he had to go there.
Great minds. I wonder what he has to write about. Elizabeth?
Yes?
Here's a note for you.
It's lovely in the garden tonight.
They've just sent this up from the Champion Arms.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Hughie, I wish you'd fetch me a cloak. I'd like to take a little stroll in the garden, but after 30 years in Italy, I find these English summers rather chilly.
Very well, my dear.
I want to talk to Elizabeth, Clive.
I'll leave you.
What does he say?
Who?
Mr. Luton.
They've told you.
Yes. And now they have. I think I knew it all along.
I don't expect you to have much sympathy for me. Arnold's your son.
So pitifully little.
I'm not suited for this sort of existence. Arnold wants me to take what he calls my place in society. I get so bored with those parties in London.
Are you very much in love with Mr. Luton?
I love him with all my heart.
And he?
He's never cared for anyone but me. He never will.
Will Arnold let you divorce him?
No, he won't hear of it. He refuses even to divorce me.
Why?
He thinks a scandal will revive all the old gossip.
Oh, my poor child.
It can't be helped. I'm quite willing to accept the consequences.
You don't know what it is to have a man tied to you only by his honor. When married people don't get on, they can separate. But if they're not married, it's impossible. It's a tie that only death can sever.
If Teddy stopped caring for me, I shouldn't want him to stay with me for 5 minutes.
One says that when one's sure of a man's love. But when one isn't anymore, it's so different, Elizabeth. In those circumstances, one's got to keep a man's love. It's the only thing one has.
I'm a human being. I can stand on my own feet.
Have you any money of your own?
None.
Well, then how can you stand on your own feet? You think I'm a silly, frivolous woman, but I've learned something in a bitter school. When you come down to bedrock, it's the man who pays the piper who calls the tune. Woman will only be the equal of man when she earns her living in the same way that he does.
I don't want luxury.
You mean that if need be you could earn your own living?
Yes.
What could you be? Nurse or typist? It's nonsense. Luxury saps a woman's nerve, and when she's known it once, it becomes a necessity.
That depends on the woman.
Oh, when we're young, we think we're different from everyone else. But when we grow a little older, we discover we're all very much of a muchness.
You're very kind to take so much trouble about me.
Breaks my heart to think that you're going to make the same pitiful mistake that I made.
Don't say it was that. Don't.
Look at me, Elizabeth, and look at Hughie. Do you think it's been a success? If I had my time over again, do you think I'd do it again? Do you think he would?
You see, you don't know how much I love Teddy.
Huh? And you think I didn't love Hughie? Do you think he didn't love me?
I'm sure he did.
Oh, of course, in the beginning, it was heavenly. We felt so brave and adventurous, and we were so much in love. Yes, the first 2 years were wonderful. People cut me, you know, but I didn't mind. I thought love was everything. It is a little uncomfortable when you come upon an old friend and go towards her eagerly, so glad to see her, and are met with an icy stare.
Do you think friends like that are worth having?
Well, at first I thought it was rather a relief, because it threw Hughie and me together more. But, you know, men are very funny. Even when they are in love, they're not in love all day long. They want change and recreation.
I'm not inclined to blame them for that, poor dears.
Then we settled in Florence. And because we couldn't get the society we'd been used to, we became used to the society we could get. Loose women, vicious men, snobs who like to patronize people with a handle to their names. And then Hughie began to hanker after his old life. He wanted to go big game shooting, but I daren't let him go. I was afraid he'd never come back.
But you knew he loved you.
My dear, believe me, it's no joke when you have to rely on yourself to keep a man. I could never afford to grow old. My dear, I'll tell you a secret that I'd never told to a living soul.
What's that?
My hair is not naturally this color.
Really?
Oh, touch it up. Well, you'd never have guessed, would you?
Never.
Well, nobody does. But, my dear, it's white. Prematurely, of course, but white. Oh, However tired I've been, I've had to be brilliant and gay. I've never let Hughie see the aching heart behind my smiling eyes.
You poor dear.
And when I saw he was attracted by someone else, the fear and jealousy that seized me, I didn't dare to make a scene as I should have done if I'd been married. I had to pretend not to notice.
But do you mean to say he fell in love with anyone else?
Well, of course he did eventually.
You must have been very unhappy.
I was. Dreadfully. Night after night, I sobbed my heart out when Hughie told me he was going to play cards at the club, and I knew he was with that odious woman. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't plenty of men who were anxious to console me.
Of course, I can quite understand that.
But I had my self-respect to think of. Whatever Hughie did, I would do nothing I should regret.
You must be very glad now.
And notwithstanding all my temptations, I have been absolutely faithful to Hughie, in spirit.
I don't think I understand what you mean.
Well, there was an Italian boy who was so desperately in love with me that his mother was afraid he'd go into a consumption. What could I do? Those Italians are so passionate. They had such beautiful eyes.
But I think that's dreadful.
Are you shocked? One sacrifices one's life for love, and then one finds that love doesn't last. The tragedy of love isn't death or separation. One gets over them. The tragedy of love is indifference.
Oh, Elizabeth, can I have a little talk with you?
Of course.
Shall we go for a stroll in the garden?
If you like, Arnold.
No, stay here. I'm going out anyway.
I want you to listen to me for a few moments, Elizabeth. I was so taken aback by what you told me just now that I lost my head. I was rather absurd, and I beg your pardon. I said things that I regret.
Oh, don't blame yourself. I'm sorry that I should have given you occasion to say them.
I want to ask you if you've quite made up your mind to go.
Quite.
Just now, I seem to have said all that I didn't want to say, and nothing that I did. I'm stupid and tongue-tied. I never told you how deeply I loved you.
Oh, Arnold.
I've been tactless and neglectful, but I do ask you to believe that it hasn't been because I didn't love you. When I see you at a party so fresh and lovely and everybody wondering at you, I have a sort of little thrill because you're mine, and afterwards I shall take you home.
Oh, Arnold, you're exaggerating.
I can't imagine this house without you. Oh, Elizabeth, don't you love me at all?
It's much better to be honest. No.
Does my unhappiness mean nothing to you?
Of course it does. It breaks my heart. You see, I never knew I meant so much to you. I'm so touched. And I'm so sorry, Arnold, really sorry, but I can't help myself.
My poor child, it's cruel of me to torture you.
Oh, Arnold, believe me, I have tried to make the best of it. I tried to love you, but I can't. After all, one either loves or one doesn't. Trying's no help.
I'm so afraid you'll be unhappy. I'm so afraid you'll regret.
I hope you'll forget me and all the unhappiness I've caused you.
Elizabeth?
Yes?
If you love this man and want to go to him, I'll do nothing to prevent you. My only wish is to do what is best for you.
Arnold, that's awfully kind of you. If I'm treating you badly, at least I want you to know that I'm grateful for all your kindness to me.
But there is one favor I should like you to do for me. Will you?
Oh, Arnold, of course, I'll do anything I can.
You've been used to a certain amount of luxury, and I can't bear to think that you should do without anything that you've had.
Oh, but Teddy can earn enough for our needs.
I'm afraid my mother's life hasn't been very easy, but it's obvious that the only thing that's made it possible is that Porteous was rich. I want you to let me make you an allowance of $2,000 a year.
No, I couldn't think of it. It's absurd.
I beg you to accept it. You don't know what a difference it will make.
It's awfully kind of you, Arnold. It humiliates me to speak about it. Nothing would induce me to take a penny from you.
Well, you can't prevent me from opening an account at my bank in your name. The money shall be paid in every quarter, whether you touch it or not, and if you happen to want it. It will be there, waiting for you.
You overwhelm me, Arnold. There's only one thing I want you to do for me. I should be very grateful if you would divorce me as soon as you possibly can.
No, I won't do that. But I'll give you cause to divorce me.
You? But, Arnold, your seat and your political career.
Well, my father gave up his seat under similar circumstances. He's got along very comfortably without politics.
But they're your whole life.
After all, one can't have it both ways. If you want to do the decent thing, you have to be prepared to suffer for it.
But I don't want you to suffer for it.
First, I rather hesitated at the scandal, but I dare say that was only weakness on my part.
Arnold, you're making me absolutely miserable.
What you said before dinner was quite right. It's nothing for a man, but it makes so much difference to a woman. Naturally, I must think of you first.
That's absurd. It's out of the question. Whatever there's to pay, I must pay it.
It's not very much I'm asking for, Elizabeth.
But I'm taking everything from you.
It's the only condition I make. My mind is absolutely made up. I will never divorce you, but I will enable you to divorce me.
Arnold, it's cruel to be so generous.
Oh, it's not generous at all. It's the only way I have of showing you how deep and passionate and sincere my love is for you. Good night. I have a great deal of work to do before I go to bed.
Good night.
Do you mind if I kiss you?
Oh, Arnold.
You alone, Elizabeth?
That note you asked me about, Lady Kitty, from Teddy.
Yes.
He wanted to have a talk with me before he went away. He's waiting for me at the end of the terrace. Would Lord Porteous mind going and asking him to come here?
Certainly.
Forgive me for troubling you, but it's very important.
No trouble at all.
Hugh and I'll leave you alone.
Oh, but I don't want to be left alone. I want you to stay.
What are you going to say to him?
Please don't ask me questions. I'm so frightfully unhappy.
Oh, my dear child.
No, isn't life rotten? Why can't one be happy without making other people unhappy?
I brought him. He said he'd be damned if he'd come.
When a lady sent for him. Are these the manners of the young men of today?
When you've been solemnly kicked out of a house once, I think it seems rather pushing to come back again as though nothing had happened.
Teddy, I want you to be serious.
Darling, I had such a rotten dinner at that pub. If you asked me to be serious on the top of that, I should cry.
Don't be idiotic, Teddy. I'm so utterly wretched.
What is it?
I can't come away with you, Teddy.
Why not?
I don't love you enough.
Fiddle.
Don't say fiddle to me.
I shall say exactly what I like
I won't
to
be
you.
bullied.
Now, look here, Elizabeth. You know perfectly well that I'm in love with you, and I know perfectly well that you're in love with me, so what are you talking nonsense for?
I can't say it if you're cross with me.
I'm not cross with you, silly.
Oh, it's harder still when you're being rather an owl.
Am I mistaken in thinking you're not very easy to please? Now, tell me exactly what you want to say. By the way, do you want Lady Kitty and Lord Porteous to be here?
Yes.
Elizabeth asked us to stay.
Oh, I don't mind, bless you. I only thought you might feel rather in the way.
A gentlewoman never feels in the way, Mr. Luton.
Teddy, listen. It wasn't true when I said I didn't love you. Of course I love you. But Arnold loves me, too. I didn't know how much.
What has he been saying to you?
He's been very good to me and so kind. I didn't know he could be so kind. He offered to let me divorce him.
That's very decent of him.
But don't you see? It ties my hands. How can I accept such a sacrifice? I should never forgive myself if I profited by his generosity.
You're not in love with Arnold. You're in love with me. It's idiotic to sacrifice your life for a slushy sentiment.
After all, I did marry him.
Well, you made a mistake. A marriage without love is no marriage at all.
I made the mistake. Why should he suffer for it? If anyone has to suffer, it's only right that I should.
What sort of life do you think it would be with him? When two people are married, it's very difficult for one of them to be unhappy without making the other unhappy, too.
I can't take advantage of his generosity.
I dare say he'll get a lot of satisfaction out of it.
Oh, you're being beastly, Teddy. He was simply wonderful. I never knew he had it in him.
You're talking rot, Elizabeth.
I wonder if you'd be capable of acting like that.
Acting like what?
What would you do if I were married to you and came to you and told you I loved somebody else and wanted to leave you?
You have very pretty blue eyes, Elizabeth. I'd black first one and then the other, and after that we'd see.
You damned brute.
Well, I've often thought I wasn't quite a gentleman. Had it never struck you?
You know, you're taking an unfair advantage of me. I feel as if I came to you quite unsuspectingly, and when I wasn't looking, you kicked me on the shins.
Don't you think we'd get on rather well together?
Oh, Elizabeth's a fool if she don't stick to her husband. It's bad enough for the man, but for the woman, it's damnable. I hold no brief for Arnold. He plays bridge like a foot. Saving your presence, Kitty, I think he's a prig.
Oh, poor dear, his father was at his age. I dare say he'll grow out of it.
But you stick to him, Elizabeth, stick to him. Man's a gregarious animal. We're members of a herd. If we break the herd's laws, we suffer for it. We'll suffer damnably.
Elizabeth, my dear child, don't go. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I tell you that. And I've sacrificed everything to love.
I'm afraid.
Elizabeth.
I can't face it. It's asking too much of me. Let's say goodbye to one another, Teddy. It's the only thing to do. I'm giving up all my hope of happiness.
But I wasn't offering you happiness. I don't think my sort of love tends to happiness. I'm jealous. I'm not a very easy man to get on with. I'm often out of temper and irritable. I should be fed to the teeth with you sometimes, and so would you be with me. I dare say we'd fight like cat and dog, and sometimes we'd hate each other. Often you'd be wretched and bored stiff and lonely, and often you'd be frightfully homesick, and then you'd regret all you'd lost. Stupid women would be rude to you because we'd run away together, and some of them would cut you. I don't offer you peace and quietness. I offer you unrest and anxiety. I don't offer you happiness. I offer you love.
You hateful creature. I absolutely adore you.
Kiss me.
Of course, the moment he said he'd give her a black eye, I knew it was finished.
Now, let's make a boat for it now, Elizabeth.
Shall we?
This minute.
You're damn fools, both of you, damn fools. If you like, you can have my car.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you. As a matter of fact, I got it out of the garage. It's just along the drive.
How do you mean you got it out of the garage?
Well, I thought there'd be a lot of bother, and it seemed to me the best thing would be for Elizabeth and me not to stand upon the order of our going, you know. Do it now. An excellent motto for a businessman.
I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless.
Oh, hang it all, I couldn't carry Elizabeth all the way to London. She's so damn plump.
You dirty dog.
Well, I like him, Kitty. No good pretending I don't like him.
The moon's shining, Elizabeth. We'll drive all through the night.
They better go to San Michele. I wired to have it got ready for him.
That's where we went when Hughie and I... You dear things. I envy you.
No, don't cry, Kitty. Confound you, don't cry.
Come, darling.
But I can't go like this.
Nonsense. Lady Kitty will lend you her cloak, won't you?
You're capable of tearing it off my back if I don't.
And we'll buy you a toothbrush in London in the morning.
Oh, she must write a note for Arnold. I'll put it on her pincushion.
Pincushion be blowed. Come, darling. We'll drive through the dawn and through the sunrise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, you darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, Hughie, how it all comes back to me. Will they suffer, or we suffered? And have we suffered all in vain?
My dear, I don't know that in life it matters so much what you do as what you are. No one can learn by the experience of another because those circumstances are quite the same. If we made rather a hash of things, perhaps it was because we were rather trivial people. You can do anything in this world if you're prepared to take the consequences. And consequences depend on character.
Well, I think I've settled the hash of that, young man.
Oh?
You have to get up very early in the morning to get the better of your humble servant.
What is that?
It sounds like a car. I expect it's your chauffeur, taking one of the maids for a joyride.
Whose hash are you talking about?
Mr. Edward Luton's, my dear Huey. I told Arnold exactly what to do, and he's done it. What makes a prison? Why, bars and bolts. Remove them, and a prisoner won't want to escape. Clever, I flatter myself.
Yeah, you were always that, Clive. But at the moment, you're obscure.
I told Arnold to go to Elizabeth and tell her she could have her freedom. I told him to sacrifice himself all along the line. I know what women are. The moment every obstacle was removed to her marriage with Teddy Luton, half the allurement was gone.
Arnold did that.
He followed my instructions to the letter. I've just seen him. She's shaken. I'm willing to bet.
Bet?
£500 to a penny that she won't bolt. A downy old bird, eh? Eh, downy's the word. Downy.
In The Circle by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Arnold Champion Cheney was played by Alan Wheatley. George, Peter Tuddenham, Anna Shenstone, Dorrit Wells, Elizabeth Patricia Gallimore, Edward Luton, Brian Hewlett, Clive Champion Cheney, Carlton Hobbs, Lady Kitty, Griselda Harvey, and Lord Porteous, Stephen Murray. The play was produced by Val Gielgud.
John Gielgud and Alan Bennett in 40 Years On by Alan Bennett, with Dorothy Reynolds, Paul Eddington, and Nora Nicholson.
Members of Albion House, past and present, parents and old boys. It does not seem so many years since I stood in this hall on November the 11th, 1918, to hear the headmaster declare a half-holiday on the occasion of the signing of the armistice. That was my first term at Albion House as a schoolboy, and now I am headmaster, and it is my last term. It is a sad occasion. It is a sad occasion, but it is a proud occasion too. I can see now some of the faces of my schoolfellows on that never-to-be-forgotten November morning, many of whose fathers, proud young trees for the felling, fell in that war. And in many a quiet English village there stands today a cenotaph, carved with their names, Squire's son rubbing shoulders with blacksmith's boy in the magnificent equality of death. Scarce 20 summers sufficed to weather those names before England must needs take up arms in a second world war. And now that too has passed into history. None of you boys are old enough to remember that second war, nor even some of you masters. Yet I remember them both. I can still see myself standing at that window one summer day in 1918 and listening to the rumble of the guns in France. I stood at that window again in June 1940 to see a lone Spitfire tackle a squadron of the Luftwaffe. Those times left their mark on Albion House. Some of the older ones among you will remember Bombardier Tiffin, our corps commander and gym instructor, lately retired. And the more observant ones among you will have noticed that one of Bombardier Tiffin's legs was not his own, The other one, God bless him, was lost in the Great War. Some people lost other things, less tangible perhaps than legs, but no less worthwhile. They lost illusions. They lost hope. They lost faith. That is why... Chewing charters?
Sir.
That is why the 20s and the 30s were such a muddled and grubby time, for lack of all the hopes and ideals that perished on the fields of France. And don't put it in your handkerchief.
Sir.
Hopes and ideals which in this school and in schools like it all over the country we've always striven to keep alive in order to be worthy of those who died. It was Baden-Powell, I think it was Baden-Powell who said that a public schoolboy must be acceptable at a dance and invaluable in a shipwreck. But I don't think you'd be much use in either, Skinner, if you were playing with the hair of the boy in front. See me afterwards.
Yes, sir.
A silent prayer. O God, look down upon our bodies, which are made in thine own image. Let us delight in our boy bodies, that they may grow day by day into man bodies, that our boy thoughts may become man thoughts, and that on that glorious day when manhood dawns upon us, it may dawn upon us as on the clean, dewy grass, with birds singing in our hearts and innocence looking from our eyes.
Amen.
I haven't finished. As I was praying... so that day by day, as our bodies grow more beautiful, so too our soul life may grow more beautiful, as the soul is the mirror of the body, and the body is the mirror of the soul.
Amen. Amen.
This school, this Albion House, this little huddle of buildings in a fold of the Downs, home of a long line of English gentlemen, symbol of all that is most enduring in our hopes and traditions. 30 years ago today, Tupper, the Germans marched into Poland, and you're picking your nose. See me afterwards. We aren't a rich school. We aren't a powerful school, not anymore. We don't set much store by cleverness at Albion House, so we don't run away with all the prizes. We used to do, of course, in the old days, and we must not forget those old days. But what we must remember is that we bequeathed our traditions to other schools. And if now they lead where we follow, it is because of that. My successor is well known to you all in the person of Mr. Franklin.
Hooray!
When the governors want your approval of their appointments, Wigglesworth, I'm sure they will ask for it. Mr. Franklin has long been my senior housemaster. Now he is promoted to pride of place. Doubtless the future will see many changes. Well, perhaps that is what the future is for. We cannot stand still even at the best of times. And now, as has always been the custom on this last day of term, staff and boys have come together to put on the play. Perhaps here I might say a word about Mr. Fairbrother, whose jealously guarded province the play has always been. I recall with particular pleasure that first trail-blazing production of Dear Octopus and last year's brave stab at Samson Agonistes. We shall miss him and his Delilah of that production, Miss Glenys Budd, who has contrived to delight us on innumerable occasions. And now, of course, she is Mrs. Fairbrother. Long may they flourish amidst the flesh-pots of Torquay. Ave atque vale. Oh, God bless all those who leave and take their ways into the high places of the earth, that the end of leaving may be the beginning of loving, as the beginning of loving is the end of life, so that at the last seekers may become finders, and finders keepers, for thy name's sake. Amen. And Mr. Franklin has put together this term's production, a short fling before he is crippled with the burden of administration. He has recruited a veritable galaxy of talent, connoisseurs of the drama. Could they but spare the time for rummaging in the contents of their neighbours' ears, Jarvis. May be interested to note that I myself am to play some part in this year's proceedings, and on the distaff side, of course, no expense has been spared in procuring the services of matron,
Hooray!
Miss Nisbet, and, of course, Mr. Tempest. Please, really, well, now, if I could just see those boys whom I had occasion to admonish, we will sing the school song together, and the play will begin shortly. Skinner, Tupper.
40 years on, when the far and the sun doth parted are those who are singing today. When
and everyone not connected with the play off the stage right away.
I just thought it best to say much as I've always said at the end of term. Like it or not, Franklin, boys are conservative creatures. The tug of ritual, the hold of habit, they like it.
They love it. Charles, have you seen Miss Nisbet?
The last time I saw her, she was en route for the lavatory.
What the hell's she doing there? I want her on stage. Miss Nisbet!
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just had to go to the bursary.
Don't move an inch from this spot till the start.
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
Am I needed yet? Does anyone want me?
No, I don't think so. You touch that switch again, Crabtree, and I'll flay the bloody hide off you. What'll I do?
Flay the bloody hide off me, sir.
Right.
And don't swear, boy. It shows a lack of vocabulary.
Miss Nisbet, I thought I told you to stay here.
Well, I was just wondering whether I ought to put on a cardigan. Do you think I'll be warm enough? July can be very treacherous, and it's better to be safe than sorry. I might get something I can't get rid of. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask. After all, I've just nicely got over a cold, and I washed my hair last night. I should feel so much happier.
I wish I could put my hands on the choir's parts.
Wigglesworth, if I might just have a word in your fair, albeit somewhat grubby ear. That is a nut, and this is a bolt.
Yes, sir.
It is a long-established custom that the one goes inside the other. Thus. Had your forefathers, Wigglesworth, been as stupid as you are, the human race would never have succeeded in procreating itself.
Surely somebody wants me, matron?
I do, Headmaster. I wonder if I might whisk you away and paint your face.
I don't see why not, provided you exercise restraint. I'm still not altogether happy about this, you know, matron. I wish I'd never agreed to do it.
Go easy on the Helena Rubinstein, matron. He only wants the bare essentials.
The bits I have to do aren't so bad, but there are some bits I haven't even been allowed to see. I suppose that means it's either sex or God. Yeah, it'll be that business of the school magazine all over again. The trouble with you, Franklin, is that you have this unfortunate tendency to put ideas into the boys' heads.
I thought that's what education meant.
But I never liked the word education. I prefer the word schooling. Still, what does it matter?
That's the spirit.
Yes, besides, it's never been my policy to interfere with my housemasters. I've done my best. I've maintained the forms. I've not always believed in them, but I've maintained them.
You'll do. I'll just dust you off and your own mother wouldn't know you.
Well, are we ready? I am told that what we are about to see is neither comedy nor tragedy, but a mixture of both. And that's a jolly good opportunity for you, parents included, to keep your wits about you so as to tell the one from the other. And in those parts that are funny, and in those parts only, I shall expect you to laugh, and in other parts, well, the reverse, and intelligently, remembering always that as the crackling of thorns under a pot cart writes, so is the laughter of a fool. For what we are about to see, may the Lord make us truly thankful.
Where's Miss Nisbet?
Oh, hell.
All our past proclaims the future, Shakespeare's voice and Nelson's hand, Milton's faith and Wordsworth's trust, in this our chosen and our changeless land. The Albion House Dramatic Society presents Speak for England, Arthur, a memoir of the life and times of two nice people in a world we have lost. We begin a quarter of a century ago in the basement of Claridge's Hotel, London.
Come on, Nursey.
But I've left me gas mask.
Never mind.
If we've missed it, Nursey, I shall never forgive you.
Mr. Franklin.
Don't call me Mr. Franklin.
But you've still got your gown on.
Wars break out once, or at the most twice in a lifetime, and you have to lose your gas mask. It must be past 11 now.
It's all right. The ultimatum's for 11. The broadcast is after that.
Oh, now you leave my wireless alone. I understand it, see? You keep your fingers to yourself, young man. It's not a machine, you know, that you can do just as you like with.
In the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany. You can imagine what a bitter blow it is to me that all my long struggle to win peace has failed.
Grovel, grovel, grovel. He's got so used to grovelling to Hitler, now feels he has to grovel to us.
Do you mind? The Prime Minister's trying to speak.
And I'm trying to listen.
Would have been more successful. up to the very last. It would have been quite possible to have...
What are you crying for, young lady? What's done is done. I knew there'd be tears. That Hitler's no business interfering with other people, even if they are foreign.
Well, thank God for that. What a relief.
There. Big blow. That's better.
We're at war. At long last, we're at war.
Things won't ever be the same, you know. It won't be the same world. Except that they say it'll be over by Christmas.
They said that last time, too. I heard in the lobbies he wanted to wriggle out of it even at this stage. What have we got to do with Poland?
Poor old thing. I've always had a soft spot for him.
It's his mother I feel sorry for.
Collapse of all my hopes, my public life. Made it sound as if he'd just lost a by-election, not determined the fate of Europe. It's September, you see. Hitler waited until the harvest's in.
Cheats never beat.
At least this time we know what we're fighting for.
We knew what we were fighting for last time.
What?
What's dead long ago, and pardon took his place.
We were fighting for honour and, lots of things I can't remember now, but I remember that I knew quite clearly then.
They can't have been very important if you can't remember them now.
One always forgets the most important things. It's the things one can't remember that stay with you.
I feel more light-hearted than I've done for years.
It's the end of our world, Nursey. They're rolling up the maps all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime.
There's a drop on your nose, dear. Here, use my handkerchief. Is that dinner down your frock, old...
I'd better get down to the house.
On a Sunday?
Or perhaps we'll come and sit in the gallery. It'll be a bit of history. Come along, Nancy.
Oh, I can't go yet. There's air raid on. I haven't got me gas mask. Oh, just think, all these people to knit for. There's not a minute to lose.
The year is 1900. As the bells rang out on that last day of the old century, they did not ring out the end of one era and the beginning of another. To enter upon the new century was not like opening a door and crossing a threshold. The old queen was still alive, and when she died, most of what she stood for lived on. And so, as the lights go up on the 20th century, we are still in the world of Elgar and Beerbohm, the age of Oscar Wilde.
Is there anything in the newspaper this morning with us?
They have named another battleship after Queen Victoria, ma'am.
Another? She must be beginning to think there's some resemblance. I see the Dean of Windsor has been consecrated Bishop of Bombay.
Bombay? If I may say so, ma'am. That seems to me to be taking Christianity a little too far.
And where is your good lady wife on this bright summer's morning?
Still at death's door, I'm afraid, my lady.
Still? But she's been there now for the last 16 years.
Yes, and I, my lady, have never left her bedside.
Great mistake, if I may say so. You should remember the proverb, a watched pot never boils. I must now speak to my nephew.
But I cannot see him anywhere.
A sure sign that he's in the vicinity. Gerald?
Good morning, Aunt Adelia.
The weather is immaterial. Gerald, do I detect a somewhat military note in your appearance? What is the reason for these warlike habiliments?
I've been called to the colours.
Indeed, whereabouts?
South Africa.
South Africa? I trust that will not interfere with your attendance at my dances.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, how can the Zulu expect to be treated as civilized people when they declare war in the middle of the season?
It's not the Zulu, Aunt Adelia, it's the Boer.
It comes to the same thing. I've never understood this liking for war. It panders to instincts already catered for within the scope of any respectable domestic establishment. Which brings me to my point. Your marriage. I've been going through my list, and have hit upon the ideal person. Lady Maltby.
Lady Maltby? Is she not connected with trade?
Trade? Nonsense. Her father made a fortune by introducing the corset to the Eskimos. That is not trade. It is philanthropy.
And she is very old-fashioned, besides.
If by that you mean she dresses like her mother, yes, she is. But then all women dress like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man ever does. That is his. You have something to say?
Yes, Aunt Adelia. You see, I've been engaged before. Several times.
I am aware that you've been engaged, though if I may say so, much after the manner of a public lavatory. Often and for very short periods.
I don't think that's very funny, Tempest.
Sorry, Headmaster.
If you want to make people laugh, you shouldn't have to go to the lavatory to do it.
Yes, Headmaster.
And Skinner?
Yes, sir?
You may regard this as a heaven-sent opportunity to draw with your fountain pen on that boy's neck, but I don't. Continue, Tempest.
Yes, You must be married next week.
Impossible.
Impossible? There seems to be an element of defeatism in that reply. Why, pray?
Lady Dundown, Aunt Cordelia, I cannot marry Lady Maltby next week because Lady Maltby is my mother.
Well, would the week after do? I beg your pardon?
Lady Maltby is my mother.
For how long has this been the case?
Almost as long as I can remember.
I see. One question, Mr. Grosvenor. Was your mother ever married?
No. I must confess it, Lady Dundown, she never was.
Splendid. Well, wherein lies the difficulty? Your mother is a spinster, albeit not without blot. You, nameless, dishonoured, fatherless creature that you are, unmarried. Marriage between your mother and yourself would make a decent man of you and an honest woman of her. Indeed, the arrangement seems so tidy, I'm surprised it does not happen more often in society. Dear me, how cold it has turned. I must go in and put on another rope of pearls. Your arm, Mr. Grosvenor, if you please.
Yes, Aunt Cordelia.
South of the border, I rode back one day. There in a veil of white by candlelight she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. South of the border, down Mexico way.
Is a delicate instrument. It is not a toy. Treat it well. Your life may depend on it. Your gas mask should be marked clearly with your name and identity card number. Take it with you wherever you go. Don't let it out of your sight, even when you're asleep. Practice wearing it for an hour each day until you're thoroughly accustomed to it. Failure to comply with these...
You've only had it on 5 minutes. The man said an hour.
Doesn't do to overdo it. Little and often.
I wonder where Christopher is. Oh, he said he's not allowed to say, but we would know where he is if he said he was where Charles and Lena spent their honeymoon.
Oswestry.
What?
Oswestry.
Nobody ever spent their honeymoon at Oswestry. I thought it was Paris.
The artillery go to Oswestry. Any other clues?
He says he saw Napoleon's tomb this morning. That doesn't sound very much like Oswestry to me.
You button your lip, young lady. Careless talk costs lives.
Oh, don't be silly, Nursey. There's only us here.
How do you know I'm not a German parachutist?
German parachutists don't knit, Nursey. Well, there's one thing. The weather is as perfect as it always is when the world is quaking. I remember just about this time of the year in 1914, Father saying much the same thing to Edmund Goss. He agreed and said it had been just the same in 1870.
They used to have really piping hot days. In 1911, during the Home Rule crisis, it was 97 degrees. 97.
It was too hot. It was too fine to last at the beginning of this century. Fine before 7, rain before 11, that's what I say. Oh, lend me your gas mask. I can do a bit of practice, just in case.
The year is 1906. In those days, it seemed the sun would always shine.
Queen's weather, we used to call it, when the old Queen was still alive. And that was how it was, all those years before the war.
Then in 1914 it begins to rain, and all through the war and after it never stops.
The war and everything that comes after, grey and wet and misty and nasty.
Never a fine day in the trenches, was there?
Rain on Armistice Day.
Rain on the queues that wait for the dole.
Rain on the wet tarmac as they search the empty sky, waiting for an old man with a piece of paper.
But over the smooth green lawns of the Edwardian era, the sun seemed always to shine. Like one's last summer term at school, that memory has turned all to gold.
Berkshire and Hampshire, Leicester and Rutland, those were the Edwardian counties. One breath of their pine-laden air, and I'm through the door in the wall, back in the land of lost content. I'm a young man on a summer afternoon at Melton or Belvoir, sitting in the garden with my life before me, and the whole vale dumb in the heat. Is it my fancy? Did I ever take tea on those matchless lawns? Did apricots ripen against old walls, and the great horn still sound at sunset? One boat on the wan, listless waters of the lake, and nothing stirring in Europe for years and years and years.
That's not how it was. That's only how he thinks it was. Really, it was wars and rumours of wars, just like any other time.
Somewhere, somehow, somebody is smoking. It's you, boy, isn't it?
No, sir.
You mean yes, sir?
No, sir.
Don't bully me, sir. Smoking stunts the growth. Oh, it's you, matron.
Oh, sorry, headmaster.
I'd lying on bed on a morning,
John's
half
ambulance
awake,
brigade.
listening to the sounds of the great house coming to life around one. First, about 5, the soft closing of a door and a slow shuffling tread.
Edward VII going back to his own room.
Ah, what sights those walls had seen. Here is Sargent's portrait of the Lavery sisters.
And here is Landseer's portrait of the Andrews sisters.
Now the day is over, night is drawing nigh, shadows of the evening still across the sky.
When I was ill as a child at the turn of the century, I would have a nightlight burning in a green saucer of water right through into the morning, and behind the scrap screen a bed would be set up for Nanny Gibbons. Very late, as it seemed to me then, though downstairs the dancing would just be beginning, Nanny Gibbons came to bed.
Nanny?
What?
I've got a pain in my leg.
Do you wonder you've got pains in your legs when you won't do your business? Well, next time you'll sit there till you do. I've forgotten to fold your vest, young man. I can't turn my back for 2 minutes, and clean on this afternoon.
I feel sick.
Do you wonder you feel sick sitting on them hot pipes? How many more times must I tell you? You sit on them pipes, you'll catch piles.
What are piles?
You mind your own business. Piles is piles, and you'll know soon enough when you catch them, because your insides will drop out and you'll die, and then where will you be? Lie down, sitting up at this time of night.
What time is it?
Time for Bedfordshire. Time you had your bottom smacked.
Can I have an apple?
No, you can't. Apples at this time of night. Apples don't grow on trees, you know.
What's that?
That's Nanny's medicine.
What for?
It's for Nanny's leg. Nanny's got a bone in her leg.
Can I have some for my leg?
No, you can't. Going out without your wellies on. Do you wonder you get pains in your legs? You go out without your wellies on, you'll go blind. That's why St. Paul went blind, went out on the Damascus road without his wellies on. See, did I say no? Lie down this minute. If I have another muff out of you, there'll be ructions. Give us a kiss. Kisses make babies grow. Night, night, sleep tight. God bless and go to sleep, or the policeman will come and cut your little tail off.
Now the day is over, night is drawing nigh, shadows of the evening still across the sky. Now the darkness gathers, stars begin to
My duty was plain. I sought an audience of the king this evening, and tendered to him my resignation, which his majesty has been pleased to accept.
Never be Prime Minister at the start of a war, Nursey.
Majesty has now entrusted...
Some of us have got better things to do. Good riddance to bad rubbish, that's what I say. Here, you're not doing anything for the war effort. You wind this wool.
It's always the same. Asquith, the younger Pitt, their heart's not in it. The man who's led you into it isn't the one to lead you out of it.
Chamberlain, Chamberlain, fly away home. Your house is on fire and your children all gone. I always had a soft spot for him. And what has Churchill done? He's just a troublemaker. Why couldn't they have Halifax?
How many more times do I have to tell you, don't play with that wireless, see? I've just put a new accumulator in. It's got to last me for the duration.
Oh, I heard a joke in the canteen today. What did Hitler say when he fell through the bed?
I don't know. What did Hitler say when he fell through the bed?
At last I'm in Poland.
Matron, I must apologise to all parents.
Willie, Willie, Harry, Steve, Harry, Dick, John, Harry, 3. 1, 2, 3, Ned's Richard, 2. Henry's 4, 5, 6, then who? Tudor, Henry's 7 and 8. Edward, Mary and Elizabeth. James to Charles, James again. William and Mary and the plane. 4 Georges from Hanover. William for Victoria.
And who came after Queen Victoria? Rumbold.
I don't know, sir.
Someone once said, Rumbold, that education is what is left when you've forgotten all you've ever learned. You appear to be trying to circumvent the process by learning as little as possible. Wigglesworth.
Edward, sir.
Edward what?
Edward the 7th, sir.
And who came after Edward the 7th?
They all did.
And what do we know of Edward the 7th? Who haven't I asked? Rumbold. Nothing. He knew nothing of Queen Victoria. He knows nothing of Edward the 7th. You're a stupid boy, Rumbold, but by God, you're a consistent one. What's all this din, Charters? Is it in the script?
It's the ruggedy.
Is it?
Well, fill on the piano while I get this sorted out.
Roger. A slight technical hitch, ladies and gentlemen, but worse things happen at sea. In the meantime, I do my best to entertain you at the piano.
Oh, God.
Franklin, what is happening? Tempest, what is this hiatus in the proceedings?
Mr. Franklin's gone out to try and stop the singing, Headmaster.
Stop it? Do you mean to say it's not part of the entertainment?
It's entirely spontaneous.
Spontaneous? Then it must be stopped at once. Matron, that's enough! Now then, Franklin, who's been acting the giddy goat? You, Treadgold? You should know better than this, Treadgold. A school prefect, captain of games, father, a governor of the school. Oh, Treadgold, you disappoint me.
I do apologise, sir, but it's the rugger team just back from Stowe. We licked them, sir, 17-6.
Oh, dismal youth with your boots knocking about your neck. It's all very well to apologise. 17-6! Oh, Treadgold, well done, well done. Take your hand off Treadgold's collar, Franklin. School prefect, captain of games, father, a governor of the school, doesn't need you hanging onto his collar. I think a short prayer might not come amiss. O God, let us give thanks for the warm embrace of the sun and the chaste kiss of the rain, thanking Thee as we match our splendid young limbs against each other in the rough and the tumble of our games together, so that at the last, rain-washed, sun-gilt, heaven-bent, we may repose upon Thine eternal changelessness, and thus at the last, when we are called to go, whither we know not hence, we may see God. You won't find him down there, Tupper.
Sir.
And bask in the presence of his glory from henceforth unto henceforth. Amen. 17-6. Amen. Amen.
I think they'd appreciate it, sir, if you spoke to them.
Do you think so? Oh, certainly, certainly. I'll speak to them at once. 17-6.
Treadgold, you privileged great lout, kindly inform your little male voice choir that if I ever get my hands on them, they'll be singing several octaves higher. Get out of my sight, the nodding youth, or I strangle you in your own bootlaces!
Treadgold, keep them under wraps, old chap. Take them behind the Fifes Court where they can sing to their heart's content. Sir. I'd better say at this juncture, Franklin, that I am not entirely pleased with the way things are going.
I refuse to be held responsible for a coachload of drunken louts.
I wasn't referring to that. Boy nature filling its lungs and shouting forth its full-throated praise of physical prowess. No harm in that. I was 18 myself once.
You should want witnesses of that.
No, there is an element of mockery here that I don't like. I don't mind your tongue being in your cheek, but I suspect your heart is there with it.
You can't expect to agree with everything. One generation treading on the toes of its predecessors. That's what tradition means.
I am still headmaster. Do not try to tell me what tradition means. Anyway, get on. Whose turn is it now?
Yours, Headmaster.
Clear the stage, then, clear the stage. I can't start with you dogging my every footstep. Lights, please.
T.E. Lawrence sets out for Mesopotamia, 1909. He had a spare shirt and stockings, a camera, and a borrowed map. He was 21, and he was going ostensibly to search for material for a thesis on Crusader castles. It was the start of a longer search.
T.E. Lawrence, the man and the myth. Which is man and which is myth? Is this fact or is it lies? What is truth and what is fable? Where is Ruth and where is Mabel? To some of these questions I hope to be able to provide an answer. No one who knew T.E. Lawrence, as I did, scarcely at all, could fail but to be deeply impressed with him. It is given to few men to become, as he did, a legend in his own lifetime, and it was in pursuit of that legend that I first sought him out in June of 1933 at his cottage at Clouds Hill in Dorset. First slide, please. It was a simple cottage, but I thought I detected Lawrence's hand in the rough whitewashed wall, the stout paved doorstep, and the rough oak door, upon which I knocked lightly. It was opened by a small, rather unprepossessing figure, slight of frame, fair-haired, and with the ruddy, gleaming face of a schoolboy. It was a schoolboy. I had come to the wrong house. Next slide, please. Some of us are a little old to stand on our heads, Crabtree. Thank you. I knew of Lawrence, of course, from his exploits in Syria, where he had been attached, though none too deeply, to the British Expeditionary Force. Speaking fluent Sanskrit, he and his Arab body servant, an unmade Bedouin of great beauty, had wreaked havoc among the Turkish levies. Orens, the Arabs called him, for they are unable to pronounce their L's, as distinct from the Chinese who can pronounce little else. It is interesting, though fruitless, to speculate that had fate taken him to China, he would have been known as Lollens. However, that is by the way. It was at this time that he was taken for a Circassian eunuch by the infamous Sheikh Hans, and subjected to unspeakable privations, the marks of which he bore for the rest of his life, and which bored everyone else thereafter. Next slide, please. Shaw, or Ross, as Lawrence then called himself, returned from the East in 1919. Shyness had always been a disease with him, and it was shyness and a longing for anonymity that made him disguise himself. Clad in the magnificent white silk robes of an Arab prince and wearing in his belt the short curved gold sword of the Ashraf descendants of the Prophet, he hoped to pass unnoticed through London. Alas, he was mistaken. "Who am I?" he would cry despairingly. "You are Lawrence of Arabia," passers-by would stop him and say, "and I claim my £5." For a while he sought refuge in academic seclusion as a fellow of All Souls College in Oxford. Next. And here he could mix on equal terms with some of the greatest men of his age. But, as Robert Graves has noted, he could not bear to be touched, so that even to rub shoulders with the great filled him with a deep loathing. Next slide, please. There have been those, as there always are those, who have said that there was something feminine about his makeup, but his was always so discreet. And can one ever forget him, those china blue eyes, that boyish, almost girlish figure, and that silly, silly giggle? The boys at his school had always called him T.E. Lawrence. Yes, and always at the back of his hand or the back of his mind there was that ready snigger. When I became headmaster, the first boy I ever expelled was for reading the works of Lawrence. And this morning I receive in my post a letter from the Oxford and Cambridge Matriculation Board telling me that the works of Lawrence are next year's set texts. I just can't keep up.
D.H., Headmaster, not T.E.
Oh, those literary fellows, they're all the same.
My missus looked at me and she said, "What good are you?" I said, "How do you mean, what good am I?" "Well," she said, "you're too old for the army. You couldn't get into the Navy, and they wouldn't..."
We are interrupting this broadcast for a message of national importance.
At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Admiralty issued the following appeal. All yachtsmen and owners of seagoing craft in the neighbourhood of the Channel ports are asked to report to their respective harbour masters without delay. Ships should be seaworthy and capable of immediate active service. That is the end of the announcement.
But he's missing, Nursey.
Missing? Oh, that's him all over. Never there when he's wanted, that boy. Oh, he'll turn up.
They said at the War Office somebody saw him still on the beach when the last boats were leaving.
There must have been hundreds left. I don't know how any got away at all. Oh, he never would push himself forward.
He was a dawdler. Everything done at the last minute. He'd be late for his own funeral.
I can't bear not knowing one way or the other.
Exactly. Anyone with a bit of consideration would have sent a postcard. There must be plenty of those at Seaside Place. Here, hold this wool for me. It'll occupy your mind.
I've been down at Victoria all day serving tea. I kept asking and asking. Poor lambs, they had to be turned out of the carriages. They were so tired.
I saw some of them in the park when I was walking to the ministry. Hundreds of them, just laid out on the grass in their stockinged feet. There was one boatload landed right on the common steps. I only hope some of the Municas were there to see that. I've put his name on the list in the Times. We shall just have to wait.
It's all waiting so far, this war. Waiting for the bombs, waiting for the troops. Is it ever going to start?
Patience is mine. I will delay, saith the Lord.
June 1914. Osbert Sitwell visits a palmist. Nearly all my brother officers of my own age had been 2 or 3 months earlier to see a celebrated palmist of the period. In each instance, it appears the Currament had begun to read their fortunes, when in sudden bewilderment she had thrown the outstretched hand from her, crying, "I don't understand it. It's the same thing again. After 2 or 3 months, the line of life stops short, and I can read nothing." When I was told by 4 or 5 persons of the same experience, I wondered what it could portend. But nothing could happen. Nothing.
They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Remember them because they had, in measure rich and abundant, the quality of grace. Grace of body, grace of manner, grace of movement. It was an awfully careless grace, spread out of money and leisure and the assurance they gave, and I don't suppose it would find much favour today.
Edward Horner, Raymond Asquith, Shaw Stewart and the Grenfells, they were not passionately concerned with the shortcomings of the world. It was still too rich and enthralling a place for them to find much fault with it. That great free world in which comity prevailed.
Like 100 or so young men of my acquaintance, I had spent the evening of August the 3rd, 1914, dutifully dancing to Mr. Cassani's band at Dorchester House. Dutifully because it was the end of the season and the weather sultry. I was bored and longing to be up in Scotland. "We are cutting," said Edward Horner as we came out of the supper room. He had had a fancy to hear the nightingales down at Kimber, and soon he, Julian and Billy Grenfell, Patrick Shaw Stewart and myself were in the Grenfell motor shooting down Park Lane. It occurred to me as we passed the Achilles statue that one of the partners on my card whom I'd cut was Princess Lichnowsky, the wife of the German ambassador, but I'd call the next day and apologize. And so through that short summer night we motored down the white roads into Kent. We've forgotten since how strong and fresh and pure was in those days the first sensation of speed. But ours was a generation to discover it. Our parents didn't know it. Our children, such of us who survived to have them, took it for granted. But in that open car, running down to Kimber at 30 miles an hour, it was as if we'd been made sensible of the very force of life itself. We walked up through Kimber Park to find the house locked and shuttered for the summer. But the latch of the nursery window was broken, as it had always been for as long as I could remember, and so we broke into the silent house. Here still were all the pictures I remembered from the countless Kimber holidays of my childhood. The arming of the king, the piper of dreams, a little child shall lead them, for he had spoken lightly of a woman's name. And then through the house, Patrick breaking back the tall shutters as we went. Furniture sheeted, drug it down, chandeliers done up in bags, and moonlight like frost about the room. On an impulse, I pulled back the white porcelain handle of the bell by our fireplace and heard, far away across the court in the deserted kitchen, a faint answering ring. We filed up the staircase to the galleries and the staterooms and through the bright chestnut varnish of the night nursery to the housekeeper's door, where I'd not been since I was a child and all the house was my province. It opened onto the maid's corridor, a narrow strip of carpet running away over the wide uneven boards under the ribs of the house, still close and heavy from the afternoon heat. We climbed out onto the leads, among the turrets and the towers and the green copper cupola. I remember the weather vanes shrill singing in the breeze and the lanyards slapping the mast as Julian Grenfell broke the square medieval flag over the dark house. I would like to think that up there on the leads at Kimber, where within months I should stand to hear the guns in France, I would like to think that on that summer night in 1914 the shiver I felt was one of foreboding. But if I shivered, I feared it was only because it was the hour before dawn and cold up there on the roof. And if I felt a shadow come across the moment, it was only because, young, rich, and, as I see now, happy, I could afford melancholy. For another day, another ball had ended, and life had not yielded up its secret. This time, I always thought as I tied my tie, perhaps this time, but there would be other nights and time yet, I thought. And so we waited on that short midsummer night, and a deer barked, and our footsteps were dull on the leads. And then, as the light seeped back into the sky, suddenly, just before dawn, we heard the nightingales.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the interval, coffee is available in the Master's Common Room.
Free of charge.
Oh, yeah, free of charge. You'll be shedding a few quiet tears tonight, Headmaster, handing over the ship after so long.
Retirement offers its own challenge, matron, a chance to take up the slack of the mind, savour the rich broth of a lifetime's experience. Of course, I'm not going far. I want to be within striking distance of the boys. Biting your nails lead better. Have you no moral sense at all?
I don't know what Mr. Franklin will do without you.
Don't you? The first thing he'll do is to abolish corporal punishment. Oh. The second thing he'll do is to abolish compulsory games. And the third thing he'll do is to abolish the cadet corps. These are the three things that liberal schoolmasters always do, matron, the first opportunity they get. They think it makes the sensitive boys happy. In my experience, sensitive boys are never happy anyway, so what is the point?
Bit of a change from Fairbrother, all this. A far cry from dear Octopus.
It is, it is. I suppose it's for the best.
I'm sure it is.
I wish I were.
Ah, the lusty Wimpany. What's the ginger nut situation like?
If you're going to take the radical step and throw Dodie Smith out of the window, warts and all, as it were, you've got to have something to put in her place.
We had got into a rut, though.
Perhaps, but the advantage with ruts, matron, is that when one is in them, one knows exactly where one is.
Matron? Oh, Christmas. Dishforth is being sick again. I must be about my errands of mercy. Get his head between his knees. No, not your knees, Rumbold.
I wonder, are there any windows open? It's terribly hot. All these boys take up far more oxygen than they should. Mr. Franklin,
huh?
I wonder if you've nothing better to do, could you open one of the windows?
Why don't you take that thick cardigan off?
If I did, I shouldn't feel the benefit.
One of the fundamental principles upon which human society is based, Wimpany, is that people do not comb their hair over the ginger nuts.
They're digestive, sir.
You'll be digestives too if I catch you. Desist.
Do you think anybody would be offended if I opened a button of my blouse?
Have a care, Miss Nisbet, lest you unleash forces you're powerless to control. Matron, you dark horse. Who would ever have suspected that beneath that starched front lay such histrionic talent?
Oh, go on with you.
You wasted among your lineaments your embrocation, Molly. Fate intended you for something better, as it did me, I think.
Tell you something that strikes a chord in this old heart. All that business about the war. Oh, gosh, yes. It's really down memory lane for me, because I was, for a time anyway, 2IC 36 Ack battery. I don't know, I somehow seemed to come into my own roundabout then. The thing was, we were doing an absolutely essential job and enjoying it like hell. The battery commander was one Ron Prentice. Sweet soul, but so cheeky. I got quite silly about him. Me! Like a little fox terrier he was. I don't know, before the war, boys were always put off by my fat legs. Came the war, nobody seemed to care whether you had fat legs or not. I suppose, like everything else, fat legs got swallowed up in the larger issue. Those tense days in the summer of 1940 when we really thought the Hun would be here any minute. He really helped me to discover myself, did Ron. Widened my horizons terribly. It was under his auspices I had my first cigarette. Then, in slack periods, we'd adjourn to the local hostelry for a festive gin and tonic. Golly, it was nice.
War is a strange alchemist.
Hey-ho.
Oh, Franklin, there you are. Would it be impossibly naive and old-fashioned of me to ask what it is you are trying to accomplish in this impudent charade?
You could say we're trying to shed the burden of the past.
Shed it? Why must we shed it? Why not shoulder it? Memories are not shackles, Franklin. They are garlands.
We're too tied to the past. We want to be free and look to the future. The future comes before the past.
Nonsense. The future comes after the past. Otherwise it couldn't be the future. It's very easy to be daring and outspoken, Franklin, but once you're at the helm, the impetus will pass. One thing at least I will say. While I've been headmaster, Albion House has always been a going concern. Whether that will continue, I am not sure. It depends on you, Franklin. But I'm not sure of anything nowadays. I'm lost. I'm adrift. Everywhere one looks decadence. I saw a bishop with a moustache the other day.
It had to come. Oh, Molly, see if you can get the old man out of the way for the first bit, or he'll be breezing onto the stage again.
Will do. Headmaster, I wonder if you'd come up to the San and have a look at Dishforth. Not a pleasant sight at the best of times, but he's a bit on the pasty side.
Can I be spared?
Well, I think we can just about manage.
Very well. And now, if all the parents are back in their seats, I'll just inaugurate the proceedings. If I don't say a prayer, nobody else will. O God, who has given unto each one of us a part to play in this great drama we call life, help us so to sustain our roles, that when the lights of life go down and the last curtain falls, we may put off the motley of self and the raiment of sin, and take our place at last in that great chorus line of saints, evermore praising thee around the glassy sea.
Hear, hear.
It is customary, Wimpany, to say amen at the end of a prayer, not hear, hear. That is heresy, and it is also impudence. And remember, this is a school play. You're not here to enjoy yourselves.
Still less each other. Skipper, tap out.
The splendour falls on castle walls and snowy summits, old in story. The long light shakes across the lakes, and the wild cataract leaps in glory.
What are you eating, boy?
A sweet, sir.
Do you hear that, boy?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, sir. It's the guns in Flanders, sir.
Precisely. Young men are not busy laying down their lives in Flanders simply that you may eat sweets, particularly in my lesson. Always we must be worthy of those who die. It is for us that they are going down into the river, and they are watching us from the farther bank. How can we be worthy? Well, we can make a start by not eating sweets in class, and we can follow it up faster by not passing notes to the boy in front.
Will it be over before it's our turn, sir?
Well, that depends on you, Foster. The army is not yet so depleted in numbers that it will take someone who cannot master Latin gerundives. Take this down. If the 10 million dead of the 1914-18 war were to march in columns of 4 into the gates of death, they would take 80 days and 80 nights to pass through, and for 80 days the marchers would be the British dead. In the light of that information, I want you to calculate, 1, the width of the gates of death to the nearest centimetre, and 2, the speed in miles per hour at which the column was marching.
And so to save her family's face, they bought a most secluded beat, the shady side of Jermyn Street.
That's quite enough, you boys, quite enough.
She was doing well with
Carol, that's a lovely tune they're playing.
I'm awfully glad you like it, Johnny.
What's its name, Carol?
A woman at the canteen said that her son, who's in the Ministry of Food, says that it's common knowledge that Hitler died 6 months ago, only it's being hushed up.
The Times correspondent says that air raids are having a serious effect on bridge.
Lindo in the People says they won't invade until Venus is under Capricorn.
When's that?
1947.
A man has been arrested in Epsom for signalling to German planes with a lighted cigarette.
Apparently they've tried one invasion already. They say that
the channel was white with bodies.
Oh. They say that some of the Luftwaffe pilots who've been shot down were wearing lipstick and rouge.
A German agent has reported that London is now so demoralised that titled ladies are relieving themselves in Hyde Park.
And there was a nun on my bus today, paid her fare with a man's hand. Oh, what's the matter with that bit?
It's burnt.
Of course it's burnt. It's to make your hair curl. Oh, and you haven't eaten your cabbage. Cabbage is bottled sunshine.
I walked through Bloomsbury this morning. It's really caught it this time. Glass on the pavements, thick as autumn leaves in Vallombrosa.
Better the devil you know. If Hitler hadn't done it, London University would.
Half Tavistock Square's down. Odd houses knocked out here and there, like teeth. Just a mirror hanging high up on a wall where once was 52, and somebody's coat on a peg in an attic.
Well, they were appealing down at the canteen for us to ask soldiers in for a bath.
Oh, I wouldn't fancy that. They might be dirty.
Leonard Woolf and the Beginning of Bloomsbury. In March 1922, we started the Memoir Club, and on March the 6th we met in Gordon Square, dined together, and listened to or read our memoirs. The original 13 members of the Memoir Club, identical with the original 13 members of Old Bloomsbury, were all intimate friends, and it was agreed we should be absolutely frank in what we wrote and read.
In the 20s and subsequent 30s, the pinnacle of every young man's literary ambition was to be invited to one of Virginia Woolf's Sunday morning soirees. These were invariably held at her home, number 52 Tavistock Square, where I was a frequent visitor, for I was distantly related to the Woolf family through some Alsatian cousins. The door of number 52 was invariably opened by the maid, George, a friend of Lytton Strachey's, who would show one upstairs. I can see that room now, full of talk and smoke and people, and what extraordinary people they were. Eliot was there, Auden, Spender and Isherwood, the old faithfuls and the young hopefuls, but always there was someone one never quite expected to see. I saw A. Houseman there once, lured down from Cambridge by Lady Rylands and the prospect of all-in wrestling at Finsbury Park. And there by the window, talking to Leonard and Virginia, were the Berlins, Irving and Isaiah. And then there was Virginia herself, elegant and quizzical, those great nostrils quivering as the sunlight played over her long, pale face. She would be talking of her contemporaries, how she'd spoken last week with Hemingway, how Ernest had said, "When I reach for my gun, I hear the word culture." Some of her books disappointed, vitiated by her intense feminism. Virginia was never a suffragette, for she subscribed to the theory that the pen was mightier than the sword. I once saw Evelyn Waugh reel under a savage blow from her Parker 51. But of all the honours that fell upon Virginia's head, none, I think, pleased her more than the Evening Standard Award for the tallest woman writer of 1927, an award she took by a neck from Elizabeth Bowen, and rightly, I think, because she was, in a very real sense, the tallest writer I've ever known. Which is not to say that her stories were tall. They were not. They were short. But she did stand head and shoulders above her contemporaries, and sometimes, of course, much more so. Dylan Thomas, for instance, a man of great literary stature, only came up to her waist. And sometimes not even there. If I think of Virginia now, it is as she was when I last saw her, in the spring of 1938, outside the changing rooms in the London Library. There she stood, all flushed and hot after a hard day's reading. Impulsively, perhaps, I went up to her and seized her hand. "It's Mrs. Wolfe, isn't it?" "Is it?" she said, and looked at me out of those large, limpid eyes. "Is it? I often wonder." And she wandered away.
Highbrow layabouts, that's who they were. I've no time for them at all. The silly way of talking they had. How simply too extraordinary, they used to say about the most humdrum occurrence. If you blew your nose, it was exquisitely civilized. Darwins and Huxleys and Stevens and Strachey's all living in one another's pockets and marrying each other, and they were all socialists. Why is it always the intelligent people who are socialists?
Hold your arm up, Nursey. It's supposed to be broken.
But it hurts.
Well, it would hurt if it was broken. Keep still.
Well, what's it for?
My nursing course.
Nursing course. In my day, nurses had better things to do than bandage their nannies.
Christopher says the country is rather like Aldershot. All sand and pine trees. What bit I can see of it is very uninviting, so I shan't miss the walks.
He won't like being a prisoner of war.
I don't mind being a prisoner of war. It's not half as bad as school, really, and the food slightly better. There are 7 old Mulburians in my hut.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is rather a bore. They display to the full a disgusting capacity for making the best of a bad job. Tell Nursey I'm wearing her socks.
He's wearing your socks, Nursey.
I could have knitted half a dozen pairs while I've been stuck here being bandaged. Oh, there's no need to throttle me.
A disturbingly high proportion of my fellows appears to welcome incarceration as a longed-for opportunity to dress up as chorus girls. Meanwhile, the rest burrow fruitlessly under the foundations. Given half a chance, the English revert with sickening alacrity to their school days. Those bracing phrases I thought to have heard the last of when my headmaster's door closed behind me ring out new-minted on the alien air of Silesia, pulling one's weight, letting the side down, putting a face on it. However, I find I'm kept quite busy, lying on my bed all day, sleeping, and also reading, an activity which is regarded as mildly eccentric. Would you please send me any copies of this Horizon magazine you come across? Much love, Christopher.
Of course, he's joking, isn't he?
Joking indeed, and him a prisoner of war. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
You don't think they forced him to write it at gunpoint like P.G. Woodhouse, do you? Just to undermine our morale.
The death of Lord Rosebery. On the evening of the 20th of May 1929, Lord Rosebery sank into a coma, and in the early hours of the morning of May the 21st, with his son and Lady Leconfield by his bed, he died. He had given instructions that a record of the Eton boating song was to be played as he died, and this wish was actually carried out, although it is doubtful if he heard the haunting music, redolent of hot summer afternoons, the quiet laughter of friends, and the golden days of his young manhood.
Swing together with your bodies between your knees. Swing, swing together with your bodies between your knees.
Now, you sure you've got the catechism all buttoned up, Foster?
I'm still a bit hazy about the Trinity, sir.
3 in 1, 1 in 3. It's perfectly straightforward. No doubts about that, see your maths master.
Yes, sir.
Well, Foster, here at St. Onans, I usually try to make my last confirmation class rather more of a personal chat than a theological thing. We've been through the 39 articles together. We know each other pretty well. I don't want to go on calling you Foster. What's your nickname? What do your friends call you?
Nipbags, sir.
Well, Foster, what I want to tackle now is this problem of your body. Now, your body's laid out on fairly simple, straightforward sort of lines, isn't it? You've got 2 arms and your 2 legs, and there's that valiant worker, the heart, and his 2 stout cronies, the lungs. It's all pretty straightforward.
Yes, sir.
And here we come to the crux. You're not embarrassed about this, are you, Foster? No need to be embarrassed about it. You're a bright, observant sort of lad. You've probably noticed when you've been slipping into your togs or getting into your little gym jams that when you get down here, things aren't straightforward at all.
Yes.
Good, good. And I suppose you must have wondered how it is that God, who, by and large, made such a splendid job of the rest of your little body, made such a bosh shot at that particular bit.
Yes, sir.
Well, I agree with you. But you see, God, whatever else he is, and of course he is everything else, is not a fool. It's not pretty, but it was put there for a purpose. Point taken, Foster?
Yes, sir.
Good. Because I know you're a bit of a scallywag. Probably anything I say to you will just go up one trouser leg and down the other.
This has gone too far. Crabtree, lower the curtain immediately.
Yes, sir.
Tempest, not another word shall you utter. Franklin, I'm going to put my foot down. You boy, get off the stage before you are irredeemably corrupted.
What?
Do you defy me, sir? Off! Franklin, where are you? Don't sulk. Oh, you've gone too far this time. Tempest...
Don't blame me, Headmaster. I'm an executant, man.
If you're not off the stage by the time I count 3, Franklin!
What is it exactly that you're objecting to, Headmaster?
This confirmation class, this defamation class. It's not funny, Tempest.
I'm sure it wasn't anything like yours, Headmaster.
Not like mine. Of course it was like mine. It was mine.
But the boys and I improvised it together.
Improvised. It is word for word as I have been delivering it these 40 years. Improvised indeed, cribbed and ridiculed. No wonder you discouraged me from the rehearsals. I suppose that's where all this improvising, as you call it, went on. Well, I won't have it. I'm all in favour of free expression, provided it's kept rigidly under control.
It's only entertainment, so when all's said and done.
It is by no means all said and done, and it is not entertainment. Do I look entertained?
Have you ever thought, Headmaster, that your standards might perhaps be a little out of date?
Of course they're out of date. Standards always are out of date. That's what makes them standards. I'm as broad-minded as the next man, but I have heard matters discussed here which ought never to be mentioned except in the privacy of one's own bathroom, and even then in hushed tones. This is Albion House, not Liberty Hall.
I think you ought to sit down, Headmaster.
Yes, I think I had on my last day as headmaster. You might have waited, Franklin.
Shall I undo your comment?
You'll undo nothing. You've undone quite enough as it is. All these years I've been at Albion House, years which have seen the decline of authority, the decay of standards, the slow collapse of all I hold most dear. And now this. Mark my words. When a society has to resort to the lavatory for its humour, the writing is on the wall.
You're a different generation, Headmaster.
So are you, Franklin. However daring and outspoken you are to the boys, you're a master. And all your swearing and your smut and your silk handkerchiefs and suede shoes won't alter that. We're in the same boat, Franklin, you and I. Now what was going to be next? Oh, yes. Sapper, that sounds a bit better.
Perhaps you'd like to read this next bit, Headmaster. It's more up your street.
Yes, this is more like it. This is the 20s and the 30s, isn't it? The difference is you read it with your tongue in your cheek. Just because there are hundreds of thousands of unemployed doesn't mean there weren't some of us trying to lead upright, decent lives.
I can remember some wonderful holidays in St. Leonard's.
That is a page of memory I'm quite ready to leave unturned. But let's have no more of it. Simply because I'm the headmaster doesn't mean I'm a complete fool. Crabtree, why don't you draw up the curtain? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the year 1936. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever is best in England, I take to be the breed, that exclusive club whose members are the very pith and sinew of this island. You may run across them in the long room at Lord's or dining alone at White's. Once met, you will always know them, for their hand is firm and their eye is clear, and on those rare occasions when they speak, it is well to listen, for they choose their words dangerously well. They hold themselves in trust for God and for the nation, and they will never fail her, for the breed never dies.
No, the breed never dies. Sapper, Buchan, Dawnford Yates, practitioners in that school of snobbery with violence that runs like a thread of good-class tweed through 20th century literature. Novels of a Europe where history is still a human process, and thrones rise and fall at the behest of international villains. You've got some first-class Holbeins.
Ned?
Yes?
I asked you here for a purpose.
Yes?
Do you remember the last time I saw you?
Intimately. It was at a little thing called Mons.
Since then, I seem to have lost your spoor.
I came through the war more or less intact. I lost an arm here, there, but I was all right. Damn sight better off than a few million other poor devils, anyway. Then I got back home, and there were these weary Willies and tired Tims in their hand-woven ties, writing gibberish they called poetry, saying we'd all been wasting our time. Well, I couldn't see it myself. If we'd done nothing else by 1918, at least we'd saved the follow-on.
Ned, did you ever hear of a man called George Ampersand?
Bostonian philanthropist and friend of kings, who hasn't?
Look at these snapshots. He's surrounded by some of the worst villains in Europe. Irma, his wife. Nature played a cruel trick upon her by giving her a waxed moustache. Sandro, his valet. A cripple of the worst sort, and consumptive into the bargain.
Is he sane?
Sane? He's brilliantly sane. The second sanest in Europe. But like all sane men, he has at one time or another crossed that thin bridge that separates lunacy from insanity. And this last week the pace has quickened. Else explain why a highly respected Archbishop of Canterbury, an international hairdresser, and a very famous king all decide to take simultaneous holidays on the Black Sea.
Take a look at this snapshot. It's of a simultaneous holiday on the Black Sea.
But that's...
Exactly. A young man not entirely unconnected with the throne of England.
Who's she?
She's beautiful, isn't she? An American. Women are queer cattle at the best of times, but she's like no other woman I've ever known. She has all the slim grace of a boy and all the delicacy of a young colt.
It's a rare combination. Who's this?
Completely unscrupulous, the Greek shipping magnate.
He's got himself into a pretty rum set, and yet he looks happy.
That's what Mr. Baldwin doesn't like about it. During the past few months, certain reports have been appearing in what, for want of a better word, the Americans call their newspapers.
About her?
Yes.
And him?
Yes.
But I don't understand. Where lies the difficulty? If he loves her...
I don't think you understand. She is what we in the Church of England call a divorced woman.
God, it's filthy.
A divorced woman on the throne of the House of Windsor would be a pretty big feather in the cap of that bunch of rootless intellectuals, alien Jews, and international pederasts who call themselves the Labour Party.
Hey, little hen, when will you lay me an egg for my tea? Hey, little hen, when will you try to supply one for me? Get into your dear little best, get it off your chest, I can do the rest. Hey, little hen, when will you lay me an egg for my tea?
You make a better door than a window.
You ought to be still for a minute.
It'll be time enough to sit still when we get to the duration.
What are you doing?
I'm doing what Mr. Beveridge says we're going to have to do. Adapting myself to changing circumstances. I'm sewing a button on your mink coat.
The invasion started.
Queen Anne's dead.
I've just seen Winston announcing it in the house. Face as white as a sheet.
Do you know, I thought the canteen had been busy. I thought my baking must be improving. It's going to be all right, isn't it?
Better ask the Americans. They've got as much to do with it as we have. You'd never have guessed, listening to them cheering in the House today, that these were the same men who marched year by year into the lobbies behind Baldwin and Chamberlain.
You want to be thankful they came to their senses in time.
I wish I thought they had. One of my colleagues actually stood up in his constituency the other day and said that if only Hitler had indulged in the fine sport of fox hunting, Europe would not be in the condition it's in today.
I suppose some of the men in the barges this morning were fox hunters.
All of them, no doubt, reading over the St. Crispin speech. And I suppose I'm one of the gentlemen of England, now abed.
Why is it called D-Day particularly?
I wish I thought we were all fighting for the same England. I thought when it started this war would see the end of the businessmen, the property developers, the mulberry-faced gentlemen with carnations in their buttonholes, the men who didn't want this war. As the end draws nearer, you see, they're still there. Ranged behind Churchill now, the very men who kept him out of office all through the 30s. And they'll destroy him yet, because it's their England he's fighting for, the England of Kingsley Wood, who wouldn't bomb Krupp's because it was private property. The England of Geoffrey Dawson, altering the dispatches from Berlin. We shall win this war, but when it ends, there will have to be a reckoning. Then they'll go down, and they'll drag Churchill with them. And us too. That's the England of the breed. They were saying down at the House that there have been some peculiar rocket planes falling in Kent. It's all very secret.
September 1938. Harold Nicholson and the announcement of Munich. It was 12 minutes after 4. Chamberlain had been speaking for exactly an hour. I noticed that a sheet of Foreign Office paper was being passed rapidly along the government bench. Sir John Simon interrupted the Prime Minister, and there was a momentary hush. He adjusted his pince-nez and read the document that had been handed to him. Herr Hitler, he said, has just agreed to postpone his mobilization for 24 hours and to meet me in conference with Signor Mussolini and Monsieur Daladier at Munich. For a second, the House was hushed in absolute silence, and then the whole House burst into a roar of cheering, since they knew that this might mean peace. That was the end of the Prime Minister's speech, and when he sat down, the whole House rose as a man to pay tribute to his achievement. I remained seated. Liddell, the Conservative member for Lincoln behind me, hisses out, "Stand up, you brute."
Court of History is now in session. Put up the prisoner.
You are Neville Joseph Chamberlain, formerly of number 10 Downing Street.
One moment. Everybody knows who the prisoner is. But who are you?
Counsel for the defence, my lord. Solicitors appearing for the defendant are Messrs. Wealthy, Witty and Wise. I am Witty, my lord.
That will be for me to judge. However, before we proceed further, I must warn you, Mr. Chamberlain, that this court is not a court of justice, it is a court of history. And in this court we judge solely by appearances, and I don't like yours. Why are you wearing that ridiculous wing collar?
It was the fashion when I was alive, my lad.
Fashion. Slavish adherence to fashion is hardly one of the qualities one looks for in a Prime Minister. It is in the fashion nowadays to wear long hair, but I don't. You've got off to a very bad start, Mr. Chamberlain. Proceed.
Mr. Chamberlain, you are charged on the night of September the 30th, 1938. You did indecently expose yourself at the windows of your home, number 10 Downing Street, clad only in a scrap of paper and shouting, "Peace with honour, peace with honour." How say you, guilty or not guilty?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Chamberlain, you are either guilty or not guilty. That is something you must decide for yourself. The court cannot decide it for you. I shall now proceed to the sentence.
But the evidence...
The prisoner has come here for sentence. Let us get that out of the way before we hear the evidence. First things first.
It is usual to have the evidence first, my lord.
Don't try to tie me up in legal mumbo-jumbo. I know the trial procedure backwards.
The charge arises out of a visit made by the accused to Munich to see Herr Hitler in the autumn of 1938.
By aeroplane.
What has that got to do with it?
I went by aeroplane. I was 69. I'd never flown in my life before. I was the first Prime Minister ever to fly.
It may be the substance of a small footnote in the history of aeronautics, Mr. Chamberlain, but it is of no relevance to the court of history. What was your occupation at the time the offence was committed?
Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party.
Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party. You were doing two jobs?
There was very little distinction between them.
There was very little distinction between them. That was partly the trouble, wasn't it?
Oh, you're excelling yourself, Mr. Whitty. You'll have to do better than this, Mr. Chamberlain.
Let us look at Herr Hitler. It must have been obvious to anyone that he was a patent scallywag.
He was not a gentleman, certainly, but he was very fond of dogs.
For sovereign states to conclude agreements on the basis of a mutual fondness for dogs seems to me to be barking up the wrong tree.
But it was what the people wanted.
The law of history is not a law of supply and demand, Mr. Chamberlain.
Good, good, good. Now we come to the pith and gist of the proceedings. The sentence. Members of the jury, I want you to consider the following question. Was Mr. Neville Chamberlain a mixed blessing, or was he an unmixed evil, right on one side of the question only? Neville Joseph Chamberlain, have you anything to say before I pass sentence upon you?
I was a very ordinary man, my lad.
You're not here for offending against the law of averages. Anything else?
I did die shortly after leaving office.
Mr. Chamberlain, it is given to most of us to die at some time or other in our lives. It is no excuse. And keep your mouth shut when you're talking to me. Any extenuating circumstances?
The accused was born in Birmingham, my lad.
So are a great many other people. That is no excuse. Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty in the court of history and by full process of time, and I have no alternative but to give you a very short sentence, so short indeed that there are only 2 words in it: perpetual ignominy.
That sentence is impossible. There's no verb in it.
The verb is understood. Take him down.
September 1939. Mr. Chamberlain still hesitates. At 7:30 that Saturday evening, as the German armies thundered towards Warsaw, the Prime Minister appeared in the Commons. The chamber was packed. Members on all sides of the House expected at long last to be told of an ultimatum. When Chamberlain stood up, it was to talk of a conference. If the Germans would agree to withdraw their troops, the question of Poland could be settled through diplomatic channels. There was no word of an ultimatum. 2 MPs were sick. Amory and Duff Cooper were red-faced and speechless with fury. Chamberlain sat down without a cheer. The chief whip feared physical violence. And when Arthur Greenwood, the acting Labour leader, rose to speak, Amory shouted from the Conservative benches, "Speak for England, Arthur."
So in 1939, at the start of another war, Max Beerbohm, an old man and a legend before the First War started, comes home from the Villino at Rapallo, and Somerset Maugham in a crowded tramp steamer from Vichy, France. Home to an England where Cyril Connolly is founding Horizon and there are lunchtime concerts in the National Gallery. And nightly in the basement of Claridge's in the Savoy, the saving remnant of the old England sits out the Blitz. But by now their ranks are thinning. In May 1936, T.E. Lawrence, swerving to avoid a couple of errand boys, where are they now? Plunges his motorbike over a hedge. At Tunbridge Wells, a month before Hitler enters Austria, Ottoline Murrell dies. Little Buchan, a mere 8 stone 12 pounds, falls down with a heart attack in a Montreal bathroom in 1940. And Virginia Woolf, filling her pockets with stones, walks into the River Ouse on the 28th of March 1941 with her hat still firmly on her head. Eddie Marsh, friend and patron of the First War poets, flits from country house to country house, an awkward guest, apt often to forget the war and eat the entire family bacon ration at one go. And all through the war, Mrs. Keppel, once the mistress of Edward VII, puts up the blackout at the windows of Watlington Park and dreams of the great days in the distance enchanted, and that strange, storied world.
Musical settings by Carl Davis, accompanied songs sung by boys of the City of London School, directed by Anthony Gould. The treble soloists were Simon Preece and Simon Permain. The play was produced by Richard Wortley.
Afternoon Theatre. The Shetland Wildcat, a play for radio by Anthony Keary.
Good evening, Signor Paul. You finish early today, huh?
Yes, indeed, Signora Ficelli.
That is because you have been very clever.
I'm not so sure I was clever, and I don't think the students were. Not in this heat. The class is dismissed until this evening when it becomes cooler.
See, Firenze is very hot. All the people's not working have left.
Except the British, who would decide to hold a course in Florence in August. Just my luck.
Today you have good luck, Signor Paul. You have a post.
A post? A letter? In Italy in August? Well, that's not luck. That's a miracle.
No, not a letter. No, not a miracle. See, telegram.
A telegram? Let's have it. Well, I'll...
Is it bene? Is it good news? It's not bad.
No. No, I don't think so. Not bad. My sisters got married.
Married? Your sister? Well, it's good news. It's very good.
Yes, but,
You know, like your sister to be married?
No. Oh, yes. Yes. It's just that it's a little unexpected.
You are a surprise.
I'll say I'm surprised. I didn't know a thing about it. Not a single solitary thing.
She make a big secret, huh?
A very big secret.
But you must be happy for your sister. It's good for a girl to marry.
Oh, I am happy for her. Very happy. But you see, Susie Wong...
What? Who is a Wong?
Oh, that's a joke name I call Susan, from when we were kids. Well, I don't know how Susie's kept it to herself. It generally all comes bubbling out. We've never had any real secrets from each other. Oh, that's what's so strange.
She has been in love before. What age she is?
21. No, 22. 5 years younger than me. Yes, she's been in love before, I suppose. Well, most girls are, aren't they? But nothing ever serious.
Yeah, never has been a big affair. And she always tell you, but this time is love. Is married as a husband to tell a thing or two is a swap off a foot. But in 2 or 3 or 4 days, she remember and write. In 2 or 3 or 4 days.
But she didn't write. Not in 2, 3, 4, or 14 days. Well, that's why I've flown over. I had a spot of leave and thought I'd congratulate the happy pair. And now you tell me you don't know where they are.
But, Bob, I don't.
Look, Celia, I'm all for friendship and respecting privacy. And no one wants to take their in-laws away with them on the honeymoon. But I'm not only Susan's brother, I'm her next of kin. I ought to know where she is. I won't suddenly arrive on their doorstep. I'll send a note of congratulations. I haven't been able to do that even.
Neither have I. Neither has anyone. Oh, Bob, I'm not hiding anything. I'm not sworn to secrecy. I know nothing to be secret about. I tell you, the first I knew of it was coming back from the office and finding this note to say she was married and would write. And that's all I can tell you.
But she must have said something.
No.
Oh, come off it, Celia. You can't be flatmates with a girl for over a year and not meet the boyfriend. Even if you only pass him on the doorstep. But she must have said something about Basil Wexford.
Bob, she didn't. It was all very last minute and very secret. I'd never even heard of him until I found this note.
What about her friends? Did she confide in anyone else?
Not that I know of. Of course, I asked all over, everyone we knew, but no joy.
Her colleagues at work? The oil company, Conch.
Oh, one day she was at her desk, the next gone. She'd given in her notice, but not told anyone, if you see what I mean.
Yes, it's sort of Irish, but I know what you mean. What about the rent? Is it paid...
Perfectly all right. We're paid up to the end of the quarter.
Ah. Well, when she comes back for her things...
They've gone.
Eh?
Her things have gone.
When?
Well, I suppose when she went off with this chap Basil. I came back, saw the note, and found the cupboard bare. Here's her room. You can see for yourself. There's nothing of hers left here.
You looked in all the cupboards?
Well, of course. You can have another look if you like. But you won't find anything, not even a hairpin. I wish my room looked a bit more like this instead of an old clothes shop. You could never accuse me of tidiness. Satisfied?
Yes.
I could do with a drink. I don't know about you. I wonder, would you mind being barman? I must get ready. Fred is calling for me in half an hour. He's taking me to some fab new restaurant, so I want to dolly up a bit. If you want more ice, it's in the fridge.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to detain you. I won't stay.
No need to rush off. As long as you don't mind me shouting from one room to another or fluttering around half naked. You can take your choice. Oh, can you see my lighter?
Where did you leave it?
On the settee, I think.
Just a minute. No, it's not here. Unless it's slipped down between the cushions. No, it's... Ah, yes, found it. Oh, and this, too.
What's this? Wait a minute, I'm decent. And I need that drink. Oh, and a light. What else did you find?
Your map. It was tucked down the side of the settee.
I'm not surprised. Half my things end up under cushions. But that's not mine.
Ordnance Survey. The Shetlands. When did you first notice it?
Well, I don't know, really. I think... Oh, yes, I remember. It was when I was tidying up after Susie had gone. You know, making with the hoover and so on. It was on the table.
And you hadn't seen it before? Did she ever mention the Shetlands? Talk of going there before Basil came on the scene?
Never.
That's where she is, I'll bet. Now, where's the nearest airport?
You don't know she's there?
Here we are, Sunborough Airport. Oh, thanks, Celia. Give my regards to Freddie. Tell him I'm sorry I made you late, but it was all in a good cause.
He's heard that excuse before. If you find Susie, give her my love, and send me a postcard, one of those fat ladies.
I'll do that, but I doubt if I'll find any Angus McGills in Sunborough.
Flight from Kirkwall, Aberdeen, Edinburgh and London has landed. Passengers for onward transit to Oslo, please...
Father said he'd be meeting the plane, but I can't see him.
Perhaps there's a message for you, Jenny, at the inquiry desk. I'll take your bag if you're going over.
You don't have to, just because we met on the plane. Oh, all right, Bob, this way.
I don't know when I've enjoyed a flight so much. You're a good listener. I hope I didn't bore you.
Don't worry, I would have said. Excuse me, is there a message for me? Wilson. Jenny Wilson.
Yes, here you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, he's delayed. Bang goes your lift, unless you want to hang around for another hour.
Well,
You needn't be polite. I've plenty to do. Father wants me to check some invoices at the freight building.
I'd be quite happy to wait.
You'd be much better to take the bus. Better still, is that all your luggage?
I always travel light. Why?
It's only a step or two along the road, and it's a fine day. You could be there before the bus. Come with me and I'll show you the way. Go down there to the right by the hut. Take the path to the left when you come to the gate. Turn left and straight down the road.
Did you say turn left at the gate? I couldn't quite hear.
Yes, I did. It's the helicopter. They're in and out all the time from the oil rigs.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd forgotten. What
with the duty shifts and the VIPs, it's just like Piccadilly Circus. Well, that's what we locals say. Just down there to the right, where Mr. Wexford's talking to the pilot, those two men over there.
Did you say Mr. Wexford?
Yes.
Well, he's the man I'm looking for. At least I think so. Excuse me, Jenny, I'll be right back.
You'll find me in the terminal building.
What time is the run tomorrow, dear boy? Not at the crack of dawn, I hope.
No. Nothing like that, Mr. Wexford. 7 o'clock. But we lift our spot on time, no waiting.
You won't have to wait for J.J. I'll deliver him with my own hands. Oh, and thanks again, Harry, for acting as postman, taking those papers to J.J. at the rig. Much appreciated.
Oh, any time. Glad to be of service.
You'll find some bottles of Highland malt at the hotel without thanks.
Well, that wasn't necessary.
We'd like you to have them, dear boy.
Well, so long as you'll join me in the first dram.
With pleasure, Harry. We'll drink to the last week of drilling and a successful outcome.
Yes, I'll do that. I hear your field is likely to prove very successful, Mr. Wexford. Till tomorrow, then, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Wexford?
Yes?
I'm Robert Paul.
Oh, yes?
Susan's brother.
Susan's brother? Oh, yes.
How stupid of me, of course. You must excuse my surprise, but I wasn't expecting. We thought you were in Italy.
I was, until a couple of days ago.
Until you decided to track us down, eh?
Something like that.
I obviously have a clever brother-in-law. Robert, did you say? How do you do? I'm Basil.
How do you do? And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How is Susan?
She's very well. She will be surprised to see you. You're coming back with me now, of course.
Oh, thank you.
Let's find the car. Come along, dear boy. Have you any baggage? Only that. You do travel light.
Well, I had no idea whether I would find you here or whether I was on a wild goose chase. I was really only following a hunch.
It proved correct. Most fortunate. You haven't fixed anywhere to stay, have you?
No, I haven't. But I don't want to put you to any trouble.
None at all, dear boy. Susan will be delighted to have you with us. Talking of Susan, I think I'll give her a ring and tell her the good news. The phones are just inside. Why not wait for me at the bar? We might drink each other's healths, don't you think? I won't be a minute.
Give Susan my love.
Your business didn't take long, Bob. Was he the man you wanted?
Yes, I'm going back with him. He's giving me a lift.
You know each other, then?
No, but he's my brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law?
Yes. He married my sister a few weeks ago. We're meeting at the bar. Why don't you join us?
No, thank you, Bob. I must see to Father's invoices.
Jenny, when will I see you again? Jenny!
I thought you'd be at the bar setting him up, old boy. Susan sends her love and says that we've time for one, but not to delay too long. She's dying to see you.
Your being here is the nicest surprise, Bob. I feel like a little girl at a Christmas party, sitting here with the two men I love best in the world.
I'd have brought a present for the party. For the wedding. Why didn't you let me know?
Well, Basil thought...
It was a very quick affair. Registry office, special license. Wouldn't have been worth your while, dear boy.
Anything to do with Susan is worth my while. Always has been, hasn't it, Susie Wong?
Yes, Bob. Well, we should have told you. But at the time, well, it was important to Basil, wasn't it, darling?
It was vital, my sweet. More wine? Might as well finish the bottle. Susan?
Not for me.
Bob?
Thank you.
You see, dear boy, I was in the middle of a business venture. I won't bore you with all the details. Sufficient to say a great deal of money was involved. It became important that people should know where I was, what my movements were. I had to go to ground. The difficulty was...
Me. I was the difficulty. We wanted to marry, and Basil refused to disappear and leave me hanging about. So we both disappeared. Oh, we didn't mean to worry you.
I suppose if you hadn't obliterated your tracks so thoroughly... I can understand the secrecy in Basil's case, but why in yours?
If it had been known that Susan was connected with me, there are millions involved. We couldn't take the risk. Hence the vanishing trick.
And how much longer do you have to remain in hiding?
The deal goes through this week.
I was writing to you a long letter, reams and reams. I'd so much to tell you, Bob. I think writer's cramp was about to strike when Basil telephoned.
You were always very good at writing, Susie. Much better than I was. Still, I kept to our pact.
You did. You kept in touch. You see, Basil, after the parents were killed, we went to Aunt Nora. She was sweet, but hadn't a clue. And when Bob and I went to boarding school, we made a pact to keep in touch, to write to each other every week, even if it was only nonsense. We've held to that ever since.
Until now. You haven't told me where the two of you met.
At my office.
At Conch Oil?
Yes. Our meeting was quite extraordinary. I was typing out a survey report on his part of the seabed. I looked up, and there was Basil.
A complete coincidence, of course, dear boy. I was coming away from a meeting at Trade Relations. Took what I thought was a shortcut.
And landed up at my desk.
I didn't know her, she didn't know me.
You obviously got along like a house on fire. 2 houses on fire.
Well, yes. But we didn't have long together. I was called away to another office almost at once.
Hard luck. So when did you really make contact?
When I got back, about 20 minutes later. Basil had waited for me all that time. Wasn't that sweet?
I expect he found your report interesting. Didn't you, Basil?
What do you mean?
Didn't you look at it? I always take a look at what a secretary's working on. Inbuilt curiosity.
I suppose it depends on one's background, dear boy. You hadn't the advantage of parental control as we had.
Tell me something of your parents, Basil. You're an Anglo-Irish family, Susan told me.
One of the very best. Father, a pillar of the diplomatic. Very strict.
And your mother?
Ah, that's where confusion set in. Very Irish.
And she outlived your father by many years.
Far too many years, my dear. She so loved the horses and was such an inveterate gambler. She left nothing for her children to inherit.
Now, don't tell me you and Claire were deprived children, Basil. I wouldn't believe you.
No, my dear. We received all the advantages of education and background, and all the disadvantages of expensive tastes.
You've done very well, darling. Don't be modest.
One uses one's wits. One makes a crust.
Shall we leave the table? I think we've all finished.
I've a report to consider, my dear. Why don't you show Bob something of the grounds?
Would you like that, Bob?
I'm in your hands, Sister Susie.
This way, then. Oh, Basil, darling, are you coming after all?
Only to the car. I left my briefcase there. The day is still on our side. A bit different from Florence, eh, Bob?
I'm not complaining. It was too hot for comfort.
That is an exact description of Claire's driving. Look.
Claire is Basil's sister, and that's JJ with her.
Hello, darlings. Oh, isn't it a fabulous day? Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Susan, you didn't say you were having company.
It's not really company. Bob,
may I introduce my sister Claire? Claire, Susan's brother, Robert.
How do you do?
Bob arrived quite unexpectedly, out of the blue. He tracked us down like an Indian scout.
Basil, about this week's log. I must have the final substitutes by third... Oh, pardon.
JJ, we have a visitor.
Susan's brother, Robert.
How do you do?
JJ is staying with us.
Oh, hey, you're a visitor, like me.
No, not quite. I work offshore on a rig.
And the most extraordinary thing is that his rig is exploring Basil's field. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence after me working on the survey?
Yes, remarkable.
These things usually come in threes, don't they? I wonder what the next will be, darling.
The next has already happened. Bob traced you here.
Oh, did he?
JJ, would you be an angel and go back for me? I forgot typewriter ribbons.
Yeah, I will go for them now. It will not take long, I bet you.
Thank you.
I will be back before you have noticed my absence, I bet you.
Susan, I'm going to borrow my brother, your husband, for a few minutes. Will you excuse us, Mr. Paul?
Susan was about to show me the garden when you arrived.
And there's no time like the present. Come on, Bob.
Lovely.
My God, the cat was out of the bag then. He heard it all.
But it won't mean anything to
I
him.
wouldn't be too sure. There were too many clues. We'll be undisturbed in the study. Why did you invite him to stay in the house?
So that we can keep an eye on him. I thought...
You thought. It didn't occur to you that he can keep an eye on us. Like all your thinking, it doesn't go far enough. Why did you marry her in the first place?
I didn't want anyone in the oil company to know I'd seen those survey reports. They should have been marked secret. The only thing was to get the girl right away before anyone cottoned on.
You still didn't have to marry her. Your trouble, dear brother, is you've never been able to resist that type of beauty, have you?
And if I do find her attractive, I've bought her silence, haven't I? A wife can't testify against her husband.
Oh, you think you're so clever, but you behave like a 12-year-old away from the apron strings for the first time. The first pretty face. Do you remember the illegal currency deal? The secretary who threatened to talk when you nearly went to prison? Who got you out of that mess?
I don't know why you always have to bring that up. It was 10 years ago, and we've done very nicely since, made a lot of money.
Because you listened to my advice and we worked together. The minute you act on your own, we lose all our money.
I suppose you knew that modern art would fail, that the bottom would fall out of the market.
No, but I could have told you that the German insurance company would fail, and Courtline, and the mineral project.
They wouldn't have helped with capital anyway, the state the market's in.
We wouldn't have had to stake everything on the success of drilling... Oh, what's its ridiculous name?
Operation Wildcat.
Yes, it sounds like boy's own paper. but it fits this elaborate scheme of yours.
Only for a few days more, Claire. The rig goes south at the end of the week, and so do we.
It can't be too soon for me. Give me civilization. I don't like the people up here, and I know they don't like us. They're too inquisitive. They want to know everything about one. And incidentally, how did that brother-in-law know we were here?
He said something about a telegram and a map.
That's your precious Susan. We must find out whether anyone else knows where she is.
Yes. Can you tell me how many there'll be for dinner tonight?
5, please, Julie.
And the gentleman will be staying, will he?
He will. The gentleman, by the way, is my wife's brother.
Oh, that'll be nice for Miss Susan, won't it?
Julie, how many times must I tell you not to speak of Mrs. Wexford as Miss Susan?
I don't know.
Well, will you please not do so?
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure. Mrs. Wexford doesn't sound right to me. Will that be all?
Yes, you can go. That little bitch is becoming impossible, all because you couldn't resist a pretty face. You know, Basil, for someone with your background, you have very cheap taste in women.
That's one thing in common with many of the best families.
Who are you telephoning?
I haven't received the final drafts from Murdo yet. He was going to confirm that they've been sent and who's ringing them.
Ah.
Oh, I think the phone's dead. That's all we need. It was all right earlier.
Will Murdo know what to do? He won't panic.
No, he's reliable. He'll get a message through somehow.
Hello? Is that Mrs. Grierson? At the stores? Oh, it is. Well, will you please take a message for Mr. Wexford at the manse? I've tried to, but there's a fault on the line. It's very urgent. I'm phoning from Aberdeen. Ah, thank you. The message is, final reports ready. Shall I dispatch by helicopter as usual? Await your reply. Signed, Murdo. M-U-R-D-O.
Basil, I must have the money now.
The agreement was that you'd be paid when the job was done.
My friend Gaston would like that I pay for my share of the boat.
But you've done that already, J.J.
No, I've paid a deposit, a small part only. It was all I had.
How long have you been working on the rigs? 6 years?
8.
You must have made a fortune in that time. What have you done with it?
I bet a little here and there. Basil, you can make me an advance.
I can't afford it, J.J. Every penny's tied up in this scheme.
But now you are very rich.
Not yet, dear boy. We'll none of us be rich until the week goes off according to plan.
Why should it not, huh? My part will be okay. You do not think Murdo will let us down?
No, I don't. And you needn't worry about me. But the plan's delicate. It can't be rushed. Don't worry. You'll be able to buy that boat many times over.
I do not want to buy it many times over. Just my half share.
Sorry I've been so long. Ladies kept me talking.
You found the cigars, old man?
Aye, here they are. Claire found a fresh box.
Help yourself. J.J.?
Merci.
Thank you. I found what you said at dinner fascinating, Basil. You own a section of the sea.
Of the sea bed. I bought it at the government auction in the 60s. The big oil companies bought the pick of the leases, but the bidding was open to anyone to buy.
And that's what you did?
Yes, with a few friends. We bought a section at the fringe. We intended to develop it, but the cost...
Oh, the cost, my friend, is fantastic. You know how much a rig costs to operate each day? £24,000, more with inflation.
So much?
All the equipment and the crew, 70, 80 men. There are 4 of us in my little unit. And we are not a drilling crew, even.
Susan told me you're some sort of specialist.
That is right. Logging engineer. You see, all the time you are drilling, the prospecting has to be assessed. You can examine the core samples, but that is not foolproof. And that is where I come in. Do you have a match, please, for my cigar?
Of course. Allow me.
Thank you.
And what do you do?
Well, my job is to take electric readings. Information about the porosity of the rock formation, the density, the hydrocarbon content, and so on.
His crew lower the recording equipment into the drilling hole and take readings which JJ then interprets from a log. The readings are very accurate.
And the logs are very important.
I suppose they help determine whether the drilling should be continued or abandoned.
Something of the sort.
Of course, they can only operate when the drill string is pulled out of the hole.
And much of the time we are just sitting around playing cards, playing darts, waiting, because much work must happen when the drill string is pulled. Our readings must be taken, the sides of the hole cased, strengthened. We must work in conjunction, so we are always on call. I bet you.
No, please, don't get up. I hope we're not interrupting something important.
JJ was about to make a bet.
Then we couldn't have timed our entrance better. Susan can hold the stake money.
And you, Claire?
I only bet on certainty.
No, that is not true. You have bet on me.
In what way?
Oh, the risk, Susan, is that I will not last this final week. I have far more service on the rigs than any other Sonder engineer. I am a good candidate for the breakdown.
Oh,
But Claire and Basil have bet on me against the odds. I just hope the gamble comes off and we don't lose.
You didn't want the coffee now, did you?
Oh, thank you, Julie. Put the tray down here by me, will you? That'll be all. You can go.
Yes, miss. Is there anything you require, Miss Susan?
No, thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Miss Susan. Good night.
I wonder why she calls me Miss Susan. I didn't know her before I was married.
Oh, she makes a compliment to you. You do not look like an old married. Don't you agree, Robert?
Perhaps, but it doesn't sound complimentary.
The way she says it, I feel she's taunting me.
I know how everybody else takes their coffee, but what about you, Bob? Black or cream?
Cream, please, Claire. Monsieur Senion, supposing you win that bet...
Jean-Jacques, please, what is this, monsieur?
No, sorry, Jean-Jacques. What will you do with your winnings?
Susan, would you give those to JJ and Bob?
Of course.
What will I do? I will buy my share of the Mirabelle.
Here you are, JJ. Bob, coffee.
Thank you, little mouse.
Sugar's over here if you want it.
The Mirabelle. Is that a club?
No, it is not a club. It is a boat. A beautiful boat for underwater exploration, like Cousteau. My friend Gaston wants me to go in with him, 50-50. He will do the business contracts, the navigation. I will see to the radar and electronic equipment. It will be a wonderful life, working in the blue waters and the warm waters, not this cold, grey North Sea.
You make it sound tempting. Shall I come as supercargo? How do you say that in French?
Oh, in your case, my darling, l'ange du bateau.
Flattery, JJ, will get you a long way.
That is what I hoped, my darling Claire. These bets must be for an awful lot. A boat like that would cost... Well... I know I've only met you today, but I wouldn't give long odds on your cracking up.
The odds are not long, but the stake is high, very high. Now to the everyday, huh? I propose we have a game of poker at very low stakes, just for amusement. Huh?
Well, that was great fun. I've enjoyed our evening. Nobody lost too much.
That was because the cards did not favour any one person. I'm sorry we had to break it up, huh?
The ladies have been gone for some time now, and you have to make an early start, JJ.
So I will be a good boy and go to bed. Good night, Basil. Bonsoir, Monsieur Robert.
I'm coming up too. If you'll excuse me, Basil.
Yes, of course. I'll be a few minutes yet. Good night.
Good night.
You know, it has been good to meet Suzanne's brother. I have wondered what you would be like.
A few years older and not half so pretty.
She is a sweet girl, trusting. Basil is a lucky man. I hope she will not be too hurt.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, it is good to have a trusting nature, but sometimes people take advantage. I go this way, you go that. Good night.
But you haven't explained. Signora Paul, If you could have put a 2 and 2 together, that a man has been dropping a bigger hints all a night. About what? Oh, Julie.
Oh, sorry to make you jump.
Were you hiding there?
Let's say I didn't want to be seen. I want a word with you in private.
Yes.
I said in private, in your room.
No, wait a minute, Julie.
You didn't get any wrong ideas. What I have to say, I don't want anyone to hear just yet. It concerns your sister.
Susan. In that case...
You have all you need, dear boy. If there's something you want, I'll get it. We don't need to keep Julie up, do we? Do we, Julie?
No, Mr. Basil.
Run along, then. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Paul.
Good night, Julie.
I think that girl had better go back south. She hasn't fitted in at all well up here. It was a mistake to bring her in the first place.
Whatever Julie was about to tell me, she shut up like a clam when your husband appeared.
Well, according to Basil, she's a bit of a mischief maker. All that Miss Susan insolence. Perhaps she got wind of being sent away and was going to appeal to you for help. I wouldn't become involved. More toast?
No, thanks, Susie. I'm not used to cooked breakfasts. A little more coffee, if there is some.
Pass your cup. Are you sure you won't come into Lerwick with us?
Not this morning. I've done enough travelling these last couple of days. I want to stretch my legs, thank you.
There you are. Well, I'm off. I don't want to keep Claire waiting. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh, well, watch out. Oh, sorry. Here's Julie. Wants to know whether she can clear.
Yes, Julie, come in. Just leave me with my coffee. How are you?
I'm all right, I suppose.
You don't like it much here, do you?
Not much. Wish I was back in Walworth.
Has that got anything to do with last night? Has it?
Might do.
Look, Julie, it was important to you last night, so why not this morning? If you don't want Mr. Basil to hear, he won't. He's out.
I know. He took Mr. JJ to the airport early on.
Well, then?
Have they said anything about me?
That you haven't settled down here, and that you might be going back.
So that's it. Get her out of the way. Well, look. I've known Mr. Wexford for longer than your sister has, and I know more of what he's up to than he thinks. He's a smooth talker, but he won't talk himself out of what I've got to say. He and Mr. JJ and that Miss Claire have a plan to try and get...
Susan and I are just off to lunch. Julie, what are you doing?
Clearing the breakfast things, Miss Claire.
Well, hurry up about it, then. Susan tells me you're going to look at our Iron Age relics, Bob.
Yes, I thought a walk to Jarlshof and a potter around the excavations. I'll come into Lerwick with you another day.
As you choose. Julie, take Mr. Paul's cup. He's finished.
Yes.
Oh, and Julie, put the tray in the kitchen, bring a basket, and come with me. There are some things to be brought back from Grierson's. We'll give you a lift along the road. Hurry up, girl. Mr. Paul doesn't want you plaguing him with your idle chat all day long.
Would seem to mark the outer limits of the first settlement. You see here where this style stops and another is superimposed, probably as the result of a raid. Certainly, each succeeding wave of invaders has had a settlement here. Iron Age, Bronze Age, Picts, Vikings. I must stop. I'm beginning to sound like a guidebook.
When you talk, you bring the past right into the present. I suppose it's to do with being born and bred here.
Maybe there's a truth in that. You've only to stand quietly here for a moment in these islands to be aware of history. It's so close to you at times, you could put out your hand and touch it.
If I put out my hand, I would touch you, Jenny.
Bob, this is silly. We've known each other for a few hours. We met on the plane yesterday.
Yesterday, today, a year ago, what does it matter?
Bob, it's ridiculous. It's my own fault, I suppose. I came across you quietly exploring Jarlshof, doing no one any harm, dutifully reading the guidebook. And because we talked ourselves silly yesterday...
I talked myself silly. You listened. Very charmingly and very patiently to my monologue about Italy.
It was easy to listen to. You were easy to listen to.
Jenny?
Anyway, I had to come rushing in full of a degree from Aberdeen and postgraduate research. pretending I was offering help when all the time I was showing off.
When you become earnest, a little frown of concentration forms on your forehead. Just there. Jenny.
Robert Paul, you make history very difficult for a girl. Bob, will you have done with your philandering? We're away to meet Father.
You met first on the plain and then again at the Jarl's Hof, the Earl's house, as you would say in the south. Well, Jenny would be a good guide. She has the skill and the enthusiasm. Hello, that would be Orval Grayson's dog. Hello, boy, hello, Brach,
Hello, Brach, good boy. Good afternoon, Orval.
Good afternoon, Kenneth. Afternoon, Jenny. It's a fine day.
Oh, she's so, Orval. How is Eileen?
Oh, she is very well. She is wondering when we will see you.
Oh, tell her we will be over soon. When do you go back to the rig?
A couple of days yet. Come away, Brach. Come away.
Orval Grayson, a neighbour of ours, Bob. He and his wife run the general stores and farm a few sheep.
For the wool, most of the crofters do.
Of course. Shetland wool.
Father runs a small industry for the knitting. The wool knits better than it weaves. It's our breed of sheep.
And we don't shear them, we pull the wool from them. It is a part of the process. Here's the house. You will take a cup of tea with us, Mr. Paul?
Of course he will, Father. What with history and local economy, the poor man's head must be reeling like a tea-toe-tum.
In which case a dram might have a steadying effect. Please to enter, Mr. Paul.
Thank you.
I'll put the kettle on, Father.
Thank you, Jenny. Sit you down, Mr. Paul. Will you take that dram?
Not at the moment, if you don't mind.
Well, here are a bottle and glasses if you change your mind. What brings you here, Mr. Paul? The fishing? The antiquities?
I came to find my sister. That sounds a bit strange, I know. She wasn't lost or anything, but she'd left London without a word and I traced her here. She'd married and was on a secret honeymoon.
She is married to someone you know, Father.
Oh, then it would be a visitor. Not a local man, I would have heard.
Someone you had business dealings with.
Oh? Well, who is that? I cannot guess.
Basil Wexford. I didn't know you knew him.
We were business associates at one time. How's the tea, Jenny?
Give it time, Father. Father's dealings with Mr. Wexford did not end so well.
Jenny, you are speaking of Mr. Paul's brother-in-law. Now let us leave it.
I would rather not, Mr. Wilson. I only heard of Mr. Wexford a few days ago. I met him for the first time yesterday. I know nothing about him except that he's a financier, that he owns part of the seabed, and that he's involved in oil exploration. And that he and his sister are out of place here. That's the sum total of my knowledge. I don't think I would choose him for a friend, but Susan loves him, and...
You wish to form your own opinion of him. Well, quite right. When Mr. Wexford first came here, when he bought the manse, he was only an occasional visitor. Then he became involved in a scheme with all sorts of international financiers to prospect for oil. At the last moment, his main backer failed, and Mr. Wexford found himself out in the cold. But he did not give up. He persuaded a few of us to put up a little money, or a few hundreds each, to form our own company and buy a piece of the seabed. Would you believe it only cost us £5,000? Well, it was worth that for a long shot, which is exactly what it was. We could not afford to prospect ourselves, but we hoped the large oil companies would be interested and buy us out. They were not.
Tea, Father?
Oh, thank you, Jenny. Bring a chair to the table, Mr. Paul.
How do you take your tea, Bob? Milk and sugar?
No sugar, thanks. You said that the companies were not interested, but the field is being drilled now.
Now, yes. You see, the first surveys were not good, but a recent one was more hopeful.
But Father had sold by then. There you are, Bob. Father.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
He was worried about the effects of the oil on our life here.
Jenny has seen for herself just what that can do, the while she has been at the university at Aberdeen. The changes.
We don't want that to happen here. So, when Father was elected to the committee, he wished to be unbiased, and he sold his share back to Mr. Wexford.
That was a while back. I have no complaint there. But recently, one of the oil companies, Conch Oil, made another survey. The new reports were promising, but Mr. Wexford did not tell the shareholders. He bought them out. pretended it was his fault they'd put their money in a white elephant, and the least he could do was to repay them, since he could set the money against tax loss.
And Conch moved in at a profit to Wexford.
Aye, and we have the details now. Conch Oil paid him £10,000 for the right to prospect on his bed. They are drilling an exploratory well, what they call a wildcat. If they strike oil, they share 50-50 with him. If no oil, they bear the costs, and Mr. Wexford has already made a profit.
Of 100%, and stands to make millions, the word is round.
Millions and millions of pounds will flow from the wells in the seas nearby, but will bring little benefit to us. The rigs and the platforms are built elsewhere. The crews come in from outside. They do not even spend their off-duty time here. There will be some ugly storage tanks at Fetlar, and always the risk of pollution. We stand to gain nothing, only to lose our land to get-rich-quick speculators who will ruin our life. And that is why we will not be doing with Mr. Wexford and his colleagues.
Deke, how deep is the Sonder?
6, 8, 95.
Reduce speed at 7,000. George, what depth is the casing shoe?
7200.
Slow the drop now, Deke. Half speed. Hold it till 7050, then very slow.
OK, Squire.
Well, George, how does rig life suit you after 2 months, huh?
It's what I expected. 7050.
Take it down very slowly, Dick. Good. So, George, you're not enthusiastic, huh?
I'll do my turn.
No more?
Or possibly, but nothing like your stint.
It is a question of temperament.
Yeah, and also the location. I'm not wild about the North Sea.
Me neither, but it's a job.
Don't understand why you're doing this.
What do you mean? I have to work?
But not here, not in the North Sea. There was a job going in Borneo. You've always said it was your favourite location. You're senior engineer, you're bound to have got it. But you turned it down for this.
Well, it's a whim.
Doesn't make sense to me. Oh, by the way, the helicopter arrived when you had started to lower. There was this parcel for you, logging film.
Merci.
Can't imagine why you want it anymore. The drawer's full. Shall I open it and put it away?
No, leave it alone. Leave it here, don't touch it.
What's that?
Well, just leave it here, thank you, George. I'll see to it.
Well, now you have me intrigued. What's so special about logging film? Why mustn't I touch it?
I'm sorry, George. I'm a little edgy today now. What is it, Dick?
We can't pass. It's standing up.
Well, stop lowering.
What's your depth?
725. It's past the casing shoe.
We'll try to pass. You know the drill. Keep trying. The time now is
9:30. I'll try for 15 minutes. If we still can't pass...
Then break cable. I'll warn the tall pusher to make a check trip. With a rig pulling out in a few days, we could have done without this delay.
Don't look at me, my friend. It is not of my making. No, don't worry. We will clear the hole in half an hour's reaming. I bet you.
What was he up to today, did you gather? Apart from pottering around the excavations.
He didn't say, but I'm sure he's concealing something. He's not a good liar.
Do you think he's found out anything?
How could he? Unless you've been broadcasting our doings all over the island. Let me see what I can get out of your wife tomorrow. And you better go up to her now.
All right.
Wait a minute. Open the door very quietly, Basil. I'm not happy about Julie.
This is becoming a habit, Julie. Waylaying me in the corridor.
I had something to take to Miss Susan.
I wish you'd stop calling my sister Miss Susan. She's Mrs. Wexford.
Which she has no right to be.
What does that mean?
There are some with better rights. Mr. Basil was up here for a long time before he met your sister. That's not much company for a normal man, and the winter nights are very long. My bed was comfortable and warm.
You were his mistress?
Why shouldn't I be?
No reason. But you weren't married to him.
No, I wasn't. But if he hadn't gone to London and met her, I reckon I would have been. He doesn't love your sister. He's just using her. I'll tell you why he married her. She was working for the oil company, the one that's drilling in his bit of sea, the one that Mr. JJ's working for. They're all in it together. Mr. Basil, JJ, that Miss Clare. Oh, what was that?
One of the doors downstairs. They're probably coming up.
I don't want to get caught with you again. I'll tell you the rest tomorrow.
They were talking at the top of the stairs. God knows what about, but she scuttled off as though she'd seen a ghost. My guess, brother dear, is that your ex-playmate has become dangerous. Too dangerous.
What was that? Oh, damn. Where's the light? Where's the switch? Ah. Oh, I better see where it came from. I wonder what... Not a sound. Quiet as the grave. It's funny, I thought it would have worked in the house. No one. No light. No movement. I must have dreamt it. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Oh, back to bed. And don't dream again.
So you, my dear Susan, will be holding the fort.
Now, where did I put the keys? Ah, here they are in my pocket.
Basil has gone to the airport?
Yes, in a tearing hurry. That fool Mrs. Grierson received an urgent telephone message for him yesterday and sat on it until this morning. Typical of the people here, as I'm afraid you'll discover for yourself. Oh, when will Bob be back?
For dinner. He's out with some people he met yesterday. He was looking for Julie earlier.
Oh, she always leaves at the crack of dawn on her day off. And I must leave too. Bye.
Is that all there are, Bob? Just the 2 cartons?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. And the smaller is for Dr. Lewis at Sunborough. Apparently he's waiting on it. The porter thought you could deliver it.
Oh, yes, of course. It is good of you to help like this.
Oh, you're giving me a conducted tour of the island. It's the least I can do. Shall I take this to the truck?
Oh, just hold on a minute. Orvald! Orvald Grierson! I hope you're well today.
Oh, well, I am Kenneth, thank you. Have I met the young gentleman before?
Oh, the other day when you were out with the dog. Bob, this is Mr. Orvald Grierson. Orvald, Mr. Robert Paul.
How do you do?
Orvald and his wife run the general store.
Well, it's Eileen runs the store, really. I'm with the oil out in the rigs.
One of the few Shetland men who is. What field are you on now, Orvald?
Mr. Wexford's. I'm away off to it in 20 minutes.
Mr. Paul is Mr. Wexford's brother-in-law. He's staying with them.
Oh, is that so? I hope you have good sport tonight.
How's that?
For the fishing. Mr. Wexford telephoned to ask us to prepare a boat for tonight for the night fishing. I've had to lead Eileen to carry on. If the weather holds, you might have a nice catch. Well, it's nice to have met you, Mr. Paul. Hi, Kenneth.
Well, that's the first I've heard of any night fishing.
It depends on the weather from day to day. Right, well, shall we take these to the truck? Do you want a hand up?
Thank you.
Right. Right.
Got it. Oh. I'll lead on.
It was the fishing that caused Orvald to work on the rigs. He went out with some crofters, 2 years ago, and they were caught in the roost. That is a dangerous current that runs off the headland. The boat overturned, and Orvald was the only survivor.
I've given you 2 up for lost. Put it in the back, please, Bob. Is that all?
Only one for us today. But there's this package for the doctor at Sunborough.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Bob. We're away then, Jenny. Jenny?
I'm trying to place him. That man over there talking to Mr. Wexford.
Where?
Over there, see?
Oh, no. No, I haven't seen him before. Bob?
Neither have I. He'll be a visitor like me.
Maybe so. But it worries me when I feel I know a person and can't place them. Oh, all right. I'll get in. Do you want me to drive?
Please. After you, Bob. Oh, this is a bit tight. Do you have enough room, though?
Yes, thank you. I'm not crowding you, am I, Jenny?
Aberdeen.
The university, that's it. That's where I've seen him. The man with Wexford.
He'd be a professor then. He's too old for a student.
No, he's not a professor. Nor a tutor. He's... Now, wait a minute. He's something to do with the labs.
Your demonstrator?
Don't think so. No, not quite that, Bob. He's a lab technician. Got it. A senior lab technician. Mudder Mackenzie, the wizard of the electrics.
What possessed you to come over, Mackenzie? Your instructions were to stay in Aberdeen. Do you want to put the whole plan in jeopardy?
No, but why didn't you reply to my message?
I didn't receive it until this morning. And the package should have been sent in the usual way. Why suddenly change it?
Because this is the last. The peak of the pattern I've been building for you. If this doesn't do the trick, nothing will. It's extremely valuable. The climax of months of work.
All the more reason not to arouse suspicion, to send it in the usual way. Better let me have it. Not here. We'll be out of sight round the corner. Come on. That's better. Right. Let me have it.
There you are.
Thank you. Now, wait here for 5 minutes after I've gone, then go straight to the terminal building, stay there and catch the first flight back to Aberdeen. Give me a good 5 minutes. Smoke a cigarette.
I don't smoke.
Then twiddle your thumbs. But leave the thinking to me.
You're not the only one with brains, Wexford. I'll have you remember that. You'd look for a long time before you found anyone who could do what I've done, and would do it more to the point. Phew. When I see some of the professors, the people holding chairs of science, I could puke. When I measure my brains against theirs, but for one stupid disability.
I'm sorry, I suppose I did, old boy. We're all rather nervous. We're so near success. And when it comes, you'll have all the satisfaction you want. All the money...
More than money, Wexford. The proof. The proof that my brain is better than theirs. That I should have the chair of science.
Murdo Mackenzie, a senior lab technician. He's quite brilliant. Should have been a professor.
Have a care for the potholes, Jenny.
I'm doing my best, but I can't miss them all.
The road's in a bad state.
Like poor old Mackenzie. He just can't pass exams. It's a mental block. Has been all his life. The minute he enters an examination room, he seizes up. It's become a phobia.
That is interesting about Mackenzie. I suppose he would not be a happy man.
He's not. He's extremely bitter. And it's a pity because he is a brilliant man and basically nice, I think. Here we are. Dr. Lewis's. I'll take the parcel, Father. I haven't said hello to Mrs. Lewis this holiday. There we are.
It's strange. I've never met anyone in the oil business before, and within 2 days of coming here, meet two people from the same rig.
Who was the other one?
The Frenchman. Jean-Jacques... I forget his surname. Everyone calls him J.J.
I remember you telling me.
You were surprised that he should have spent his leave here.
I was that. Generally, the men have had enough of the sea and the sky. They want bright lights, crowds, entertainment. Mr. J.J. must be quite an unusual man.
Understand why head office are so sure we're onto a field here. The cuttings haven't been up to much, nor have the cores.
No, but the cores have been mostly washed away or broken in the soft sand.
Even so, your readings haven't been that good.
Oh, my friend, but they have. And they are better all the time.
I wouldn't have said that from looking at them.
George, you have been working on a rig for 2 months, yes?
Yes, you know that. Why?
What I say is not against your ability, but just a matter of experience. Me, I have had 8 years.
Well, naturally, your eyes are accustomed to interpreting fine variations.
Not only my eyes. It is my nose. I can smell these things. We are exploring a fault trap. We are drilling now at 10,000 feet on the up-dip side. Now, we are in soft sand, huh? My readings and my nose tell me that the oil is trapped in the down dip. I have not been wrong in all these years.
I can't dispute that. But I do know one thing that motivates you.
And what is that?
You're a gambler. The odds appeal to you.
Ah, the secret of gambling, my friend, is to do your homework. Equate the risks against the known potential. The length of the odds then ceases to be of significance. The risk here is insignificant. The bet is on a certainty.
Brandy for you, Claire.
Thank you.
Port for you, old man. And a port for Susan when she's finished playing. Not that I want her to stop.
Have you thought how long you'll stay, Bob? How much leave do you have?
3 more weeks before I return to Italy. I think I'll spend most of it here.
I see.
Bob's met a family from nearby. He says you know them, the Wilsons.
Kenneth Wilson. He was a partner in your seabed company.
That's correct, dear boy. Sold his share back. He's a local do-gooder.
Bob's interest is more in Miss Wilson, I think.
Oh, splendid, Bob. Well, they might have a spare bed. Most of these crofters do pick up the spare penny. It'd save you going to a hotel. We're closing the house at the end of the week.
I didn't know that.
I've only just decided, my sweet. I've got to go back to London to be at the centre of things.
But why didn't you tell me?
Claire offered to make all the arrangements to leave us free to enjoy ourselves. It's very considerate of her. She remembered I'd promised to give you some more fishing, for instance.
Fresh or salt water?
Both. Rod and line.
Night fishing?
No, I don't think so.
It can be quite fun, though, on a good night. You take lanterns, Susie.
Oh, it sounds great. Why not, darling?
Because, my sweet, the sea's too changeable this time of year. Too dangerous. Another time.
I think Basil's absolutely right. Nothing would induce me to go on a boat at night. It's all I can do to face an aeroplane by daylight.
We were at the airport earlier. I saw you there, Basil.
Did you, dear boy?
You were in very earnest conversation.
Now I have you. J.J. had left some papers behind. I was arranging for them to be taken out to him. Darling, your port. And then, will you play for us again?
Jenny, this is Bob. Love you too. The others are listening to Susie, playing her after-dinner pieces. I've slipped away. Jenny, there's something odd going on. At the airport, Orville said the Wexfords were going out night fishing and his wife had gone to get the boat ready. Well, when the subject came up just now, Basil denied any intention of going. We generally poured cold water on the idea. I don't believe him. I'm going to stay up and keep my eyes and ears open. Oh, another thing. Your Murdo's the wizard of electrics and J.J.'s an electric engineer, and they both know Wexford. It's too much of a coincidence. Could you get to the Grierson store and keep an eye on the boats? I'll make contact with you somehow. If I haven't and nothing's happened by, say, 3 o'clock, go home. Oh, still no sign of Julie. Look, Susan's stopped playing. I must go. Take care. Bye.
This diagram will give you an idea of the patterns of the graphs. You see, here and here, the band is about the same width.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the electric current has met resistance from impervious rocks. It forms a narrow central column on the graph. Now, at intervals, you see there and there, these wider bands. They indicate the permeable formations of sand and limestone. And these are where oil and gas are found, in formations of greater porosity.
Yeah.
Now, here is the resistivity log. Now, you see, the same central column and the wider bands making a slightly different pattern.
Why do you need another graph?
The other logs show the type of rock, the density of formation. They do not show whether the pores contain any hydrocarbon.
What the oil men are looking for are porous rock formations saturated with hydrocarbons. And that is what Mackenzie has been providing. He's an artist. The Van Meegeren of the electric log.
I don't doubt your skill in your work, Mackenzie. I just wish you'd show it in other matters. It was stupid and dangerous to come here. You should have gone back to Aberdeen.
Well, Miss Wexford, as I was waiting at the airport, I got to thinking. My part of the operation is finished. I've no further call on the laboratories or the equipment. All the logs and tapes are made. It would look unnatural if I didn't take some leave. And I might be of service here.
So you came to spy on us?
To safeguard my own investment. You've a weak link. The man who's to be ill. It all depends on him. Can you rely on him? Suppose he fails you.
Orville knows what he has to do. And he wants the money. He won't let us down.
Hey, you! Hey, Grayson! What are you doing? Having a rescue?
No, Pusher, it's my stomach. It's killing me.
Ah, jeez. You got the guts ache? Why can't you guys stay off the bad booze?
It's not the drinking, it's not the gut's sake, it's like a knife. God, I think I'm gonna die.
Take yourself off to the medic, I'll tell the driller for you. On the way, ask number 2 for a replacement along. Well, go on!
Thank you, Pusher.
Hey, you roustabout! For Christ's sake, look at the mud screen! Where are your bloody eyes, man? Now, if I press just here, all right?
All right.
And on this side, here. Now, I'm going to keep my hand on your stomach. I won't press, but I want you to sit up. Keep your legs flat. Up. Now back. Lie back. How is it now?
It's not too bad. It's more of an ache. But when the pain comes, it's like a knife.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can get dressed. What is it, Ron? What do you think? Cat's sake? I'm not sure, but I think it's appendicitis. Jeez. He has all the symptoms. Yeah, you're going to send him to hospital? Right away, I'll radio for a helicopter. You do just that. I don't know the form for a burial at sea, and I don't aim to learn it either. Orville, you lucky bastard. We're sending you back to Aberdeen.
So, your man is playing his part, Mr. Wexford. And here's my contribution. What follows?
A rendezvous with the helicopter at sea. You could come along and help with the boat. You'd leave Claire free to keep an eye on the house. I don't think Susan will wake, but
If she does, you've gone night fishing. Don't worry. I can deal with her. Time you were off.
Give me the envelope. Safely stowed. You ready, Mackenzie?
Aye.
What shall we do about Julie?
We'll see to her when I get back.
Something's going on, and I want to find out exactly what it is. Is there another staircase? I want to get to the ground floor without being seen.
Yes, there's a back stairs. I'll show you.
There's no need to take me. Just give me the directions.
No, you won't find it. Follow me and don't talk so much. Through here.
Ah, a concealed door. Very neat.
This is the old part of the house. It leads down to the kitchens and staff rooms. I only came across it by chance. There are all sorts of still rooms and pantries. Basil has plans to make it into a staff flat. Ground floor. Well, this door leads into the hall, that one to the stable yard. I leave you to wonder... what on earth?
It's coming from behind that door. Hello, who is it? Who's there? The door's locked.
Look, hanging on a nail at the side. A key.
Clever girl. Hold on in there. Julie! Susie, undo the gag. I'll untie her hands.
There, Julie, there.
Round her ankles.
You're
It's still
all
a
right
bit...
now.
Miss Susan, Miss Paul, I thought no one had ever...
Bob?
What happened?
I don't rightly know. I came down to get some water. It was in the middle of the night. I saw a light in the hall. There were voices in the study. Then I was grabbed from behind and a needle stuck in my arm. I let out a scream and my jaw was forced off.
A scream in the night. Did you recognize anyone? Hear anything that was said?
I heard that Mr. J.J. in the study. He said, Orwell will become ill at 1 o'clock on Thursday. Yes, that's it, 1 o'clock Thursday.
Well, that's today. That's now.
The car's at the side here.
Back in here, quickly.
You better rev up warmly, man. You'll find an anorak along there and a woolen cap.
Claire, there's nothing for you to do at present. Just make sure the house is quiet. Come on, Mackenzie. Oh, torches.
They're in the study. I'll get them.
We'll wait in the car.
Susan, take Julie to your room and lock yourselves in. Don't open the door to anyone until I return. If Claire knocks at the door, pretend to be asleep. Quickly, while the coast is clear.
But what about you?
I'm going with them, on the towing bar.
So, Grayson, keep as warm as you can and stretch yourself out.
It's not a long flight. You'll soon be in hospital.
Yes, thank you.
In you get then. Mind your head. Can you manage?
Yes, I can manage fine, thank you.
These are his papers, if you'd hand them to the doctor.
Will do.
How much longer with the fueling? Nearly there. Just a couple of minutes.
Have a good flight. Get him there in one piece.
Thanks. Hello, JJ. What have you got for me? The usual reports?
Yes, Harry. Here. And, Harry, could you do me a great favour?
What is it?
On your way into Aberdeen, make a little diversion.
You must be mad. I've got a sick man here.
It will take no more than 2-3 minutes. And it is very important. My acceptance of the partnership for the boat. I forgot to post it, And it must be in Marseille in 3 days. Mr.
Look,
Wexford is going there. He says he will take it for me.
I'd like to help, JJ, but...
it really is my whole future. And, Harry, I insist on paying for the postage. £200. Thanks, full, sir.
Thank you. Well, what do you want me to do, JJ?
On your flight path, directly off Sunborough, you will see a launch. A torch will flash 1, 2, 1, 2. Winch down these papers to Mr. Wexford and winch up some others. That's all, that's all. 2-3 minutes, painless.
Okay, I'll look for your boat.
Wear blades!
Ali, when this tour is over, we will have the biggest party, and you will be the chief guest.
Well, I'll hold you to that, JJ.
You bastard, I love you.
Come along, Mackenzie. We'll find Mrs. Grayson. Oh, bring the torches, dear boy.
Aye, I have them.
Bob, are you all right?
My arms are numbed. I'm not used to riding on towing bars. I don't think I could have held on much longer. Well, those two are definitely going out. Do you know which boat it is?
Yes, Mrs. Grierson stowed a few things in it. Petrol, oars, fishing lines and so on.
Can we get to it without being seen?
If we go along by the rocks, we'll be in shadow all the way. What are you going to do?
I don't know until I've seen the boat. Right, Jenny, you lead the way.
What are these for, Mrs. Grayson?
For rebaling. Not that you will need them tonight, but you never know.
I agree. Better safe than sorry. Oh, and thank you for the bottle of whiskey. A nice thought.
Aye, well, Urvald was saying it can be a wee bit chill out there at this time of night. If you would just tell me which signalling lamp you wish, they're in the store.
I'll come with you, Mrs. Grayson. Give me a hand up, Mackenzie, will you?
There you are.
Thank you.
If you're going off with Mrs. Grierson, I'll away to the car for my coat.
Don't be long. We must leave in less than 5 minutes.
Over here, Bob. They've gone. Here's the boat.
I see. Just an open dinghy with an outboard motor. I wonder...
What is it?
Well, I'm looking for somewhere to hide. I was wondering about those tarpaulins in the bows.
You're not going out with them.
I can't afford to let them out of my sight now. I want to know exactly what they're up to.
Bob, no. It may be dangerous. Let's go to the police.
And what are we to tell them? This trip may be the answer. Look, as soon as the boat leaves, go to your father and tell him what's happened. But give me your hand. Steady me on board.
Oh.
What's that? What's...
Oh, it's Brock.
Hello, boy.
Hello, boy. Look, Jenny, don't encourage him. Down, boy.
It's all right. He's very friendly.
He'll give us away. Off you go, boy. Go on, shoo.
See if he'll chase this stone.
No, he might bark. Go away, boy. Go on, shoo. Go away.
They're coming back.
We'll have to chance it. I'm going under the canvas. He might go off with you. Get behind the shed.
Here, Brock. Here. Good boy.
No, not for me. I wish you'd leave it to me. No. Don't worry, Mrs. Grierson knows nothing. She really believes we're going for a night's fishing. Hold this lantern, dear boy, while
Wait a minute. Look. Over there by the shed. Something moved. You see?
Yeah. You better take a look. You circle round to the left, I'll keep this line. Off you go. Quietly as you can. Now, you would...
Oh, get down. What's it doing here?
What is it, boy? What have you got to show us?
He's making back to the shed. What do you think it is?
Rabbits, I should think.
At this time of night?
Oh, perhaps a hedgehog. Yes, I know, boy. It's all very exciting. Where are you off to?
To take a look.
We haven't time for that now. The plane won't wait. Come back and cast off. Where you go, boy. Go on. As soon as you've untied, pull her off, Mackenzie.
Right. But I still think we should see what the dog...
We should take ourselves to the flight path as soon as possible. Are we clear?
Aye. We are now.
Then sit down, dear boy. Last stage, Operation Wildcat.
That was a close thing. Oh, Brock, you can bark all you like now. I'm away to find Father.
A 1:45. We unship the oars, Mackenzie, and hold her steady. We're dead on course, but we might have to adjust. So, now you understand the whole operation, not only your part in it.
Aye, it's a neat swindle. It has the advantage of simplicity.
So I pride myself. A dram, dear boy, to keep out the cold.
After you. Yes, it's very neat. You owned a piece of the seabed. A seismic search revealed the possibility of oil. You determined to turn that possibility into a certainty by substituting false electrical logs to indicate an exploitable field.
For which I needed 2 experts only. You to manufacture the logs, and an engineer on the rig, J.J., to prepare the ground for the false readings. Here, the bottle.
Thanks. That's good. But why are we having to make the substitution from out here?
Because there isn't time to fly the logs out to J.J., and it isn't necessary. The rig leaves the field in 2 days. These last graphs of yours positively confirm all the other readings. The Wildcat will have been successful, and Conch will go for an appraisal drilling. But before that happens, I'll have sold my share on the market for millions. And the neatness is, there are so few of us involved, dear boy.
You, me, that engineer J.J.
And a couple of hundred for the man shamming appendicitis on the rig, but he's not in the scheme. He's merely doing what he's told.
Listen, there's a helicopter. Will you signal?
No, not yet. Pull round a bit on your left, then row straight ahead.
All right.
A bit more to your left.
Right. Up.
Straighten now. Hold it. I'm sending the signal. Hold steady. Once more.
He's understood. He's hovering. Here it comes. Can you reach it?
Nearly. Pull round. Pull. Got it. Hold steady. Shine the light. This way. Thanks. Unhook the reel logs and put ours in the bag. All away. Good.
Sit you down, Mr. Wexford. You're not so safe.
Now, Mackenzie, dear boy, the rods and the bait.
What? I thought we were away back.
We will be, dear boy, we will be, but not immediately. A little night fishing to provide an alibi in case of awkward questions.
I would have thought that as a family we would all stick together. Not rush off to accuse each other of all sorts of vague innuendo.
No one's accusing you of anything, Claire. I merely told Mr. Wilson about how we found Julie.
It still has not been explained, Miss Wexford, how she came to be in the pantry, bound and gagged.
I've already told you, I've no idea at all. Must have been burglars.
Nothing has been taken? You have not missed anything?
Fortunately, no. Mr. Wilson, we've already been through all this once before. Believe me, if I could shed any light on this business, I would.
Oh, 1 minute, Miss Wexford, please. Ah, Jenny, come in.
How is she, Jenny? How is Julie?
She's fine. Dr. Lewis has given her a thorough check-over. There's no physical harm, but he's given her a sedative and she's staying with him.
That is the best thing for the young lass.
Yes, indeed. Now, if there's nothing else, Mr. Wilson?
Just one thing, Miss Wexford. We know that Mr. Wexford went fishing with a friend. My daughter here saw them go. Somebody else also went with them. Isn't that so, Jenny?
Yes. Mr. Paul.
Bob.
No. They'd never have taken him.
Well, why not, Miss Wexford? Didn't they like him?
Well, of course they did. He's Basil's brother-in-law, and mine.
Well, exactly. We know that Mr. Paul was keen on the idea of fishing. Why would they not take him?
Well, I don't think there would have been any room, any gear for him. The boat was only prepared for 2 people.
He hid under some canvas in the bows.
Well, why on earth did he stow away like some thief in the night? Why not tell them openly that he wanted to join them?
He didn't feel he would be welcome.
I can't answer for your brother's feelings. In fact, I can't answer for your brother's behaviour at all. He hides in a boat. You hide in a pantry. Your family seems to spend its entire time hiding from people. If it were not so very ludicrous, I'd be very angry.
When Basil returns...
he will feel exactly as I do, believe me. Annoyed that you are causing trouble while he's away quietly enjoying himself.
The sea's becoming worse. We're just running into rougher water. Can't you steer her out?
We haven't got power. The engine's flat out now. We've just got to run with the current.
And the more we run with it, the more we run into the roost. We'll not stand much chance there with this cockle shell. Steer her out now, Wexford.
I can't turn her broadside onto those waves. We capsize.
It was the fishing. If you hadn't insisted on that masquerade, we wouldn't have drifted into this current.
Not a bail, Mackenzie. The scoops are by the canvas in the bows.
Aye, I will. Go! What's this? Huh? Who's here? Wexford! There's someone under the canvas. Come on out, man. I'm trying to.
Mackenzie! Out, stop bailing! What's going on? Can't see. Who the... Bob!
You know him?
Yes, I do. Stop bailing or we're done for. Both of you. I can't leave the tiller.
Here's a scoop! Who are you?
Wexford's brother-in-law.
Are you so? Well, you just carry on.
Mackenzie, why have you stopped bailing?
He says he's your brother-in-law.
He is. Then why did you go back and help him?
He's not part of the scheme, is he?
No. Now go and...
What's he doing on board?
I don't know. Why don't you go back to bailing and ask him?
I will.
It's too much for one. Lend a hand, Mackenzie.
You know my name? What else do you know about me?
All sorts of things.
Such as? Watch out! Here's a big one. Such as?
You're an Aberdeen electrical scientist.
Yes.
I hope you're getting well paid for your part of this fraud.
You had it all. How much do you want? What size share?
Share?
Of the payout. What size cut are you after?
I don't want a cut.
What do you want? You're not going to be too greedy.
I don't want anything except for Basil to call the scheme off.
Call the scheme off? You must be mad.
I don't want to bring in the law. Have my own sister involved. That's not necessary. Just let the scheme die.
But my work, my drafts.
We can drop a hint to Conch. Tell them not to act on those logs.
They wouldn't believe you. The work is too well done. You'd have to tell them everything.
No one need be mentioned.
But my work! You don't know what I put into it. I fooled all the MSCs and BSCs and professors of little knowledge. Murdo Mackenzie, lab technician who cannot pass exams, has bested them all. And you want to ruin it. Ruin
Mackenzie, get down!
You what? I'll see you dead.
Mackenzie, the wave! Look out! Hold on there! Mackenzie! Hold! Mackenzie! Mackenzie! Wexford, it's over! Put him out!
I can't! It's all I can do to hold the head on. He capsize if we try to turn.
Reduce speed! He might be swimming!
Can you see him?
No. No. Mackenzie! Mackenzie!
It's all I can do to hold her. Can you see him? I can't wait any longer.
No! No sign!
He hadn't a chance in this current. Our only hope is to stick together. Get back to the bailing!
Now, Mrs. Grayson, where did you say Mr. Wexford went?
That I don't know. He just said he wanted the night's fishing, he and his friend, and that's all I know, Mr. Wilson. But Mr. Wexford did ask you to prepare the boat. I will. He didn't actually ask me, miss. No, he spoke to Orvald.
And he's back on the rig. We won't see him for another week.
No, we won't see him, that's true, but he will be off the rig.
Oh? How so?
Well, I mind that Orvald told me he would be going to Aberdeen this night, and that if I heard he was ill, I was not to worry. It would not be true.
Thank you, Mrs. Grayson. We're not much wiser, Jenny.
Father, take the boat out to the flight path.
Oh, now, Jenny, I know you're worried
It's
about
more
Bob,
than worry. It's a hunch. Please, Father.
You're offering me Mackenzie's share?
For your silence. You see, dear boy, you wouldn't even have to do anything for it. What could be easier than that? Put some more petrol in the tank, will you, like a good chap? We could use the motor again.
Basil, what about Susan when she finds out?
There's no reason why she should.
She knows about Julie.
That is a pity. Still, she'll be cushioned. Money does soften the blow, you know.
Until the next time Julie appears on the scene?
That is by no means certain. But should it happen, your sister will receive a very handsome settlement.
You don't really care for her at all, do you, Basil? Why did you marry her?
To buy her silence, dear boy.
As you wish to buy mine.
Exactly. And both will be handsomely paid for.
You're determined to go through with your plan?
Of course, dear boy.
And I'm equally determined that you will not.
I'm afraid you can no more stop me than you can stop the dawn, which is breaking through the mist around us. What a pity we're not on a car bottle. You could appreciate the beauty of this moment as I do.
The tank's full.
Thank you.
If you won't drop your plan, I'll have to go to the police. I didn't want to because of Susan, but now I think...
But now, what, Bob? Don't let this stop you. I don't approve of guns at all. They're messy. They bring too many complications. But as the ultimate deterrent, they are, unfortunately, necessary. You must be deterred.
You wouldn't be such a fool.
Mackenzie shot you, and the two of you went overboard. I'm sorry, Bob, but you don't imagine I'm going to allow some half-baked whippersnapper with a half-baked conscience to come between me and millions. Millions? I only wish Mackenzie had.
You'd better answer them, Basil.
Answer?
You can just see them through the mist, coming up behind you. I won't need that anymore, Wexford. Put my gun down. Wexford, have you...
Watch out! You'll capsize the boat!
Wexford?
I'm coming alongside.
Bob, we had a shot. What is it?
Wasn't there someone with you?
Basil, He's in the bottom of the boat. I think he's dead. Buongiorno, Signora Pacelli. Buongiorno.
Signor Paul, welcome. How are you? And the Signora?
Yes, this is my wife, Jenny.
How do you do, Signora Fracelli?
Mrs. Paul, oh, it's good to see you. I am so pleased for you both.
Thank you very much, Signora.
I say to Mr. Paul many times, he should be married. Oh, but to such a pretty woman. Oh, he's a very lucky man.
I know that, Signora.
Now, you keep him strict. You're not to let him get away with nothing.
No, she doesn't. She's just like you, Signora. She bullies me.
I bully you. I am just like a mother. And I am so delighted you have come to stay with me.
I tried very hard to keep Jenny away. I said, there's all the rest of Italy to see on your honeymoon, but she insisted on coming here.
Don't you believe it, Signora? It was the very first place he wanted me to see.
And he is right. Firenze is the first. Oh, Mr. Paul, there is a letter for you, huh? It came the day before. You are lucky with the post. Now you excuse me, huh? I go see your room is ready.
You know it's been ready since the crack of dawn.
All the same, I make sure.
What did I tell you, Jenny? Did I exaggerate?
She's just as you described her, darling. Only a little more so. Is that from Susan? It looks like her writing.
Yes, darling. She sends her love, hopes we had a good journey, hopes I'm taking good care of you.
Anything else? Does she say anything about herself?
Yes, here.
I hope that you no longer hold yourself to blame. It wasn't your fault. If Basil hadn't drawn a gun in the first place...
He would still be alive.
He would still be in prison together with Claire and J.J. I am better off, Bob, believe me. I have a second chance. And I won't commit myself again without consulting you. Oh, there's a P.S., look.
The full irony. The results of the drilling were good enough for the oil company to carry on. Basil would have made the money anyway. He didn't need to doctor the wildcat. She's found her sense of humor again, Jenny. She's going to be all right. Susie will be all right. Signora Fracelli, some wine.
That was The Shetland Wildcat, a play for radio by Anthony Keary. The part of Bob Paul was played by Alan Moore, and that of Jenny by Hilary Patterson. The rest of the cast were as follows: Basil, Dennis McCarthy; Susan, Paula Wilcox; Claire, Irene Sutcliffe; Jean-Jacques, Lawrence Payne; Julie, Jennifer Armitage; Dick and the Tool Pusher, Roger Gartland; Celia, Sarah Carthy; Harry, David Ponting; Kenneth, Anthony Keary; Murdo, John Graham; Orvald, Tom Watson; George, Paul Nicholson; and Mrs. Grierson, Margot Young. The Shetland Wildcat, which came from Bristol, was produced by Brian Miller.
This must be it. Can't see any number. 24, 25, 26... Aye. This must be it. Oh. Come on. What's keeping you? It's a bit blooming parky. Oh.
Yes?
Mrs. Shapiro?
Who?
Would you be Mrs. Shapiro?
Not me, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I got the right house? 28 Nadine Gardens.
Yes?
Well, there's a Mr. Shapiro lives here.
Oh, sorry, dear. You must have got the wrong number.
I haven't, no. This is where he told me.
Who would that be, dear?
Friend of Mr. Shapiro's.
Oh, well, he must have been mistaken.
Oh, that's funny. 28 Nadine Gardens, you said. Asked for Mr. Shapiro.
Well...
I understood you took in lodgers.
Guests?
Oh, And he's not one of them?
No one by that name, dear.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. All my gentlemen are regulars, dear. I've had some of them coming to me for... Oh, wait a minute, dear. There was a gentleman. Oh, but he left here such a long time ago.
Called Shapiro?
Oh, I can't remember now, dear. It's so long ago. That might have been his name. Like that. Could have been.
I don't suppose you'd have a forwarding address, somewhere I can get hold of him.
Well, not now, dear. Not after so long. Was it important?
Oh, got something I was asked to give him. Still, if he's not here...
Not now, dear, no.
He'll have to do without it then, won't he? Apologies for troubling you, Mrs.
Just sorry I can't help, dear.
Not to fret. Thanks, any road. Good night.
Oh, just a thought. But if I did happen to come across it, the address, I mean, just by chance, and I knew where to get in touch with you.
I'm at the Euphrates Hotel in Victoria.
Yes.
But just for tomorrow. After that, I'm back up north and he can stuff it.
Righto then, dear.
Berryman speaking.
Any hot tips about the GGs, dear? You said you might have something for me.
Hello, gorgeous.
Hello.
Long time no hear. What can I do you for?
Listen, dear, I think someone must have been a bit careless. I've just had to turn a gentleman away. He was asking for Mr. Shapiro, you see.
Shapiro?
Yes.
Wait on, that's out of date, darling.
Well, exactly. That's why I thought I'd better ring you, dear.
What? Oh. Carter.
Duty office, Berryman here, sir.
Oh, of course it is. Wouldn't be anywhere else at this time of night, would it?
Oh, sorry if I woke you, sir.
Ah, you hell. What's the panic?
We've had a caller, but he's not family.
When?
About half an hour ago, in Islington, sir. The house in Nardine Gardens.
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, the thing is, we know he's not family because whoever it was asked for Mr. Shapiro, sir.
Eh?
No one else, just Mr. Shapiro.
All right, Berryman. I'm coming in.
Right, there you go. Hot and wet little trotter mouse.
Ta. So, after you got the call from the landlady...
I called Benny Freeman. He pulled his finger out a bit sharpish and got his bird watchers covering this hotel in Victoria, the Euphrates.
Uh-huh.
We also got a tap on. Our man arrived back there 40 minutes ago.
What's our caller been doing since?
Well, sleeping, as far as we can tell. There's no light on in his room. He's not used the phone and he's not moving about. At least, not now, he ain't.
What do we know about him?
So far? Well, not much. According to the register, his name's Collier. Graham Collier. British national. Well, claims to be, anyway.
Any more?
My only guesses. The hotel's used a lot by airline transit passengers. Night clerk says Collier's booked in for one night only, so, well, could be he's flying in or flying out.
But you don't know which?
No, not yet, sir.
You don't know right lot then, do you? What have you been doing since you called me?
Waiting for you to get here, sir.
You haven't bothered to check the labels on his luggage, anything like that?
The night clerk couldn't help. Collier booked in before he came on duty, and Benny's bird watchers didn't have time to get inside the room.
What about airline passenger lists?
Well, we're checking them now.
Right. And after that, where he came from, what he was doing while he was there, what he does for a living, and what his wife likes to call him when they're in bed, right?
We don't know whether he's married yet, sir.
Then find out.
That all, sir.
Unless, off the top of your head, you can tell me what he was doing at one of our safe houses using an out-of-date password when nobody seems to know him from Adam, yes? Let's treat this joker a bit seriously, all right?
Yes, sir. By when?
By the time he leaves that hotel, 6 hours, 7, on my desk before we pick him up.
Where will you be, sir?
Right here.
Right.
Now, Berryman.
Sir?
Any idea where I'll find Toby Lismore?
Oh, I thought he was on leave, sir.
I thought so, too, and that's a pity, because I want him back here.
Pig. Oh, you pig. What do you... No, Toby, no. Oh, you know what you are, don't you? A boring, predictable chauvinist. Oh, this isn't fair. What about me?
What about you? Shh.
And be a good girl.
Wow, that stopped you.
Leave it.
Why?
No, Chrissy, no.
Why not? Hello?
I'd like to talk to Toby Lismore. Is he there?
Who is it?
Carter.
Hang on, I'll find out. Toby, it's for you.
No.
Yes, he's here. It's Mr. Carter, darling.
Carter? How in God's name? Give me that. Carter, do you know what time it is?
Why? You in bed?
Well, why aren't you?
Because I've got nowhere to keep me cozy.
How'd you find me?
That's the business we're in, Toby boy. How soon can you get back here?
Look, I'm on leave, Carter.
You were on leave. Until just 2 minutes ago, you were on leave. Now we want you back here.
Oh, go to hell.
Listen, Toby, I need you. Now, back here. Not next week. Now.
Look, I don't know where you get your nerve.
You should be flattered, Toby boy. It's your head I want. All those clever questions you know how to ask and I don't. We've got a mark, and he's stopped moving until morning. I want you to lift him because I daren't let him run, and I need you to be nice to him when I do, and to find out what in hell he's playing at.
Well, that all?
Except, I'm sorry. Apologies to the wife as well.
My wife is in Suffolk, Carter. You know that.
Yeah, I know. It was she who told me where to find you.
Cup of tea, please. And I'll have one of them sandwiches. What have you got?
These.
Yeah. Oh, ham, is it? I'll have a ham sandwich.
Message for Mr. Graham Collier, passenger to Preston. Mr. Graham Collier, travelling to Preston, please go to the station manager's office. Would Mr. Graham Collier, passenger to Preston, please go to the station manager's office.
Excuse me, that's 25, please.
You what? Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, I'll have to... Yeah. Oh, here. Now, can you tell me where I'll find the station master's office?
Can I help you?
Oh, my name's Collier. There was a call for me over the...
Collier? Mr. Graham Collier?
Yes.
Oh, glad we've managed to contact you, sir.
Oh, who are you?
A friend of Mr. Shapiro's, actually, sir. Asked me to say how much he's looking forward to meeting you.
Come.
Mr. Collier's suitcase, sir. I wonder where you want me to put it.
Oh, just dump it over there. I don't am seeing it as soon as he comes in.
Sir. Only one item of interest, sir. Package. Here we are.
Oh, I'll take that.
Had a cassette of film in it. We've put a dummy in its place.
Where's the original?
Mr. Carter's taken it down to the darkroom, sir.
Right. Will you tell Mr. Carter I'd like to know what's on that film as soon as he's got a print?
Right, sir. Wheel Collier in, then, shall I, sir?
Why not?
Right.
October the 23rd, subject Collier, Graham. File reference CG/TL/M587/S. First interrogation commences 9:57 a.m. Come.
Mr. Collier, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Collier.
Are you Shapiro?
No. My name is Lismore. Do come in, Mr. Collier.
I was told he'd be here.
Well, Mr. Shapiro is a colleague of mine. Now, if you'd care to take a seat, we can get started.
Started?
Just a few questions.
What about?
You. Please, do come and sit down, Mr. Collier.
Me? What about me?
Well, we'll start with your full name, shall we?
Well, you know it.
No, I'm sorry. I meant your Christian names.
Yeah, that's my case over there. You've been rummaging through my things.
Well, examining the contents, certainly, but everything's still there. And nothing's been taken.
I assure you.
I don't give a monkey's elbow. You've got no right.
Well, we'll come to those all the sooner, Mr. Collier, if you'll just answer my questions now. You were going to tell me your Christian names.
Oh, Graham.
Place and date of birth.
What's that got to do with anything? What am I doing here?
It's just that we have certain forms to fill in. Bureaucracy, really. Still, we have it to do. Bear with me, please.
Not till I know what I'm doing here.
According to our records, you were born on the 15th of June, 1926, in Blackburn. That's in Lancashire.
Wrong.
Really?
I was born in Darwin. That's just outside Blackburn, for what it matters. Anyway, if you know it already, what's the sense in asking?
Well, we'd like to be sure that our records are reasonably accurate before we move on.
When are you going to tell me what I'm supposed to have done?
Done?
Well, you are the police, aren't you?
Not strictly speaking.
Then who the hell are you?
Please, Mr. Collier, let me ask the questions, and then we'll be through all the sooner. Now, you paid a visit last night to a house in Nadine Gardens.
So what?
Where you asked to speak to Mr. Shapiro.
Aye, and I was told he didn't live there.
Not anymore. Why did you want to see him?
I had something to give him.
And would you like to tell me what?
Not a right lot, no. Why should I?
Because I've asked you.
Oh, this is like some daft game.
Well, I'm sorry if that's how it seems to you, Mr. Collier. Perhaps you'll appreciate it isn't a game if I tell you how much we know about you already. Born 1926 in Darwin, Lancashire. Married. No children. Present address, 17 Mosley Street, Preston, Lancashire again. Present employment of the firm of electronic engineers. You've been with them for 15 years now.
Oh, very good, very impressive.
Mr. Collier, I travelled halfway through the night to be here this morning, especially to see you.
Nay, don't try and make out you're doing me a favour.
We have a cell downstairs, Mr. Collier, with a barred window and an iron door. If you like, you can rot in it.
Who the bloody hell are you?
A friend of Mr. Shapiro's. And therefore, a friend of yours.
Well, I've never met the man.
But you did have something that you wanted to give him. Now, why didn't you tell me what that was?
Well, it was just a package.
Would this be it?
It looks like it, aye. You knew all along.
We weren't absolutely sure. Do you know what's in it?
No.
Aren't you curious?
I couldn't care less.
It's a cassette of film. Actually, we're developing it now.
Oh, good on you.
Now, according to our information, you were in Germany until yesterday lunchtime, and then you took an afternoon flight back into this country, touching down just after 7. What were you doing there?
Well, the wife's mother was there.
Was your wife with you?
Aye.
Where is she now?
She's still there. Oh, the old lady's not took that bad. We've been told she might be dying, but it was just a false alarm, so there weren't much point in me stopping on. But Hilda said she would. Her father's dead, so there's no one else.
Your wife was born in Germany?
Brilliant, aye.
How did you meet her?
Well, it was just after the war. I was stationed there in Berlin.
And your mother-in-law still lives there?
Aye.
And that's where the film was given to you?
That's right.
Who by? Who by, Mr. Collier?
A fella I met in a bar.
His name?
I don't know.
You surely don't expect me to believe that.
Believe what you like. It's the truth, whether or not. I met this fella in a bar and we got talking. He asked me to do him a favour, but he never told me his name. And I never thought to ask.
A complete stranger walks up to you in a bar and asks you to smuggle a cassette of film into this country. And you agreed, just like that.
Oh, aye, you can make it sound daft if you want to. Any road. I never thought of it as smuggling.
Did you know what was in the package?
Well, no, I've told you.
So, you could have been carrying anything. Trucks, guns, even a bomb.
Oh, give over.
You say you met him in a bar and got talking. Tell me about it.
Well, I was having a bit of an argument with the barman. I'd paid for my drink, but he kept saying I'd not given him enough. I couldn't catch it all, couldn't tell what he were on about. Then this other fella started translating and got it sorted.
I see. How many times have you been to Germany, Mr. Collier, since the war?
Oh, pay a few.
Well, for instance, how often does your wife go to visit her mother? Once a year?
It'll be about that.
And do you usually go with her?
Often as not. What are you getting at now?
It's just that I find it difficult to understand how it is that a man stationed in Germany during the war, married to a German, who revisits Germany as regularly as you do, doesn't understand the German language sufficiently to know what a barman is trying to tell him. The bar where you had this argument, what was it called?
Well, how do I know? It was just a bar.
Well, all right, then the man who gave you the film, what did he look like?
Well, he was a small chap, weedy. He wore glasses, had thin hair and a lot of lines on his face.
How old?
40-odd.
Yes?
You alone?
No.
I've something here I think you ought to see.
Well, tell me.
This film we've been developing, it's all good pucker gen, Toby. Pucker. Just one thing. When we got to the end of it, we found the last frame had been double exposed. Whoever took this went and slapped a shot of some bloke's face right over the last page of the documents he was copying.
Careless of him. Can you still read any of the writing underneath?
Why don't you come and have a look-see?
Where, the darkroom?
I'll be in my office.
On my way. Oh, you're disgusting.
What?
You're supposed to shave when you get up in the morning, not at midday. You're seedy, Carter.
Oh, get stuffed.
I wonder what control can possibly see in you.
Maybe I'm good at what I do. And maybe if I wore a Ponzi striped tie like yours, it might stand out a bit, look a bit incongruous, you know. Say if I was running for home somewhere in the zone. Might even get me shot.
Tush.
You're just sore still because I busted your weekend.
You can go to hell and back before I'd admit that to you.
What do you make of Collier?
He's a moron. I've put him downstairs to cool his heels and try to think up a better story than the one he's telling up at the moment.
You don't believe it?
Well, his story's so bloody awful, I can't see how it can be anything but true. But he's not frightened enough. He's not squealing about his rights the way I'd have expected. I don't know. Well, where are these photographs?
Oh, here. You'll find the one that's double exposed at the bottom.
So it is. Well. Anyone we know?
Nope.
So maybe it was just an accident?
Not possible. If someone's gone to the trouble, maybe even risked their life to photograph highly sensitive documents, which is what these appear to be, he is not going to ruin the last page by taking a happy holiday mugshot over it. Not unless he's very, very careless, or has a very good reason. Now, I don't believe anyone could be that careless. So there has to be a reason.
What?
Don't ask me. That's for you to find out.
Well, not entirely. It is your case.
Then it's down to both of us. Right?
Regrettably.
Fancy a bite to eat?
No time.
Pie and a pint, then. Why not? Just round the corner. Come on. Know what that stuff was on those photographs?
No.
Minutes of committee meetings, agenda, that sort of thing. Know which committee?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Central Committee of the East German Presidium.
Have you told Control?
No.
Are you going to?
Not yet. First, I want to know who's playing Santa Claus out of season.
You're mad.
You're going to help me?
Why should I put my head in the noose?
There's no news.
Well, there is if this backfires and the old man finds out.
He won't. Let's cross.
Here, watch it.
That's better. Safer in the park. Well, what do you say, Toby? You in or out?
You mean I have the choice?
Not really.
No. Well, I'm going to need more than I've got so far. What else can you give me?
Which areas?
Well, let's start with Nadine Gardens.
I thought you knew.
Safe houses are your concern. Usually I try not to know.
Maybe you didn't read the report I left on your desk this morning.
Well, then what the hell do you think I spent 2 hours talking to Collier about? Now, I mean the details you forgot to mention, such as who runs it, who uses it, and who else knows about it. I am useless to you unless I know it all.
28 Nadine Gardens. It's been one of our addresses in London for about 2 years. It's run by a woman, widow of one of my team in Aden. She drinks gin and she plays the ponies, but she's all right. It covers as a boarding house, shifting population, and no one takes any notice. Useful if we want to hide someone, or if one of any section has to come in a hurry.
Which section?
Anyone in the zone.
Which means anyone in any of the Iron Curtain stations, yes?
Yeah, right.
All right. Now, what about this code name? Shapiro.
Well, each station has its own identifying code name to gain access to the house or to me. We change the code names every 3 months. Until 2 months ago, Shapiro was the code name for Berlin Station. Then it was changed.
So, when Collier asked for Shapiro, he was using a dead code?
That's right. It was out of date, so the landlady started the alarm bells ringing.
So whoever gave Collier the Nadine Gardens address and told him the code name to use only knew what the code name was 2 months ago.
Right again. And I'll lay you any odds you like it was the same bloke who took that film.
Possibly. Well, at least one thing's certain, whoever it is in Berlin, which is where Collier was staying until yesterday lunchtime.
Which part?
Huh?
Of Berlin, east or west?
But you mean your men haven't checked?
You mean you haven't asked him?
Stop looking so smug, Carter.
Thanks, Albert. How about one for yourself? Thank you, sir.
Oh, there's a table coming free.
Right, here you go. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Sorry it's not quite the Savile Club. Still, it does be.
Remarks like that make me think you must be an inverted snob, Carter. Have you thought what your next move's going to be?
I've already made it. I've recalled the head of Berlin Station. Bloke called Alec Fowler. Do you know him?
No.
Oh, he's been round a bit. Dates from way back. One of the original Cold War boys.
Oh.
He's been in Berlin since 65. And before that, he was running operations in Checo. 65 was the year I came in from Berlin and took over from Mathieu as operations director here. Fowler thought he was in line for the job, but I got it. And he got my old station as a consolation prize, so we don't talk much anymore.
Have a lot to catch up on then, won't you? Where will you be?
Down at the old country place. Thought it might be better. Less hassle. More peaceful there.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Your friend is waiting for you, sir.
Friend?
This way, sir.
Hello, Alec.
Carter.
Welcome home.
Home? Huh. Looks more like a customs and excise frisking shed to me. And they're the same the world over. I've been through damn near all of them.
Well, anyway, it's good to see you.
There must be something about the way you say that.
I mean it.
Didn't expect it to be you, not here. Berryman, maybe, even Benny Freeman. But not you, Carter.
Why not me?
Didn't think you'd still be doing your own legwork.
I don't. But you're special.
Is that what Control told you to say?
Nope. Control doesn't even know you're in the country, Alec.
So, this is your operation?
Strictly mine. Not an operation, though. Debriefing. That's all.
Debriefing?
Mm-hmm.
Since when was a debriefing so urgent you don't even have time to pack a toothbrush and you have to grab the next flight out as though you're blown sky high? What are you after, Carter?
That's half the trouble. I wish I knew. Feel up to travelling?
Where to?
I thought we might take a trip down to the old health farm. That is, if you fancy it.
I was hoping to see Piccadilly Circus and the changing of the guard.
And then why not save it as a treat for after we've finished? Eh?
How are you feeling now, Mr. Collier?
They've taken away my clothes.
Oh, you'll get them back again in due course.
It's cold.
Well, if you wanted another blanket, why didn't you say so? The guard would have brought you one.
I want my own clothes.
Sue.
And I want to see a solicitor. This isn't legal.
Well, I'm afraid we can't allow that, Mr. Collier. No one knows you're here. And no one will ever know. Unless you cooperate.
Huh?
To all intents and purposes, you've disappeared off the face of the earth. Thousands of people disappear every year. Tourists, housewives, husbands...
If you want to scare me, you're succeeding. I'm scared, all right. But how's it going to help you, me being scared witless? Didn't think we had secret police in this country.
Tell me again about the package containing the film. When was it given to you?
When?
The date.
Day before I flew home.
October 21st?
Aye.
Was your wife with you?
She knows nothing about it. I were on my own.
Where was your wife?
With her mother.
Where?
God help me, I've just said.
I mean the address. Well, Mr. Collier?
She lives in a community block. I can't remember the name of the street. It's behind the Friedensplatz. She's got a little flat. Well, it's a maisonette, really.
Behind the Friedensplatz. Doesn't that mean P Square?
So I'm told.
Now, if my memory serves me right, that's in East Berlin.
So what?
And the bar where the package was given to you. Where was that, east or west?
East. Well, does it matter?
Selling continued against the pound today, despite strong support from the Bank of England. The Chancellor is expected to make a statement in the Commons this afternoon, which, it is hoped, will...
Better, eh?
I can live without it.
You know, I've not been down this way for nearly a year.
Even longer for me. But then it would be. I can remember the last time I came. It was when Control told me you were coming in from Berlin and I was to take over from you out there. And I thought I was coming to be told I'd got the plum. Ha!
Yeah, well, I'm sorry if that still twists your guts up. But I was as surprised as you.
Not anymore, Carter. I don't care anymore. When am I going to know what this is all about?
My briefcase is on the back seat. There are some photographs in it. Can you reach?
Yeah. Got 'em.
See that top one? It's got a mugshot on it. I want to know who it's of. Recognize him?
Do you expect me to?
You might.
From that? It's double exposed, for God's sake. Is this what you pulled me back for? Just to look at this?
No, not just that. But it's part of it. Part of a mystery, Alec. The mystery is whose face is on that photograph. And after that, who took it.
Why should I know?
Because it came out of Berlin 3 days ago.
Not by me.
We know that, Alec. It came in the raincoat pocket of an hilarious little joker called Collier, who turned up on the doorstep of 28 Nadine Gardens, asking to see Mr. Shapiro.
What?
So I'd say that either means you've been blown, or Collier's had contact with someone in one of your networks. Next questions. If Collier's straight and on the level, carrying for one of your contacts, which one? And why wasn't the film passed via you?
That's impossible.
It's happened.
Shapiro's a dead code.
So you're blown?
No.
No, actually I don't think so either. That mugshot came at the back end of those photographs. Now, why it's there, I don't know. But that lot's worth something, and I'd say the source is a good one. So who is it? If Collier knew about Shapiro and Nadine Gardens, it has to be one of yours.
No. Everyone in my section knew that Shapiro was dead.
Someone did.
Everyone.
No, Alec. I think someone in one of your networks took that film. He also wanted us to see a man's face. We don't know why. But he was in a hurry. No time to reload the camera. No time for finesse. He just took a chance on the double exposure giving us something. So maybe someone was onto him. Maybe he had no time to make contact with you, or maybe it wasn't safe. So he did what he could. Found himself an English tourist, took a gamble, and used him to bring the film out. Now, we need to know who and why.
It's impossible.
What is?
These photographs. There's only one man could have got hold of stuff like this. His name's Egon Stehlich.
So?
That name should ring bells. I sent you a report about him. He was arrested a month and a half ago. There's no way it can be him, Carter.
You said it. Stalek, you said. Now you tell me why not.
Same sort of stuff as he used to bring out, that's what I meant. This place has changed a lot.
We don't use it much now. It's all changing, Alec. The weeds do better out of this place than we do nowadays.
What happened to the perimeter fence? Used to be over there.
They switched the electricity off. You know, saved juice and all that. Then one day some cows barged through it.
I suppose there's a kind of justice in that.
I wouldn't know.
I was trained here.
So was I.
Now look at it.
Like I said, it's all changing. This place, well, it's just not needed anymore.
Are we?
Of course we are. Do you know what was on those photographs, Annie?
I caught the gist.
Minutes of the Central Committee. Draft DDR resolution applauding Soviet initiative in Egypt. Agenda for the next round of détente talks with Kissinger, proposing stalling tactics over American interference in the question of Soviet Jews. Detailed budget breakdown of Defense Committee spending. I'd call all that valuable, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So, if not Stalek, who else? If it's someone new, they deserve a bit of cultivating.
I don't know.
So maybe it is Stalek.
I've told you.
Then tell me again.
It's all in my damn report. Don't you read reports anymore? You've got it all in there.
That's right, but I want you to tell it to me now all over again.
Stalek was arrested a month and a half ago. About that. I can't nail the exact day. I didn't know for about a week. And over there, people prefer not to remember what happened yesterday. When I tried to check, no one knew anything.
How did you find out?
I got a routine message from Stalek that indicated he was ready to make a drop. He never turned up. I waited a few days for him to contact me again, but he didn't. So I went looking. He'd already been arrested.
If that's so, he'll have told them everything he knows by now.
What do you mean, if?
But all your networks are still functioning, right?
Why shouldn't they be? Stalek never knew anything about them.
But he did know you.
No.
No?
Stalek knew my code name, not who I was.
He could still have pointed you out.
Wrong again. We only ever met once, right at the beginning. After that, we used a cutout.
So chances are you may not be blown after all.
Something's just occurred to me. There was someone else.
What do you mean?
One other person Stalek did know. He wasn't the primary source. He had his own contact inside the Volkskammer. I don't know. Stalek was just the courier.
So?
Suppose they've not managed to break Stalek yet. Suppose he's not told them anything. Then his contact's still safe. He could be acting on his own, getting his stuff out some other way, like using an English tourist to carry it for him.
Like our friend Collier. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's possible. It doesn't explain how Stalek's contact knew about Shapiro.
Stalek told him, that's obvious.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Sir, Mr. Carter, sir.
Oh, yeah?
Signal from London, sir. Top priority.
Oh, ta.
Take an answer for you, sir?
We'll be heading back soon, anyway.
Very good, sir.
Oh, message from Lismore. Well, get this. Imperative check movements of Hilda Collier, née Brecher, East-West Berlin. Particular reference period, 20th of October onward. Also verification state of health of Frau Eva Brecher, Zimmer Nummer 5B, Gemeinschaftswohnung, Hartakerstrasse, East Berlin. Checking up on Collier's wife. Maybe he reckons she's being held and they're blackmailing her old man.
As if they wouldn't know we'd check.
You got someone minding the shop who can handle it for us?
Yes. Who is this Lismore?
My opposite number in London. He's a very clever bloke.
Sounds like it.
Well, you never know. You may meet him.
Why?
He may want to ask you some questions.
For a simple debriefing, I'd have said you're asking enough of them.
Yeah, but here's a better. They're harder.
You mean as the interrogator?
That's right.
Why? Why me, Carter?
Well, I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying it might.
Always wear velvet gloves when you slap people in the face, do you?
Nothing personal, Alec. You know that.
No, not much.
This bloke, Collier, you know, the guy who brought us the film, he gave us a description of the fellow who passed it to him. Small, in his 40s, thinning hair, heavily lined face, and he wore glasses. That remind you of anyone?
No.
You sure?
It could be anyone.
Yeah, we know it's not very detailed, and we know it's not easy. All the same, you might know him.
I don't think so.
Do something for me, will you, Alec? You say you met Stelic just the once. Tell me what he looked like.
It doesn't prove a thing.
What doesn't?
As if you didn't know.
Why don't you tell me?
Stelic's about 48. He's a thin little bloke, weighs about 9 stone, 5'7" at a guess. He's got wispy hair, his face is all lines and creases, and he wears glasses. Now that's what you wanted. It matches the description you've got. But I'm here to tell you there's no way it could have been him.
That's what I was afraid of.
I'm being set up for something.
Let's go send that signal, shall we, Alec?
Shouldn't be more than a couple of days down on the health farm. Will you be able to cope?
Don't you worry about a thing, sir.
Well, I want those letters to be in Berlin by tonight, so they should be back in this country before the end of the week.
Now, you leave it all to me, sir. Give my love to the old place, will you?
I'll tell Carter you said that.
You do that, sir. He'll understand.
I'm sure he will.
Morning, Mr. Collier, sir. Brought you a cup of tea. Mr. Lismore asked me to tell you he's had to go out of town for a short while. Only a day, we hope, two at the outside. Still, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to stay here until he gets back. So anything you want, just knock on the door and tell the guard, and I'll see what I can do for you, all right? Oh, there was just one other thing. We've drafted a letter to your employers explaining that your mother-in-law is more seriously ill than you thought, and that you'll have to stay on in Berlin for another few days. Here we are. It just needs your signature at the bottom.
No.
We've also written one to your friends the Robertsons, apologising that you'll not be back in time to take them to the Halle concert on their anniversary like you'd arranged. You can borrow my pen, sir.
Try and make me.
You can always have your signature forged, you know. Dead easy.
Aye, I'll bet. I wouldn't put out past you.
Fair enough.
Good morning.
Morning, Toby. I'd like you to meet Toby Lismore, Alec. Toby Alec Fowler.
How do you do, Mr. Fowler?
So, you're the interrogator.
That's one of my jobs. It's nippy out this morning.
I wouldn't know. Seems I'm not allowed out.
Need me, Toby?
No, I don't think so. Oh, you might ask if they could turn the heating up a bit.
If it's not broken down again. See you later, Alec.
I hope I haven't disturbed your breakfast.
I just finished.
I take it you know why I'm here.
To ask me questions, that's what Carter said.
Precisely so.
How old are you, Mr. Lismore?
Does it matter?
34, 35?
Somewhere thereabouts.
So I wonder how much you reckon you know.
What about?
Men like me. And Carter.
The original Cold War, boys.
Yes. And where were you when the wall went up? Sleeping off a hangover in your gothic Oxford garret?
Probably.
How can you know?
I know you, Mr. Fowler. I've read your file, and Carter's filled me in on the rest, so I know enough to do my job.
Dissecting me?
If you like.
Not much. Don't you think I might have hoped for something better? I'm a professional, Mr. Lismore, and they give me to you.
I am also a professional.
Professional pimp touting détente.
No, but that's interesting.
What is?
Knowing what it is that bothers you so much.
You really think you do?
Détente. The British handshake across the curtain. It makes you question your whole raison d'être, doesn't it, Mr. Fowler? It begins to make you feel, well, a bit like a fish out of water.
Let's get this over with, shall we?
But if it's any comfort, you and I both know that détente doesn't exist. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be sitting here now, would we?
Real or not, I'm not sure it matters anymore. Now, you try thinking yourself into my shoes, if you can. 49 years old, 20 of those in the field, and you try living with that. Or if that's beyond you, why don't you just ask your questions?
About a month ago, we received this report from you. Subject, Egon Stehlik, East German, working for us, one of your most valuable contacts, in fact. In here, you report his disappearance, subsequently amended to arrest.
Or death.
You say here arrest.
He's most likely been shot by now.
But you still don't know, not for sure. You've not found any witnesses.
Who'd be a witness to a thing like that?
What was your first indication that something had gone wrong?
Look, I told Carter it's all in the report.
Yes, I know, I've read it, but now I'd like to hear it in your own words.
I knew Stehlik was going to make a drop. I went to the pickup, but there was nothing there. I knew something must have gone wrong.
Tell me about your arrangements. How did he contact you?
He phoned my flat. Leave a message on my answering machine. Rudy called. Just that. I'd know it meant that the drop was live. That evening or next day, I'd make the pickup.
You told Carter that you used a cutout?
Yes, a girl. We both went to her, you know. Name of Katrin. We were regulars, so no one had taken a notice. It was one of Stehlik's perks whenever he came over the wall. They all do it.
Did she know who you were?
Not what I did, if that's what you mean.
But she knew you used her to pass and receive messages?
Yes.
Did she know who Stehlik was?
No.
Could you trust her?
Obviously. I made sure I knew enough about her.
So, what did you do after you got Stehlik's last message saying Rudy called?
I went to Katrin. She'd not seen him for nearly a fortnight.
Go on.
We checked as far as we could whether he'd gone back across the wall. But on our side, they don't look at all the papers so carefully. Nobody remembered. I thought there must have been some temporary holder. I waited for him to get in touch again.
Well?
He never did. So then we started looking on the other side. There was no trace. That's when I put my report in.
Dated September the 15th?
You say so.
And what was the date of your last contact with Stehlik?
The 8th, maybe the 9th. It'll be in my log.
6 days earlier.
About that.
How often did Stehlik come across the wall? Regularly, or were there gaps between trips?
Sometimes twice a week, sometimes only once a fortnight.
So you couldn't be sure how soon he'd be able to contact you again?
No.
Yet you only gave him 6 days before you reported him missing.
I'd been checking.
But you weren't sure. You couldn't have been. You'd found no witnesses, no evidence at all, in fact.
He was missing.
You assumed either arrested or dead.
That's right.
Then how would you explain the fact that he was seen, as large as life, 4 days ago, in a Berlin bar?
That wasn't Stehlik.
We have a description of the man. You told Carter it fits Stehlik exactly.
Like it fits 10,000 others.
Quite so. But how many of them would have known about the code name, Shapiro?
You say it was Stehlik. I know it couldn't have been.
You don't know anything. You just make assumptions, it would seem to me, based on no hard evidence.
Listen, if it was Stehlik, he'd have made contact with me. Don't you get that?
That's one of the more puzzling aspects, I grant you. Carter tells me that the code name Shapiro was changed 2 months ago.
Yes.
Tell me about these code names. Where do they originate?
In London, someone in cipher section has a ball.
And then?
I get a coded signal and I pass the new name onto my networks.
How?
Depends.
Well, Stehlik, then. How did you let him know?
I put it on the answering machine.
You did what?
Why not? It worked. It'd go something like this. This is an answering machine on... Then I'd give my normal listed number. Then it'd say, urgent messages may be left with Herr Shapiro on... And I'd give my private ex-directory number. Sooner or later, I'd get a message on the answering machine saying...
The code name, Shapiro, was changed.
Beginning of September. The 2nd or 3rd.
And the next contact you had with Stehlik was on the 8th or 9th. So, by that time, the new code name was definitely on the answering machine.
That's right.
So we're in no doubt that Stehlik definitely knew what the new code name was.
No question.
Well, something went wrong.
Right. He got himself picked up.
No, Mr. Fowler. 2 months later, in a Berlin bar, it seems he deliberately used a code name you claim he knew was out of date.
God help me. I'll say it just once more. Come.
Oh, am I interrupting?
Oh, no, I was just about to suggest we took a break.
We've got a reply to that cable you sent yesterday.
Would you excuse me for a moment, Mr. Fowler?
Perhaps you like some coffee, Alec. I'll get some sent in.
Don't bother. Just tell this guy I'm straight, will you? I need some protection.
So you see, Lismore, Collier's wife, Hilda Collier, née Brecker, she's clean. She's staying in West Berlin at Hotel Goethe. No obvious restrictions on her movements. She crosses into the east each day and comes back again each evening. No undue attention at the checkpoint, nothing you wouldn't expect anyway. So, if Collier's being blackmailed, it's difficult to see how. No information on the mother-in-law yet. She's harder to get to, but we should have some confirmation by tomorrow.
Well, it was only a long shot. Do you get the same feeling as me, that we're on a hiding to nowhere?
I don't know.
There's something out of key somewhere, something about Fowler, his attitude, but I can't pin down exactly what it is.
Something like him telling me he doesn't care anymore, like telling you that none of it matters now.
That's the area. Have you been listening in?
Yeah, and I've had a thought. Look at it this way. Collier gets past a film by Stalick. It has to be Stalick. The description fits, and he knows about Shapiro. So why does he take the risk of breaking cover and using a total stranger, a bloke he just happens to meet in a bar, to bring his film out? Answer, because he can't trust his normal methods anymore. He tells Collier to ask for Shapiro because he doesn't know the code's been changed. Why not? Because Fowler never passed it on, or maybe not until Stalick had already dropped out of sight.
You heard Fowler swear that the new code name was on his answering machine before Stalick made his last call.
Yeah, but how do we know? We've only got his word for it. Now, let's take it all the way. Stalick goes to ground for nearly 2 months, so he's in danger, yes? Or maybe because he can't trust the one contact he's got. And that's Alec Fowler. Now, I know that stinks, but you try making the facts work some other way.
If Alec Fowler's a double, then your Berlin station's worthless.
You think I don't know that? Remember what he said, that he doesn't care and none of it matters anymore. What does that make him?
Mixed up and bitter.
In other words, an easy target to turn. Give me a get-out, Toby. Tell me where I've got it wrong.
I can't.
No. Well, there you go, then.
Oh, God. Duty room, Berryman speaking.
Any hot tips about the GGs, dear? You said you might have something for me.
Hello, gorgeous. Hello. Yeah, I thought the ponies had been washed out today.
Look, I'm watching Mr. Carter. Is he there, dear?
No. Why?
Well, it's happened again, dear.
What has?
I've had another caller asking for Mr. Shapiro.
You received a message from Stalick. Rudy called. When did you get it?
The 8th of September, I think. The 8th or the 9th.
But you can't remember which.
You understood from this that Stalick had made a drop.
Or was about to.
When did you go to make the pickup?
That same night.
How did you know the girl Catherine would be free?
Phone first. Always did.
So she'd regard it as perfectly normal.
Perfectly.
So you went, just like normal. Only this time, she hadn't got anything for you.
Stalick hadn't been near her.
Well, why didn't she tell you that? When you phoned?
What?
When you phoned. To check that she was free.
You mean ask her on the phone?
Well, why not? You left messages and code names on your answering machine for all the world and his brother to hear.
Because everything I did just like normal. Routine. My visits to her were normal routine.
So you paid visits outside working hours, Alec?
Yes. Don't bother pretending to be shocked.
And you didn't on the phone say, have you seen my friend today, or anything like that?
Which friend? How would she know?
What?
Stalick wasn't the only contact I ran through her.
My God, she was a wholesale postbox.
And you didn't use code names for your various contacts?
Not with her.
A pity. You might have saved yourself a trip.
And missed a bit of fun. But perhaps you're a Puritan, Mr. Lismore, so you wouldn't want to know about that.
When did you begin to check on Stalick's movements?
Next day.
And when did it dawn on you that Stalick must have been arrested?
It just began to look that way.
Toby here asked you when, Alec.
And I've told you I don't know. A few days later, that's the best I can do.
The report you sent to London is dated the 15th.
So you keep telling me.
Obviously, you didn't waste any time.
I didn't exactly hang about, no. Being a bit worried.
That's not what you said yesterday, though, is it?
What?
Yesterday, you told me Stalick was arrested a month and a half ago. You couldn't tell the exact day because you didn't know for about a week. You didn't know for about a week. Your words. Now you're telling us that you checked and you knew inside 4, 5, 6 days at the most.
6 days, 7 days.
You were worried on the 9th and you were already checking. You didn't hang about, you just said so.
Although, of course, you had no real reason to be worried at all. As far as you knew, Stalick had probably crossed back into the East and would contact you again. That's what you told me this morning. You told me that you actually waited for him to contact you, and only when he didn't did you start getting worried.
You're just playing with words, both of you.
Words are important after all. Perhaps you should choose yours with greater care.
Meaning?
That you knew Stalick had been arrested much earlier than you claim.
How could I?
Because you were expecting it.
Expecting it? Don't be so damn silly. How could I have been?
Because you'd already put the finger on him, Alec.
In God's name.
Our thesis is that somehow, luckily for us, Stalick got wind of the fact that you'd betrayed him and went to ground, until 5 days ago, when he reappeared in a Berlin bar.
You stinking
bastard. Oh, we know it smells, Alec, but most things do when they go bad, so perhaps it's you.
You
bastard! Now sit down! Yeah, Carter?
Berryman here, sir. We've had a development.
Like what?
Like a live-action replay this end.
Berryman, in words of one syllable, you just tell me.
Nardine Gardens. We've had another caller asking for Shapiro. He arrived this morning, sir, on a forged passport from Orley.
Using the same name?
Zankel, yes, sir.
How good a forgery was the passport?
Damn good, sir.
A bit bold, though, all the same.
Yeah, well, you wait till you meet him.
What do you mean?
Sir?
When I meet him?
Well, I wish you a lot of luck, sir, that's all.
Put your nose out, has he, Berryman?
Bit of an arrogant so-and-so, if you know what I mean, sir.
And he claims we're actually expecting him.
Yes, sir. Keeps talking about a photograph.
A photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now, just a minute.
What?
Did you ever see those photographs we took off Collier?
Brief look, yes, sir.
Well?
It could be him, sir. I can't be any more definite than that.
Ah, at last. Or are you a million other minions sent to watch to make sure I don't steal the fittings?
Herr Sanko.
That is my name.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Thank you, guard.
And what is your name?
Lismore.
Lismore. Should I know you?
Well, that depends on who you are, Herr Sanko.
Ah.
We have been expecting you, of course. Not that this photograph is a particularly flattering likeness, but I take it this is you.
Of course.
Quite.
I had begun to fear it had not reached you.
3 days ago.
I am relieved.
We were mystified.
It was the best we could do.
We?
Please tell me, to whom am I speaking?
You know my name.
But not the degree of authority you possess.
For what, precisely?
I have certain requirements, and any further fruitful conversation between us is contingent on these being met.
Such as?
Political asylum, of course.
I see. You must understand, Herr Sanko, that any question of political asylum is entirely contingent on just how fruitful our conversation is here and now.
No.
I hardly need to remind you, Herr Sanko, how you entered this country on a forged passport. Now, if you'd like me to contact the immigration authorities...
You wouldn't. Too much is at stake.
I've only your word for that.
You have proof of the quality of my information on those photographs in front of you now.
Still not enough.
Then how am I to protect myself?
Why not try trusting us? All right, then, let's be more general. Talk in broad outlines and leave the details until you're ready. It's the best I can do.
Some sort of rapport is important, I agree.
Good. Now, you said we. The best we could do.
Mm-hmm.
To whom are you referring?
The man who aided my escape from East Germany. Egon Stalick.
Egon Stalick?
The name means something to you?
What can you tell me about Herr Stalick?
Would it not be simple if I told you my whole story, in broad outline, of course, to save each other's time? It'll tell you all about Aegon.
As you wish.
My name is Werner Zankel. I am 36 years of age, not married. Until 2 days ago, I was the secretary, assistant first secretary, to the president of our Volkskammer.
You'd need top-grade security to get as high as that.
I'm a party member, and I had good security, yes.
Then why...
Am I here now? In the war, my father was killed at Stalingrad. My mother also in Berlin, by occupying victorious Russian troops. Also, I had a sister, older than I, until they reached Berlin. I never ever knew what happened to her. I was very young then, but one can guess. So I was never a good party member because I have never forgotten, you understand?
Yes, I understand.
But I worked hard, studied fastidiously, behaved impeccably. I had a goal in view. Not a conscious, fully formed goal, perhaps, but an awareness, nevertheless, that I must strive to climb higher, as high as I could, to work my way into the core. A worm can rot the whole apple from inside.
Is that how you see yourself now? As a worm?
I have no illusions. My work for the president entailed many important documents passing through my hands. Aegon Stelik, knew how little I loved the Warsaw Pact or the party.
How?
Please. Aegon showed me how I might take my revenge. It was so simple. He had contacts in West Berlin and regular passes to take him across the wall, which I had not. So everything I photographed and gave to him, to give to his contacts in the West. And for 2 years, it worked. And then, trouble. A security investigation at all levels. Someone had betrayed us. And Aegon was in grave danger. My own position was serious. Aegon went into hiding, and I decided I must flee. Well, the rest you know.
Some of it, certainly. Why the photograph?
To prepare the way. To establish my bona fides.
A touch bizarre, wouldn't you say? Leaving rather a lot to chance.
Aegon was in great danger. They had missed him once, and now they were searching. There was no time for anything more elaborate.
And you trusted a total stranger, someone who just happened to be visiting East Berlin, to bring it out for you?
I have no idea. Aegon was to choose the courier, not me.
I see. How did you meet Stelik?
Well, we sat on the same citizens' committee together. I come to know him quite well.
And he recruited you?
I was a willing recruit.
How did he go about it? I mean, I presume he didn't just suddenly say one day, "How'd you like to spy for the West?" He must have had some indication that you'd be sympathetic, at least.
Of course. We had talked about politics together many times.
Rather dangerous, I'd have thought.
Oh, no. It starts in small ways. A tiny indiscretion which is not rebuked leads to another. Like little boys with their best friends, admissions are made, little secrets are shared. And soon, an understanding exists.
He might have been leading you into a trap.
Yes. But in the end, of course, you have only your instincts. And you have to ask yourself, what is my instinctive feeling about this man? Do I trust him or not? And with Aegon, I did.
Yes. You said earlier, Herr Sankel, that someone had betrayed you. What did you mean?
As I said, the security investigation had started at all levels. At first, I was not unduly alarmed, but then, and it was entirely by chance, a report came into my hands which mentioned the presence of a double agent in West Berlin. No more than that. It had nothing to do with the investigation, but it made me nervous. If this double agent was British, might he not know about Aegon and have betrayed him?
Did you warn Stelik?
Of course, he was to go over that day.
What date was that?
September 8th.
Did he go?
Oh, yes. But not to do so would arouse too much notice. Also, he needed to make one phone call to his contact. It was to find out the code name to be used in an emergency.
Did he come back?
Happily for me, yes, but not for him. He phoned me at my home that evening. His flat was already being watched. There could no longer be any doubt he was blown. I told him he should have stayed in the West. But there was his family. He would not desert them.
And your fears? were confirmed.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, Egon knew a place, somewhere he could hide. I didn't know where or with whom. He just dropped out of sight.
What did you do?
Waited, keeping a low profile, like a deer poised for flight, testing the wind for the first whiff of the hunter.
Which came when?
A week ago. Oh, nothing startling. Interviews on 2 consecutive days with 2 different security officers. They were both very charming, you know. But it was enough. I had already made my plans.
Did you see Stehlik again?
Just once. 5 days ago. The day after I made my decision. We had arranged that if I needed ever to contact him, I was to walk to work in the morning. And somewhere along my route, or at home in the evening, or next day, he would contact me. I don't know how my signal was to reach him. Perhaps he had a friend watching for me. I don't know. Well, we met in the park. And it was there he took the photograph and told me I was to try to reach London. He told me I was to trust no one until I reached here, and that I should go to the house in Nadine Gardens where I was to ask for Herr Shapiro. And this would identify me, he said.
Did Stehlik ever give you any indication that he shared your belief that the double agent in West Berlin was British?
It was implied. He told me to trust no one.
And the reports you saw concerning this double agent, did they give any name?
Only a code name. Malworth. It is an animal. You call it...
Yes, I know. The mole.
You think I enjoy your company, Carter?
You know how it is, Alec. Someone's got to watch you. Might as well be me.
Why? I mean, where would I run to?
Depends where you call home.
No place.
It's as bad as that.
You don't know the half of it.
Try telling me. I'd like to understand.
This is what it all comes to, is it? Carving up your friends because you can't remember who your enemies are anymore?
I wish it was that crazy.
Crazy? Why don't you open your eyes, Carter? It's all a crazy game.
What is?
This, you and me, what we used to believe in, what I've spent 20 years in the cold for.
What we used to believe. Why the past tense, Alec?
Why not? You think Britain matters anymore? You think anyone cares about us? We're bankrupt, always running. Haven't you heard yet? The Arabs own us. East-West détente, why not? We've no secrets or influence left worth spying for. And you and me, we're left playing charades, pretending the Britannia still rules the bloody waves.
So you looked back on 20 years and reckoned that they were wasted. And you couldn't live with that. So you did the double and found yourself a new master who could give you back your reason for being...
No!
There's a way we can nail it, Alec. You said Stehlik only knew you by your code name. But you never told me what it was.
What'll that prove?
Maybe that we're wrong.
It was Mole.
Mole. Then God help you. Because that proves we're right.
When did you get back?
Brought Alec Fowler up last night. You were right, by the way. His code name was Mole.
Well, that's it then. Time to take the wraps off, wouldn't you say? Tell the old man what we've been up to.
I'd say almost.
Why, what is there to wait for? I've had a preliminary reaction to that film we took off Collier. All very unofficial, but our zone gazers are going quietly off their heads with excitement about it. Oh, they want Sanko. And Fowler's code name was the last piece in the jigsaw.
The last but one. I've just read the transcript of your session with Zankel, and there's one place I need clarification.
Where?
Zankel says that he knew from reports he'd seen that the double agent in West Berlin had a code name, Maulwurf. And we know that's the same code name Stalick knew Fowler by.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm not clear about is whether Zankel told Stalick that Maulwurf was a double. I mean, actually told him the name. Because if he did, I want to know why Stalick still went over that day and made his phone call. I mean, would you ring up a contact you know is likely to blow you any second? Probably already has? Get me?
But it's a point, but Zankel never said he did tell Stalick the code name.
You believe that? You believe he told him the rest and didn't tell him that?
I'll give you a call when he gets here, and you can ask him.
Sir, I think I'll do that. Oh, yeah, one other thing I almost forgot. The confirmation you wanted about the state of health of Collier's mother-in-law. It came through just before we left last night.
Oh. How is she?
She's dead.
You've met my colleague, Mr. Collier.
Morning.
We'd like to ask you one or two more questions, if we may.
Tweedledum and tweedle bloody dee.
When do you expect your wife home, Mr. Collier?
No idea.
It shouldn't be long now, though, surely.
Does it matter?
Well, not particularly. I'm just mildly curious as to why she's stayed as long as this.
Why shouldn't she?
Well, no reason. Only if her mother isn't all that ill.
I've told you, Hilda's all she's got.
Oh, quite. Yes.
Must be a bit of an expense for you, though. Hotel bills and all that. Hotel Goethe is not all that dear, I know, but still, man's up just the same.
Well, you could say I'm making up for it then, because I'm not spending much here.
You didn't tell us. You didn't, did you? You never told us exactly what was wrong with Frau Brecker.
What?
Her ailment.
Oh, old age.
Ah, but I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you initially flew out to Berlin because you believed that she was dying.
That's what they told us.
And who would that be, Mr. Collier?
Doctor who wrote.
But, in fact, when you arrived, you discovered that wasn't the case. Which is partly why you flew home again.
We've been through all this.
A bit of an odd mistake for a doctor to make, wouldn't you say?
Depends how much store you put by him.
Funny, because I've always heard that East German doctors are pretty on the ball, you know.
Nobody's infallible.
No, indeed. Would it interest you to know that we've arranged for a second opinion on Frau Brecker's condition?
You've what?
I'm sorry to have to tell you that the earlier diagnosis has been confirmed.
You've never had no second opinion. Don't talk daft.
She's dead, Mr. Collier.
What?
She died from cancer 2 days ago.
Rubbish.
I'm afraid not. We had a message confirming the fact last night. Obviously, your wife is staying on for the funeral, but she should be home in a day or two.
No.
Yes. So now we want to know why you told us the old lady wasn't really ill.
Well, it's the truth.
You're lying.
Unless, of course, you didn't know how ill Frau Brecker really was.
That's what I'm saying.
Because if you had, you wouldn't have flown home, would you?
No.
Did you see her?
Yes, well, of course
How
I did.
was she?
Oh, all right.
Sleeping, perhaps.
That's right.
So if she'd been in a coma or under sedation, you wouldn't have been able to tell.
No.
Oh, come, Mr. Collier, please. You expect us to believe that you didn't notice how thin she was, how emaciated, that you didn't notice that anything was wrong?
Well, she's an old lady.
You expect us to believe that doctors still hadn't told you?
What the hell do you know about it?
Not as much as we will when you've finished telling us.
I've nothing to say.
The doctors wrote to you, probably to your wife, to tell her that Frau Brecker was dying.
And we know that's true because now she's dead.
You admit that you saw your mother-in-law, so you must know we're telling you the truth.
Oh, stop it!
Not till you've told us why you're lying.
No!
No need to go on trying to protect her now, you know. She's dead. There's nothing more they can do to her now. So, why don't you tell us the truth?
They said they'd stop the morphine. Said they'd not give her any more morphine. Oh, my God.
We hope you slept well, Herr Zankel.
Tolerably, thank you.
Good.
Perhaps I should be flattered.
Flattered?
To have two of you to interrogate me?
No, I'm only here out of interest, Herr Zankel. Oh, incidentally, the stuff you and Stehler got out to us over the last 2 years has been some of the best quality information I've ever handled.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter's really here because he'll be taking care of you for a while.
My nursemaid. Then my application has been successful?
Let's just say that we don't want to lose you.
What Mr. Carter means is that a decision has now been made, in principle at least, to facilitate your staying in this country.
Which amounts to the same thing?
Let's all hope so.
There has been an impediment?
Well, not at all. But we would like further details regarding one or two aspects of your statement. For instance, when you warned Stehlik of the danger he was in, did you actually mention Malwerf's name?
If I had, do you think he would still have gone over that day? How could I tell him Malwerf's name when I didn't know it myself?
You didn't know it?
No, not until much later.
Well, that's not quite the impression I gathered yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry, but you didn't ask me yesterday.
There's something I'd like to ask Herr Zankel. It's got me guessing. You told Herr Lismore that you warned Stehlik he might be in danger on September the 8th, and that was the day he crossed over into West Berlin. Am I right?
Yes.
While he was there, he made a phone call. That what you said?
To his West German contact to be given the emergency code name, yes.
And when he came back, he told you what that was?
No, not then. Not until our last meeting 6 days ago. I knew I hadn't much time. I needed help. And that is when he told me.
What was it?
Well, surely you know.
Yeah, but you tell us again what he told you.
He said I was to come to London, to an address, 28 Nadine Gardens, and there I was to ask for Herr Shapiro. And this would identify me, he said.
You're sure he said Shapiro?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's what I can't work out.
Why?
Because Shapiro was a code name, certainly. But it was out of date. It's been out of date for 2 months now.
I don't understand.
Which means Stehlik purposefully gave you a useless code name. And I just wonder why.
Well, I have no idea.
Well, there's got to be a reason, isn't there? Otherwise, it's just plain damn stupid.
I'm astonished.
Actually, you're the second person to have used the Shapiro code name in under a week, Herr Zankel, so you can appreciate our anxiety.
In the second?
Yeah. First was a bloke called Collier. You might know him. He's just spent a while in Berlin.
With his wife, visiting her mother.
Oh?
It was he who brought us the film containing your photograph.
Well, then you know. I told you. Aegon was to choose the courier. I never knew who.
So that means Stehlik deliberately told 2 people the wrong code. Ridiculous, isn't it?
It does not make sense, I agree.
Apparently, Collier and his wife flew out to Berlin because her mother was ill.
And now she's dead.
Dead?
2 days ago.
Oh, how terrible.
Bit nasty, yeah. Cancer, you see. Seems the treatment wasn't all that hot either.
In what way?
According to Mr. Collier, the doctors refused to administer her with any morphine.
So maybe you can imagine the agony she was in.
What is this to do with me?
Well, we believe the doctors were operating under your orders, Herr Zankel.
Or your bosses.
What? Well, you're mad.
We've got a little theory about this code name business as well. I'd like you to hear it.
You'll explain what you meant by that accusation.
Oh, I think you got the drift all right. You see, what we think happened is this. Despite whatever you did to Stehlik after you'd arrested him, despite banging his head inside a fire bucket or tearing his fingernails off or whatever other little tricks you use these days, he clung on to just one thing. One little lie, buried deep among all the true facts you squeezed out of him where you'd never spot it. And he was clever with it, because he knew it was a lie you couldn't disprove. He gave you an out-of-date code name, knowing that we'd ask why. Simple, isn't it? Must make you feel mad. To think he'd punched a gaping hole in your cover before you even left Berlin.
But this is incredible.
Frau Brecker is dead, Herr Zankel. With or without morphine, you can't hurt her anymore, which means that Graham Collier doesn't need to go on trying to protect her. Don't you understand?
You see, he's told us everything.
If my application for political asylum has been turned down, I must request an interview with a representative of my government at the earliest opportunity.
Oh, quite impossible, I'm afraid.
Then I wish to see someone in higher authority.
Oh, you will, eventually. Because although we're not prepared to grant you political asylum, we certainly intend to keep you in this country for a considerable length of time.
Until you've told us all you know.
But, of course, we'll deny all knowledge of you officially, but privately, I hope you won't regret your decision to come and live in England, Herr Zankel.
Not that you'll see much of the country. Most of the time you'll be in a cell.
You see, as far as you're concerned, at least until your people get someone we consider you're worth swapping with, this is the end of the road.
Say that again, Carter. You're clear, Alec. We made a mistake. You can go home.
Just like that?
What else is there?
You really don't know?
It can happen. You know that.
But you called me a double, said I'd been turned. You damn well believed I'd gone over, Carter.
That's what we were meant to believe. That's what it was all about. They reckoned on discrediting you and planting Zankel on us while we were too busy crucifying you to notice. Bit clever, really. But it got screwed up. Now you're clear again.
Well, just saying that's not quite good enough, sir.
All right, then, what do you want? An apology?
Wouldn't wipe the stink off. I want out of your section. I want out of this service. For good.
Where would you go, Alec? What would you do?
I'll find something.
49 years old. 20 of those in the field. What use are you?
Damn you, Carter. Live with your own uselessness, but don't write me off. I'll find something worthwhile. Then I'll try to spare time to pity you.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to anyway. You couldn't go back. You'd be no use. Because you've been blown.
Salt is Leaving by J.B. Priestley, dramatised for radio by Elizabeth Bradbury, with Frederick Treves as Dr. Salt. Salt is Leaving.
All right, Miss Culworth. One moment and I'll take some particulars. Now, your father's full name?
Edward James Culworth.
And the address?
The Bookshop, High Street, Hempton.
My sister works there.
And the last you saw him was yesterday lunchtime?
That's right. He took a telephone call in the office, then he went out. He looked very worried.
You don't know who the call was from?
No.
He went home, packed a small bag, took a few pounds.
And the last person to see him was this bus inspector at Hempton, who says he got onto the 140 bus to Birkton here.
Yes.
I see. Well, it could be anything, couldn't it? Gone to see relatives.
We've rung all our close relatives. He's not with any of them.
Well, Birkton's a big place. All sorts of things to do.
He's not like that.
Miss, it's only 24 hours. Isn't it a bit premature?
My feelings exactly, Sergeant, but...
Look, miss, all we can do is put out a general call with a description. And I'd rather do that tomorrow than today.
You think we're making a fuss about nothing?
Well, in the circumstances, your father being the sort of man you say he is, I don't think we come into the picture yet.
But why didn't he tell us anything?
Miss Culworth, if he doesn't choose to tell you everything he does, that's his right. Not a police matter. Unless you've not told me everything.
We've told you all we know. And I'm not making a fuss. I know what sort of a man he is. I've got his shop on my hands. If he doesn't come back soon, I don't know what the hell to do.
Oh, come on now, Maggie, please, don't. Just calm down.
That's it, Mr. Culworth.
Oh, leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well then, steady. You all right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'll take care of her, thank you. She's upset.
So I see. What was all that about, Sergeant Broadbent? Oh, hello, Dr. Salt. Oh, middle-aged man gone missing. Bookseller from Hempton, name of Culworth. Oh. You know the sort of thing. He'll turn up again when he's had enough of the bright lights. I didn't expect to see you, Doctor. I thought you'd left us.
Oh, not yet. I'm going very soon. I've already handed over my practice to Dr. Baldwin. He's a pleasant young fellow. Your wife will like him.
Oh,
but before I go, I want to talk to somebody about another missing person, a former patient of mine. Young girl.
Important, is it, Dr. Salt?
Well, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. And I don't want one of your ordinary CID chaps. I want to go as high as possible, please.
I know you well enough, Dr. Salt. I'll try and get Superintendent Hurst to see you. But you better make it sound important.
Well, don't worry, I shan't need to pile it on. I suspect everything's been piled on already.
Dr. Salt, I think I've seen you in court, haven't I? Giving evidence, I mean, not in the dock. Do sit down.
Thank you.
And you can tell me what we can do for you, if it's our business.
If it's not yours, Superintendent, it's somebody's. I've disposed of my practice here, and I'm leaving Berkton. I want to leave everything nice and tidy, but it's not.
No?
A patient of mine is missing. A young girl called Noreen Wilkes.
Noreen Wilkes? Can't say I know the name. Give me some particulars.
Age 19. Mother died a few years ago, sarcoma. Never mentioned her father. He probably cleared out and left them. Anyway, her mother died. She left home and lodged with a Mrs. Pearson. She's friendly with the daughter, an usherette at the Lyceum.
I see. What's the address?
45 Olton Street.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Hold on. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Mrs. Pearson, 45 Olton Street. Haven't we had her in here?
She's been in a couple of times, sir. Half cut she was.
Ah, that's it, Sergeant. I've got it now. Not much wrong with my memory, Doctor. What sort of a girl would you say this Noreen Wilkes is?
Oh, what you'd expect from a bad background. Not vivacious, no real harm in her, but empty-headed, floppy, silly.
Ah, just another of these little fly-by-nights. We've had scores of them through here. It's all gin and impulsiveness and sex with them. Don't you waste your time asking about this Noreen Wilkes. She might have gone to Birmingham, London, anywhere. Now, if you'll excuse me, Doctor, I've got things to see to.
Sit down, Superintendent, and don't give me any more of that.
Now, look, Doctor.
I know just what goes on in Berkton. I ought to after 7 years of it. Now, listen. Noreen Wilkes seems to have been missing for about 3 weeks. She's suffering from a very unusual form of chronic nephritis.
Oh? What's that?
A kidney disease. Oh, if you want the medical details, you can have them. It's rather a speciality of mine, if an overworked GP can have a speciality.
I'll take your word for all that, Dr. Salt. But where's the urgency?
Well, I'd worked out a treatment for her. It just kept her going nicely. And I'd impressed it upon her if she went without treatment for several weeks. She'd soon be very ill indeed and might die. She knew this was serious, and she was frightened. And she gave me a solemn promise. She carried in her bag a note from me to any doctor she might report to, giving details of the treatment and asking him to get in touch with me.
And you've heard nothing?
No doctor, in or out of a hospital, has been in touch with me about her.
But in spite of her solemn promise, she may not have seen a doctor, just not bothered.
And by now she'd be in hospital or dead. Good morning, Superintendent.
Ah, Sir Arnold.
I've just been having a word or two with the Chief Constable.
This is Dr. Salt, Sir Arnold Donnington. Dr. Salt's worried about a patient of his, a girl called Noreen Wilkes, who seems to have disappeared. But I'm sure he won't mind if we...
Dr. Salt? We've met before, I think. In court, when I was on the bench. You gave some rather controversial evidence on behalf of that fellow Edwards. Oh, yes, he was a sick man. I seem to remember he was given a stiff sentence at the assizes afterwards. And he's still a sick man, probably worse. Well, society has to be protected. Some of it's not worth protecting. No doubt some of it isn't. You should try being an industrialist these days, Dr. Salt. We have to employ about 1,500 women and girls. They come and go as they please, say and do what they like, swear like troopers, or pack up and go if a foreman criticizes their work. No idea of order, responsibility, of trying to earn the wages we have to pay them. Perhaps the young woman you're inquiring about... Noreen Wilkes. Perhaps she was one of them. Yes, she did work at United Fabrics for a time, I believe, Sir Arnold. Oh, please, do talk to the superintendent. I can wait. I shan't be long, and you needn't go. Nothing private about this. It's the old Worsley place, Hurst. You're keeping an eye on it for us.
Nothing's happened up there, has it, sir?
Not to my knowledge, as I haven't been near the place for months. You know, we bought it so we could turn it into an annex to the Fabrics Club. Well, the contractors are making a start very soon now. But over these last few days, I'd like your fellows to keep a particularly sharp eye on the place.
Haven't you got your own man up there? What's his name? Corrigan?
That's the point, Hurst. He's not working at the moment. As soon as the contractors start, they'll put in their own night watchman. There's nothing inside worth stealing, but there's lead on the roof.
And that's what the villains like, Sir Arnold.
Well, we don't want to lose it now. So tell your fellows to chase anyone out of the grounds. A dog would be useful.
Well, I'm afraid we couldn't justify that, sir.
No, oh, no. We people who keep the town going mustn't ask too much, must we? Oh, well, keep an eye on the place the next few days. That's all I ask.
We'll do that, Sir Arnold.
Excellent. Dr. Salt, I hope you'll find your patient, Dora Jilks. Noreen Wilkes. Good day to you both.
Good day, sir.
The Mr. Big of Berkton.
Chairman, United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics. Chairman, Berkton Telegraph Publishing Company. Senior magistrate, other things too. Oh, Mr. Very Big of Berkton.
Sir Arnold can be stiff and sharp, but he's a fine man. I don't know anybody who's done more to make Berkton what it is today.
No doubt, but what's that?
Well,
don't tell me I've spent too much time at the wrong end of it. Actually, Donington didn't strike me as being stiff and sharp. In fact, he was extremely nervous.
Well, it's not a month since he lost his only son. The chief constable says it's hit him very hard.
Ah, when a man's son commits suicide...
Dr. Salt, the verdict was accidental death, and it's not going to be anything else in this office. I know he was cleaning a gun at 5 in the morning, but it's still accidental death here. Now, have you got anything more to say to me about this girl?
She hasn't reported for treatment anywhere. She isn't in any hospital. And if she left Berkton, nobody seems to know when or how, and nobody cares. Now, where is she? You could begin by making a few inquiries.
We'll do that, of course. And we can do it better than you, Dr. Salt. We don't encourage amateur investigations.
Oh, I've never fancied myself as a detective.
Oh, glad to hear you say that, sir. I just had a feeling you might.
I have a feeling, too. A gloomy hunch. I can't help believing that Noreen Wilkes never left Berkton. And if she didn't, I think she's dead.
Ticket, please.
Hello, Peggy Pearson.
Dr. Salt, are you coming in? Everyone seems to like it this week.
I want to talk to you, Peggy.
Oh, it's awkward here.
I know, but it's important.
Oh, I'll bet it's about Noreen. Well, you stand by me while I take the tickets.
You were a friend of hers. She stayed at your house.
Oh, that was Mum. She wanted a lodger. Funny thing, we were great friends before, but then when she come to live with us, I hardly saw her. I was up when she was asleep, then she'd be out when I went to bed. She's not been working lately, been going to posh parties. Can I have your ticket, please?
Yeah.
Room up on the right.
Charlotte.
She'd come here and talk sometimes, in the cafe.
When did you talk to her last? Try and remember.
Sometime in the second week of September.
The last time she came to my surgery was the morning of September the 12th.
That's it, Mum's birthday. That night she went out and never came back.
Oh.
It was the day before she come here for the last time. Very excited, she had to talk to somebody. If you want to know where she is, Dr. Salt, I think I can tell you.
Go on, Peggy.
Well, she told me one of these posh party boys from the Fabrics Club she'd been around with was taking her to the south of France. After that, she thought he'd marry her. Mad about her, she said he was. Wouldn't tell me his name. I'm not part of all that. But if you want to know where she is, I think she's in the south of France, on a beach, drinking martinis.
No, Peggy, she isn't.
Well, how do you know that?
She hadn't a passport. I signed her application form for one on the morning of the 12th.
Oh, I expect she went to London with this chap and got it there.
She could have, Peggy, but I don't think she did. This Fabrics Club, is that where she used to go with her boyfriend?
I think so. But they went somewhere else as well. She was sleeping with him, I know that much. And I'll tell you something else, Doctor. She always said these party boys would never see 50 again, dirty old men. But this one was young, not much older than her. Money there, too, she said. But that's Noreen. Not much sense, but lucky. Lucky all the way.
I don't think so, Peggy. Only part of the way. Is there anything else you can tell me?
No. Nothing that has anything to do with this, anyway.
You're quite sure, Peggy?
Yes, quite sure.
Well, thank you, Peggy. I'm going to have a talk with your mother.
South of France, that's where she'll be. Can I have your tickets? There's 4 down on the front, on the left.
It's all questions, isn't it? I had one of them plainclothes sergeants here this afternoon, taking an interest. About time.
I think you can say I started that, Mrs. Pearson. What did you tell him?
Oh, what I told them before. They weren't interested then. Though, I admit, when I went to the station, I'd had a drink or two. No, I told this sergeant she'd gone out that evening, the 12th. I remembered because it was my birthday. Oh, she was looking very smart. I'll say that for her.
Yes, but you expected her back.
Well, of course. She wouldn't have left Berkton without coming back for some of her things. Not even if he was going to buy her some clothes, whoever he was. I don't care what a girl is and what she's up to. She doesn't walk out and leave everything. Well, this, for instance.
A teddy bear?
Noreen told me she'd had it ever since she was 2. She'd never stir without it. Oh, Doctor, what's happened to her? I know Peggy thinks she's in France with her chap, but I don't. I'd Just don't. 3 weeks and never a word. Where is she?
I don't know, Mrs. Pearson, but I'm going to find out, and I'm not leaving Berkton until I do.
Dr. Salt, eh?
What? Good. How did you get in?
Walked in.
Well, this isn't a surgery, and I'm not in practice now.
And I ain't ill.
Well, don't wear those damn silly dark glasses too often, or you'll ruin your eyesight. Good afternoon.
Hey, I want to talk to you. You're leaving Berkton, ain't you?
Soon. Why?
I've a friend who wants his flat right sharp.
Go away.
Look, 100 quid there, nice fivers, no tax, lovely money. Your friend says it's all yours if you walk out tonight.
All right, it's a bargain. I'll leave here tonight, and your friend books me a suite for a few days at the Queen's Hotel.
Oh, no, that's out.
I thought so. Now put your money away.
You think you're being clever, Dr. Salt, but you're not. You're being stupid. If you're leaving Berkton, you can't like it much.
No.
I like it, but I'll go with the right kind of people. You don't. You're stupid.
You've made your point.
No, just come into it. Look, if I want you out of Berkton, it's only for your own good. You're not popular, you've been careless, you made enemies. And you're not working here anymore. You're not important to anybody. You're a redundant man. It can be a nasty experience.
Oh, yes. What are you proposing to do?
Nothing. I'm just warning you. After that, I mind my own business and you mind yours.
I am doing.
Look, clear it out now and you can take this 100 quid with you. I'll see that everything's properly packed and put in store. There's a good train to the Smoke at 6:30 and half a dozen to Birmingham. That's if you like Birmingham.
I don't, and I don't like you. So, go away.
Hello, Alan Culworth.
Oh, sorry to disturb you, Alan. Were you teaching?
No, it's all right. What's up, Maggie?
There's a letter in today's post for Father. The address is just Mr. Culworth, Bookshop, Hempton.
Huh?
And it's got Lyceum Cinema, Berkton on the envelope.
Well, have you opened it?
Yes, I'll read it to you. Dear Mr. Culworth, Dr. Salt came here to ask me about Noreen, and from what he said, I think I was wrong when I told you about her. And now there is trouble, so look out. But I'm in a hurry to write this, so can't explain. Yours truly, Peggy Pearson.
Who's Peggy Pearson?
I don't know. But it mentions trouble, Alan. Father's obviously involved in some way.
Yeah. Well, it must have been written by someone who works at the Lyceum. I can't imagine Dad knowing anyone there.
Look, he must have gone to Berkton and talked to this Peggy about the girl called Noreen, and it must have been on Monday.
Have you called the police?
No. Alan, I think we ought to go to Berkton and find out who these people are.
Well, I can't. I'm teaching all afternoon. Look, go to the police, Maggie.
No. I'm going to find out for myself.
Don't be daft. Berkton isn't Hempton. It's a big city.
I'm the girl who used to work in London, remember? I'll manage, Alan.
Peggy Pearson? Yes, she's one of our usherettes.
I'd like to speak to her.
So would I. But I'm afraid you can't. She's not here.
Where is she?
I don't know. But we did have a bit of trouble yesterday. I don't want it to go any further, but some tough knocked her down. She was very shaken.
Why? How did it happen?
Oh, I don't know. I expect he was trying to get in without a ticket. A lot of yobs in Berkton these days, and we get them.
It wasn't someone she knew.
Well, she wouldn't say much about him. I wanted to call the police, but she wouldn't hear of it. Got quite hysterical. I sent her home by taxi, but I've not heard a word since.
I'm sorry, dear, she's not here. While I was out last night, her ladyship comes back from work, packs her suitcase, and leaves a note to say she's gone to Birmingham. I know no more than that. You say your father's missing?
Yes, that's why I need to find her, Mrs. Pearson.
Oh, well, I don't think she'd be with him. A man old enough to be her father.
No, I didn't mean that. I thought
No, I think she went to get away from some trouble.
Does the name Noreen mean anything to you?
You don't know?
Of course I don't know. I just know that if I can't find Peggy, I ought to talk to Noreen.
You can't. She's been missing for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, no, are you sure?
Of course I am. She had a room here. She walked out one night and never came back. Dr. Salt knows all about it. He was Noreen's doctor. Ours as well.
Then I'll go and see Dr. Salt. Then if somebody tells me he's missing, I'll start screaming. I really am sorry to bother you, Dr. Salt, but I tried to find Peggy Pearson. She wasn't at the Lyceum. Apparently she rushed off to Birmingham last night.
Away from the trouble she mentions in this letter.
Does any of this make any sense to you?
Yes, most of it.
Thank goodness.
I can't tell you how your father comes to be involved, but you realize the central figure here is Noreen Wilkes.
She isn't to me. I only care about my father. Well, that's natural, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. But it may not be good enough. It's possible you may have to take an interest in Noreen Wilkes.
You think my father came to Birkton to ask about her?
Oh, we know he did. I seems to be missing. We might say Peggy Pearson is missing, too. And Noreen has been missing for the last 3 weeks. Too many people missing, don't you think, Miss Culworth?
I do. And you better call me Maggie.
Oh, certainly. Maggie.
Now, could you explain about this Noreen Wilkes?
Surely. But first, can you drink China tea without milk and sugar? I've only just made it.
I'd love some.
There you are.
What a beautiful bowl. Chinese too, isn't it?
Yes, I worked in the East until about 7 years ago. Went to Hong Kong right after I graduated. Then North Borneo, Penang, and Singapore.
Oh.
Let me move a few more books so that you can put it down.
This must have been a charming room before you began pulling yourself out of it. Can't help feeling that a woman must have had a hand in it originally.
My wife. She died 3 years ago, leukemia.
I'm sorry.
Do you like Birkton, Maggie?
Oh, I hardly know it. But I don't find it interesting. I spent 5 years in London, then I came back to Hempton.
Still small and attractive in spots.
That's just it. I can take Hempton, I can take London, but not a town like this. Too big and yet not big enough. Well, I imagine you don't care for it much. You're leaving.
Well, I was all right when there were two of us, but now, well, I've got rid of my practice and I'd like to get out as soon as I can. But I'm not going until I know what happened to Noreen Wilkes.
Was she somebody rather special for you, Dr. Salt?
Not a person, no, not at all. But she was important to me as a patient because she was suffering from a type of kidney disease I'm particularly interested in. I'd hit on a treatment that was keeping her going nicely. If she missed it for a couple of weeks, she'd soon run into a screaming hypertension, and after that, she'd be fighting for her life. And she's been missing now for 3 weeks.
I see. So what do you think?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think she's dead. Have some more tea, Maggie.
Thank you.
Who do you have with you at home?
My mother. I'm not going to tell her any of this. My brother Alan, several years older than me, not married, and lectures in physics at the university.
Clever?
Very clever in some ways. Idiotic in others. But I'll tell him everything. He might be a great help.
Would you like to leave it to him?
No.
Look, Maggie, you still have a choice. Either go home now and try to forget about Noreen Wilkes and me, or help him to find out what happened to her in the hope you might discover where your father is. I could do with some help.
Then that's settled.
Not quite. We may have to take the lid off Birkton. What we find inside might not be pleasant. Might even be dangerous.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, really. I've got to go and see a man. If you're going to help, you might learn something by coming with me. Hello, Buzzy. Let me introduce Miss Maggie Culworth, Mr. Buzzy Duffield.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Culworth. It's a great pleasure. It's a privilege. Now, Doctor, it's a treat to see you. It's lovely, it's lovely. Now, let me get you a drink, Miss Culworth.
Thank you. Gin and tonic, please.
A little whiskey for you, Doc?
Yes, please.
Now, it's 5-1. He's never told you what he done for my brother, Miss Culworth. Saved him when he was at death's doors. You know, Dr. Salt here could make rings round the lot if he wanted to.
I'm sure he could, Mr. Duffield.
Call him Buzzy.
Oh, you do that, Miss Culworth. Now, they tell me you're packing it in, Doc. A lot of people going to be sorry.
Oh, a few, only a few, Buzzy.
Yeah, you're dead right, of course. Most of them wouldn't notice if a wooden dummy was taking the temperatures. They're only wooden dummies themselves. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Buzzy, why do you have this window thing here along your office wall?
Oh, that's so I can see what's happening in the club. The dance floor's down there, you see.
Oh.
Any trouble, I can spot it. All right, Winston boy, what do you want?
It's Charlie, Mr. Duffield, on the blower from Northampton. Do you want to put him through?
No. What's he want?
He's got 85 transistors. They're jack jobs. He'll take 14 each, he says.
Not from we, he won't. Winston boy, they must be hotter than a baker's flu. Tell Charlie not to be ruddy stupid.
Yes, Mr. Duffield.
Hey, what about that one, I ask you? Winston Sandby. Born in our finest hour. So now, Doc, what's worrying you? Or is it Miss Colworth?
Well, it may be both of us, Buddy. First of all, do you know an unpleasant young man with reddish hair, dark glasses, and a leather jacket who thinks he's an American gangster?
I do. Ross. Come from Coventry, worked for me for a few weeks, but he got some wrong ideas. Proper villain. Been inside. Not giving you any trouble, is he, Doc?
Well, he might.
Well, now, look. I've got some hard boys working for me that could take him apart for a light workout. Oh, hark at me, Miss Colworth. You'd think it was Chicago or Detroit and young Winston out there was cleaning a Tommy gun. Me talking like that. Born and bred here in Berkton. Things have changed, all right. It was a decent little provincial town once.
So they tell me.
Wasn't so long ago, either. All of a sudden, though, we're big. We make shoes, we make hats, we make nylons. We've got United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics.
Stop there, please, Buzzy. At the Fabrics. They run a club, don't they?
Oh, they do, Doc. Won't have me in, though. Too common. I know about it, though. Ask me. I'll tell you.
Young girls from the town go there sometimes, don't they?
Oh, that's right. Party girls, these kids are. They feed them to the Belgian directors and the big buyers from the States and South America.
Buzzy, I met Sir Arnold Donington yesterday morning.
Oh,
I didn't like him, but I can't see him attending these parties.
What, him? He wouldn't admit they existed. He fines school kids £2 for necking. Oh, he's a blue nose if there ever was one.
Yes, yet he's the big boss at United Fabrics.
Ah, but the old Dolce Vita up there at the Fabrics Club is run by the sales director, Tommy Linsdale.
Oh, I see.
Likes the gay life, Tommy does. I know him. Used to bet with me now and then. Him and his fancy piece, they run the parties, you know. She finds the girls. He brought her here one night, slumming. A classy, handsome piece. And about as soft and tender as a sheet of high-duty alloy. Jill something her name was. Jill Frinton.
I know her. She comes in.
To the bookshop?
Yes, for novels in foreign languages.
For the buyers, I suppose.
My brother thinks she's fabulous.
But why the Fabrics Club, Doc? If you're thinking of living it up before you leave Berkton, you can have anything you want here. Buzzy's is all yours.
Oh, thanks, Buzzy, but I like a quiet life. Now, I'm asking questions because a young patient of mine is missing, Noreen Wilkes. She's not been heard of since September the 12th, and I think she went to a party at the Fabrics Club that night.
Noreen Wilkes?
Yeah.
I'll ask around. Some of my boys and girls might know something.
Thanks, Buzzy. Who do you think could be paying Russ?
Anybody who wouldn't want him to sweat for his money. Otherwise, you've got me. But Winston will ask around.
It might get rough in a day or two.
If it does, Doc, let me know. If Ross or anybody promises you trouble, tell him from me to expect a punch-up. But it ain't likely, is it?
Just what I was going to ask.
Oh, it's extremely likely. Somebody wants me to clear out of Berkton. Somebody doesn't want any questions about Noreen Wilkes. I'm serious, Buzzy. I might have to ask you for a little protection.
Then you've got it, Doc. But watch it. Berkton isn't a very nice town anymore. What's your next move?
Oh, I thought we might pay a call at the Fabrics Club. Do you know who runs it?
Oh, I do. A right dance called Donald Dews. On the company pay sheet as assistant personnel officer. They get away with murder, these big combines. He looks and sounds like a powder-puff twerp, but don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. He's as wired and crafty as they come. Now, I know, because a barman up there, Tony, used to work for me, and he's been back once or twice for a natter.
Anything else, Buzzy?
Oh, yes. Tony said there was a real hard case round there, a Yankee, on the admin side, but kept an eye on the club. Half a minute. Atchison, that's it.
Oh, thanks, Buzzy.
Well, Miss Colworth, pleased to have met you. Hope you find your father. You've got the right man to help you.
Dr. Salt, do you mind explaining exactly what connection you see between my father and this patient of yours?
Alan, there's no need.
Perhaps it's coincidence, but listen to this. Noreen Wilkes left her lodging on the evening of September the 12th, dressed for a party. She's not been heard of since. Early on the morning of the 13th, Derek Donington, only son of Sir Arnold Donington, head of United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics, shot himself. That might be a coincidence. It might be another coincidence when your father arrives on Monday, asks about Noreen and disappears.
Yes, but
It might be another that the cinema usherette he talked to cleared out in a panic last night. It might be another that a young man who tried to hustle him out of Berkton also visited the cinema. Well, I don't know what happens in physics, Colworth, but in medicine we don't like as many coincidences as that.
No,
Finally, while I don't suppose anything serious has happened to your father, I think Noreen Wilkes is dead.
Isn't that going much too far?
Possibly. Perhaps Noreen and your father are laughing their heads off somewhere.
I'm sure that isn't true.
So am I. I'm going to ask a few questions at the Fabrics Club. You're welcome to come with me. We might all find something out.
What happens when we get there?
I do the talking.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Quiet tonight?
Oh, it's early. Member?
My name's Salt, Dr. Salt.
Oh, yes.
Are you Tony?
No, Tony's left.
Oh, what a pity.
Most people don't think so. I took his place.
Oh, I don't really know Tony. He was mentioned to me by a friend.
Well, I can't serve you a drink unless you're a member.
Well, I don't want a drink.
Well, what do you want? Are these two with you?
Yes, they're friends of mine, Miss Culworth and Dr. Culworth from university. They're waiting for me. You see, I'd like to speak to the manager. Mr. Dews, isn't he?
Does he know you?
No, hardly anybody knows me.
I doubt if he'll see you.
Well, one of us could try, if he's here.
Oh, he's here? In his office?
Well, perhaps if I knocked and asked nicely, Mr. Dews would...
He wouldn't like it. Oh, you're lucky. He's just coming out. Mr. Dews?
Yes?
This is Dr. Salt. He'd like a word with you.
Well, if you want to see me, here I am. Shall we sit down, or do you prefer to stand? But why don't we have a drink?
Well, I'm not a member.
Well, we do have to be strict, but I do run the club, and now you're my guest.
Obviously, I'm not alone. This is Miss Maggie Culworth, and this is Dr. Alan Culworth of the University of Hamptonshire. They live in Hampton, and believe it or not, they're trying to find their father, Mr.
Edward Culworth.
Really? Ought they to? I mean, is there something wrong with him? Oh, look, do sit down. At least we can have a quick little drink. Miss Culworth?
Oh, gin and tonic, please.
Scotch and water, please.
Same for me.
You heard that, George?
Yes, sir.
And the usual for me, Campari and vodka. Have you ever tried it?
I could never live up to it.
Now you're being satirical, Dr. Salt. But don't you like our bar, Mr. Culworth?
It's delightful.
We think so. And you should have seen it when I first took over 3 years ago. Like a miner's canteen. I nearly went out of my tiny mind. Oh, thank you, George. Well, cheers, dears.
Cheers.
Well, now, what can I do for you, Dr. Salt? Do you want to become a member? We do have 2 doctor members, but they're connected with the works.
Oh, who are they?
Dr. Bennett, you must know him.
Oh, yes, one of Berkton's bastions. And the other?
Dr. Lemmert. He's fairly new, quite young.
Yes, I've met him once or twice.
Well, now, I must tell you, and I know it's all very tedious and tiresome, that to join the club, you have to be proposed and seconded by 2 senior United Fabrics people. But then you must know some of them, Dr. Salt.
I'm afraid I don't. My practice was well below the executive level. However, I'm leaving Berkton.
Oh, lucky you. But how can I help you, then? There must be something.
Ah, there is, Mr. Dews. It's a little medical problem I ought to tackle before I leave Berkton. I'm trying to trace a patient of mine, a young girl called Noreen Wilkes, and I'm told she used to come here.
Yes, of course, I remember Noreen. Quite a pretty girl, though not very smart, not very bright. Rather common, really. But I haven't seen her for weeks.
Nobody seems to have seen her since September the 12th, Mr. Dews. But on that night, she came to a party here.
Did she? I can't remember. Oh, well, there's so much to-ing and fro-ing, as you can imagine. But we can soon find out.
Oh, how?
Everybody who isn't a member must be signed in. It's our strictest rule. And, of course, little Noreen isn't a member. So if she was here that night, she'll be in the book. George!
Sir?
Have you the book, or have I?
No, it's here. Going over.
Ah, the sacred book. Now, what date did you say, Dr. Salt?
September the 12th.
September 12th. Here it is. And as you quite rightly said, we had one of our dreadful parties that night. Look, all those impossible names. Customers, of course. Well, now... Well, I can't find a trace of little Noreen here. But do please check the list yourself.
Oh, thank you. No, Mr. Dews. Her name's not here.
Definitely not, is it? I'm so sorry, Doctor. Evidently Noreen hadn't been invited that night. And you do understand, don't you, that I've nothing whatever to do with all that. I'm simply a kind of slave who has to make sure that the people who are invited are provided with sickening amounts of food and drink. But Noreen wasn't there. Perhaps she'd run off with somebody. She always seemed a rather flighty little thing. Oh, Jill, darling, you're the very person we want.
Just a minute, Donald. Do you have a telephone message for me, George?
Oh, yes, Miss Frinton. Mr. Linsdale's secretary rang. She said Mr. Linsdale will be ringing you at home tonight from New York.
Thanks, George. Now, Donald, why am I the very person you want?
I'll explain in a moment, darling. But first, let me introduce Dr. Salt, Miss Jill Frinton.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Colworth. This is Jill...
We've met someone before, haven't we? Yes, in our bookshop in Hampton. Oh, this is my brother, Alan.
You wouldn't remember me.
Yes, I do.
You see, Jill, darling, Dr. Salt's been inquiring about your little Noreen Wilkes.
And not mine. I'm not having that.
Oh, do be cooperative, dear. We're all trying to do our best to help Dr. Salt, and she was one of your assorted bits and pieces. And Dr. Salt says she's been missing since September the 12th, one of our party nights. But she didn't attend our party that night because her name's not in the precious book.
Yes, Miss Frinton. A dead end there, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry.
Miss Frinton, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to allow us to call on you later this evening, say about 9 o'clock. I promise not to take up too much of your time. It'd be a great favour.
If you think I can be of help, Dr. Salt, why, of course. I live at 6 Cadogan Mansions, on the Hempton Road. 9 o'clock, then.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the drink and your help, Mr. Juge. This flat. You have excellent taste, Miss Frinton.
Thank you. Look, do sit down, everybody. Miss Culworth, a drink?
Do you mind if I don't? I've had so much tonight and I'm not used to it.
I wish I weren't. Well, you men, whiskey?
Let me help you.
You're very kind, Miss Frinton. I'm so glad of the chance to talk.
I'd better warn you, though, you won't learn any more from me than you did from Donald Hughes and George.
Oh, that's all right. I didn't do too badly out of them.
You surprise me.
Oh, when you've practiced medicine as long as I have, you learn to be observant. I'm afraid they were both a pair of clumsy idiots.
Oh, I'd love Donald Darling to hear you say that. He thinks he's so subtle.
An appalling performance. A man comes into a club bar, he's not a member, no one need bother about him. He inquires about a young girl, also not a member, a casual guest. And instead of saying, we don't know, we don't care, they serve drinks, produce the club book, and fall over themselves to be helpful. Why?
I suppose when you think about it...
It was a performance, Maggie, and it was terrible. Such clumsy liars. Now, let's see what really happened tonight in that bar. As soon as I said who I was, the barman had something to do. He had to press a bell with his foot. The bell rang in Jew's office to tell him I was there. I heard it. Jew's needed that signal to telephone you, Miss Frinton. When he'd done that, he came into the bar. He had two things to do. Detain me until you came, and show me the guest book to prove Noreen Wilkes hadn't gone to the party that night.
What's wrong with that?
He didn't need to show me the book. And, of course, it wasn't the original page. It was a loose-leaf book. It all been neatly rewritten, one handwriting, one ink.
Yeah, but how does Miss Frinton come into it?
No doubt she'll tell us shortly. I think her job was to act as the beautiful clincher. If I seemed doubtful, it was her turn. Perhaps she'd invite me back here, encourage me to talk. That's her job. And that'd be the end of the Salt nuisance.
I've been a bit stupid about you, Salt.
You're not the only one, are you, dear?
Why did you introduce us so laboriously?
I want to see how they'd react. You see, I think your father went there too on Monday. Well, Miss Frinton, you going to bluff it out?
No, Dr. Salt. You win. But why start churning up everything? Why bother about that silly little bitch?
Noreen, she was my patient, and she's missing. And she'll die soon, if she's not dead already. It's a matter of life and death, Miss Frinton. Something quite different from arranging parties and pimping for businessmen. Oh. I'm going to find out what happened to this girl if I had to turn Birkin upside down, inside out.
I think you're going too far.
You told me that when you found your father, Culworth. If you want to console Miss Frinton after I've left, that's up to you. But now I want the truth. Where is Noreen Wilkes?
Believe me, Dr. Salt, please believe me, I don't know. I'll tell you what I do know, even though I may be looking for a job in a few days. Get me a drink, please.
Whiskey?
Yes, a lot of soda. All right, this is the truth.
There you are.
Oh, thanks. Noreen Wilkes came to that party on the 12th with young Derek Donington. I didn't want her there. She didn't come to entertain the guests. She was having an affair with Derek. They just wanted to eat, drink, dance for a couple of hours, and then go off to make love somewhere. Don't ask me where they went. I haven't a clue. But I just wished she'd go away and stay away. I was afraid that Sir Arnold would get to know about it and blame me and the club. And another thing. I've never exchanged more than a dozen words with Sir Arnold Donington. He didn't like the look of me, and I didn't like the look of him. No wonder that poor little Derek was a bit wild and very silly. And that Erica still is.
Donington has a daughter, then?
Yes. 2 years older than Derek. And a pest. We're lucky she isn't here this minute. She has a lessee crush on me at the moment.
Yes. Let's get back to Noreen Wilkes and that party.
She and Derek left together. I know that because I saw them go, and it was a welcome sight. She may have been sober, but I'm sure he wasn't. Look, if I say any more, I may be tossing my job out of the window.
We can keep anything she says to ourselves, can't we, Dr. Salt?
You can. Probably I can. I imagine she won't be telling us very much.
That's not because I don't want to, Dr. Salt. It's because I really don't know anything. I can only guess. I think he took Noreen Wilkes home, his home, and that his father found them together and there was a terrible row. What happened then is anybody's guess. But I think that as soon as he knew what Derek had done, Sir Arnold got Noreen away somewhere. Well, he had to do that or there'd have been a hell of a scandal.
Real sensational Sunday paper stuff. Drunken wild parties given by United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics. Working girls debauched to entertain foreign buyers.
You think Sir Arnold was terrified of a scandal? A big one that would involve him, his family and his firm.
Yes.
And he took steps at once to make sure there wouldn't be one. Noreen Wilkes had to disappear immediately. No questions had to be asked. The lid was firmly on. And that's where I come in, huh?
I was told last night that a nosy little doctor might be asking questions about Noreen Wilkes.
Sir Arnold told you that?
Sir Arnold wouldn't recognise my existence. No. Let's say a third party.
Oh. And did this third party have any more to say?
He said that Dr. Salt was leaving Berkton anyway. Perhaps a bit sooner than he thought. So if he did turn up at the club, all we had to do was to persuade him he was wasting his time.
And you fooled him all right, didn't you?
Look, don't you start crowing too soon. All Dr. Salt cares about is knowing what happened to Noreen Wilkes. Soon he may be just as tough with you people.
Who is the third party? Who gave you and Jews your instructions last night?
I can't tell you. I've gone as far as I dare.
In the circumstances, I think that's reasonable.
You would, Alan, wouldn't you?
Look, Dr. Salt, I can't afford to.
You can't afford not to. I talked to Superintendent Hurst yesterday. I know he does things for Sir Arnold, but within his limits he's an honest man. He already knows he must make inquiries about Noreen Wilkes. I'll have to tell him she went to that party on September the 12th, but I don't have to tell him how I found out, unless you make me.
All right. You win again. It was Atchison.
Atchison?
Officially, he's public relations at UF. A troubleshooter, a cold, calculating type. I don't know him well. He doesn't often come to the club. You're not going to talk to him?
I am. Tonight, if possible.
Anyone home? Jill, darling? Oh, my God, it's a party. All these people.
This is Dr. Salt.
So you're the Dr. Salt they all keep talking about?
Who keeps talking about me?
My father, for one. Heard him on the phone before I went out last night. Dr. Salting it like mad. I could do with another doctor. I'm tired of boring old Bennett.
I'm sorry, Miss Donington. It wouldn't be possible. And now, Miss Brinton, if you'll excuse us.
Of course.
I think I might stay on for a few minutes if Jill doesn't mind.
I should like that.
Oh, very well. Come along, Maggie. Good night, Miss Brinton.
See you later, then, Alan.
And who are you?
Alan Culworth, Erica Donington.
A solemn square, I'd say. Not bad looking.
Thank you.
Oh, you know me, Jill, darling. I couldn't care less. Can I help myself to a simply enormous gin and tonic?
If you haven't had too many already.
Oh, Jill, darling, they were all so filthy. I followed a girl into that loathsome Buzzy's club. The gin there is really very peculiar. I think old Buzz must make it himself. Now, this is quite different.
You're an idiot to go to that place.
I told you why I went. Only she turned out to be awful. A real untouchable. Now, Alan Culworth, I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
Oh, you must be wondering why Jill's being so rude to me. The reason is I'm in love with her and she's not in love with me.
I see.
Sit down and shut up, Erica.
No. I want to know what you're doing here, Alan Culworth. Trying to make Jill while Tommy Linsdale's away.
No, he isn't.
Oh, don't interrupt, darling. Aren't you attracted to Jill? Most men seem to be. Nothing the matter with you, is there?
Will you please stop this?
Just a man, darling.
Erica!
Oh, never mind. I'm going to the loo.
Well.
I'm sorry. Look, if you look as if you're staying on, she'll go quite soon. But if you go, God knows when I'll get rid of her. So do stay.
Yes, I'll stay.
Dr. Salt, Miss Culworth, what can I do for you?
Mr. Atchison, where is Noreen Wilkes?
I haven't the slightest idea.
You know who she is?
Oh, yes. I've seen her several times at the Fabrics Club.
Do you know she hasn't been seen or heard of since she attended that party of yours on September the 12th?
Oh, not my party. You mean one of the UF parties at the club? That's the sales director's pigeon, or, since he's away, his PA, Jill Frinton. But I understand that Noreen Wilkes didn't attend that particular party. Have you checked?
I did that earlier.
Well, didn't you find out that she hadn't been there that night?
No, I found she had.
You sure? I rang Jews, and he said her name wasn't in the book.
Why did you ring him, Mr. Atchison? You're not responsible for the parties or for Noreen Wilkes.
I just told you I'm not.
Then why suddenly ring up Jews to ask if she was there at a party 3 weeks ago?
Well, there's no mystery about that, Dr. Salt. It was a Fabrics Club party, and after all, I am in charge of UF Public Relations. I also happen to be very conscientious, all right?
I'm afraid not, no. On September the 12th, a girl goes or doesn't go to a party. Where do public relations come in?
Now you're forcing my hand, aren't you, Dr. Salt? I don't understand your interest in this, Miss Culworth.
We don't know where my father is either, Mr. Atchison. Dr. Salt thinks he might have called at your Fabrics Club on Monday, just as we did tonight. I mean, to ask about Noreen Wilkes.
Well, I'm sorry, but all this is quite new to me. I know nothing about your father or anybody called Culworth. I do honestly assure you.
Oh, I believe you. But what's in the hand I'm forcing? What have Noreen and that party to do with your public relations?
Okay, Dr. Salt. That party on September 12th was no ordinary club party. And for one very good reason. That was the night young Derek Donington had an accident cleaning a gun.
Accident?
All right, he shot himself. But don't try saying that in public or you'll run straight into trouble. Now, I work for Sir Arnold and I want to keep my job. The only son he had blew his brains out that night and he's jammed the lid on it. Well, I don't blame him and neither should you.
I'm not blaming anybody, Mr. Atchison. I'm merely asking one question. What became of Noreen Wilkes?
I don't know. And to tell you the truth, I don't care. Whatever arrangements Sir Arnold made, probably for her to clear out immediately, he didn't bring me into it. Now, I admit that's unusual. It's part of my job to attend to things for him, but, well, that's how it was. And I'm ready to swear any sort of oath you want that I know no more than you do about Noreen Wilkes.
All right. I believe you. Do you believe him, Maggie?
I don't want to, but I'm afraid I do.
Quite so. Just another question or two, Mr. Atchison. Now, I don't see Donington asking our friend Donald Jews to fake his book.
No, Dr. Salt. I did.
I thought you did. But why?
I'd had my orders to discourage you.
I know that. But I still ask, why?
Oh, come off it, man. I've explained what happened that night. The boy's suicide was wrapped up and put away. Now, the last thing Sir Arnold wants is somebody like you going to the police and then around the town asking questions. And, of course, I agree with him. No questions, no scandal.
You've missed my point. I know that you and Donington are afraid of scandal, though I'm neither a reporter nor a policeman. But what is this scandal you're afraid of?
Don't ask me. I've told you all I know.
You mean I should ask Donington?
Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't listen to you. He wouldn't even admit his son died from anything but an accident. He'd threaten you with an action for slander.
Maggie, we ought to go. Right. Mr. Atchison, thank you for seeing us. I can't pretend to know what you're talking about. You seem to be protecting yourselves against a scandal that isn't there. You mustn't let something out, although there isn't anything. You're helping Donington to keep the lid firmly down on nothing. Well, I'll try to accept all that, though it may take some doing. If you'll just ask Donington one question on my behalf. Just this. Where is Noreen Wilkes? Good night. Tired, Maggie? Oh, it's getting late. I'll get you some tea.
Salt, what made you suspect my father went to the Fabrics Club?
Did you see the reaction of the barman and Jews when I so carefully mentioned you, Culworth? The barman went blank on it. Jews, who thinks he's a smart liar, thought he'd be cheeky with it. Really? And ought they to? I mean, is there anything wrong with him? It's all good for a giggle with the barman. They'll be gone. I believe your father went to the Fabrics Club straight from Peggy Pearson. That explains why these people are all on the alert. I didn't start this yesterday. Your father started it on Monday. And then something happened.
To father?
Oh, yes. Oh, nothing so terrible, don't worry.
How do you know?
Well, someone like Jews wouldn't dare to cover it up. It's too risky. But he does know something we don't know. It might make sense if we tried the United Fabrics doctors. Not Dr. Bennett, too old and respectable. The ambitious young Dr. Lemmett. If anything did happen on United Fabrics property, just let's say I've made it my affair, and I firmly believe it would be in your interest, Dr. Lemmett, to tell me what you know about it.
Oh, very well. He met with an accident, not far from the Fabrics Club, in the grounds of that large old empty house.
The old Worsley place?
Yes. Some concussion. I didn't like his heart. And as soon as he was conscious, he was obviously under great emotional strain. Complete rest, sedation, of course.
But no ambulance. I've checked with the ambulance service.
It saved time to make use of one of the company's vans.
It saved something, but not time. Where did you take him?
Where he's been having the best possible care.
Well, I didn't think he was tied up in a cellar, but I do want to know where he is.
He's under proper medical care, Dr. Salt. The company have accepted financial responsibility, even though he had no right to be wandering about those grounds. He's my patient, not yours, and I see no reason why I should tell you where he is, especially as he's made considerable progress during the last 2 days. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Just a minute, Lemmett. I won't press you to tell me where he is. I can soon find out, and I will, just as soon as I've cleared up a couple of other things. But when I do find Mr. Culworth, his daughter will be with me. And if there's been any hanky-panky, and I can tell it a mile off, you and your nursing home will be in a hell of a mess.
Now, look...
You didn't send for an ambulance. You haven't tried to notify anybody. You've now refused information demanded on behalf of the patient's family. So, if you give him one unnecessary shot of anything to keep him dopey and quiet, you and your associates are over your heads in trouble. I'll do you this favor, Dr. Lemmett. I'll find him myself, so you can tell Atchison and Donington it wasn't your fault. But try any funny business from now on, and you'll wish you'd never heard of United Anglo-Belgium Fabrics. Good morning.
I wanted to see you, Dr. Salt. Peggy's written.
Ah, where is she?
Staying with her aunt in Birmingham. She's trying for a job at a picture house. She daren't come back to Berkton because of that toff, the one who told her to keep her big mouth shut and slapped her face. She thinks it's to do with Noreen.
It is. But you can tell her from me that if she wants to come back, she can. Not this week, perhaps, but next. Now, about Noreen. Have you been through her things?
I haven't laid a finger on them, Doctor. Not a finger. Well, I've been expecting her back every day. There's 2 letters come for her since she left. I put them behind the tea caddy.
Oh, you must give me those letters, Mrs. Pearson. If they're what I think they are, and the police got hold of them, some very nice people I know might soon be very unhappy.
Yes, of course, Dr. Salty. Here they are.
Thank you. There's no use keeping them until she comes back. She isn't coming back.
Hello, Dr. Salt.
Oh, Miss Donington.
Yes. Well, let me in. We can't just stand here. If you want to call it a professional visit, go ahead. And I'll pay you whatever we pay silly old Bennett.
No, it's not necessary. Do come in.
Oh, my God. I thought my room was a mess, but this is ridiculous. How can you live like this?
Well, I don't. I'm leaving, so I'm sorting things out.
Well, where do you suggest I sit?
Well, I'll move these books. I'll try that. Why are you here? I'm not available for professional consultation.
Oh, don't be so square. I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed. Just another dreary doctor. I was curious. After last night, is there a drink anywhere in all this?
I think so.
Gin and tonic. Plenty of gin, not much tonic. And for God's sake, give yourself one. I hate drinking alone.
So you were curious after last night, Miss Donington?
Erica, do you mind? Otherwise you'll soon be asking to look at my tongue or my eyeballs, asking me why I don't sleep.
Gin and tonic for one.
Or why I can't hold a bloody glass without shaking so much I spill the stuff all over.
Only for cash down, Erica. Well, what happened last night?
I didn't get a proper look at you. I was half stoned anyhow. I nearly always am now. Not in the morning. At night. You don't look very clever.
Oh, I know.
They got rid of me last night.
Jill Frinton?
And her new boyfriend. I went back later. No lights. His car was still there. Must have been in bed together. I'm crazy about Jill. Oh, men are disgusting. I got into the car and went screaming around the countryside, doing 90 most of the time. Only thing that helps. My life's bloody hell just now.
I'm sorry, but where do I come in?
You're supposed to be so clever. You've scared everybody. My father, Jill. Look, do you have to stare at me like that?
It's doctor's habit. Well, I hardly know your father. I met him for the first time on Tuesday morning at the police station.
I bet you didn't like him.
Well, I might have done if he hadn't so much weight to throw about.
He's so square it hurts. No wonder Derek and I needed to kick things around. He spoiled Derek. And me.
You mean he gave Derek too big an allowance?
Are you being funny? He wouldn't give him anything, especially after they sent him down from Oxford. He never understood him. I kept Derek. I had some money from my mother's estate.
You were very fond of him?
I've told you. I'm not very fond of men. But he depended on me. He couldn't have afforded a double scotch without me. What made you think he had money?
Oh, rumours among the peasantry about taking a girl to the south of France and keeping a flat somewhere around Berkton.
Oh, come on. Believe that and you'll believe anything. He couldn't afford a thing. I don't understand all this about your being clever. Perhaps you're one of those people who aren't very bright in the morning.
Yeah, I think I must be.
I suppose you're after Jill, too. She's mine, you know.
Oh, you don't need to worry on that score.
Are you going to give me another drink?
No.
Why not?
2 reasons. First, I'm short of gin and I'm mean. Second, I'm busy. Some other time, please, Erica.
I gather that you've already spoken to Dr. Lemmett.
Yes, matron, I have. And I've already told him that I'm taking over the case at the request of Mr. Culver's family. That's true, isn't it, Miss Culver?
Yes, Dr. Salt.
I'll have a look at Mr. Culver's. If I think he can stand a short journey across town, I shall take him to my place.
Surely, Dr. Salt, all this is, well, very irregular.
It's been irregular from the first, matron. Dr. Lemmett may possibly have covered himself, but you could soon be in trouble. One wrong move now, and you may find you'll have to turn this nursing home into a boarding house.
But Dr. Lemmett told me quite distinctly he would take all responsibility. All responsibility.
Please, matron.
I'll take you to Mr. Culworth's room.
How does he seem?
Oh, very much better. He's told me a great deal, and his mind is easier. He's gone to sleep. He wants to take a rest from reality. Is Alan coming?
About 7 o'clock.
Good.
What's it all about, Salt?
Well, if you ain't got a bird, met it yet, Duck?
And mine I've seen better, I've seen worse. So if you're looking for anything young and fresh, what about it, Birdie? Dr. Salt will never be any good to you. Too many bloody books.
It's all right. Take it easy, Maggie.
You won't be told, will you, Duck? And you can't say I don't warn you. Remember, you're redundant now, so you can be roughed up a bit.
I don't think you'll do anything to me, Russ.
I'm afraid we'll have to. We don't like your attitude. You see, Duck, you won't leave Berkton when you're told. If I were you, honey, I'd take off.
Oh, Russ, don't I have any playtime?
She isn't going, but you are. For 2 reasons.
Ah, shove your reasons. Let's shut him up.
Go on, Duck. 2 reasons.
Yes, the first is I have an appointment here with Superintendent Hurst at 5 o'clock. And it's a minute or 2 past 5 now.
That's your story. Anything else?
Oh, come on, Russ. Let's get stuck into him.
The other reason is this.
Now, what's that, a water pistol? Don't try to scare us with toy guns.
It might look like a water pistol. In point of fact, it's filled with telluric acid.
What's that?
It not only burns the skin, but also stains what's left of it a dark purple.
Go on,
now,
get him.
You two can obviously overpower me. But one of you, the first man, will have a face like a squashed black grape. You have your dark glasses, Russ, some protection. So if anybody's going to risk it, then it ought to be you.
He could be bluffing.
OK, Russ, have a go and see.
Even with the glasses, Russ, your cheeks, nose, mouth, especially the mouth, will be badly burned.
You said it'd be dead easy.
I'm afraid he's wrong.
The deal's off, Russ. You stop and play with him, not me.
Come in, Superintendent.
It's all right, mate, Dr. Salt. Hello. Who are this lot?
Callers.
Invited ones? You look like villains to me.
We're not doing anything, Super. Honest.
Are you charging him, Dr. Salt?
No.
Sure?
Yes.
All right, if you say so. Now, outside, sharp, and don't come back.
Come on, Russ.
You don't want to be soft-hearted with that sort, Dr. Salt.
Oh, Superintendent Hurst, Miss Culworth.
How you doing, miss?
Are you all right, Maggie?
Well, now I am. I must sit down. My knees are like jelly.
I don't want to charge them, Superintendent, simply because I don't want to be kept hanging about as a witness.
Oh, I see.
Would you have burnt their faces and hands if they'd attacked you?
Not with this, I wouldn't. It's a water pistol. I took it from a small boy at my surgery a week or 2 ago. Well, Superintendent, I must find a chair for you.
Well, don't bother, Dr. Salt. You wanted to see me, so I looked in, but I'm not staying.
Well, I've been busy since we last met, and everything that's happened points one way. I'm certain now that Noreen Wilkes never left Berkton, that she's dead, and that her death was no accident.
No, Dr. Salt. I told you to leave it to us, didn't I? If you've been busy trying to find out about this Noreen Wilkes, then I'm afraid you've been wasting your time. I'm on my way to Comden Bridge to follow a lead there.
Oh, I wish you'd listen to what I have to say.
I'm trying to save your breath, Doctor, and your face. Will you be here for the next hour or 2?
Yes.
Right. As soon as I have the information I need, I'll come back and tell you what happened to Noreen Wilkes. And don't bother, I can let myself out.
Well, have you got to the bottom of it all, Dr. Salt?
Alan, Daddy's here because Dr. Salt found him for us when you and I hadn't a clue. Where do you think you were going to find him? In that Jill thing's bed?
No, Maggie, but I think we might have been allowed to hear Dad's story.
Oh, use your imagination, Alan. He's shaken. He's been knocked out. Filled full of dope. And he has a guilty secret.
All right, then. What is this terrible secret?
Well, it won't seem so terrible to you or to Maggie, but I want you to remember that it is to him. And it would be to your mother, if she ever found out. And you can't afford to take it lightly. It could be entangled in a murder.
Is that a fact, or just your opinion?
My opinion. But just lately, several of my opinions have turned into facts. Now then, during the war, when your father was a sergeant in the RAF, he fell in love and had an affair with a young war widow.
I see.
Her name was Catherine Wilkes.
Oh.
Well, I came to know her fairly well because she ended up as a patient of mine. Well, she only died a year ago of cancer. And she had a daughter, Noreen, and from the first your father chose to regard her as his child.
So that's it, Salt. I think I've really known it all the time. Haven't you, Alan?
No, I've been divided between thinking there was nothing at all in it or that she was his girlfriend.
When your father settled in Hempton after the war, Mrs. Wilkes came to Berkton and got a job at United Fabrics. Why, I don't know if this was his idea or hers. I don't know if the affair continued or whether he simply felt responsible for her and her child. Anyway, He gave her regular allowance.
That's why he was so worried about money.
When she died, and Noreen was on her own, he felt even more responsible. Well, he could have just stopped seeing her. He knew by then it was not very likely that he was her father. There had been plenty of other men around Catherine Wilkes. But he worried more than ever. I know that because I've been reading several letters he wrote to her.
Does my father know you've read them?
No, he doesn't, Alan. I don't propose to tell him.
And if you ask me, I think you've been nosy and officious.
Well, I'm sorry you think that. Look, I'm not interested in your father's private life. My concern is what really happened to Noreen Wilkes. I'm sure she's dead. I'm almost sure that she was murdered.
Let's go back to my father. He told you what happened that night?
Yes. Noreen had been missing for 3 weeks. He wrote letters, but they weren't answered. Then Peggy Pearson rang him at the shop to say Noreen had probably gone off to the south of France with her boyfriend. Well, Peggy didn't know who this boyfriend was, but your father did. Your father came back to Berkton, went to the club, and got no sense out of them. So then he decided to search the big empty house, the Worsley place, next to the club. He suspected that was the retreat Noreen and Derek used. It was dark by that time. Before he got to the house, he ran into the night watchman. Your father thinks he was half drunk. Your father tried to push past the man, who coshed him.
Then they covered it up?
Yes, well, we can guess the rest. He was taken to the club. Jew sent for Dr. Lemmett, who afterwards spoke to Ericsson, who in turn, though I can't prove this, reported to Sir Arnold Donington. Then your father was rushed off to a private nursing home, and if you want to know why, I'll tell you. This man, your father, wasn't just a casual trespasser. He was somebody who was asking questions about Noreen Wilkes. So, no hospital, no police, no public fuss.
What you're really asking us to believe is that Noreen Wilkes may have been killed, and that somebody high up in United Fabrics may be involved.
That's it exactly.
Oh, well, it seems to me you're jumping wildly to conclusions.
Not as much as you think. I've collected plenty of my own kind of evidence, though so far it wouldn't be worth tuppence as legal proof. If I haven't given it all to you, too, that's because I'm waiting to give it to Superintendent Hurst when he comes back.
Do you want us out of the way?
No, I need witnesses. But I propose to keep your father out of it.
Thank goodness.
Well, that's what I say, Mag, so don't go dragging him in yourself. Better just keep quiet.
Well, this must be Hurst. Let him in, Alan.
Well, I think we've settled it, Dr. Salt. We started making inquiries on Tuesday morning. We informed all the police in our area that the girl was missing.
And?
Do you know Cumden Bridge?
Well, I know roughly where it is. What about it?
It's where Noreen Wilkes went on the morning of September the 13th. She stayed there a couple of weeks, then left for London. It's just about what I told you she'd do when we were talking on Tuesday morning.
Well, I said you were wrong, and I still think you're wrong.
And I know you're wrong. She did leave Berkton, and she isn't dead. She stayed with a Mrs. Duffy at 86 Gladstone Street, Cumden Bridge. And then she went to London. Mrs. Duffy says so, her daughter says so, and her brother says so. I've been and talked to Sergeant Driver, who interviewed the three of them.
Well, I'm sorry, Superintendent, I don't believe it.
You calling me a liar?
No, of course not. It's those three in Gladstone Street I don't believe. Look, do me a favour, Superintendent. Will you please ring up Cumden Bridge and ask Sergeant Driver to take me to call on those three? I'll get in touch with you again immediately afterwards. If I've been wrong, I'll admit it. If not, come round here and listen to me.
Oh, well, I think you're wasting your time, but have it your own way.
Well, Dr. Salt, there's three of them, and they all agree. That's a hard one to beat. And Mrs. Duffy, a daughter named Rose, and her brother Michael Corrigan.
Corrigan?
That's it.
Works at United Fabrics, a night watchman at the Worsley House.
I believe so.
Did Superintendent Hurst know this?
He knew about Mrs. Duffy, sir. I don't think her brother's name was mentioned.
Oh, he'd be interested. Now, all I ask is that you let me do it my way. However I behave, whatever I say, let it pass without interruptions, eh?
Right then, Doctor. I think we'll find them in. They just bought themselves a new telly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Sarge. We're trying to enjoy ourselves, just for once.
Switch it off a minute, Corrigan.
Oh, all right.
Mrs. Duffy, Rose, this is Dr. Salt.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh, I'm very sorry to bother you. Some of these Western serials are very good, aren't they? Take you right out of yourselves, don't they? But you see, Noreen Wilkes was a sick patient of mine, so I must ask you a question or two.
Quite all right, Doctor.
Thank you. She'd been a patient of mine for several years. Even insisted on giving me this photograph of herself.
Oh.
Signing it, too, like a film star. Not so grand, of course. You see, yours gratefully, Noreen. Unusual, but very nice of her, I thought.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. The spit image, I'd say. The spit image.
No. It's a nice photo, but it doesn't do her justice. Does it, Rose?
Oh, you need colour for Noreen. You know it was her, of course, but she ought to be in colour. Don't you think so, Uncle Mike?
No, I don't know about that. But it's the spit image.
By the way, Mrs. Duffy, what made Noreen come here?
She wanted to get out of Berkton. And she knows me, because me and her mother worked side by side for years at United Fabrics. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, Doctor, don't hesitate. I know Noreen thought the world of you.
Oh, there is just one thing. She was having some medicine from me I told her she must take without fail night and morning. It was unusual stuff, a dark green colour, horrible looking, horrible tasting. But I'd like to think she was taking it regularly.
Like clockwork. She kept it down here especially so we'd notice if she'd missed a dose. You remember that nasty green stuff, Rose, don't you?
Of course. The faces she pulled.
She said before she left she'd be carrying out Dr. Salt's instructions.
It was Dr. Salt this, Dr. Salt that. Till I felt like telling her to shut up sometimes. When she was here before she went to London, she must have got through a whole bottle of that medicine.
Sergeant, I see no point in going on with this. There never was any such medicine, and the photograph they recognised her once was of a niece of mine who lives in Melbourne. Noreen Wilkes never came here. They never set eyes on her.
They're all lying.
Of course they are.
How do you mean? Lying?
You keep quiet. If they are lying, what's the idea?
Money. I'll bet a down payment on that new telly came out of it.
I'm not being called a liar.
Coming here and soft-soaping us.
Corrigan, just listen to me. You're in a hell of a mess. I'm looking after the man you coshed on Monday night outside the Worsley place. He happens to have a thin skull and a bad heart. He might live. He might die.
Well, how did I know he'd go out like that?
You idiot, now you've done it.
What is all this?
Oh, honest to
Oh,
God,
I can't
Sarge.
waste any more time. Come on, Sergeant. I've got to get back to Berkton. Superintendent Hurst had better hear my story now.
All right, Doctor, I'll play fair. I'm ready to listen. We were taken in. But how did you get onto Corrigan in the first place?
On Tuesday, when you and I were talking in your office, Sir Arnold Donington had asked you to have an eye kept on the Worsley place because his man Corrigan had been taken off the job.
That's right.
Well, in fact, Corrigan was in trouble, and he'd been told to clear out. That's when he went to his sister in Compton Bridge, and a day or two later he was bribed to come up with this nonsense.
Who bribed him?
Atchison, I guess, acting on behalf of Sir Arnold.
Oh, now, wait a
Look,
minute.
if you interrupt me every time the sacred name of Sir Arnold is mentioned, we'll get nowhere. On Tuesday morning, when I was listening to Sir Arnold, I asked myself two questions. First, why was he worrying about the old Worsley place, which is going to be a sort of annex to the club, when he's not interested in the club at all?
Well, his firm had bought the
Next
place.
question I asked myself was why this important man, talking about an unimportant matter, was obviously in a state of great tension.
Oh, he seemed all right to me. Bit high and mighty as usual, that's all.
Well, he has high blood pressure, I imagine, and he suffers from hypertension. He was doing his damnedest to appear casual, but his eyes and hands were all wrong. So I asked myself, why was he feeling so excited? And I came up with two answers. First, he was making himself talk about the Worsley place. Second, he was talking about it in front of me.
Now, Doctor, Sir Arnold hardly knew you from Adam.
Oh, yes, he did. You're forgetting that you just introduced me as a doctor making inquiries about a patient called Noreen Wilkes.
Yeah.
When he insisted on telling you he hadn't been near the Worsley place for months, I sensed he'd not only been near it, but inside it, quite recently.
But why should he lie about it?
Noreen and Derek Donington weren't just messing about. I read some of his letters to her. They were in love, and busy making love, as you can imagine.
I couldn't at one time. There's nothing in that line I can't imagine now. Straight to bed these days.
And they had to have somewhere to go.
And you think it was the Worsley house?
Exactly. Now, Noreen was never seen again after she left that party with Derek on the night of September the 12th. All we know for certain is that Derek, who was in love with her, went home and killed himself early next morning. Why? Nobody knows. Perhaps he knew Noreen was dead.
Oh, pure guess.
If so, it's not unreasonable to assume that she met her death that night in the old Worsley place.
How?
Well, it's her illness, but it's highly unlikely that she died a natural death. She might have lost her life as a result of some accident, but I can't help believing she was killed. Murdered.
You've no real evidence. It's just a tall story to me.
But all the facts surrounding it would seem a tall story if I didn't know they were facts. Ever since I started asking questions about this girl, I've been elaborately lied to, threatened, told to shut up and go away. I went to see Erickson, Sir Arnold's dog's body at United Fabrics. He as good as admitted he was trying to shut me up. Not because he knew anything about Noreen, but because Sir Arnold was afraid of a scandal in which his son would be involved.
I can understand that, can't you?
No, I can't. You're seeing it like Erickson. You're accepting the scandal excuse because you refuse to take a long, close look at it. If Noreen simply cleared out that night, there's no scandal. If she didn't, then there's something terribly wrong that has to be uncovered.
No, Dr. Salt, that doesn't follow. For instance, suppose Sir Arnold discovers that night the girl was pregnant and made arrangements for her to go away.
I was her doctor, Superintendent, in her confidence. I'd seen her that morning. Pregnancy's out. But what stays in? is Donington's peculiar state of tension on Tuesday morning, and all his attempts to confuse or block my inquiry.
An inquiry entirely in a private capacity. I doubt if you could bring a single charge.
I don't want to bring charges. I'm a doctor, not a policeman. Noreen Wilkes was in my care. I want to know exactly what happened to her. And now I'll make a lot more out of nothing for you, Superintendent. I say that Noreen died in that house and that Sir Arnold Donington knows all about it.
Wait a minute.
If I wait much longer, I'll be run out of Burton before I can prove anything. I'm sure she was murdered.
You'll have to show me a body before I believe that.
Well, I'm going to have a look.
Our man up there won't let you near the house on your own. Besides, this is police work.
So?
I'm coming with you. I think it's all moonshine, but there's no harm in taking a look. If you can't convince me, perhaps I can convince you. Well, Dr. Salt, that's about it.
Oh, I'll be glad to get out of here, sir.
Smells awful, doesn't it, Pickles?
Just a minute. There's this room with the door locked. I want to have a look. Well, it's not a heavy door. Two of us could charge our way in.
That's property damage.
Oh, come on, man. If there's anything, it'll be inside this room. Look, if there's no sign here, I'll admit I've been wasting your time, and I won't waste any more of it.
All right.
It's a strong lock.
Never mind, I've done this sort of job before. No need to bruise our shoulders. There's a neck in it. Keep your torch shining on the lock, Dr. Salt. I think a good size 12 shoe will do it. Right!
That's got it, sir.
Now, what have we got here? A bed of sorts, a couple of old blankets, a chair, a bit of mirror on it. Face powder's been spilt. Smells funny, but it does nowadays. Well, you're right up to a point. There's your love nest.
Well, what about these trunks piled against the wall?
I think there's a body in one of them, Doctor. All right. Leave it to Pickles and me. Take that top trunk down, Pickles, and open the other two. You can shine your torch, Doctor. It's all the help we need from you.
Nothing in here, sir. Only newspapers and bits of rubbish.
No sign of another trunk murder, eh, Doctor? Might as well put 'em back, Pickles.
Well, just a minute. Look at these two odd lengths of wallpaper.
The same as what's already on the wall,
Could
sir.
you shine your torches where I've got mine? Thanks.
What is it?
This piece of wallpaper looks new to me.
Might be, yes.
And somebody's cleaned the floor thoroughly before pulling that trunk over it.
It's a possibility.
There's only a thin board here. Could be cardboard. Either of you got a good strong knife?
Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Yes. Can't mistake that smell. It's a corpse, all right. What's left of it. All right, Pickles, get to the nearest phone sharp as you can. Tell Sergeant Broadbent that we found a body here.
Yes, sir.
Now then, this is for the police, Doctor, now. So I can't stop you having a look. Is it Noreen Wilkes?
No. It's a lump of putrefying meat. But when it wasn't, it belonged to Noreen Wilkes. Your man will give you all the details, but I can tell you this. It was a nasty kind of murder. Lots of hate in it. Madness, perhaps.
I admit it. You were clever working it out. Seems pretty clear now, doesn't it?
What's clear, Superintendent?
Oh, it was Derek Donington. He brought her here, then they had a quarrel. He did her in, put the body where we found it, went home and shot himself.
That's a queer program, that, isn't it? Why spend 2 or 3 hours hiding a body, even repapering a wall in the middle of the night, if you're going home to shoot yourself?
Oh, he was going to brazen it out, then changed his mind. They often do.
I have several other questions harder to answer than that one.
And if you've any sense, Dr. Salt, you'll keep them to yourself. You wanted to know what happened to your patient. Now you've found out. I'll admit it was a brilliant piece of work. A lot of guessing of a sort we're not encouraged to indulge in, but very clever. But now, just go away and forget it.
Tell me why, Superintendent.
Right, I will. In strictest confidence, whatever you may read in the papers, this case is closed here and now. There's no doubt in my mind that young Donington killed her, then killed himself. But I can't say so, because at his inquest we went for a verdict of accidental death. Well, this one will be person or persons unknown. Can't do it any other way. And as I know who the murderer was, the case is closed.
So, Derek Donington killed her, and that's why he shot himself.
Well, that's the story. The only trouble is I don't believe it.
Oh, Salt, leave it alone. Derek Donington and Noreen are dead. They can't run into any more trouble. You're alive, and you can. Oh, there's a kind of conceited pig-headedness in you, and I don't like it.
Let sleeping dogs lie, is that it?
If you like.
No, Maggie. I want to go with an easy mind and a clear conscience.
You'll get no help from the police.
My dear Miss Colworth, believe it or not, I need only one other piece of information and the mystery is solved. Now, you go and talk to your father. He's up and dressed and seems much more himself.
Who on earth's that?
Buzzy. Come in.
Hello, then. Wanted to have a chat. Thought I'd drop round in the, new rolls. Give the natives a thrill.
New rolls, eh?
Yeah, I'm more than halfway to Buckhouse with a car like that.
Where did you get it, Buzzy?
From a punter at the betting shop, instead of the money he owed me. Talk about a bargain. I reckon he's more than 2,000 nicker down on this lot. Hey, and guess what? I've got Whitey pretending to be chauffeur.
I could use that car, Buzzy.
Well, right. Help yourself.
Maggie, you and your father can go back to Hempton with Whitey while Buzzy's talking to me. Everything's ready at home, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean...
Well, remember that as far as your mother's concerned, it's loss of memory. There are to be no questions.
I'll remember.
Well, go on, go and help him.
Salt.
Please.
Oh, all right.
Nice little wench, that.
Yes. Well, sit in that chair, Buzzy.
Thank you.
It's the only one that'll hold you. Now then, what is it?
Well, I've had a bit of info, and it looks like things are hotting up for you. You see, if it wasn't Friday, I'd get a couple of my boys to look after you here. But Friday and Saturday can be a flaming great dogfight down at the club, and I need more hard boys than I've got. So what do we do with you, Doc?
Oh, I'm not worried, Buzzy.
I never said you were. I am. So I want you to do me a favour, if you see what I mean.
Well, what's that, Buzzy?
Well, I want you to take a load off my mind. Now, I'm not going to spend tonight watching all those baboons and the scrawny little birds at my club and wondering what the hell's happening to you here. I want my mind on my business. So do me a favour. Stay away from here tonight and tomorrow, see?
I'm not leaving Burton.
I know you're not. This is where I do you a favour. I've booked you into this posh new hotel, the Bavelier Astoria. Only opened this week.
I'm not going.
Now, look. If you're down there, nobody will be trying to kick your teeth in, right? That sort of thing doesn't happen among the top people. And you're in a suite, not just a bedroom. A suite on the 10th floor.
I can't afford it. Neither can you.
Me? I could afford to take the whole bloody floor if I wanted to.
Oh, all right, Buzzy. It's very kind of you to have taken so much trouble. Though I doubt if it's my kind of hotel.
What can I get you, sir?
A dry martini, please. Make it dry.
Room comfortable, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Salt, there you are.
Oh, Maggie, how'd you get here?
I was worried about you. Buzzy told me where to find you.
Trendsetter's paradise. Is your father all right?
Yes. And Mother's not questioning him or reproaching him.
Good.
Look who's here.
Where?
There, with a man.
Excuse me a moment, Maggie.
Oh, darling, get me another drink, will you?
Yes, all right, darling.
Miss Donington, isn't it? I thought I recognized your voice. Dr. Salt, remember?
Oh, yes.
Have we met? I seem to know your face.
No, I don't think so. I can't imagine why we should have done. My name's Walsham.
He's really telling you to go away, aren't you, darling?
Yes.
Of course. I'm intruding. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
You've Mr. Walsham staying here. What's his room number? He's a friend, and I'm staying here myself, room 1012.
Mr. Walsham's in 806. Shall I tell him you inquired?
No. Let me surprise him.
His coffee's good. Almost as good as you get in France.
Yes, it's certainly a lot better than the rest of the meal.
You'll be there in a few days.
In France?
Well, that's where you said you were going. Le Dordogne.
Only briefly. There's a man I want to see in Barcelona and another in Zurich. They specialize in certain kidney diseases. I want to see what they're doing.
Oh, it's not my idea of a holiday. Le Dordogne, marvellous, but why let the kidneys take over?
Well, given the right time and place, I could keep you enthralled by my story of the kidney, its disasters and triumphs, its hopes and fears. But not here, not now. What's the time?
Just after 11.
So, we go to work.
Oh, Salt.
Now listen. This is what I want you to do.
For God's sake, what is it?
I'm so sorry.
Wrong room.
Well, that's the point. I'm in 906, you see, and I think a parcel of mine may have been delivered here by mistake.
No parcel here.
Are you sure?
Of course I am.
I ought to have managed it better, but he wasn't prepared to be interested in female callers. I thought I heard a laugh, but I certainly can't prove he had a girl in there. Sorry, Salt.
Not to worry. I'll try something else. godly peace? That's all. I can run you home now, Maggie.
Do you mean you've finished now?
For tonight. I don't want you to go, but I think it might be wise. Because I now believe I know who killed Noreen. And why. Is she still down there, Buzzy?
Yes, but not on the floor, though. My boys have got her taped.
They've switched the coloured lights on. Very pretty.
Oh, we got everything here.
Mr. Duffield?
And who are you?
Why, it's our Mr. Atchison.
Now, look, just a minute. I mean, this isn't a reception. This is my private office.
Look, if you want me to apologize, Mr. Duffield, I apologize. Sir Arnold Donington asked me to find his daughter Erica and take her home. I've been inquiring all over Berkton. Now I understand she's here.
Oh, she's here, all right. Saturday night with the riff-raff. Half stoned, too. A flaming pest, your Miss Erica is. If I bar her, I'll run into trouble. If I let her carry on like this, I'll run into trouble. Yeah, I can't win with this lot.
But she's down here somewhere, huh?
In the ladies, I'm told. Close to passing out.
Buzzy, I think I better take a look at that girl, and fast. Who's that? Dr. Harrison. Look, this is Dr. Salt. I'm at Buzzy's club, and there's a girl here who's been mixing barbiturates and alcohol. Erica Donington. Yes, coma, of course, but not deep yet. Yes, we've got the ambulance coming. I'll bring her in. No, we'll tell her father. Now, Maggie, my dear, here's my key. Go back to the flat and wait for me.
Right.
Mind who you let in. Where's Atchison?
I'm here.
Well, I want you to go and collect Sir Arnold. Tell him what's happened and where his daughter will be. General Hospital. Ask for Dr. Harrison. And I want you to drop off Miss Culworth at my flat. It's on your way.
Right. You ready, Miss Culworth?
That's not all. Tell Sir Arnold this. It's serious. But I think we've caught her in time. Now, as soon as she's out of danger, I expect to see him at my flat, whatever the time. Tell him I've too much evidence now to let this go any further.
I doubt if you...
Erickson, I have to see him tonight. This is where we all stop playing games.
Dr. Salt, I'm not staying long. I've had an anxious time, and I'm an elderly man. I came here only because I owe you something. Dr. Harrison said my daughter could have lost her life if you hadn't been so prompt. Nothing was said about all your friends being here.
Not all. There are a few others elsewhere. But let me introduce Miss Frinton, Miss Culworth, and Dr. Culworth. Miss Frinton's one of your employees. Culworth is the name of the man your caretaker knocked out on Monday night. So you might say they're all in the picture.
Well, Dr. Salt, I can only give you a few minutes. What do you want?
I want you to drop that tone, Sir Arnold. Come down a few pegs.
I'm afraid that doesn't mean anything to me, Dr. Salt.
I see. You're staying on that lofty height, are you? Well, you'll have to come down from it sooner or later, and staying up there only increases the tension. Well, look at your hands, man. Oh, that's right. Put them away in your pockets. But something else gives you away. Something you can't control. A visible pulse. I noticed it when I saw you in Superintendent Hurst's office the other morning. High tension. I knew then that Noreen Wilkes was important to you.
Rubbish. I never knew the girl. And if that's all you have to say...
You're running your own lie detector, you know, Sir Arnold. Every time you speak, your blood contradicts you. You'll have to do something about that blood pressure.
I have quite a competent doctor. He's never suggested a second opinion, and if he did, it wouldn't be yours, Dr. Salt.
Well, hypertension's never been one of my special studies. Though I worry about how far it might affect the eyesight of an elderly man.
What do you mean?
You had to be very careful that night, September the 12th, when Noreen Wilkes was murdered. I think you were careful, but your eyesight was at fault. You see, there were 2 bits of evidence up in that attic room you overlooked. I have them. At least, I had them. But now they're in a little packet I sent to a colleague of mine, together with an account of what I really think happened that night. He's not in Berkton, by the way, so you can't get at him. And if he doesn't hear from me during the next 24 hours, I've asked him to open the packet and contact Scotland Yard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
About the possible effect on eyesight of a state of hypertension. Take another example. I'm sure you tried to be very careful matching that wallpaper exactly. Yet I saw at once that it didn't match.
That's a lie. It matched exactly.
Now you've done it, haven't you?
So you were in that room, covering the cavity in the wall where the body was hidden. And don't tell me now you were doing it for your son. I'd be too ashamed to listen.
Don't imagine you're making any sense, Dr. Salt.
Oh, drop it, man. Your son didn't kill that girl. He was in love with her. And he was your son. And now he's dead. Do we have to pretend that he was a homicidal sex maniac to keep you safe?
Very well. I killed her.
So you killed her, did you? Why?
I'll sit down, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Here you are.
Thank you. I'd heard rumours of this affair. I was told that they were using the old Worsley place. I went there that night and found them. I was deeply shocked, then very angry. I ordered Derek to get dressed and clear out. I made him leave me with a girl. Then I appealed to her to let him go, offered her money to go away. She not only refused, but she taunted me, saying she was going to marry him. He was an evil little slut, lying there half-dressed, jeering at me. And then something snapped. I can't tell exactly what happened because I can't remember. Then I found myself staring at the body. What happened afterwards you seem to know, although I can't imagine what possible evidence you could have found.
And your son?
By the time I'd done everything I could to hide what had happened, it was very late, nearly morning. Derek had been drinking. I tried to make him believe the girl had agreed to go away, but something in my manner made him suspicious. Finally, he forced it out of me. He rushed out of the room before I could find him or stop him. He shot himself. Now you know the truth, all of you.
And I believe you.
And so do I.
No, we're miles from the truth yet. Let's have a drink. Sir Arnold, some whiskey?
Thank you. I need a drink.
A stiff one? Neat, perhaps?
You really are the most extraordinary man, Dr. Salt. You begin talking about drinks just when I think you'll call for the police.
I have nothing to do with the police. I'm a doctor, not a detective.
Yes, but...
If the police don't come into it, what's the point of all this?
I'll tell you 2 points. First, the discovery of the truth. What did happen to Noreen Wilkes? The second point is, having discovered the truth, to decide the best thing to do.
What about those bits of evidence you said you'd sent to a colleague? If you were bluffing, Dr. Salt, you'd never prove a thing, you know. I'll just keep on saying I did it.
But you did, didn't you?
Of course he didn't.
Then who did?
It was you, Sir Arnold, who hid the body after your son came home and told you what had happened. But it was Erica who did the strangling and mutilating.
Huh?
But why?
She was insane with jealousy. She and her brother were very close. There might have been an incestuous relationship, and it was probably to cover this that she pretended to be a lesbian. Oh, it was just talk. Late last night, she was with a man in a room at the Beverly Astoria.
Room 806.
Well, she must have followed her brother that night. Somehow got rid of him, probably told him you were looking for him, and then started a violent quarrel with Noreen.
She blacked out, Salt. She never knew she'd done it. She thought she'd dreamt it. When Derek realized what had happened, he shot himself. What was I to do?
What you did was wrong, even for Erica. Well, how can you be sure she won't black out again?
I know, Salt. What are you going to do now?
I'll get you off the hook. No police, no trials, no scandals. Now I know the truth, I'll take the risk of burying it. But you'll have to submit to 2 conditions.
What are they?
First, Erica. She's just as sick as if she'd had typhoid. But if she can be cured, and I think she can, I can send you to the man who might do it. Take her to him as soon as she's ready to leave hospital. Stay by her. See her as often as you can. And that brings me to the second condition.
What is it?
Everywhere I've gone this week, I've been told that without you, Berkton would fall to pieces. That's not true. But there's been far too much Sir Arnold Donington in Berkton. Every time I've turned a corner, I've run into something you owned or controlled. It's bad for Berkton, it's bad for you. You'll have to get out.
I can't accept that, of course. You're taking too much on yourself, Salt.
If you can't let Berkton go, I'll bring it down on top of you. Don't forget, 4 of us know what happened. If you still want to be Mr. Big, then you're going to be Mr. Big who hit a body and said nothing about a murder. Maggie, get the police.
No, stop. If I have to stay near my daughter, then I can start easing out. You'll get your way, Salt. I'm assuming, of course, that you'll all keep quiet.
I can promise you that.
Then I'll say good night.
I finished my whiskey.
Yes, but you can have mine. I don't want it.
You know, Dr. Salt, there have been times this week when I thought you were just fooling around. Now I know how wrong I was. By the way, what was that evidence you had against Donington and his daughter?
I hadn't any. Whole bluff. And knowing something about people.
I see.
Come on, Alan, time for us to go.
Maggie, can we give you a lift?
Don't be so insensitive. Come on.
Maggie, how would you like a holiday?
I wish you'd explain to me how you worked everything out.
I'll do that, Maggie, my love, one night after a good dinner, somewhere in the Dordogne. And we'll sit down over a cognac, and I'll tell you.
In Salt is Leaving by J.B. Priestley, Dr. Salt was played by Frederick Treves and Maggie Culworth by Patricia Gallimore. Buzzy Duffield, Ralph Lawton, Superintendent Hurst, Jack Holloway, Jill Frinton, Maggie McCarthy, Sir Arnold Donington, William Fox, Erica Donington, Elizabeth Revel. Other parts were played by Eileen Barry, Liz Daniels, George Woolley, Lawrence Rue, Joyce Latham, and Harvey Edwards. The play was dramatized for radio by Elizabeth Bradbury and produced in Birmingham by Roger Pine. You can hear more drama on Radio 4 this evening. The Monday play is called Scenes from an Album and is by William Trevor. It tells the story of an Anglo-Irish family living in the northern province over a period of years. In it, twin sisters are first seen as young girls in 1903, then as young women in 1919, and finally in the present day as elderly spinsters. Scenes from an Album, the Monday play, is at 8 o'clock this evening, here on Radio 4.
Saturday Night Theatre, which is in mono. The Carpet Crisis by J.B. Priestley. Dramatised for radio by Terence Tiller. The Carpet Crisis.
No, Brian, no. Oh, God, what a dream. That really calls for a Scotch. Yes, Mrs. Firefield. Speaking. Oh, Joyce, thank God it's you. No, I'll explain in a minute. We're ringing up about tonight. Well, about 8, I thought. It's just us, you know. Long dress, if you like, my dear. It'll be lovely to see you. Well, if you can stand it, I'd like to tell you. 2 things, really. Both rather hellish. The first thing was the death of a very dear friend. There's a notice of it in today's Times. I didn't see it until after lunch. I knew him before I met Brian. Well, I was, yes, and so was he for nearly 2 years. Lawrence Blade. A painter, you know. Darling, don't mention him tonight unless we're by ourselves. No, I hadn't seen him for ages. Even so, the obituary knocked me sideways. I had to have a drink or 2. Then I dozed off and had the most horrible dream. I've forgotten most of it, but Brian was in one of his terrible rages and was pointing his shotgun, about to shoot somebody. Oh, yes, I know, but that last part was so real that I'm still all turned up. Oh, but darling, better than before you rang, bless you. Yes, 8 o'clock. Bye, darling. Oh, what on earth?
Hi.
Oh, it's only a mask. For a moment, I thought...
Wasn't trying to frighten you. Just a fun thing.
Well, who asked you to come here and do your little fun thing, whoever you are?
Hey, cool it, Aunt Marion. Or should I call you Lady Carpet? Can't you see it's me, Elvira?
You mean you're Elvira Porter, my niece?
Wouldn't be here if I wasn't, would I? Only flew in this afternoon. Hitchhiked from the airport.
I've never recognized you.
Well, so what? How old was I when you saw me last? 14, huh? Just a kid. Now I'm 22. A woman.
I had a letter from your mother only the other week. She never said you were coming over.
Because she didn't know. I'm impulsive. Listen, Aunt Marion, I'll only be staying a few days. But if you don't want me here, tell me to beat it. Or do you want to look at my passport?
Oh, of course I don't, Elvira. You can't blame me for being surprised, and that mask.
And you can't blame me for sounding impatient. 8 hours in the plane, and then this immigration thing. Big deal. Then hitchhiking. Oh, I've money, but I hate to spend it on transport. So I'm tired, and I could use a bath.
Oh, but of course.
Yeah, sure, I can have a bath. But I've 1 or 2 things to say, so will you please first fix me a drink? Okay? Scotch on the rocks, then.
Of course. In fact, we'll both have a drink. My dear, you're welcome to stay as long as you please. But I must warn you, we don't know very many young people.
Oh, that's okay. I'll find some. Even if that place we just came through, Thursley, is it? Looked like the original Dullsville. I won't be sitting around. I go out and give out. That's Pony.
Pony? Your drink.
Thanks.
You did say Pony, didn't you?
I did too say Pony. One of the things I wanted to tell you. I'm only Elvira to my parents and some of the creeps they know. Otherwise, Pony to one and all.
Very well, Pony. And I'd better be marrying. Aunt Marion really does sound too stuffy.
How right you are. Now, there's the other thing I wanted to say. I brought a man with me.
A man?
Yeah, a man. And a nut, I'd say, but kind of cute.
Why is he here? And who is he?
His name's Ingram.
Well?
Okay, Marion, I could use a refill. But you'll find Ingram out there somewhere, looking for the kitchen when I left.
Well, really? I don't have to have a strange man in my house looking for the kitchen. If you won't explain anything, then perhaps he will. Well, I must say.
My name's Ingram, and I apologize for being here without your permission. And you are...
I am Lady Carthet, and this is my house you're beginning to explore, Mr. Ingram.
Not Mr., if you don't mind. Just Ingram. But do, please sit down.
Well...
I'll have this stool. I catched a lift on a lorry that was going in this direction, and we stopped for Pony, a born hitchhiker. The lorry put Pony and me off at Thursley, and she decided she would take a taxi to this house. The only available taxi in Thursley was coming to this house, Fallowfield. It had been ordered, in fact, so it brought us here.
Now, wait a minute. Nobody here could have ordered a taxi. Quite impossible.
Your Spanish couple did. I watched them go, taking all their luggage with them.
I don't believe you.
Then all I can suggest is that you go upstairs and see if their belongings are still there.
And I will.
Oh.
Everything's gone. Why? Just tell me why they behaved like that.
They went because her cousin is opening a Spanish restaurant in Bournemouth.
Where do you come in? Why are you here? And why are you looking around my kitchen?
Good questions. The taxi driver said I could catch a bus here that would set me on my way. And that's towards a large country house about 30 miles from here. I have to be there on Sunday morning to attend a meeting and then give a lecture. But as I've nearly 2 days to fill in, it occurred to me you might like me to stay here and act as cook and butler.
You can't be serious, Mr. I'm sorry, just Ingram. And don't tell me you're an unemployed chef or butler, because I know you're not, whatever else you may be. So what's the idea?
Not to rob you, if that's in your mind.
For God's sake, Marion, you can talk to him later. Just show me where I'm to take my bag. And a bathroom. I'm dying to go to the John. So make it snappy.
I'm so sorry. Do come upstairs.
Gosh, I really have to go this way.
Oh, well, at least they've left the menu. 4 people, 8:30. Patty. Yes. Roast pheasant. Possible. Creme caramel. Oh, no, I think not. But the sooner the pheasant is in the oven, the better. Now then...
Ingram, I don't know where I am. I'm a niece from New York who seems to me a complete stranger, and now there's you. I can't make head or tail of you.
It's quite simple, so long as we don't try to complicate it. I've a couple of days to fill in. You need somebody. It amuses me to do some cooking and easy butling now and again. You'll provide me with bed and board.
And some money.
No money. And I'll leave you to explain this to your husband when he comes home.
And that won't be easy. Somehow I believe every word you say, but God knows what he'll think. But I ought to know a bit more about you. I mean, what do you really do for a living?
Try to keep awake.
I beg you.
Fully conscious. Give some talks. Stay away from offices, factories, warehouses, and the gross national product.
But what about insurance cards and all that sort of thing?
I'm outside the system. It's good for most people. But I'm not most people.
I've gathered that. Well, then, what about these talks? I see. No comment. All right, then, what about dinner? 2 people, close friends, are coming.
I know.
You know?
Yes, I read your note to the Spanish woman. Now, instead of the creme caramel, I suggest an orange souffle, which I do rather well. A respectable claret with the pheasant, I think. Oh, but no doubt your husband attends to that. Oh, by the way, where is your telephone? I may want to use it soon. And where do you keep your liqueurs for my orange souffle?
In the same place. I'll show you. Come along.
Thank you.
There's the bar, you see, and there's the telephone. You'll have to look for your liqueurs. Oh, and what about this horrible mask? Where did Pony get it, and why did she come in wearing it?
I can answer that in two ways. If you want to be suspicious, then probably she wore it because the shock she gave you was helpful. When, after the mask, you saw the girl's face, it would be easier for you to accept it as your niece.
That won't do. I was suspicious, but when I took her upstairs, she showed me her passport and 2 letters from her mother, my sister.
Ah, well, then it was just a childish trick. So, Grand Marnier and orange curacao. Yes, I may need both.
While you're there, wouldn't you like a drink?
No, thank you.
I've had 2 or 3 whiskies already, right in the middle of the afternoon. As if I were an alcoholic, which I'm not, though I suppose I could turn into one. It's all too easy, isn't it?
It is. If you want to blur reality.
But
Yes? Go on.
I had to have a drink because I just had a horrible dream. It's just the last part. I've forgotten the rest. And Brian, my husband, was pointing his big double-barreled shotgun at somebody and was going to kill him. And it was all so clear, so vivid, so real. Just as if I was seeing something that was bound to happen. What's it called, that kind of dream?
Precognitive.
Yes, that's just the word Joyce Roke used. Oh, she's much cleverer than I am. You'll meet her tonight. But how can one see the future if it's not there yet?
Some possibilities are there.
But then there was something else before the dream. Really much, much more important.
Go on. I'm listening.
Are you interested in painting?
Yes, I am.
And you may have heard of Lawrence Blade.
Oh, certainly. I like his work.
Well, he died yesterday.
Oh. Then I'm sorry.
I'm more than that, Ingram. Before I met Brian, I was in love with Lawrence Blade and lived with him for nearly 2 years. We were always desperately hard up, and Lawrence wasn't easy to live with, but it was wonderful. As soon as I read that piece about Lawrence in the Times, I remembered so much. All of it heartbreaking. There was the time when he'd sold 2 pictures, and he said he must show me the north where he came from. We came in the end to a tiny place, miles from anywhere, with great fells round it. There was only a church, a little pub where we stayed, and a bridge over a river that wasn't much more than a stream. We stood on the bridge, our arms about each other, and dusk falling around us, and the river occasionally flashing white and making a tune for us. And I was never so happy in all my life. And now it's dead. There's only one of us left to remember it. And time rushing away until it's gone forever.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop. Before you abandon yourself to despair, encouraging it, luxuriating in it, we might try a little experiment. If it succeeds, it may help you. Whereas what you're feeling now is nothing less than a waste of life. What I want you to do is rather difficult, so please listen carefully, will you?
I'll try.
Try to recall, as clearly as you can, those moments on the bridge. And while you're holding that scene in your memory, instead of losing yourself in it, you must be deeply aware of yourself recalling the scene. You must remember those moments while at the same time remembering yourself.
I couldn't possibly do that.
Try. At worst, it's better than crying. I'll do what I can to help. You have to use your will instead of destroying it. Now, try.
Oh, this is different. I'm not remembering. It's still there. It's still going on. Alive. And I've never been happier. Oh, no. It's gone now. It didn't leave me. I had to leave it. You were there again. Really there. On that bridge. Did you do it? Are you a kind of magician?
If I were, I wouldn't need to use the telephone, which I ought to do now. No. It's just that I can sometimes help people to see things, and themselves, as they really are. Oh, try that again sometime, when all's quiet and you feel ready. Meanwhile, if you'd like to do something for me, would you mind laying the table for dinner? You know what you want and where everything is, and I don't. I'll be responsible for dinner itself. Don't worry about that. Oh, you don't mind if I use your telephone?
You're making yourself responsible for dinner. You won't take any money. You seem to be working magic of some kind, and then you ask if you can use the phone freely. So now I'll lay the table. The least I can do.
No, Tusker. I want to say something to you before you put the car away. We'll go in here. Right. Hello? Is the phone out of order?
Not more than usual.
Oh. Thought you were a GPO engineer. Sorry. Visitor. Friend of my wife's, no doubt.
Not yet. I've only known her about half an hour.
The point
Reindeer,
is...
please. I can explain everything, and it's very important. Come through to the dining room for a moment.
Oh, very well. You wait there, Tusker.
What's she going to explain to his lordship in there, or aren't you telling?
She'll explain that I'm here to be cook and butler, tonight and tomorrow.
I know, don't tell me. Them two Spanish onions have scarpered, haven't they? I knew they would. Know where they've gone?
To a restaurant in Bournemouth.
Well, that's one place I don't go to eat in. But I might easy be in Bournemouth at that. I'm turning this bleeding job in. Rather be back on the lorries. This great Sir Brian here is such a bastard.
Why don't you like him?
I don't like any of them, if it comes to that. Rot 'em all. What they need is Chairman Flaming Mao. But this one, 1 minute nice as pie, the next minute shouting his ruddy head off. He'd be happy if he could have you flogged. And listen, if I had more money than I knew what to do with, I still wouldn't invest a fiver in his Wilsey Investment Trust, what he thinks makes him such a big shot. Not a single quid I wouldn't. Too erratic, that's what he is. Too erratic. But here, who's the blonde bird I saw looking out the bedroom window just now?
Niece from America. Likes to be called Pony.
That's a pony I might have a nice ride on. What do you think, eh?
I don't. Not interested.
Well, maybe not your age. But me, I believe in having it while you can enjoy it.
Enjoy what, Tusker?
Our private conversation, if you don't mind.
I tell you what I do mind, Tusker, and I've had quite enough of it. You must have had the rolls out most of the afternoon on your own.
Had to go and see about that tyre, didn't I?
Don't give me that, Tusker. I check the mileage. If it happens again, you go.
Well, I might take off anyhow. Just like them two Spaniards.
That's enough from you. Out.
All right. But just you wait, Mr. High and Mighty.
Typical specimen. Now they've got everything they ever dreamed of. They hate our guts.
A lot of people now hate their own guts, too.
Do you?
No.
Neither do I. Now, look, Ingram. My wife just told me a curious story about you, and I'm afraid I don't believe it.
I thought you wouldn't.
Now, here you are. You're not looking for regular employment or asking for money. You've no insurance card or anything. I've no check on you, have I?
None whatever.
Damn it, for all I know, you may have come here to seduce my wife. You could be working for a gang of thieves, or it might be financial espionage. You might be here to pick up information about my Wilsey Trust.
Oh, why? Is it in trouble?
That's my business, not yours, unless you're a shareholder.
I don't own shares in anything.
I've only your word for it.
Well, why not take my word for it? Your wife did. And now she's looking forward to a good dinner, while you're prowling round a maze of clandestine lovers, burglars, advance men, and financial spies. But if I'd asked you for some money, you wouldn't have been suspicious at all.
Possibly. So why the devil did you tell my wife you didn't want any money?
Because I'm not in need of any at the moment. It'll be a pleasure to do a little cooking. But if you pay me money, you'll think you're entitled to shout at me. And I'm not to be shouted at. I passed that stage years ago.
What were you before? Clerk or something?
No. When I walked out, I was the youngest major executive in British Incorporated stores and had just been given a seat on the board.
British Incorporated? You mean Charles Ferguson White's combine? I don't believe you. That just won't wash you. You're younger than I am. You'd have been far too young.
Not at all. You've got our ages wrong. I'm worlds older than you.
I don't believe you.
Sir Brian, I think you're in trouble. That's why you're behaving so badly. And soon, you'll be in even deeper trouble if you keep saying, I don't believe you.
Oh, well, we'll change the subject if you don't mind. We've a couple of guests, and I want some dinner tonight. Use the phone if you like. Later, I want the line kept clear. Might be 1 or 2 important calls. I'm going down to the wine cellar. After that, if you feel you can leave the kitchen for a few minutes, I'll be going upstairs and I'll show you your room. 2nd floor, I'm afraid.
Alice? This is Ingram. No. Sunday's arrangements stand, and you're still very kindly taking me to Charles's place. Huh? Oh, well, yes, Alice. There is one change of plan. I've agreed to cook and bottle wash here, a house called Fallowfield. It belongs to one Sir Brian Carpet, on the main road about 2 miles west of Thursley. Yes, really, on the way to Charles's place. But this is the point, my dear. Would you mind calling for me quite late on Saturday night? Sure? Bless you. Yes, better warn Charles. No, Alice, I plan nothing at all. No experiment in disturbing this time. Though, of course, it might be necessary. But so far, I'm just curious. That's why I don't want to leave earlier tomorrow. And you really don't mind his being so late? Ah, good. Bye, my dear. Indubitably, Sir Brian. Certainly, my lady. Assuredly, sir. At least until, 9:15, I suppose.
They'll go on sitting for ages, Joyce, over their drinks and their business talk. We'll sit here, shall we? Coffee shouldn't be long. I've had to leave it to Ingram. I don't feel I can start ringing for him.
You can ring a whole peal of bells to salute him that super dinner. But I still can't make him out. Obviously, Alfred didn't believe a word you said about him. You'd have to put a lot of Ingram into test tubes to convince Dr. Alfred Root.
Husbands. When I tried to explain about Ingram to Brian, he said I only believe such rubbish because I'd led a sheltered life, my God. After living with Lawrence Blade on and off for 2 years.
You said upstairs that you might tell Brian now.
I'm going to, my dear.
All wrong, don't think of it.
But now that Lawrence is dead...
It could be worse, if anything. Just shut up about everybody and everything except for idiotic female gabble. I've never told Alfred a single thing about anybody. Every time he goes off to a conference, he thinks I'm sitting at home waiting for one of his postcards. So don't be silly, Marion. You let Brian still imagine that you've had a sheltered life. And by the way, who taught him that ridiculous expression? His grandmother? But so far as there are sheltered lives, we know who lead them, don't we? The men. They don't even need women to close the doors and windows and bandage their eyes. They're just natural self-deceivers.
I'll bet Ingram isn't.
Ah, you've fallen for him already.
No, it's not like that. Something quite different.
My dear, you had that proud tone of voice. It's always a giveaway. I'll bet Ingram isn't. Of course, it may be just that you're a bit sloshed and the souffle Ingram has gone to your head.
I'm not remotely sloshed. I've come to terms with Lawrence's death. The dream shotgun's gone. And Ingram seems to clear my head, not go to it. He understands things so well that he can make me understand myself. But I can tell you something you can be serious about.
Mm-hmm.
Something I suddenly felt when you were talking. We're supposed to be close friends. Refer to each other as darling Marion, dearest Joyce. But do I really like you? Are you me?
Oh, please don't stop. Let it all come out.
Well, I can't bear Alfred, never could.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know how Alfred feels about you, but I know he thoroughly dislikes Brian. Though Brian's not as dreary as Alfred and occasionally makes a swift, stealthy pass late at night.
Oh, he does he?
In my book, he's just an insensitive, bullying egoist. That just about wraps up our cosy quartet.
What are we doing then?
Conveniently passing the time, keeping up pretenses. Doesn't everyone these days?
Don't talk like that now. I know you're not satisfied.
But I am.
You can't be.
I'm now able to say I'm satisfied because I'm well past expecting anything. I've settled down to enjoy the supermarket good life, as the idiots call it. 20 years ago, I came out of university with a good degree and expectations 1,000 feet high and lit up all night. Then I soon began to feel dissatisfied. The expectations dwindled to 12 feet high and hardly lit up at any time. Later, I stopped even feeling dissatisfied because I knew I couldn't expect anything worth having.
How can you say that when you've 2 children? Look at me.
Oh, yes, the kids were adorable when they were little, as if they belonged to another and better world. But now they're growing up very much on earth, as it's most definitely not in any sort of heaven. Rupert, 13 now, is going to be Alfred all over again. That'll be 2 of them.
But Jill isn't like that. She's sweet.
She turns that on for you. She doesn't bother to do it for me any longer. I'm stuffy old mummy always finding fault. And look at her. 17 now, with a woman's body and a woman's urges and the mind of a child.
Joyce, you're being altogether too pessimistic and cynical.
And you're ready to be too sentimental with a little help out of a bottle.
Really?
No, I oughtn't to have said that. Even if we decide we all rather dislike one another, at least we can keep some semblance of manners. I'm sorry, my dear.
Perhaps we could be friends. Really friends. If we tried and yet stayed honest. I wish I could ask Engram.
Oh, no, not while I'm around. I'll swallow his cooking and be grateful, but not any mysterious oriental wisdom if that's his line.
It isn't. Oh.
The coffee, ma'am.
Thank you, Engram. And you brought the men's, too. Quite right. It's time they joined us.
I'll inform them of that, madam.
I hope you'll excuse me, Marion, but, Engram, I know you're a marvellous cook, but I'm not so happy about your butler act. I can't help feeling you're overdoing it.
You're quite right, of course, Mrs. Roke. I always overact the butler bit. Always unwise, too, because I'm also tempted to be mischievous. Showing off, really. Not good.
Lady Carpet seems to think you're a very wise man, Engram, though she hasn't explained why.
I'm glad to hear it.
But is it wise to go about playing parts?
Oh, it's not a game, you know, Mrs. Roke. Most of the time I'm earning my daily bread. And there's no harm in consciously playing parts. What's unwise and very dangerous is to be forever playing parts and not even knowing you're doing it. So instead of being one real person, you're just a bad repertory company. Will that be all the moment, Lady Carter?
Yes, thank you, but do stop that.
I'll do what I can.
Didn't get much change out of Engram, did you, Joyce?
No chance of talking to that man alone tonight, I imagine. When is he leaving?
Late tomorrow night, he says.
But you won't have to cook dinner tomorrow night. You're going with us to the Dryman's party. Buffet supper, remember?
I know, I told him, but he insisted on staying late.
Did he say why?
No, he didn't. Shh. Here come the men.
Well, Joyce, brandy, Cointreau, or what?
Oh, brandy, please, Brian.
Cointreau for you, Marion?
No, nothing, thank you.
Had too much of that souffle, did you? Brandy, of course, for you, Alfred.
I'll risk it, Brian. No, ma'am, just let me make my point. I'll put it this way. After all, I'm a scientist.
Oh, you were, once.
Was it?
Oh, darling, just one of my teasing remarks.
Oh.
But never mind your silly old point just now. What I want to know is, have you men seen Marion's mysterious American niece yet? Oh, thanks, Brian.
Haven't set eyes on her, Joyce. One of those blonde dollies with long, straight hair, I'm told. Your type, eh, Alfred?
Oh, tell you later, old man. Thanks, Brian. Older than Jill, isn't she, Marion?
5 years at least. And you've not seen her because she went straight out of the house without saying a word while I was upstairs changing. But will you believe it? That I'd shown that girl to her room not half an hour before. I laid the table for 4, as if I'd forgotten that she existed.
There.
Perhaps the poor girl had come down, caught sight of the dinner table, and saw she'd been overlooked. And that's why she went out. Joyce, perhaps Jill could show her around.
Oh, no, Alfred. I really wouldn't advise it.
No, thank you. It's out of the question, Alfred, darling.
Why? I don't see it. Do you, Brian?
What? Oh, no. Oh, do I mean yes?
You see? He's not even thinking about it.
Brian, that's rude.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be. As I told you, I haven't met the girl yet. But she's American, 5 or 6 years older than your Jill, has to be called Pony, arrives here uninvited and without notice, doesn't stay in for the very first evening, and Marion obviously dislikes her.
A typical example, in my view, of the force of mere prejudice. In amalgamated pharmacies, we meet it and have to reckon with it over and over again. Take a comparatively simple instance. Now, the anti-narcosis compounds are of considerable value to the medical profession, even if they have been widely misused outside it. Well,
I apologize for this interruption, Sir Brian, but a young man from Thursley has just delivered this parcel together with a note.
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes, just as I thought. Unwrap it, please, Ingram.
Very good, sir.
Ah, splendid. Splendid. Good as new.
Good gracious! A shotgun!
Oh, no.
Now what's the matter?
It's a dream she had. Marion, it's all right now.
All dreams are nonsense. But all the same, Brown, old man, you should never point a gun at people like that.
I know more about guns than you do, Alfred. I made sure it wasn't loaded.
All the same, you could have made a mistake.
No, I couldn't, so don't carry on about it. Here you are, Ingram. It lives in the first cupboard in the hall. I usually keep it loaded, but I'll attend to that. There are some cartridges in there, too. And after you've done that, would you go down to the cellar and find another brandy like the one we seem to have finished? I'd go myself, but, well, I've a little radio interview coming on soon, and I want to hear it. All right?
Well, nearly. I'm a little uncertain about the brandy.
Like this one. You go ahead, Ingram. I'll bring it.
Oh, very well.
Ingram, I'm frightened. You know what I mean.
Of course. But you may have seen in your dream what you've just seen now. Your husband simply pointing the gun.
No, not like that at all. He was in a furious rage, ready to kill someone. I know he was. Don't you understand?
Yes. You feel so sure.
Well, then, what can I do?
Nothing, probably. You'd better leave it to me. I shan't be leaving yet, remember? Can you trust me?
Yes, I trust you. But I must get back.
Yes, here we are. This is it, isn't it? This series called Your Money and Your Life.
That's the one.
Yes.
Interviews with prominent city men and industrialists. Just sound radio, of course. Recorded me yesterday in the office. Quite painless. How much time have we?
Well, it should be due about now.
And in this week's program, our financial expert, Henry Glamour, talks to Sir Brian Carfit.
There we are.
Well, now, Sir Brian, I wonder if you've listened to any of our previous interviews.
A fair number, I'd say, especially during the last few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you found yourself agreeing or disagreeing with
The
general
brandy,
tone of
Brian.
the interview?
Stand still and keep quiet, Ingram. I'm glad you asked me that, Mr. Glemmer, because there's a point I want to make at once. In my opinion, the gribble-grabble, robble-and-rob has been liable to discourage the diddleton-duddleton doo-doo too down, too fungible.
I quite can
Sound point
tell.
that,
You
Brian.
would say that all.
I would say what the Gabbleton Green requires at this present moment in time is more McCornaty, more damn and blast the pair of you! What the devil's the matter with you? Ingram, for God's sake, man, put that bottle down and clear out.
Brian, you can't shout at him like that.
I told you earlier, Carfit, when I refused your money, that I was not to be shouted at. Now stop shouting.
All right, I lost my temper, but don't start giving me any advice. I don't want any.
Possibly not. But you're going to need some very soon.
That fellow gets above himself. I'd take him down a peg or two.
Oh, Alfred, you make me laugh.
No, it wasn't Alfred who made you laugh. I did. And God knows why. Both of you behaving like a pair of hysterical schoolgirls.
Yes, what's the matter with them?
Brian, we couldn't help laughing. Suddenly you and the interviewer started talking gibberish.
Nonsense. We were talking plain English.
Well, it sounded to me like gribble, grabble, rubbleton, rub, and bungeable.
Diddlington, doublington, daddlington, doo-doo, and goofy.
I know what happened, old man. Seen it before with Joyce. Some stupid women's joke, probably about sex. And off they go giggling till they can't control themselves.
Alfred, don't be a bloody fool.
Calm down, Joyce. Alfred, more brandy or whiskey or...
Very sound idea, I mean.
Don't get upset.
Well, I just thought of something. Didn't you notice it was just when Ingram came in and Brian shouted at him, the gibberish began? Yes. Somehow it must have been Ingram. It must have been some sort of hypnotism.
Oh, you'll have to watch that man.
Well, now, what about a drink? Joyce? Marion?
Oh, sweet of you, Brian, but I really think we ought to go. It's getting late, and I want to make sure that Jill's home. Besides, we've all been a bit on edge.
Oh, yes, come along. And many thanks, Marion, Brian. Superb food.
Wonderful.
A drink. Everything.
Our pleasure. But if you must leave, you must. Though I admit I may have some work to do before I turn in. I'll see you at your car.
Right.
Well, good night again.
Good night.
Night,
Night, Alfred.
Good night, Marion.
Good night,
Bye.
Joyce. Oh, Ingram. I'd help you with all those dishes, but I must have a serious talk with Brian before I go to bed. So, will you please keep out of the sitting room?
Yes, of course I'll keep out.
It was you, wasn't it, who turned the radio talk into gibberish for Joyce and me?
It was. And I'm not proud of it. Just mischief and showing off. I did warn you.
But how do you do these things? You must be a magician.
No, I've told you. I can recognize pretense and sham and fraud for what they are. And sometimes I can make other people recognize them too. Yes, I will keep out. But remember, your husband's a very worried man.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, Ingram. Oh, God, what an evening.
Oh, thought you were turning in, Marion.
I want to talk to you first, Brian. Close the door.
Won't it keep? I may have a very important call from Sam Foley, and any...
For heaven's sake, try for a few minutes to forget Sam Foley and your Wilsley Trust. And listen to what...
Don't start telling me to forget Sam Foley. I wish to God I could, and the trust. But you might as well know that we're living with a time bomb ticking under us. On Monday, it may go off and blow me and Sam Foley and the Wilsley Trust into the headlines and into the law courts. Now, that's how dangerously we're living. Touch and go, and probably go, unless we're lucky.
You're not frightening me, Brian.
But I'm not as clever as I thought I was. So, it may have to be luck. And that may be running out. You want a drink?
No, nor do you.
Seems to me I do. Well, go on, I'm listening.
Now I'm wondering where to begin.
Oh, a confession, is it?
Sort of a one. I know I haven't chosen a good time to come out with it, but I'll never have any peace of mind if I didn't tell you the truth, Brian. Well, a man died yesterday. His name was Lawrence Blade. He was a painter, quite a good one. I knew him before I met you. I fell in love with him. For nearly 2 years, on and off because there were quarrels, I lived with him. I knew he'd no intention of marrying me, but I didn't care. I was so much in love with him. But then he said he'd had enough and was going to live in Paris. After a few days, I went to find him. I didn't even know where he was living in Paris. It took me a week to find out. One of the worst weeks I ever remember. Anyway, I found Lawrence at last. He was already living with an American girl, another painter. And they made it quite obvious that I was just a nuisance. I crawled back home.
Yes. A very nasty experience, Marion. But you don't need to say any more. I know the rest. Your father died and left you a little money. You joined your cousin, Violet, who had a flat in Knightsbridge, where I met you.
And where I was cousin Marion from the country. My God, I can't remember whether it was you or Violet or me who first trotted out that phony pseudo-Victorian sheltered life nonsense.
Hi, you must be my Uncle Brian. I'm Pony.
How do you do?
Back from Dullsville, where the action isn't. Hitchhiked in and returned on the back of a motorcycle. Marion, no breakfast. Can't face it, but can always take some coffee about 11. You two staying in tomorrow night?
No. We're going to a party given by some neighbors. I don't think you'd like it.
Are you kidding? I'd have to be gagged and bound and dragged by my hair. Bye for now.
Cheeky little madam, I'd say.
It's not worse. I can't bear her. But never mind her. It's you I'm thinking about. I thought I understood you. But now I see I don't. I nerved myself to confess to you about Lawrence Blade. Certain you'd be furious. But you're not even mildly surprised. Of course, that's it. You must have found out.
I did. And, of course, from Violet. Somebody once said that if you give them time, men always blurt out their own secrets, and women always tell other women's. Yeah, I even went to have a look at Lawrence Blade. Got a man on you to take me around his studio. You didn't miss anything there. They hadn't weathered well at all. Bloated and boozy.
If I'd still been living with him, he wouldn't have been.
Oh, that's possible, but unlikely. Most men go their own way, women are no women.
If you knew, why didn't you ever say anything to me?
No point in it.
No. I'm not going to talk about it. We won't mention Lawrence Blade again. After all, when you found out, you never said anything. Didn't reproach me. Didn't show any jealousy. And I'm grateful for that, Brian. Apart from these outbursts of temper that have been much worse recently, and I know that's because you're worried about money, you've been a good husband and a generous one. And I've tried to be a good wife. And we've shared the disappointment of children. So
Yes, Marion, I agree with all that, but can we save it for another time? I may be getting the call from Sam Foley any minute now.
Well, I'm going. And I'm making up the bed in your dressing room.
Quite right. I may be up late. Yes, Sam. Speaking. What news? What did you manage a quiet word with Lester? I see, in a bloody stuffed shirt. Which figure? Hold on. I got it on me. Sam, I'm making about 183,000. Yes, I know, but keep your fingers crossed. Well, you needn't tell me, for Pete's sake, I'm living with it. Well, get yourself a drink. That's what I'm going to do. Good night, Sam.
Hi again. How about one for me?
Oh, I thought you'd gone to bed. Still, I can't refuse you a drink, I suppose. Haven't got any Coke, though.
Coke up yours, big boy. Scotch on the rocks. And don't spare the scotch. God, it was a drag tonight. No action, no speed, no acid, not even grass.
Grass?
Joints, pot, reefers, marijuana.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
And, Pony, if you talk like that in public round here, you could soon be in serious trouble.
That's what Jock said. But I've been around. I can take care of myself.
Jock?
Jock Tusky, your driver. Or should I say chauffeur?
Not much longer. Hadn't one of my cars out, Eddie?
No, I told you how I got there and back. He picked me up in a bar.
I see. Well, if you'll excuse me, Pony, I've some work waiting here.
Now, listen. I'm disappointed in you, man. When I looked in earlier, I said to myself, this Sir Brian's quite something. And he's not really related to you, Pony. Get me?
What do you mean?
Don't be so goddamn stuffy. Relax. Like this.
Oh, you cheeky young devil. What are you trying to do? Seduce me?
I might start trying at that.
I wouldn't advise it.
No? You know where my room is. Opposite end of the corridor from where you ought to be.
By the way, Pony, in my circle, we kiss. But don't tell.
Relax. In my circle, we don't stick around. Hell, we're wasting lovely time, man. You can have a quarter of an hour to kid yourself you're doing some work. And then, be seeing you.
Good God.
If it won't disturb you, I'll start clearing up in here.
I don't understand you, Ingram.
Oh?
It would hurt my pride to go round as you do, living on tuppence, doing odd jobs, taking orders from all kinds of silly blighters.
I don't do much of this sort of work, but it doesn't hurt my pride. Pride and vanity only disguise from us what's real. That's part of your failure.
Oh, but there you are, emptying ashtrays, and And here am I, younger than you, a clerk once, responsible for big money, given a knighthood, respected in the city.
Well, if that's what you want, and it lasts. But I told you earlier, you're a very worried man, running into trouble.
I'll say I am. In strictest confidence, if I can't raise $250,000 by Monday morning, I'm going down the drain. But even so, I'm leading a man's life, a damn sight better than doing somebody else's housework.
Even in the last minute. 2 quite different Sir Brian Carfits have talked to me. No more work. What are you going to do now?
Believe it or not, Ingram, I am about to enjoy myself. Never mind how.
And believe it or not, that makes a 3rd. Quite different Brian Carfit.
What is all this nonsense? What are you trying to tell me,
I am trying to tell you how far away you are as yet from being anything like a complete person.
Yeah.
As I told Joyce Roke about herself, it's just as if you had in your head a crazy company of actors, all of them snatching the microphone to give their own performance of Brian Carfit.
And I think that's a lot of tommy rot.
And that makes the 4th Brian Carfit we've had.
And again, tommy rot.
Ingram?
Yes? In here.
I suddenly remembered we're dining out tomorrow at the Jarmans, and I...
Yes?
All right, you win. It's not about tomorrow's dinner. I really came down to tell you that Brian's just gone into that wretched girl's bedroom. Charming, isn't it? My own niece in half his age. Oh, God, I just can't understand it.
Oh, I can. Quite easily. A girl like Pony, who takes sex like aspirin, could seduce him in 5 minutes. Which is what I'm sure she did.
Oh.
And he accepted the chance because he was desperate about money, because it was something he could do. Moved his man.
Oh.
No. Not just sex. Insecurity and vanity.
I didn't know he was really desperate. Please tell me this, Ingram. Would Brian kill anybody?
Not unless there came a moment when one of the Brian Carfits swept all the others away.
Just mad temper.
Yes, if you like.
Could he kill himself?
No, I don't think so. But it's always possible that a proud man with no inner reserves, entirely dependent on the world's opinion, when he finds everything crashing down and faces humiliation and perhaps a prison sentence, well, he may decide to jump into the dark, hoping that that's the end of him.
But that couldn't happen to Brian, could it?
It could, but I hope not.
Ingram, please, won't you help him? You could, couldn't you?
Well, I can try. That's why I'm staying as late as I can tomorrow night. Everybody here seems to be moving towards a crisis.
My dream. And the gun.
They're only part of it. They point the way things are going. And I'm staying on because if there is a crisis, I may have the will to cope with it. Will is very important here. And mine may just be strong enough to...
Yes?
Open people's eyes to their true selves and their true situation. But let me give you one word of warning, Marion. At this moment, you and I are friends.
More than that. I think I love you.
No, you don't really love me. In the first place, you want revenge, which never works. In the second place, you simply have a certain amount of love, largely sexual, floating about loose, directed towards your husband, who needs it. But about the warning, there may come a time tomorrow night when you wish I'd never set foot in your house.
I don't think that's possible.
Marian, I know more about possibilities than you. I'm almost a professional. And this is my last word about what I've been saying. When the time arrives, trust, please. That's all. So, off you go, back to bed, while I take a final look round. Good night, Marion.
Good night, Ingram. Thank you.
Ah, Joyce, hope you weren't in the middle of dressing for the Germans. Ah, good. Well, I haven't seen that blasted chauffeur of mine since yesterday. I'll kick him out when he does turn up. And, you know I've given up driving if I'm going to do any drinking. Well, yes, Joyce, that is what I was going to ask. If it'll be no trouble to you. Well, if you could then, stay just pick us up here in a few minutes. 6 o'clock? And bring us back afterwards. Ingram, eh? You're getting as bad as Marion. Yes, he said he'd be here. You do? All right, then. Bye for now.
I thought I overheard my name.
You did. Joyce Roke is coming to pick us up and doesn't mind waiting if she can have a nice little chat with you. Now, you are staying in, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be up in my room working on a talk I have to give tomorrow morning.
Well, the thing is, I may have a call from Sam Foley, my number 2 in the trust. Now, there's a phone on your landing near the stairs, so if you keep it switched through from here and leave your door open...
By all means.
Oh, and here's the German's number in case you need to speak to me. All right?
Why not?
Right. I'll go and change.
Good evening.
Hi. Len Taps. Call me Len.
Ingram. Call me Ingram.
You Pony's uncle?
No, not anybody's.
Told to come here. Bring some of me singles. These, see? Ah, yeah, there's the stereo. Sounds smashing on this. You like to hear one?
No, thanks.
Why not?
Too noisy, too monotonous. And somebody will be calling shortly.
Oh, I'm too early. Trouble is, I haven't got a watch. Where's Pony?
Oh, I don't know where she might be. Perhaps Tusker's taken her somewhere trying to find grass, speed, acid, even horse. Or should I say heroin? Have I got them right?
You're right. Asked me to bring her records. They do the rest. Have ourselves a ball if this machine can belt it out. I better try it, though.
As I said, we'll have another visitor very soon, and I can't help feeling that Mrs. Roke might not enjoy hearing you belt it out.
Hang about. You say Mrs. Roke? Well, Jill Roke's mum. I'm not letting her catch me here. The right sodding set to with her about young Jill. You broad-minded, Ingram?
I try to be, Len.
Mrs. Roke isn't. Nasty tongue and a nasty temper. Ah, typical. Doesn't know she's finished, out, just waiting to be nailed down and buried.
Oh, she certainly didn't seem to know it when she was here last night. After all, she's only about 40.
Well, I ask you, man, 40.
Ah, yes. Oh, I don't know what you're going to do about this, Len.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't win, can you? Pretty soon now you'll be 30, then 40, finished, out.
Never mind that bull. Here, listen, what's the quickest way out? Because as soon as I hear Mrs. Roke ring at the front door, I'm pushing off sharp.
The way you came, through the French windows.
Right, and I can watch to see her go.
Oh, one thing, Len. What if Mrs. Roke doesn't ring the bell but walks straight in?
Go on, she'd never.
You did.
Well, that's different, isn't it? I see Pony and Tusker and the George. She tells me to bring me records here. We'll have a place to ourselves. OK, so I walk in. No bells. We don't believe in that sort of thing. We know how to live without fear.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do, man. We really do.
What about you and Mrs. Roke?
Well, come off it. That's different, isn't it? I'm not frightened of her, but well, she can make trouble. I've got enough of that with my old man. Well, if it wasn't for Mum, I'd never have a penny, nothing.
Oh, you don't work or anything, Len?
Well, not at the moment. Just looking around. Anyhow, oh, God, she's here. I'll be seeing you.
Good evening, Ingram. How are you?
Good evening, Joyce. Can I get you a drink? Something light as you're driving?
But you want it, please? And I wish we'd give ourselves something. I dashed over specially so that we could talk.
A most handsome compliment. Well, we're leading a quiet life here at the moment.
Ah, you are having one, too. Good. And sitting down, too, I hope.
Why not?
Is it going to last?
What, the quiet life? Probably not.
Oh, thanks. Perhaps you came here to upset it all.
Certainly not. I came here by accident.
And what about the girl you came with?
Completely unknown to me an hour before we came here.
Yes, I know. Marion's told me all about that. And I've never set eyes on the girl. But let's suppose something, Ingram. Let's suppose that as soon as you talked to this girl, Pony, on the road before you got here, you realized she was a sort of catalyst, one of those fatally destructive personalities who break up any little society that receives them. So you insisted upon staying just to see what would happen after this disastrous Pony came here.
You are an intelligent woman, Joyce. Can't you see that it's far more complicated than that? The disastrous Pony arrived in what was already a disaster area. Both the Carfits were facing a crisis. Marion, because her old lover had died, probably the only magic man in her life. Brian, because he's trying to rescue his investment trust and his whole financial career from ruin. And there's a further complication.
Oh, I know what you're going to say. Marion told me. That wretched Pony, probably because she hadn't any dope, proceeded to seduce Brian. Oh, no great feat, but despicable in the circumstances. Oh, yes, I'll grant you the Carfit crisis and the disaster area.
Thank you. But there's still another complication. I happen to know something about Pony that nobody else knows. Yet.
What's that? All right, forget it. I suppose being secretive is part of your game.
I told you before, I am not playing a game.
Anyhow, even though Alfred and I pop in and out, we're obviously not really involved, are we?
I don't know.
Oh, come off it. You just call me an intelligent woman, and I can look after myself. As for poor old Alfred or Jill, come to that. You're thinking about Jill, aren't you?
I'm not. But now you are.
I'm not worrying about Jill. She may look like a child, but she can take care of herself.
I can't agree or disagree, never having seen her.
Tonight, for instance, she's staying in for once, probably adoring some pop idiot on the telly.
Of course.
Oh, really? Anyone would think that... Very well. I do think it's unfair of you, Ingram, to upset people the way you do. Alfred? It's me. Well, I hope you're not ready and impatiently waiting because the carpets aren't down yet. Yes, of course I will. Is Jill glued to the telly? What? Going to Morning's place? Oh, Alfred, you believe anything that girl tells you. Don't you see that she just waited until I'd gone? Perhaps and perhaps not. All right, Ingram. If I ring this wretched Maureen's parents and ask if Jill is there and she isn't, I'll feel a complete fool.
Have another drink.
Certainly not, and just remember you started this.
I did nothing of the kind, and you know it. I never even mentioned your daughter. What happened was that the worrying maternal Joyce took over from the confident Ingram-baiting Joyce.
Oh, I know all that stuff. Too many warring cells and no central controlling
Oh, you
cell.
may know it, but you don't feel it. The opposite of Marion Carfit.
You may have to give a lecture tomorrow morning, but you don't have to start it now.
You're quite right, of course.
Oh, and don't be so damn smooth.
You are hard to please this evening, Mrs. Rowe.
Chiefly because you made me worry about Jill.
I never mentioned her name.
But you didn't need to. Simply by refusing to answer, you made me force myself into a corner.
Where your fear for your daughter was waiting for you.
Because I refused to idolize you as Marion does, you're trying to frighten me.
No, that's not true. I don't blame you for thinking so, but it's just not true.
Whether it is or not, don't imagine that I'll allow you to turn my Jill into one of your guinea pigs.
Joyce, among your performances, there's a mad woman. I've just seen and heard her. Now, listen to me. The Carfits will be down at any moment. It's true. I may have to try a certain experiment. But if I do, it'll take far more out of me than it will out of anybody else.
So it ought. It'll be your experiment.
Well, just remember that I am not thinking about the Roke family. All that I can do, I'll do for the Carfits. If there's a crisis.
Hello, Joyce, darling. Sweet of you to call for us. I hope we haven't kept you too long. Brian will be down in a couple of minutes. He's having trouble with his silly electric razor. Do you use one of those things, Ingram?
No, I rather enjoy lathering my face. Can I get you a drink, Marion?
I think not, thank you. For some reason or other, I feel curiously excited about going to the Jarmans tonight. Can't imagine why.
Then you must have forgotten what their last party was like.
You know, Joyce, I was thinking upstairs that you and I are much too critical of people. We ought to enjoy them more. What do you say, Ingram?
I don't say anything. Except that I'm going to cut a few sandwiches for myself.
You like sandwiches?
Not much. I just try to enjoy them more.
Oh, sorry, Joyce, sorry. Ought to be on our way, I know. One quick drink.
Oh,
and then
no, Brian.
I really think we should start.
Oh, all right. But where's Ingram? I must have a word with him.
He was just here. Ingram, have you a moment to spare?
Yes? Yes, did you want something?
Ah, there you are, Ingram. One more thing. This.
Oh, no, not the shotgun again.
Oh, don't get so hysterical, Marion. I'm not going to shoot anybody. Now, the point is, Ingram, you'll be at the top of the house and listening for the phone, I hope. Now, if there's any breaking and entering, and there's been a lot of it lately, you haven't much chance of getting to this gun in time. And if it's left down here, they could find it first and threaten you with it. So I suggest you take it upstairs with you. I loaded it, by the way.
Yes, please do that, Ingram. Then it won't do any harm, will it?
Look, I'm talking to Ingram now. Here you are, Ingram. Take it with you when you go up.
No. No, if we're exchanging orders, then you put it back in the cupboard. I'm not a shotgun man. I'm far more afraid of shotguns than I am of burglars.
Oh. Well, if that's how you feel, I'll put it back.
Ingram, can't you see? Have you forgotten?
I haven't forgotten anything, Marion.
Oh, come on, then. We must push off now. We're forgetting poor old Alfred, who must be wondering what's happened to us.
Goodbye, then. Enjoy yourselves.
Ah. Hello there.
Hello.
Heard 'em go. Lovely. This is young Jill Roke. Ah, Jilly Dilly.
Hello.
Now, what about you?
What about Miller?
Well, I mean to say, when the other two come and we get started, well, you're not going to keep coming in and interrupting things, are you?
No. I'll be up in my room working.
Well, that's okay then. Because I meant to tell you before, I'm harmless, but if Jock Tusker gets steamed up, he's apt to be rough and tough. And don't forget that he's finished here. Told me so last night. Has a pony, well, smashing bird, of course, but seems to me halfway up the wall. I mean to say, I've got some sense, you know.
Ah, well then, you take care of it, lad.
I've an idea. You think I'm wet?
Wettish, I'd say. But you could be dried out.
What, and then be like my dad and his pals. No bloody fear.
He's having you on, Len.
Not me. I run with him from the start. Here, I'll get a record going.
Well, I've got work to do. Keep this door shut.
What the devil's going on here?
Look what they've done. Look what they've done. Oh, stop that music, somebody.
Good God. They've wrecked the whole bloody room. And look at them. They're all half naked.
Jill! What's the matter with you, Jill?
I'll show him. I'll show the bastard. By God, I will. I'll show the scum.
No, Brian, not the gun.
Push off, Dad. Why don't we do the old basket?
Would you?
Brian, no.
Oh, bleeding now.
Carpet. Give me that gun. Thank you. Marion, put it away, please.
This is all your fault, Andrew. Why did you allow it? Yes, I'm furious.
I told you would be. But I didn't undertake to stay here as a children's nurse. Now, both of you, keep quiet and listen and watch. Now, the rest of you. You shall act as you really are and hear each other as you really are. Unfreeze!
Roky? I say, Roky, did you see? Oh. That man took my gun away. Then he's a rotten stinker, Brian. So it says you've done it all right. The man took his gun away. Shut up, you silly little idiot. Force off and play a train to something. We don't want to play a train. Anyway, Roky, you fathead, what do you mean? It served me right. Because you were showing off, that's why. Swanky, swanky, Brian Carpet. Swanky, swanky, Brian Carpet. You rotter, you. Don't water yourself. Take that. I'll show you.
You're rotting on her, Mummy.
You
Andrew, however you did all this, stop it now, please. I must rescue Jill.
Very well. Right, all of you. That's enough.
It's all right. Jill, darling, I'm here. Coming to take you away. But let's put the rest of your things on. What happened? What did you others do to her?
She had a bad trip, that's all. Pony slipped some acid into her coat.
Oh, terrifying the child. If I have my way, you three are going to take a bad trip to the police station very shortly.
I want to be sick.
Come along then, darling. You'll be all right now. You stay here, Alfred. She's going to be sick, I can know.
I'll come just in case.
I heard Joyce say quite clearly, taking Jill away. But what happened before that?
Well, you as well. I seem to hear myself talking some sort of rubbish. Like a dream. Oh, we need a drink.
Yes, we certainly do.
Good God. Look at the shambles they've made of this bar. No, you, Tusker, and you, whoever you are, stay there. Don't move.
Who's going to stop me if I do?
I am, even if I had to smash this bottle over your head.
Oh, Sir Big Head, talking tough.
You listen, Tusker. You're still doped up, and I think I could take you on. But if you do bash your way out, then you're in hell of a mess. I'll tell the police at once. There'll be half a dozen charges against you. Serious ones.
Not before I put the boot in.
No, Jock, no. For Christ's sake, go easy.
We must all go easy.
You, Ingram, that phone call from San Foley. Did it come through?
No, it didn't.
Are you sure? I mean, with all this going on,
And letting it go on.
I know, Alfred. I'll come to that later. You're certain, Ingram?
I told you, Carfit.
Listen, while you're dishing out the blame and talking about the police, what about her, Pony? Who made Tusker go all over the county looking for a pusher? She did. Who set up this speed and acid party? She did.
Speed and acid?
Now put a sock in it, Rogue. That gone as if the kid had been gangbanged. She just swallowed some acid she didn't know about. Mind you, she'd already started to do a strip just to show us what she got.
Well, I know something that'll take that filthy grin off your face. I'm phoning the police.
No, you can't do that, Rogue.
Look here. I've never understood who you are or what you're doing here, but one thing I do know, this is now my business and not yours.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Alfred. Anyhow, Jill's feeling better. Joyce asked me to tell you that she wants to take her home.
As it's your niece who may have been chiefly responsible, you'd better keep out of this, Marion. I'm sending for the police because it's my daughter who was lured here to be given dangerous drugs and do God knows what. My daughter! And you don't half own her, do you, Dad?
All right. So it was your daughter. But if you bring the police in, your daughter will be in it up to her pretty little neck. Set those wheels in motion and you can't stop them. You'll be putting your Jill through a mincing machine.
I shan't allow that to happen. I shall stop it somehow.
You can't, you know, Alfred. Ingram's right. Come on now. Joyce is waiting for you.
Then what's going to happen to these thugs?
Have to let them go. Hey, Ingram?
Only sensible thing to do. And Pony's more to blame than they are.
Well, I suppose so. But I'd like to get them 3 years in a penal colony. Good night, Marion. Brian.
All right, you two. Tusker and whatever your name is, clear out and think yourselves lucky. And when I say clear out, Tusker, I mean now, tonight. Your friend can help you carry your bags to Thursley. It'll be good for him.
Come on, Jock. We're well out of this.
I should think you are. Look at this room. Smell it.
Tell your kinky niece, not me.
Don't fail to give us as a reference, Tusker. I'd enjoy telling somebody what I thought of you.
Stop it, Carpet. I wouldn't give you as a reference. Pretty soon, nobody would.
Oh, I disliked him from the very first.
Joyce spoke too soon. Jill's been sick again, and Joyce is waiting for her to go to sleep in the car.
Well, have another drink then.
No thanks.
All right, I will.
Brian, I want to know what's going to happen to that young woman over there, who's probably just pretending to be asleep.
It really would be better if you left this to me.
Too much has been left to you already, Ingram. Why would it be better?
Because, for one thing, I know more about this girl Pony than you do.
I dare say. She brought you here, didn't she?
That was accidental. England told me.
Do you believe everything you're told?
Oh, don't be so silly.
Abuse doesn't answer my question.
Well, does this? Whatever Ingram has told me, I believed at once. He can see the truth, and he can live the truth. He can afford to be truthful, because he's real.
Aren't I real?
No, you're not.
And what is more, neither of you two men has been behaving either like an adult or at all responsibly.
No.
You identify with each foolish thought or gust of feeling that comes into your mind. You aren't real integrated people. You're more like a football mob. So you don't understand anything and don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yes, I foresaw most of what has happened. I used such powers as I possess to force truth out into the open where you could recognize it. I took some small risks, but no real harm has been done to anybody. Oh, there's still Pony, of course, but I'll deal with her. And, while I don't wish to be offensive, I am tired of you all.
Ingram, you're not leaving yet.
Oh, no, not yet. I thought I'd make some coffee.
Oh, good. Need some help?
No, thanks. But I'd like to know who wants coffee.
You could leave me out, and Joyce.
Oh, only Brian and you and I then, Ingram.
And Pony. She'll want some.
You're very forgiving. I wouldn't offer that wretched niece of mine a drop.
Oh, she'll need it. Incidentally, I don't think she is your niece.
I don't say that fellow isn't clever, but if you ask me, he's a professional charlatan.
Well, I'm not asking you, Alfred. What do you say, Brian?
I don't say anything.
Oh, do stop it, Brian.
Stop it. Look, I'm not thinking about Ingram and this nuisance of a girl. I'm far more worried what's become of that phone call Sam Foley promised to make.
Well, you might as well know I don't think it'll come now. And if it did, you wouldn't like it.
What the hell do you know about my business? You're not in the city.
Among other things, my firm has a financial board. And I was asking yesterday what chance you had of rescuing your trust. I was told you hadn't a hope.
Did you tell them I was a friend of yours?
No. I wanted a candid opinion.
Well, now you're getting another candid opinion, Roke. You obviously aren't a friend. Dining with us last night and never saying a word. Friend? Don't make me laugh.
Alfred, Jill's asleep now. I must say there's a heavenly smell of coffee drifting out of the kitchen. Ingram, I suppose.
I told him you wouldn't want any.
I bet. Time we took that child home. Come along.
You're a happy bunch, aren't you?
Oh.
Dellsville Square's at play.
Oh, conscious at last, are you? Well, I'm Jill's mother, and I feel like giving you a good hard slap.
Don't try it, Mummy dear. I've lived rough, and you'd be in for 10 minutes of scratching and biting and kicking and hair-pulling. Now, who said something about coffee?
You've a nice, sweet girl there, Marion. Come along, Alfred.
Certainly.
Coffee for 4.
Coffee? At last we have liftoff. Did we upset this table?
Ingram, did you have to bring a cup for her?
Oh, yes, she'll need some coffee.
You can say that again.
He can say something else again, too. That he doesn't think you're my niece at all.
Coffee, Carpet?
Thank you.
Oh, I feel like hitting the hay. I'll drink the rest of this up in my room.
Oh, no. If Ingram's right, you won't have a room.
He's only guessing, Aunt Marion.
Aunt Marion again, is it?
Pony, if you'll stop bluffing, if you'll be honest, I'll do the best I can for you.
Thanks a lot, but I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
asked you to stop bluffing. Give me the letter, Pony.
What letter? What are you talking about?
This is your last chance, Pony. I know you have the letter.
What letter is this?
An American airmail letter addressed to Marion. It came late this morning when Marion had gone upstairs, so I left it on the hall table. Pony came down about 10 minutes afterwards, and the next time I looked, the letter had gone. I knew Pony must have taken it. Now, Pony, the letter.
Okay, you win. I lose, as usual. Why the hell I didn't tear it up at once, I don't know. Guess I want to be a loser.
In some games, losers can win.
Well, I guess I may as well just
No,
get...
Pony, no. If you don't stay here, it'll be much the worse for you.
Well, it must be from your sister, isn't it?
Yes, it's from her. Elvira died in a car crash on the 10th. Somewhere in Missouri, can't make the name out. Killed instantly. Been attending some pop festival. Driving across country to Chicago to catch her London plane. Some confusion about identity at first. Supposed to have been another girl with her.
Oh, that's bad luck.
Oh,
You, Pony, were you that other girl?
Of course you were.
God, what a wicked thing to do. She must be thoroughly evil.
I don't suppose so, Marion. Very few people are, especially in their early 20s. Now, Pony, tell us the whole truth.
Okay. I'm Bridget Moore Molansky. Mother's Irish, Dad's a Polak. Now listen, I'm in San Diego for this pop festival, and I'm broke. I meet this Elvira Porter. Same age, don't look very different. She's got a good old Buick, wants to make Chicago as soon as she can. Will I help her driving? Fine. I don't like Elvira. She doesn't like me. So what? Well, we've been on the road 2 days. I'm lying on the back seat asleep. And I wake up to the end of the world. We've hit a tree. Elvira's dead. The cars are right off. When I've stopped screaming, I realize I'm on an empty road from nowhere to nowhere, with about 60 cents in the world and the sun about to go down. I take her passport and plane ticket and American Express checks and her cash, and I start running down that road. And the rest is easy.
I bet it was. But now you could be put in prison on about 4 different charges.
You're a thief as well as everything else.
What would you have done in my place?
Not what you've done. I died first.
Oh, what the hell's the good of all this when we ought to be sending for the police?
For Christ's sake, Ingram, don't let them do that. I swear I'll kill myself. And before that, I'll have told all.
All right. Let's forget the police, Carfit. But why don't we invite Len Tabbs to join us? He's been behind these curtains for the last few minutes.
How did you know?
Oh, not this fellow again.
Look, Ingram, if you let her go, she can come on a road with us. Well, see, it's like this. While Jock's getting his gear together, I phoned this bird I know in Fursley. Oh, she's ready to go anywhere, do anything. And she's got a 4-seater on the way here now. Well, I'm broke, but she's got bread and so has Jock. I don't know about Pony.
Watch me. Marion catch. There's all the traveler's checks. I only cashed $100. Now I'm cleaned out. Passport's upstairs. I'll just collect 1 clean shirt, another pair of jeans, and my toothbrush. Can I go?
I don't know. Brian?
Let her go.
Hang on a minute. Yes, Molly? Brian here. Hold on a second. You two get the hell out of here, the pair of you.
Come on, then.
Okay.
Sorry, Molly, sorry. Yes, I guess that's what must have happened to Sam. Well, if he's awake now, I have to talk to him. Important? Listen, get him to the phone if you have to carry him. This is it at last. Ah, now then, Sam, what happened? And why didn't you phone me? No, I'm not stoned. You are, you great ape. Who laughed at you? All of them? Then you must have been at least half stoned by that time. Spain? I don't know what you're talking about, Sam. You're still drunk or dreaming. Oh, get Molly on the phone again. Sam knows what I want, but he's too drunk to reply properly. His wife's sober, but doesn't know what I want.
He might be bringing up Western civilization.
Sorry about this, Molly, but I'm not making sense out of Sam. What was that about being laughed at? Some sort of clowning? Business? Good God. What? You sure it was afterwards he started drinking hard? But what's this nonsense about Spain? Tomorrow? Wait, he can't do that. Holiday be damned. He's running away. He's ratting on me. So I hope you have a nice holiday. And that he drops dead.
And that's the end of Pony and Len.
Even $250,000 by Monday morning would have saved us. Now we go down the drain. They'll strip me clean. Not as clever as I thought I was.
Marion, answer that, would you please? It'll be Alice Brock calling for me. Tell her I'm all ready, but I need a few more minutes here.
It's for Brian's sake, isn't it?
Yes. And yours.
Ingram, probably the best thing I can do now is to take that gun and blow myself out of this bloody mess.
It doesn't work. And stop thinking about yourself, Carfit.
Believe it or not, I'm thinking about those 30,000 people, mostly badly off, who put their savings into my Wilsley Trust.
Hold on to the Carfit who spoke then. Stop all the other Brian Carfits who want to talk.
Oh, look, man, I'm not in the
mood.
mood
Damn
for...
your moods. Keep thinking about those shareholders. I'm going to try something I've never tried before. Just stay there and keep quiet. Look at me. For God's sake.
Where am I? I've shot somebody. Tusker. The police are asking questions. No, I'm putting the gun into my mouth and my finger's on the trigger. What? No. I'm going through the office telling myself I can't go on. And now somewhere else. A different office. Answering questions. Somewhere else again now. One old man. What? Why? It's old Ferguson White.
Hold it.
And remember those 30,000 shareholders. Now, Carfit, you're talking to old Ferguson White. Look. Listen.
So, Carfit, having gone round the city cap in hand, you're trying me, eh? Why? Just tell me why.
Because there are 30,000 people who put their savings into my Willesley Trust.
And didn't know you were nothing like as clever as you thought. I know. Could have told you. But you'd never have believed me. But what are you thinking about now when you're trying to scrape together another $250,000?
I hope you'll believe me when I tell you I'm still thinking of those people.
Ah. Well, then you'll do, Carfit. Take a walk round my garden. I may have some telephoning to do. I think you'll need a bit more than $250,000, my boy. Off you go.
You really mean, Sir Charles, you'll...
Wake up.
Oh. I thought for a bit I was talking to Ferguson White. What a lousy, rotten trick to play when I'm feeling hopeless. Oh, you're going so clear out now. Out!
Oh, I'll be gone in just a few minutes. But we're back to the shouter, aren't we? You probably shouted yourself into this mess, but you'll never shout your way out of it.
There's no need to rub it in. It would take a miracle now.
Well, what's all this?
Ah, that was Alice, I take it.
Yes, and what a lovely woman. She's given me her London address. And where you're going now, Sir Charles Ferguson White's house.
Ferguson White? Well, you're going to his place?
Yes. I told you last night that I worked with him years ago. Now we're old friends. Like so many very rich old men, Charles is all too often bored and melancholy. He doesn't believe half I say, but the other half fascinates him.
Then you weren't fooling me. You think I might have a chance to talk to him? Oh, my God, if only I could.
I'll tell him about you. Then you and Marion can drive over for lunch tomorrow. That's why I gave you a kind of rehearsal. But show him your usual whirligig of contradictory characters. Start shouting or moaning, and the old man will tear you to pieces. Just show him one decent, responsible Brian Carfit, and he'll help you. Marion, I must go. Don't bother seeing me out. Start talking to Brian. Talk, and talk, and talk. No more useless emotions about Lawrence Blade. Create conscious love. Begin tonight. See you both tomorrow. No, don't move. I've gone.
Brian, come and sit by me. Ingram said he wanted us to talk. And I want us to. Do you?
Yes, love. I think I do.
We haven't talked, really talked, for a long time.
That was The Carfit Crisis by J.B. Priestley. Dramatized for radio by Terence Tiller. Engram was played by Michael Spice.
Cabby! Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else. Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him, and of course he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter, and that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
A commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, son. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane.
No.
A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I'm wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What is that? Oh, yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. A man on the beat saw a light there about 2 in the morning, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman, well dressed and having cards in his pocket, bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes, if you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to have been giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon. Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. The pavement. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes. That is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, son? I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house.
Huh?
If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With 2 such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Well, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, it's your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Well, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher. Hello? What's that? Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring. Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away. Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device. Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and 2 letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial.
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Gregson, I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls.
Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it?
Look here, on this wall. Oh, now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that.
What does it say? I can't quite see. R-A-C-H-E. Rach?
What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Now, why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece?
Yeah.
It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall.
And what does it mean now that you have found it?
Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance. You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade.
Yes?
Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming home.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb.
Mm-hmm.
Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the trichinopolis are gone.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure, though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German.
Oh.
If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you will come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What of it, who wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents. Thank you. Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. 1 o'clock it began to rain. I met Harry Murchell as the Holland Grove being. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly the glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them 2 houses in Lauriston Garden was empty. On account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So, I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected something was wrong. when I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times, and you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer to that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and two more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that cove. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, some such stuff. He couldn't stand for less else.
What sort of a man was he?
No common drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
Oh, I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up, me and Murcher between us. He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, he didn't have to do that looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force.
Oh?
That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell you...
There's no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, David.
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all.
Me?
I might not have gone but for you. And so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life. And our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. What's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair's upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces of my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I dozed off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor.
Oh.
It's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement.
What?
I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair. In the found column.
Yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
I say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time.
Huh?
After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found.
Yes.
His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I've my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner.
That was part one of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the second episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
A Study in Scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused, as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring, which had been found near the body. Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Yeah, well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Good evening. Oh, Dr. Watson, yes, will you just follow me?
Come in. Yes, my good woman?
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper, a gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, of which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes,
give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to it. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address, but I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though.
What?
When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes, well.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are suddenly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Oh, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they, indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this fourth egg.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst. And departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform. Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there, or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There you are. He met his fate are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson would be sure to score.
Well, that depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars. We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I had no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Now, ladies, have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there, now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Sanderson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother. Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been travelling on the continent.
Yes.
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar, and worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter, and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she's too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish.
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, alas, in less than an hour there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess. Oh.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him, but he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. Well, what happened then? I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madam Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
After that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber." We'd said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, they may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier... Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I really won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh?
Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair.
Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson?
I've just come from Stangerson's room.
We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber.
Was?
A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well.
I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. Now, the question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
Yes, so it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether a Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes. Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Cool. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
Oh, you're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the shoulders wet.
Yeah, but, sir, I
Get
think...
back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Gov. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache, written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it.
Great heaven. Get on with the details, Lestrade.
Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows on the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work. And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these two crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What? At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link. My case is complete.
Oh, but just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts, from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station up to the discovery of Stangerson's body, as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely, sir. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier, which has been bad so long, and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Here you are.
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
There we are. Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer.
That was part 2 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Capital, my dear Watson. let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the final episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard had been crowing over his colleague Lestrade. While he, Gregson, had acted so decisively in arresting young Arthur Charpentier for the murder of Enoch Drebber, Lestrade, with the mere duty of questioning Stangerson, the dead man's secretary, had returned to 221B Baker Street with failure written all over his face. But then Holmes and I had been as astonished as Gregson to hear that he had found Stangerson murdered too. Lestrade had brought a box containing 2 pills, which he had found near the body. Exclaiming that at last his case was complete, Holmes wasted no time in feeding one to the poor aging dog which our landlady had asked us that morning to have destroyed. To his dismay, the effect was nil. With his whole case hanging upon the consequences, Holmes proceeded to grind the only remaining pill into some milk and watched anxiously as the dog drank.
Poor old chap.
It worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the 2 pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you...
Sir, please, sir.
What, sir? Yes, Wiggins?
I got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find a man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, it's not been used for so long, these buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right, sir.
What's that?
No, keep still.
Gentlemen, Let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson.
Good, Jim.
We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest... I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it. If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here, on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. It has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
Do you consider there is immediate danger?
Most certainly there is.
In that case, it's clearly our duty, in the interest of justice, to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade?
All right.
I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready.
Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. You'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Drebber.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped a key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open, and two men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl.
Get your hands off me.
If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby!
Yes, Governor?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pillboxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep. Come on there. Come on, wake up. Wake up, I say.
What's the matter?
It's time to get out.
All right, cabby.
Now, you better follow me, sir.
Is this the hotel? Halliday's?
Oh, come along now, sir. I'll help you.
It's infernally dark. Say, what kind of a hotel is this?
We'll soon have a light. Just like this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I?
Who? What do you mean? I don't... No. No!
Yes, you dog. I have hunted you from Salt Lake City to St. Petersburg, and you've always escaped me. But now your wanderings have come to an end.
No, keep away from me.
What do you think of poor Lucy Ferrier now? Punishment has been slow in coming, but it has overtaken you at last.
Would you murder me?
Who talks of murdering a mad dog? What mercy had you upon my poor darling when you dragged her from her slaughtered father and bore her away?
Wasn't I killed her father?
But it was you who broke her innocent heart. Let the high God judge between us. You see this box?
What is it? What are they?
They're just a couple of pills. Choose and eat. There is death in one and life in the other. I shall take what you leave. Let us see if there is justice upon the earth, or if we are ruled by chance.
Poisoned? We are mad. I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will, with my knife at your throat. Choose and eat. This way, you have a 50-50 chance. If you don't take it, it'll be my knife and no chance for you at all.
Very well. I'll eat.
Now, I'll take the other, and we shall see.
It doesn't taste. You've got it. You must... You...
I turned him over with my foot and placed my hand upon his heart. There was no movement. He was dead. The pulses in my temples were beating like sledgehammers, and I believe I would have had a fit of some sort if the blood had not gushed from my nose and relieved me. I remembered a German being found in New York with rash written up above him, and it was argued that the secret societies must have done it. I guessed that what puzzled the New Yorkers would puzzle Londoners, so I dipped my finger in my own blood and printed it on the wall. And then I walked down to my cab. I had driven some distance when I put my hand into the pocket in which I usually kept Lucy's ring and found it was not there. It was the only memento I had of her. Thinking that I might have dropped it when I stooped over Drebber's body, I drove back, and leaving my cab on a side street, I went boldly up to the house. I walked right into the arms of a police officer who was coming out. I managed to fool him by pretending to be hopelessly drunk, but I had to go away without that ring.
So much for Drebber, then. How about Stangerson?
Oh, I knew that he was staying at Halliday's hotel. Early next morning, I took advantage of some ladders which were lying in the lane behind the hotel, and so made my way into his room in the gray of the dawn. I woke him up and told him he was to answer for the life he had taken so long before. I gave him the same choice of poisoned pills. But he sprang from his bed and flew at my throat. In self-defense, I stabbed him to the heart.
I see. You got all that, Mr. Lestrade?
Every word.
Well, is there anything you'd like to ask, Mr. Holmes?
There's only one point on which I should like a little more information. Who was your accomplice who came for the ring which I advertised?
Oh, I can tell you my own secrets, but I don't get other people into trouble. He had no hand in the deaths of those two men and knows nothing of them.
I think we can accept the truth of that, Gregson.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But now, gentlemen, the forms of the law must be complied with. On Thursday, the prisoner will be brought before the magistrates, and your attendance will be required.
That's understood, Inspector.
Until then, I will be responsible for him. Come along, if you please, Mr. Lestrade. We may as well use his own cab, but I'm afraid we can hardly let him drive it. You'll have to oblige.
Well, never mind. At least I can drive a cab. Come along, Hope. Let's be moving.
My dear Watson, Gregson and Lestrade will be furious about his death.
Well, it was better for the poor devil to die in his cell than on the scaffold. His life was hanging by a thread.
I fancy they won't see it that way. Where will their grand advertisement be now?
How they must have been looking forward to the trial. I must admit it would have been pretty interesting.
Never mind. I wouldn't have missed the investigation for anything. There's been no better case within my recollection. Simple as it was.
Simple?
Now, let me see if I can make it clearer. Now, this was a case in which you were given the results and had to find everything else for yourself. I approached the house with my mind entirely free from all impressions. I began by examining the roadway, and there, as I've already explained to you, I saw clearly the marks of a cab, which, as I ascertained by inquiry, must have been there during the night.
Yes, but just a moment. How could you know it was a cab and not a private carriage?
By the narrow gauge of the wheels. The ordinary London growler is considerably less wide than a gentleman's brougham. I then walked slowly down the garden path, which happened to be composed of a clay soil, peculiarly suitable for taking impressions. There's no branch of detective science which is so important and so much neglected as the art of tracing footsteps. I saw the heavy footmarks of the constables, but I saw also the track of the two men who had first passed through the garden. It was easy to tell that they had been before the others, because in places their marks had been entirely obliterated by the others coming upon the top of them. In this way, my second link was formed, which told me that the nocturnal visitors were two in number. One remarkable for his height, as I calculated from the length of his stride, and the other fashionably dressed, to judge from the small and elegant impression left by his boots.
What next?
On entering the house, this last inference was confirmed. My well-booted man lay dead before me. The taller one, then, had done the murder, if murder there was. Having sniffed the dead man's lips, I detected a slightly sour smell, and I came to the conclusion that he'd been poisoned. I argued from the hatred and fear expressed upon his face that the poison had been forced upon him. And now came the great question as to the reason why. Robbery had not been the object of the murder, for nothing was taken. Political assassins, on the other hand, are only too glad to do their work and to fly. This murder had been done most deliberately, and the perpetrator had left his tracks all over the room.
And the inscription on the wall?
Was too obviously a blind. No, it must have been a private wrong, and not a political one, which called for such a methodical revenge. I was inclined from the first to suspect that a woman was in some way connected with it.
And finding the wedding ring?
That settled the question. However, I proceeded to make a careful examination of the room, which confirmed me in my opinion as to the murderer's height and furnished me with the additional details as to the Trichinopoly cigar. I had already come to the conclusion, since there were no signs of a struggle, that the blood which covered the floor had burst from the murderer's nose in his excitement. I could see that the track of blood coincided with the track of his feet. Now, as a medical man, Watson, you will agree that it is seldom that any man breaks out in such a way through emotion unless he's very full-blooded.
Yes, quite true.
So I hazarded the opinion that the criminal was a robust and ruddy-faced man.
Yes, indeed he was.
Quite so. Now, you will remember that I ascertained that when Greggs, he had not inquired as to any particular point which might appear to be critical.
Yes.
Well, having left the house, I telegraphed to the head of the police of Cleveland, limiting my inquiry of the circumstances connected with the marriage of Enoch J. Drebber.
Yes.
The answer was conclusive. It told me that Drebber had already applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope, and that this same Hope was at present in Europe. I knew now that I held the clue to the mystery in my hand, and all that remained was to secure the murderer.
All that remained?
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I had already determined in my own mind that the man who had walked into the house with Drebber was none other than the man who had driven the cab. The marks in the road showed me that the horse had wandered on in a way which would have been impossible had there been anyone in charge of it. Where then could the driver be unless he were inside the house? And, my dear Watson, supposing one man wished to dog another through London, what better means could he adopt than to turn cab driver?
So you came to the conclusion that Jefferson Hope was to be found among the Jarvis of the metropolis. Oh, it's brilliant. Quite brilliant.
Thank you, Watson.
But what made you assume that having achieved his object, Jefferson Hope would go on being a cabby?
Why, he would have been foolish not to. Any sudden change on his part might have drawn attention to himself. I therefore organized my street Arab detective corps and sent them systematically to every cab proprietor in London until they ferreted out the man I wanted.
Well, they certainly succeeded. But, Holmes, how about the murder of the other man, Stangerson?
Ah, that incident was entirely unexpected. Through it, I came into possession of the pills, the existence of which I had already surmised. You see, the whole thing is a chain of logical sequences without a break or flaw.
It's wonderful. It's remarkable. You should be publicly recognized for this, Holmes.
Oh.
You should publish an account of the case.
Oh, no.
Well, if you won't, I'll do it for you. I have all the facts in my journal. The public shall know them.
You may do what you like, Doctor.
Hello?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
The echo's just come, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just throw it down there, Mrs. Hudson. I'll look at it later.
No, I'll have it, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Thank you.
Shall you be in to lunch, gentlemen?
I fancy we shall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I say, listen to this, Holmes. The public have lost a sensational treat through the sudden death of the man Hope, who was suspected of the murders of Mr. Enoch Drebber and Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The details of the case will probably never now be known, though we are informed upon good authority that the crimes were the result of an old-standing and romantic feud. If the case has no other effect, it at least brings out in the most striking manner the efficiency of our detective police force. It is an open secret that the credit for this smart capture belongs entirely to the well-known Scotland Yard officials, Messrs. Gregson and Lestrade. It is expected that a testimonial of some sort will be presented to these two officers as a fitting recognition of their services. Well, Holmes, what about that?
Didn't I tell you so when we started, Watson? That's the result of all our study in Scarlet. To get them a testimonial.
That was part 3 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Inspector Gregson by Humphrey Morton, Inspector Lestrade by Godfrey Kenton, and Jefferson Hope by Stuart Nichol. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Can you do typewriting?
No, senor. My cousin Benito, he does typewriting.
Well, what about French? Can you speak French?
I did start on French, but after 3 lessons I stuck.
Rather soon, wasn't it?
It was the verbs I couldn't manage.
Really?
My father said, learn it without verbs, then. It won't make so much difference.
Now, that was your father's point of view, was it?
So I tried it without the verbs, but it wasn't any easier. Benito speaks French. You should hear him.
I fear it's Benito who should have come looking for a job.
But he's got a job, and a very good job in Seville. And he's just going to be married to the prettiest girl you ever saw. He has all the luck.
Quite so. Well, I'll write a line now to Senor Donoso, and I'll have a talk to him about you tomorrow.
Thank you, senor. Thank you very much.
Ah, Fernandita.
Yes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
This young man has just brought me a letter of introduction from Bautista Donoso.
Senora?
So glad.
My wife.
Your servant.
Well, I'll leave you to entertain him while I write my letter.
Yes, of course. Well, do sit down again.
Thank you.
It's cool tonight, isn't it?
Coolish?
And only the beginning of October. You're from Andalusia?
Yes, senora. You can tell it by the way I speak, I suppose.
I thought you were. I was born there.
I could tell that. No use trying to hide it.
I don't want to hide it. I've lived in Madrid for 20 years, but I might live here 50.
I know. I've been here 3 days. You can guess what it feels like to me.
Where exactly do you come from?
Almenares.
Almenares? I used often to go there when I was a girl. I've a great friend there.
Who's that?
Esperanza Ruiz.
Esperanza Ruiz? But she's related to me. One of my cousins. That is, a niece of my father's is married to one of her cousins.
Fancy that. But who is your father, then?
Feliciano Real.
Feliciano Real?
Yes, senora.
The chemist at Albuquerque?
Yes, he was. He has moved now to Almenares. He got on the wrong side in politics.
Ah, but you were born in Albuquerque?
Of course I was. I was christened at San Gregorio's and I grew up there.
You come from Albuquerque. But we are compatriots.
Are we?
Yes, I'm from Albuquerque. I used to live in the house with the 2 fountains. That was my home.
Then you must be...
Fernandita Osorio.
Think of that. I never dreamt. I am glad to see you.
And I am very glad to meet you, senor.
Oh, please don't call me that. I used to play in your garden when I was a boy. Why ever didn't Senor Donoso tell me who Don Pascual had married?
Oh, he'd never think of it. And what is your own name, senor?
Oh, please, not senor. I'm Feliciano, like my father, and his father, and his grandfather, and his great-grandfather. And if I marry and have a son...
Then he'll be Feliciano, too.
It's no use changing things just for the sake of change, is it? But I'm always called Realito.
Well, there's no place in the world like Albuquerque, is there?
No. Of course, the people in Almenares always tell you that... But who cares what they say?
They may say what they like. Albuquerque. Why, it's like a silver cup when you stand on the hill looking down at it. I believe the Holy Virgin herself scattered flowers in the valley there. And the houses are so white and clean, and the windows with their lattices, and the fields with the sun on them.
Yes.
Now, where else can you see such a sky? And the water, ice cold from the wells. I sometimes think heaven must be very like Albuquerque. The worst day in the year there is better than the best one anywhere else. I know that.
Do you remember those little almond cakes they make there? Now, those are cakes.
Oh, as to cakes and sweets, to begin with, you can't get cinnamon like ours, even in Granada, or lemons. No, not even in Utrera.
And the honey cakes?
And the walnut paste. And the spice cakes.
Oh, don't talk to me about the spice cakes. Once I ate 67 for a wager, and it nearly killed me. I got so hot inside I thought I should burst into flames.
67, I don't wonder. But let me tell you something. I get all the Albuquerque sweets and cakes here in Madrid. There's a friend of mine, she comes from Albuquerque. Adoracion Martinez, she's called, and she's a perfect genius at making them. Yes. Oh, wherever I live, there'd be no place like Albuquerque for me. It makes me happy just to sit and think of it.
I'm sure it does.
Look at my pictures. They're all of Albuquerque.
What? So they are. I didn't notice. I was a bit nervous when I first came in.
Well, look at them now, then. Take a good look. One at a time.
That's very good of the Campo Real.
Yes.
And the Campiglio. That's where I was born.
And do you call this good? Of the Torre del Moro?
Oh, very good. Just like it. And there's the Calle de las Cruces.
Yes.
And the Santuario, every bit of Albuquerque.
And my husband's got a big coloured photograph which takes it all in, hanging in his study.
Olé! People talk about Madrid. I tell you, Madrid's a disappointment to me.
I know. Madrid's never ending and so tiring. But Albuquerque.
Oh, Blanca. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm so sorry. I've been looking everywhere for my work bag. I must have left it... Oh, yes, here.
Blanca?
Yes?
This is a compatriot of ours.
Indeed.
Delighted.
How do you do?
Your daughter, is it?
No, just a friend. I've no children.
But you're from Albuquerque, too.
Yes, though I left there so young, I'm afraid it doesn't show. I was brought up in Madrid. What a stroke of luck for you, Fernandita. A visitor from Albuquerque. And a new excuse to talk about it.
Oh, no.
Have you both been singing alleluias to the honey cakes and the brown bread and the green trees and the water from the well?
There, that's how they make fun of me, because I still love my home.
Oh, well, who could help it? So glad to have met you.
The pleasure's mine. My name's Feliciano Real, but I'm called Realito. My father's the chemist in Almenares now. 4 Calle del Pozo.
Yes? Goodbye, for the present.
Our compatriot is a very charming young lady. Who is she?
She's Blanca Solis. Her father was Josefa Marino, Frasquita's niece.
I don't think I...
The ugly Frasquita, Tarabocha's cousin. The one that married Pasquita Merengue.
Oh, to be sure, I remember her mother. Does she live in Madrid now?
Yes, since she married again. She was left a widow, poor woman, and then she went and married the most dreadful man you can imagine.
From Albuquerque?
Oh, no, indeed. We don't have such men in Albuquerque. He detests his stepdaughter, and he treated her so vilely that just to get away from him, she got engaged. And that only made matters worse.
I say.
I felt so sorry for the child. Something simply had to be done. And one day I went and fetched her here. And here she'll stay till she's married, in January.
That was very kind.
Not that I like the man she's marrying. He's a bit of a brute. But she'd marry a convict, I believe, sooner than go and live at home again.
I suppose so.
Poor girl. She'd no other refuge. My husband says anybody can find food or clothing or shelter here as long as they come from Albuquerque. He calls this house the Albuquerque Legation, and he calls me La Consolesa, the Minister Plenipotentiary for Albuquerque.
That's good. That's very good.
May I come in?
Oh, come in, Noblejas.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not disturbing you.
Not a bit.
And how are you, Doña Fernandita?
Very well. And you?
Oh, very well.
And how is Paloma?
She is very well, I thank you. And your good husband, is he well?
Very well indeed. He's in his study.
Should I intrude, do you think, if I joined him there?
I fancy he's expecting you.
Oh, then, in that case, if you will excuse...
Why, of course.
You're very kind, senor.
Not at all.
Your servant, senor. Doña Fernandita, your most humble servant.
He's not from Albuquerque, is he? No more than your young lady's stepfather is.
No, we don't grow his sort there either, do we? I didn't introduce you. You'd have had to stand and exchange compliments for a quarter of an hour. There never was anybody so polite. My husband swears that he said to the priest who christened him, "Please be so very kind as to take the chill off the water." Poor fellow. He's a clerk in the pensions office, and he has one of the inside flats here. Pasquale finds him a little extra work whenever he can. He has a huge family. One very pretty daughter who does embroidery.
Do you know, though, who he reminded me of? That old fellow in Albuquerque who used to go round the streets crying, "Any hats, boots, or old umbrellas to sell?" Do you remember him?
I should think I do. Ah, those street cries in Albuquerque, one does miss them.
Do you remember radishes and mint for sale?
And there was such a good one for cherries. Cherries, cherries, ripe, red and fresh.
I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Ripe, red, cherries, ripe, red, ripe, fresh, cherries.
And the woman who sold artichokes?
Catalina.
Yes.
And the old man with the melons who used to say, Sweetmeats are beside my melons, sweet melons.
And the one for Jasmine. White Jasmine, in my patio 'tis snowing, like snow in my patio, the jasmine is falling.
Yes. And the medlar one. Fine ripe medlars from Japan. Yeah, fine ripe medlars from Japan. Fine ripe medlars from...
Only think, Pasquale, we're compatriots. He comes from Albuquerque.
So I suppose, when he cries medlars for sale in my drawing room, you didn't know that your foot was, diplomatically speaking, upon your native soil here?
No, senor. It came as quite a surprise, as all good luck comes.
To be sure. Well, here's the note for Senor Donoso. I'll see him tomorrow if I can, and we'll have a talk about you.
You'll do your best for him, won't you, Pasquale?
Why, of course. Now that I know he's from Albuquerque.
You're very kind. I must be going. Well, you won't quite forget me, I hope.
We shall meet again, I've no doubt.
I really am most grateful.
Don't mention it.
And thank you, Senora. Thank you for being so kind to me. You don't know what it has meant to me, meeting you.
Good luck. All good luck. And you're to come in and see us whenever you want to.
I will, Senora. I will. Goodbye. Oh, please don't trouble to show me out. I can find my own way, thank you.
I hope I know the respect due to a native of Albuquerque.
Never mind his jokes. A nice, bright boy. A little countrified, perhaps, but a nice, bright boy. Jasmine, sweet Jasmine, in my patio 'tis snowing.
Well, slipped on the hall floor and nearly split his head open.
What?
If he had quite, we'd have known what was in it. Not much, I fear.
I keep telling Alberto not to wax the floor so much. Waxed floors, horrid things anyhow. Why not good, clean tiles?
Such as we find in Albuquerque.
Now, are you going to get that boy a job?
It won't be very easy.
Oh, surely. Something in the factory.
Oh, my poor factory. Not be much use there unless we paid him to come and eat chocolate. But I'll do my best. Still, I fear he's not the hero of your dreams who's to come from Albuquerque.
Never mind. Find him something small to start with.
He looks strong enough. I know a man on the railway. Shall I get him a job as a porter?
Pasquale, a nice, refined boy like that.
True. Well, now I must go and attend to our other nice, refined friend, poor old Noblejas.
Senora.
What is it, Rosita?
I wish to be searched.
What?
Searched, if you please, from top to toe, as if I were a common factory hand, my trunk as well, and my bed. Everything belonging to me.
But what am I to search you for?
We have been doing the silver. There is a fork lost. Alberta looks at me as if she thought I had taken it. Oh, Senora, when a girl grows up surrounded as I have been at my father's by necklaces and earrings and jewelry of all sorts, will she, I ask you, soil her fingers or her conscience with a fork? I ask you, Senor.
Well, don't. Forks are no affair of mine.
I never heard of such a thing.
Is my word to be doubted? Shall I strip myself here and now?
Oh, silly child. I know you better than that, I should hope. And all your family besides. Such nonsense. But I'll see to the matter at once.
But the fork's not the worst of it, Senor.
Indeed? Then what is?
Oh, I hardly like to tell the Senora. To think that I should do such a thing. It comes of being so unused to service. I had the best coffee cups in the tray just now, and as I got to the dresser, the clock struck. That always makes me jump, and I jumped. Down they dropped.
Oh. Were any broken?
Every one. Every single one. When I jumped.
The Senora will jump when she hears about it. Can't you keep your wits about you, young woman?
Don Pasquale, how can I carry heavy trays with hands like mine? They used to say in Albuquerque that I'd hands like the Virgin of the Santuario.
Did they really? Well, then, of course, it follows that you can't carry trays.
Good evening. Can't you hear me?
Blanca's young man. No, really, I don't feel up to him.
Why does take something so seriously, does Don Pasquale? So unlike my dear father. Whatever went wrong, he'd always a smile for you, and I'm his own daughter in that, thank goodness.
Good evening.
Hola. How are you?
You mustn't say hola to me. Tell Senorita Blanca I've come.
You are irritable, aren't you?
You mustn't talk to me like that. Tell the Senorita I'm waiting.
Well, if it comes to that, don't order me about.
Nice sort of girl to have about the house. Gets cheekier every day. This is really too much.
Welcome.
Don't be theatrical, Blanca.
How do you do, then, if you like that better?
I don't like affectation.
I was in the middle of a letter to Mamma.
To your mother.
To Mamma.
To your mother.
I said to Mamma.
To your mother. I'm not going to call her Mamma. Let's be clear about it. So why should we call her Mamma?
Very well, to my mother. It makes no difference to me. Oh, you seem very upset. Aren't you well?
As well as I ever am. I got out of bed the wrong side. When I get in the tram to come here, the first vexing thing happens.
If that was the first, you must have got out of bed rather late.
Is that a joke?
Well, what happened in the tram?
Oh, nothing, my dear girl, nothing. I was grossly insulted, that was all. The trams themselves are a disgrace. You crawl along, no smoking allowed, no spitting allowed. Wait till the car stops, don't speak to the driver. Keep your ticket ready, beware of pickpockets. Use coal tar soap, drink Solaris water. Oh, you might as well be back at school again.
I know, it's shocking.
And then, if you please, 2 little whippersnappers of second lieutenants, just into their uniform, began giggling at me. I wasn't going to stand that. I was starting to teach them manners, and the tram stopped, and we all 3 tumbled out. And if there hadn't been a policeman there, well, anything might have happened. But if they'd have been a couple of generals, I wouldn't have had them giggling at me. Well, that was nothing, I suppose.
Oh, but Nicholas, you're always getting into these disputes with people on trams, or with men watering the streets, or with someone because he walks on the wrong side of the pavement. Why?
Because I'm a man and not a child, to be pushed and ordered about. And because I like to see things done properly. What a country.
I know, but keep calm and sit down and talk to me. Won't you, please?
Oh, all right.
How's your uncle?
Just the same. You try the patience of a saint. Rolling in money and keeps me tied to that wretched desk. You wait till I get hold of it.
Now, Nicholas, you'll do as I tell you about that.
Oh, shall I?
It's all nonsense, this notion of selling the business and buying a country place.
I shan't sell it. I shall put in a good manager. But if you think I'm going to spend the rest of my days selling cloth by the yard, you're mistaken. I mean to enjoy my life.
I want you to, but there's more to be thought of. You can have a good time without neglecting your business, can't you? And the master's eye.
Don't try your village wisdom on me.
We've not only ourselves to think of. At least we shan't have, shall we?
Now look here, Blanca, don't start any of that nonsense.
What do you mean?
What I say. And it's not the first time I've had to say it. If it's children you're thinking of, no thank you.
You can't seriously mean that, Nicholas.
Of course I do. What do you know about it? God, who wants children, I'd like to know? Little nuisances cutting their teeth and catching measles and having stomach aches. And you sit up half the night with them.
Oh, I hate to hear you talk like this, Nicholas. Even in fun.
Do you?
Yes. I want to have children, and why should I be ashamed to tell you so? It has always been my dream to have children.
Nonsense.
But what else is marriage for?
Now, don't start being clever.
There's nothing very clever in that.
Be practical. Children are a nuisance, and that's all about it.
Oh.
They tie you by the leg. You can't take them on a holiday with you. You can't leave them at home. If you even take a child to a theatre, it yells and has to be carried out.
Oh, really?
And when they grow up, they either spend all your money or they turn on you because you won't let them. No, thank you.
Oh, dear. Another quarrel?
Just for a change.
No need to be sarcastic as well as foolish.
Now.
You see what he's like. I might as well be at home again.
Don't you compare me to your stepfather now.
But what's it all about?
Simply because I said
Now, don't twist things.
Tell it yourself, then.
Now, what was it? Come.
Blanca, if you please, announces that when she's married, she wants to have children.
Well, that's natural enough, isn't it?
Why, of course.
Of course not.
I repeat. And I'll shout it from the housetops if you like. When I'm married, I wish to have children.
I don't.
And I do.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You must agree about it somehow.
Oh, that's how we quarreled, trying to agree.
It's impossible, it appears, to be happily married unless you have children.
Oh, no. It isn't impossible. But...
Of course not. You've none?
No.
Very well, then.
Why God gave me none, I don't know. nor why he gave you such a wicked temper.
Never mind my temper. You've no children, so you're all for other people having them and having to put up with them. That's what it comes to. Nothing so easy to bear as other people's troubles. Blanca, ask your mother how she's liked having children and getting to look like a sack of potatoes.
Oh, this is too much. How dare you talk like that about my mother? Let me tell you that all the happiness she's had in her life, she owes to her children.
That's true enough.
It's not her children that have made her miserable.
No, indeed.
And I'm the only one that had better never have been born. For if I'd not been, I couldn't have come to know you.
And that's very true.
Yes, you must needs back her up, mustn't you? And everyone's bound to be right except me. Stand by each other as long as there's a man you can get the better of. That's women all over. Yes, and now cry. It only wanted that. Oh, I'd better go out and take a walk. It'll give you a chance to cheer up.
And give you a chance to cool down. Goodbye.
Now, don't part like this. Oh, what a storm in a teacup. You want to have children, and he doesn't. Very well, then. You must compromise. But that's what married life is. Compromise.
Oh, let me alone, please. Day after day, it's always the same. He does nothing but make me wretched.
Oh, you're not going to leave her like this, surely.
It's all put on. She only does it to upset me, I know her. But she won't get round me. And the sooner it's plain that I'm to be master, the better. Do you think it a proper sort of thing for her to talk to me about having children?
Who else should you talk to about it, pray?
Well, I'm off. A pleasant evening for me, this.
Oh, Senor Don Nicolas. And how are you? Oh, delighted to see you, I'm sure. And how is your very good uncle?
Thank you, he's well, and I'm well. We're all well. And as I see you a dozen times a day, we needn't stand here bowing and scraping like dancing masters, need we?
Oh, did you ever know such manners? They must have fed that young man when a baby on tin tacks soaked in vinegar.
I own to being a little surprised.
A pleasant partner for a lifetime, won't he be?
I don't think I gave him any cause.
Poor girl, poor girl.
And it is the very first time that I've been subjected to
Some women seem cursed from their birth.
But can I be of any service?
I must cheer her up a little if I can.
But if there's anything I can do...
Oh, poor child. What is there one can do for her?
You have only to command me. Need I assure you?
How do you do, Celestiano?
Adoracion.
Ah, dear me, what a joy it is, isn't it, just to breathe the air of this house, fragrant with lavender.
And how do you do, Adoracion, queen of confectioners? How are things with you?
I mustn't grumble. And with you?
I mustn't grumble. Your husband is quite well?
Very well, thank you.
And your brother-in-law, he is well, I hope.
Yes.
And your children, all well?
Very well.
And there's nothing wrong with your sweets, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you. They were never better. Try one.
Oh, no, I wasn't hinting.
Try one. You won't get another such anywhere but here.
Oh, thank you.
I've just left 4 dozen in the dining room for dear Fernandita, and I hope there'll be some comfort to her in the midst of her worries. Oh, poor darling, with everybody plaguing her and imposing on her. Have you heard Rosita's latest?
No. What has she done?
A whole set of coffee cups, priceless. One of dear Fernandita's most treasured possessions, her great-grandmother's, smashed to atoms.
Dear me.
You may well say so. She may come from Albuquerque, but I'm only waiting for the day when they'll show her the door. Heavens above us, is she the only person who's a little down in the world?
No, Adoracion, no. But I would so much rather not talk like this about her behind her back.
Look at me. I've kept my carriage, 2 horses and 2 men on the box. And I make sweets for a living. Yes, and carry them round to my customers, too. And Shanks's mare is all I've to ride when I can't afford a tram. And my husband, well, I think you know, when he was in the Treasury, never a thing done till his advice was asked. And now he spends his day beating eggs. Not precisely what he was born to, I think.
No, by no means.
Very well, then. Don't let that young woman try on any of her airs with me, that's all. God forgive me for being uncharitable, but she's a twisty one, that's what she is. A twisty twiddler.
A what?
A twisty twiddler. And they'll find it out sooner or later.
I don't in the least understand.
So was her sister and her cousin Pilar. Oh, it makes me stiff with rage to see how people impose on the blessed creature. Do you see this cheap little table here? A gentleman from Alpha KK who's taking a little holiday in jail sent it to her. Would she give 50 pesetas for it? From Alpha KK, so of course she did. Oh, once I get started about her...
It's all quite true.
But you see, it's only since we came to know her that we've been able to look life in the face again. I remember it so well, the house with the 2 fountains where she was born. I declare it must be holy water flows from them. And you know Don Pasquale. He was just an ordinary man till she married him. And now he's a perfect saint. God bless her.
God bless her.
She'll be your earthly providence if you come from Alpha KK.
Or from Pancorbo.
Where's that?
I come from Pancorbo.
And she does things so delicately. The other day, my husband came to see Don Pasquale on business, and when he got out in the street again, he thought his hat didn't fit very well. But he took no more notice till he got home. Then what do you think he found? Fernandita had tucked 25 pesetas in the hatband.
That must have made it very heavy.
No, not in silver, silly man. A 25 peseta note. God knows it came that day like a shower of rain in summer.
I mean, that was a charming thought, but I never thought of it. I don't see how she had the chance to.
Oh, quite simple. He hangs his hat on the hat stand when he arrives.
Does he now? Does he? Yes, of course, one should do so.
She doesn't seem to be coming. I'll just run in and say good night and give her a kiss. Goodbye, Noblejas.
Goodbye. God bless you, Adoracion.
I don't get a good night's sleep unless I've had a glimpse of Fernandita.
Senora.
Don Pasquale. Now, don't scowl at me. I'm only going to say good night to Fernandita. Saint Fernandita, yes, that's what she is. And this house is her shrine.
More Alpha KK. And are you still here?
If my presence is unwelcome, I sincerely regret it.
No. I didn't mean that, Celestiano.
But as I was going out, Adoracion came in.
Quite so.
And she always has her little song of praise to sing, and so have I. So have I.
Yes, well, we'll take it as sung, shall we? We meet tomorrow.
God willing. If not, we bow to his will.
Your best bow, I'm sure, to the Almighty. Till tomorrow, then.
Till tomorrow. Believe me, yours to command.
I do believe you.
You are too good. Will you make my adieus, please, to Doña Fernandita? Good night. Your most obedient.
I really prefer Adoracion sugar candy.
Oh, Holy Virgin of the Medals.
Well, did Adoracion give you her good-night kiss? Oh, what's wrong?
You know perfectly well. I'm worried to death about Blanca.
Yes, I heard them at it from my study. I was strongly tempted to come and kick him down the stairs.
Oh, my dear, for heaven's sake, don't start doing that.
I have it from his affianced wife that at school Nicholas was known as the porcupine. When more than usually exasperated by the brute, she herself refers to him as the porcupine, and the name fits him admirably.
Oh, when you turn against anybody.
My dear, isn't it pretty plain that we cannot put up with the young boor's behavior any longer? And to a girl staying in our house.
Such a voice as his.
In our house, where an angry word is never spoken. What on earth did she see in the fellow?
Nothing. Nothing to fall in love with, anyhow. What Blanca saw in any sort of husband was a way of escape from a home where her life was a purgatory.
Yes.
But why she should have had the bad luck to stumble on just such another brute as her stepfather. Such a sweet girl as she is. Pretty and gentle and unselfish and as good as gold.
In fact, she comes from Alpha KK.
Don't make fun of me now. I'm very, very troubled about her. I wish I were her mother.
Oh, don't wish that, Fernandita. You've taken quite enough responsibility on yourself already. Too much. You really will have to learn to stop interfering with other people's affairs.
Interfere?
Our work's cut out to see our own go right. Be as sorry for the girl as you like. And pray God, or the Virgin of the Medals in Alpha KK, if you preferred it.
I do.
Pray that she may realize what's ahead of her before it's too late. And as for the young man, we'll make it quite clear to him that this house is not a bear garden.
Oh, dear. It's all very difficult.
Senora,
What's the matter?
well, there's a young gentleman at the door. Says he must see you.
This time of night? Who is he? Has he ever been here before?
Never mind who he is. Tell him the senora sees nobody at this hour.
Well, that's what I told him, Senor. But he made me bring the message. He said he wouldn't go away without seeing her.
The impertinence.
I think he's ill. He was shaking all over and as white as a sheet.
Well, you'd better find out his name.
Very good, Senora.
I will not have you worried like this just as you're going to bed. Let him come back tomorrow, whoever he is.
But, my dear, suppose it... I was so startled when... If he's ill...
If he's ill, he can go to the hospital.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. He could do that.
Senora! Oh, Senora, let me kiss your hand.
Oh, what is it? What is it?
Who on earth?
Senora, look at me. Look at me well.
You're not... Felipe?
I am Fernanda. I am indeed.
God bless me, I'd never have known you. Oh, who'd ever have thought? I had a letter from your mother only this morning. What has brought you here? Holy Mother, what's the meaning of it?
You shall hear.
Oh, you can go, Alberta. Pascual.
Oh, senor?
This is my husband. This is Felipe Rivas.
From Alpha Keke?
Yes, of course, from Alpha Keke. He's Carlota Portillo's boy, you know. We always write to each other. And in the letter I had today, she said she was very worried. She didn't know what had become of you.
Senora, I hope to God she never may.
Good heavens.
And what have you been doing? Something outrageous, I'll be bound. You always wear a scapegrace. What is it, Felipe? Tell us.
First, forgive me.
What for?
For breaking in upon you in this fashion. If you forgive me, I've but one thing more to ask. Let me pass the night here.
Here?
Night?
Yes, in a chair, on a sofa. I'll sleep in the passage.
No, 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 no.
No, of course not. We'll make up a bed for you.
My dear, are you out of your senses? Here's a man who comes running for shelter. Goodness knows what he's done, or what trouble he may get us into.
Senor, I give you my word of honor.
I don't want your word of honor.
Now, what have you been up to? Why are you running away?
I cannot tell you that.
Well, where are you running from?
I must not say.
Very well, then you can't be surprised if I refuse absolutely.
Fernandita, intercede for me, for my mother's sake.
Oh, your poor mother.
Confound your mother.
Oh.
No, I will not have it.
For my children's sake.
Your children?
Yes. My Herms. In the name of the Virgin of the Medals, protectress of Albuquerque.
Pascual. Dear Pascual. Don't you hear?
I hear perfectly well, and it makes no difference whatever. He may invoke all the saints in the calendar. Let him tell me what he's running from and why he wants to hide, and I'll see what can be done for him, if anything.
And my last hope is gone.
What is the matter, Felipe?
Nothing. A little giddiness. It will pass. All these hours of suspense, the strain.
Felipe.
It's nothing, I assure you. Don't trouble about me.
Oh, he's ill.
Not dangerously, I think.
How can you? Felipe! Felipe! He's fainted, Pascual. He's fainted.
I dare say, my dear. But you won't improve matters by fainting too. It's nothing serious. Alberta! Rosita!
Mother of God, what is the matter with him?
My dear, don't fret yourself.
Yes, senor?
Alberta, go and get a glass of water. We'll sprinkle a little water on him. Yes, that's right, under his collar, and he can breathe better.
Poor boy, poor boy. How lucky that it happened here.
Lucky, you think?
Did I hear someone call? Oh, have you caught a burglar, Fancy?
Hold your tongue, Rosita.
Here's the water, senor.
Ah, give it to me.
He'll come round.
Well, could I do anything? There's a water jug in my room.
No need.
He's coming to.
A very mild attack.
What's happened?
Who's this? A friend, Blanca. I'll tell you in a minute. He's very white. He's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
Pascual, listen, please. This is the son, the only son, of a woman who has been like a sister to me. Whatever he has done or not done, we must give him shelter for tonight. Just for tonight. So that she may never be able to say to me that when her boy came asking for help, I turned him away.
Oh, well, if it's the will of heaven and of the Virgin of the Medals...
Oh, Pascual, you are good.
I am. I can't help myself.
Oh,
He's better.
too. Felipe.
Oh, what long faces. Where am I?
Safe with me. Safe with us.
Yes, senor. Your foot is upon the soil of Albuquerque.
We are in the same room 3 weeks later. A very showy picture whose subject has nothing to do with Albuquerque now hangs among the views of the town. It is a Sunday morning. Noblejas and his daughter Paloma are waiting to see Fernandita.
The senora will be here directly.
Thank you, Alberta. See the balcony, Paloma. Pretty, isn't it?
Enchanting. And this orange tree. Orange trees require some cultivating in Madrid.
I believe anything would grow for her. Oh, here she is.
Now, remember, Father, you must tell her.
Yes.
It would be most unsuitable for me to do so.
Well, and how are you, Paloma?